Chapter 201. The strong water bubbles, with the power of 100,000 volts, hit the Team Aqua people and Team Aqua's Pokémon in front of them. The restraint of attributes and the difference in levels caused a lot of damage to the water and electricity and everyone's Pokémon. Instantly, a lot of circles appeared on the ground. Ding! Your Pokémon gained a lot of experience. Ding! Your Infernape level +1. Reached LV 64. Ding! Your Shiny Gengar level +1. Reached LV 56. Ding! Your Slaking level +1. Reached LV 55. Ding! Your Swampert level +1. Reached LV 57. Ding! Your Shiny Gardevoir level +1. Reached LV 53. Ding! Your Heatran level +2. Reached to LV 48. Ding! Your Melodic level +2. Reached LV 49. Ding! Your Shelgon level +2. Reached LV 49. Ding! You got Saffron Treasure Box ×4. 19. Ding! You got Silver Treasure Box ×3. Although the levels of Team Aqua's Pokémon are generally not high, the accumulation of a large number of Pokémon still brings a lot of experience to Chu Chen's Pokémon. Damn, he has become stronger than the last battle. Team Aqua panicked. Last time in Rustboro, he could only defeat us one by one, but this time a combination of skills knocked us all down. Hurry up and find a Cotter to save the situation. Team Aqua began to run towards the top of the mountain. It's great. Every time I meet Team Aqua, there is a lot of experience income. I really hope I can follow them and fight them every time. The villain Chu Chen thought in his heart. After all, Chu Chen, who has EXP share, as long as one Pokémon gains experience, the other Pokémon will get the same experience as the Pokémon in battle. The EXP share produced by the system is different from the castrated version in the game. It can maximize the retention of the experience gained, and the Pokémon on standby can gain experience in the Poke Ball. This will make Chu Chen's Pokémon grow rapidly. I'll hurry to the top of the mountain. After all, we can't let Red Orb fall into the hands of Team Aqua. Chu Chen shouted to the Psychic Fanan the couple while chasing Team Aqua. You guys go to shelter quickly, leave this to me. After saying this, Chu Chen rushed to the top of the mountain. As soon as he reached the top of the mountain, he saw that the battle on the top of the mountain was still going on. Chu Chen saw a strong man with a naked upper body, a tattoo of Team Aqua on his abdominal muscles, a necklace on his neck, and blue tights. It was a Cotter of Team Aqua, Chow. Brother Chow, he has caught up, please help us get justice, said the Team Aqua soldiers beside him. Chow was fighting with the old couple guarding Red Orb at this time, and looked back. He glanced at Chu Chen, but his eyes swept away. Where is it? There is only this little kid. Chow said nonchalantly. That's right, brother, it was him who defeated us. The soldiers of Team Aqua said together. Chow looked at Chu Chen and smiled. It's just such a little thing, but it can defeat a group of you. I think you are too useless. I thought it was some kind of monster that scared you so much. Even Shelly, one of the Cotters, mentioned this little thing. In my opinion, you are too corrupt to even deal with such a person. Chow said viciously. Such a little thing, I will play with you. You help me to hold the old couple. When I am done with this kid, I will deal with them. Chow took back the Pokémon he was fighting, turned around and said to Chu Chen. Hurry up, I will deal with you within a minute. I am still very busy and don't have time to fool around with a kid like you. Chow said with contempt, looking at Chu Chen. Chu Chen looked at Chow's arrogant look and said with a cold smile. Whether it is Team Aqua or Team Magma, you are just good at talking. If we fight with real guns and knives, I will shut you up one by one. A strong man like Chow can't stand being provoked by others, and he immediately burst out and said, "You sharp-tongued brat, will you be unable to open your mouth in a while?" After saying that, he threw his poke ball. A red light flashed, and 2 Pokemon appeared on the top of the mountain. Name, Megalodon. Attribute, Water attribute plus Evil attribute. Feature, Rough skin. Level, 49, Superior. A Pokemon in the shape of a shark with bright blue and white body, ferocious teeth, and yellow star marks on the forehead and tail appeared on the ground. Name, Mightyena. Attribute, Evil attribute. Feature, Intimidation. Level, 49, Superior. A dog's-shaped Pokemon with gray as the main color, black hair on the tail, back, and limbs, and especially dense hair on the back appeared on the top of the mountain. It roared as soon as it appeared, and the Pokemon of the surrounding Team Aqua soldiers began to show fear when they heard it. LV-49, it is already the highest level of Superior, and its potential has reached its limit. Chu Chen said as he looked at the Mightyena and Megalodon. In this real Pokemon world, the potential of each Pokemon has a bottleneck. Once you reach this bottleneck and cannot break through, you will probably stop here for the rest of your life. Unable to improve. Like in the real Pokemon world, if you want to break through your potential, you must go through arduous training or have very big emotional fluctuations. In short, it requires a lot of luck. In this world, the only ones that can break through potential without bottlenecks are the Silver Crown and Gold Crown produced by Chu Chen's system. Even so, the breakthrough probability of the Silver Crown is lower as the potential is higher. For those trainers who use Pokemon for evil things, it is almost impossible to break through potential. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength, so let me destroy your ignorant confidence next. Chu Chen looked at Chao and said, "Jengar, Swampert, it's decided to be you." Chu Chen issued an order. "You are so arrogant with 2 ultimate evolution Pokemon," Chao said with a smile. "Let you see how the battle in the adult world is like, face the real world well, you little brat who is still wet behind the ears," Chao said proudly to Chu Chen. Chapter 202. After Mightyena's smell detection, use Crunch on that Jengar. Chao ordered. Mightyena sniffed the surroundings carefully, and after using the scent detection, she determined the location of Chu Chen's shiny Jengar, so she crouched down, making a woohoo sound from her mouth, and then a giant tooth condensed by dark energy appeared at the side of Mightyena's mouth and attacked shiny Jengar. Sharpedo, use agility and then use Toxic Fang on Swampert. Chao said, pointing at Chu Chen's Swampert. Sharpedo's body flashed with a pink light, and he opened his huge mouth, and the teeth in his mouth flashed with purple light. The Pokemon ball used by Chao's Sharpedo was a sea blue dive ball with wave ripples. In this real Pokemon world, different types of Pokemon balls have different uses. For example, the dive ball is designed for Pokemon that can only fight in water. In the battle of Pokemon like 19, there will be some water flow to support these Pokemon to fight. Otherwise, just like those Magikarp caught by ordinary Pokemon balls, crazy water splashing on the ground, I am afraid thought not only can't fight, but even life may be in trouble. In fact, after Sharpedo appeared, there has been a group of water flow to support Sharpedo to fight on land. Otherwise, with Sharpedo's body and appearance, it is impossible to fight and live on land, and can only jump on the ground. I don't know that you can make Shelly suffer with your stuff. You don't even understand the basic attribute-restraint relationship. You actually use the ghost-type Jengar to fight my dark Mightyena. Let's see what you can use to fight me. Chao became more and more arrogant. Haha, think you can already eat me? Chu Chen said coldly, looking at the arrogant Chao. Jengar floats up and uses Thunderbolt on Sharpedo, and Swampert uses Earthquake on Mightyena. Chu Chen gave the order. Shiny Jengar quickly rose into the air after hearing Chu Chen's order, and a dazzling spark also appeared in Shiny Jengar's hand, shooting towards Sharpedo who was sprinting towards Swampert. The violent thunderbolt hit Sharpedo, and Sharpedo's whole body emitted sparks. After all, there was still some water under his body to support Sharpedo, and the conductivity of water made the damage of Thunderbolt even higher. The dazzling light gradually disappeared, and Sharpedo, who was charred all over, lost his ability to fight directly. His eyes had turned into circles, and even emitted a faint smell of burning. Instant kill. A yellowish-brown light flashed across Swampert's body, and Swampert injected energy into the earth fiercely. The violent shock hit Might Hyena, who was running, and even the people of Team Aqua nearby were shaken by the aftermath of earthquake. The violent ripples hit Might Hyena, who lost her target, and the violent shock caused a lot of damage to Might Hyena. The violent shock also made Might Hyena dizzy, and the giant teeth formed by the dark energy around her mouth disappeared. It's actually a Jengar with the floating characteristic. You are so lucky to have encountered such a rare Pokémon. Looking at the floating shiny Jengar, Chao's face changed and said. After all, the appearance of shiny Jengar is no different from that of ordinary Jengar. Unless you open your mouth, you can see the difference. In this era when Mega Evolution has not yet spread on a large scale, a completely evolved Jengar shiny Jengar has a very good natural protective layer. Haha, are you talking to me about attribute restraint? I will not be prepared to let you restrain me. Your Might Hyena attribute does restrain my Jengar, but as long as you can't hit me, what's the use? Chu Chen said sarcastically. Although Might Hyena has a strong jumping ability after the rune-up, this is the top of MT Pyre. If Might Hyena dares to jump up, it is likely to fall off MT Pyre and pay for it. If this is not the top of the mountain, I think Might Hyena can definitely hit your Jengar. Chao said unwillingly. You don't want your opinion, I want my opinion. Chu Chen said clear words. Can't I react when your Might Hyena jumps? Might Hyena, who can't move in the air, is the biggest target. Chu Chen said disdainfully. Might Hyena, use Crunch on Swampert. Chao gave an order to Might Hyena in a hurry. The dissipated dark energy recondensed at the mouth of Might Hyena, forming a black giant tooth, roaring and rushing towards Swampert. Not as high as me, not as fast as me, and no long-range skills, the battle is over. Chu Chen looked at Chao with red eyes and thought secretly. Swampert, use Hydro Pump. Chu Chen looked at Might Hyena rushing towards him and gave an order to Swampert. Dense water vapor condensed in front of Swampert, and under the helping hand of the dense fog on MT Pyre, the quickly accumulated hydro pump attacked Might Hyena, who opened his mouth to use Crunch. Might Hyena was hit by the huge hydro pump before he even had time to close his mouth, and stopped after retreating several meters after being hit. His eyes have turned into circles, his stomach has even bulged, and he is still spitting water from his mouth. Might Hyena was also defeated. Ding! Your Relic Nth level +1. Reached LV 53. Ding! Your Shelgon level +1. Reached LV 50. Ding! Your Melodic level +1. Reached LV 50. Ding! Your Hiatron level +1. Reached LV 49. Ding! You got Saffron Treasure Box X2. Impossible, how can you be so strong, you are obviously just a child. Chao couldn't believe the result. After all, it is basically impossible for such a strong trainer to appear at this age. Even Champion Steven was not so strong at this age. So this is how the battle in the adult world is. Chu Chen said contemptuously. Chao's face quickly turned red, and he said angrily, I really can't stand this today, Team Aqua, come on. The Team Aqua members who were on alert around also sent out their Pokémon to attack Chu Chen. Alas, you guys, one comes out when you hit a group, and a group comes out when you hit one. It's useless. Chu Chen shrugged helplessly. The faces of Team Aqua members changed. It just so happens that my Shelgon has also reached the level of evolution, so let it out. Chu Chen thought. Chu Chen threw out the Pokémon ball containing Shelgon. As soon as Shelgon appeared, it began to emit the mysterious light of evolution. Chapter 203. The light gradually dissipated, 2 gorgeous blue dread wings spread out, and a long tail stood up. Salamenki's whole body is dark blue, and the inside of its head, neck, limbs, and tail are all blue dread. Its lower jaw and abdomen are covered with 3 shells, which are similar in shape and color to Shelgon's shell. There are 2 blue dread bulges above Salamenki's eyes, and there are 3 small triangular wings on each side of its head, which looks very majestic. Roar! After the evolution of Salamence, it flapped its wings vigorously, and the loud growl looked very excited. After all, for every Salamence, flying is their dream since the Bagon period. Now that it has evolved from Bagon to Salamence, it has realized its dream, and it has countless energy to vent. If it were not for the fact that it was still in battle, it would have wanted to fly in the sky immediately. The Salamence that had just evolved successfully had the characteristic of intimidation. The Pokémon of Team Aqua who were originally preparing to attack Chu Chen were frightened by the intimidation characteristic and lost their will to fight. After all, the spirit of the Salamence that had just evolved was very strong, coupled with the suppression of the level and the fear from the bloodline. The Pokémon of Team Aqua trembled and dared not fight. Damn, it's really there is still a powerful Pokémon like Salamence. Such a powerful and ferocious Pokémon should not be owned by someone like you. Chao shouted jealously. Stinky boy, you can only be arrogant now. Next time, I must deal with you thoroughly. Chao shouted. Although Chao was angry that Chu Chen hindered the actions of their Team Aqua, he was still rational. He knew that he could not pose any threat to Chu Chen, so he cowled only retreat angrily. Team Aqua ran to the bottom of MT Pyre like a tide, and suddenly a submarine rose on the seashore. It turned out that the hydropower team came by submarine, no wonder so many people were not discovered. Chu Chen retracted his gaze to the Team Aqua submarine. Next, it's time to get down to business. Chu Chen walked towards the old man who was surrounded by Team Aqua. Hello, I have repelled Team Aqua, and there is nothing to worry about. Chu Chen said as he walked forward. Thank you, trainer. You are very powerful and still very young. You have a bright future. The old man praised Chu Chen. As he spoke, the old man put away his Pokémon. Chu Chen saw the information of this Pokémon in a glance. Name, Ludicolo. Attribute, water plus grass. Characteristic, rain plate. Level, 55, leader. It is worthy of being the guardian of the orb. The Pokémon's characteristics, levels, and potential are all excellent. No wonder it can withstand the attacks of Team Aqua. It seems that this characteristic also contributed. Chu Chen thought. Rain Pan. This feature will continue to restore the physical strength of Pokémon in rainy or heavy damp places. Fighting in such a foggy place like MT Pyre is also an advantage. So, young man, what is your intention in coming here? Are you not coming for the red orb that we have protected for generations like that group of people? The old man got his body in a posture that looked like he could fight at any time. Chu Chen didn't say much, but just pretended to reach into his backpack, but actually took out the blue orb from the system space. When Chu Chen took out the blue orb, it suddenly began to emit a soft blue light. And a soft red light flashed in the house. The 2 orbs began to resonate. The old man's face changed, looking at Chu Chen and asked, "Where did you get this orb? Are you also an orb guardian like us?" Chu Chen thought to himself, "Since you said so, I won't deny it. Yes, I am also a keeper of the orb. There are people like Team Aqua looking for blue orb. I feel unsafe, so I travel with blue orb," Chu Chen said shamelessly. The old man became excited. "I didn't expect that I would meet another keeper of the orb in my lifetime. Come into the ancestral hall quickly." The old man was outside the old couple to resist the attack of Team Aqua, and the old woman was protecting red orb in the ancestral hall. After Chu Chen entered the ancestral hall, the light emitted by the 2 orbs began to gradually become weaker. "Please sit down and rest for a while. I will take my Pokémon to recover our strength," the old man said. Chu Chen sat down inside the ancestral hall and looked at the surrounding environment. There were mysterious murals painted inside the ancestral hall, some of which were blue whale-like Pokémon, attacking another fiery red monster-like Pokémon with a lot of water waves. The old woman noticed Chu Chen's gaze, so she explained to Chu Chen. This is a myth that has been circulating in the Hone region since ancient times. It is said that the blue Pokémon Kyogre called for rain to create the sea, while the red Pokémon Groudon raised the continent to create the land of the Hone region. When the two met, they had conflicting goals. One wanted to expand the sea, and the other wanted to increase the area of the continent. So as soon as the two met, a shocking war broke out immediately. At this time, a giant emerald dragon descended from the sky and stopped the fight between Groudon and Kyogre. After stopping the fight between Groudon and Kyogre, the giant emerald dragon returned to the sky. And Groudon and Kyogre fell into a deep sleep. After many years, the ancient people launched a war, and even dreamed of using the power of the ancient beasts Groudon and Kyogre to participate in the war. They discovered the red orb and the blue orb, which had a special effect on Groudon and Kyogre, so they used the orbs in the war. That battle was so fierce that the entire Hone region was almost destroyed. If it weren't for the help of the three pillars, imprison, I am afraid that the land we live in now would no longer exist. The old woman finished talking about the contents of the mural. But now there are people who want to use the power of the super ancient beast to cause chaos. The old man walked out of the room and said to Chu Chen. "Young man, what is your name?" The old man asked. "My name is Chu Chen." Chu Chen replied. "I want to ask you for a favor. We are old and can't see any more. I hope to hand over the red orb to you and continue to protect the safety of the orb." The old man said. Chapter 204. Just hand it over to me for safekeeping. Chu Chen was delighted. After all, Chu Chen didn't know what method he wanted to use to get it. Like this old couple who have been guarding the red orb here, Chu Chen couldn't be a bad guy and snatch the red orb. "Okay, no problem. I can protect the two orbs well. I have enough strength to protect the orbs," Chu Chen said to the two old men with a solemn oath. "Although I have asked you to help us protect Red Orb, I still want to experience the combat power of your Pokémon in person. Even though I have seen you fight with Team Aqua, I want to fight with you in person and feel the bonds between you and your Pokémon," said the old man. Chu Chen nodded and thought to himself, "For me, I can't ask for more. The Pokémon of this old man looks very strong. It should be his main Pokémon. Experience and treasure chests can be obtained." "Okay, no problem, then where shall we fight?" Chu Chen asked. "Just in the open space outside the ancestral hall, it is also quite spacious," the old man said as he walked. Chu Chen walked to the open space outside the ancestral hall with the old man. "Old woman, I'll ask you to be the referee," the old man said to his wife. "Okay, no problem. You are old, but you are still as competitive as a child." The old woman looked at the old man and said with a smile. "Oh, you don't want to admit that you are old. Seeing such a young man, I feel much younger." The old man also looked at the old woman and said. "Then I will be the referee." The old woman said. "I will announce the rules. 2 people will take a 1v1 Pokémon singles match. When one party's Pokémon loses its ability, it is considered a failure. The use of drugs and replacement of Pokémon are not allowed during the game. These are all the rules. Any questions?" the old woman asked after looking at the 2 people on the field. After looking at the 2 people on the field and making sure that there was no problem, the old woman announced the start of the game. The old man threw his Pokeball, and it was indeed the Ludicolo that he saw at the beginning. A creature that looked like a hybrid of a pineapple and a duck appeared on the field. Ludicolo seemed to be wearing a raincoat and a green wide-brimmed hat that looked like a lotus leaf. The body was mostly yellow, with black eyes and an orange beak. The green hands that looked a bit like gloves were much larger than the hands of other Pokémon, and there were 2 black line-like marks on Ludicolo's palms. Ludicolo has a big green wide-brimmed hat-like thing on his head, and on top of it there is a short brown stem with a yellow pointed top. It looks like a traditional Mexican hat. As soon as my friend and I appeared on the field yesterday, we started dancing happily. After all, a Pokemon like Ludicolo who does his own thing always looks very happy and has a very cheerful temperament. And there is also a strange power, Ludicolo has the power of happiness. Ludicolo's dance attracts humans and Pokemon to join the dance. Ludicolo, it looks really happy. Chu Chen thought as he looked at Lottie Hitong dancing on the field. Chu Chen felt that Salamence in his system space had a very strong desire to fight. Even the Pokemon ball containing Salamence began to shake. After all, Salamence, who had just evolved, was very excited. He wanted to fly in the sky and fight, and he was full of energy. Okay, then I choose you, come out, Salamence. Chu Chen threw the Ultra Ball in his hand. A red light flashed, and Salamence appeared on the field. Roar! Salamence began to flap his wings excitedly. Salamence, since you are so excited, use fly. Chu Chen gave an order to the excited Salamence. Roar! Excitedly, Salamence spread his blue dread wings, waved his wings, and flew into the sky. Seeing the flying Salamence, the old man directed his Ludicolo and said, Ludicolo, use rain dance now. The joyfully dancing Ludicolo sprayed a water ball into the sky, gathering the surrounding water vapor and mist together. It began to rain sparsely from the sky. The raindrops hit the flying Salamence, and Salamence's rage began to dive towards Ludicolo. El Ludicolo, get out of the way! The old man ordered. Ludicolo dodged when Salamence swooped down nearby, but did not fully unfold. He was still rubbed by the edge of Salamenki's wings. It's very fast. Flying type moves still do a lot of damage to Ludicolo, who is a grass plus water type. It's not good in terms of attributes. The old man analyzed. Ludicolo, use Giga Drain. The old man gave the order. A ball of emerald green energy gathered in front of Ludicolo and fired at Salamence, which had just stopped flying and diving. Giga Drain hit Salamence, who was still adapting to wings and flying. The green light dissipated. But there was a burst of light green light, which was reflected back to Ludicolo from the light dissipated near Salamence. Giga Drain will restore half of the damage it causes to Pokemon. It's very troublesome. If this configuration cannot kill instantly, it is likely to be dragged down. Chu Chen thought. Salamence use Thunder Fang. Chu Chen gave Ludicolo an order. Intense sparks began to appear on Salamenki's mouth, and giant electric teeth formed by lightning appeared. Salamence is a powerful dragon-type Pokemon, and it can master many skills. Chien Deseo. Flying fast, Salamence bit Ludicolo hard with its fierce spark teeth. Thunder Fang still has some significant effects on water-type plus grass-type Ludicolo. Ludicolo, use Energy Ball. The old man gave Ludicolo an order. Ludicolo accumulated the energy of the surrounding plants on his chest and launched it towards the Dragonite. Salamence use Protect. Chu Chen gave the order. After Salamence roared, it was wrapped in a light blue barrier. The emerald green ball of light was blocked by the light blue barrier and did not cause any damage. Ludicolo was also constantly recovering his physical strength in the rainy weather through the characteristics of the rain pan. This grass-type Pokemon is really resistant to attack and can recover. No wonder it lasted for a long time under Team Aqua's attack. Chu Chen thought. Chapter 205. But no matter how strong you are, you still can't stand it when you encounter a Pokemon with restrained attributes. After all, my Salamence is not a Pokemon with restrained attributes, and its level is not like Team Aqua's. Chu Chen said as he looked at Ludicolo, who was constantly recovering his physical strength in the rain. Dragon Storm, continue to use Fly. Chu Chen used a flying type move. After all, the damage of flying type to grass type is still very significant. Roar! Accompanied by roar, Salamence vibrated blood wings and flew into the sky. Ludicolo, use hydro pump. The old man ordered. After using the skill Rain Dance, the rainy weather greatly increased the skills of water-type Pokémon. The rich water vapor condensed in front of Ludicolo, and the blue water column sprayed towards Salamence flying in the sky. Salamence, get out of the way. Chu Chen used the magic skill. Looking at the hydro pump spraying towards him, Salamence began to dive towards Ludicolo, flexibly using his wings to dive around the hydro pump. When Salamence dived down, the blue dread wings also began to shine. After flexibly avoiding Ludicolo's hydro pump attack, the wings hit Ludicolo hard. The effect was very significant. The attribute is restrained, and these won't work. Young man, don't blame me for using a routine that makes you uncomfortable. The old man said as he looked at the situation on the field. Ludicolo, use Leech Seed. The old man gave Ludicolo an order. You wish, Salamence use Fly. Chu Chen quickly gave the order to respond. Ludicolo fired the Leech Seed from the lotus leaf on his head that looked like a Mexican hat. But it was dodged by the flying Salamence. Alas, it looks like we can only switch to a defensive position. Ludicolo, use Rest. The old man ordered. Ludicolo, who received the order, fell asleep instantly. A faint pink light began to emit from the body, and all the physical strength was restored. Rest, Mega Drain, Leech Seed, this is really disgusting. The characteristics of the skill can continuously restore blood. The skill Mega Drain can restore blood when it causes damage, and with Rest, it can restore all of its physical strength. Fortunately, my Salamence was not attacked by Leech Seed, otherwise my Salamenke's physical strength would be getting less and less, and Ludicolo's physical strength would be more and more, and it would be consumed. Chu Chen thought. After all, Ludicolo is a water-type plus grass-type skill, and the effect of fire-type skills is not good. But it still has to be used. If you are lucky, the effect of burning can offset part of the recovery ability. Chu Chen analyzed the current situation and made a decision. Salamence uses Flamethrower. Chu Chen gave the order. Salamence flew in front of Ludicolo who was using Rest, and a strong flame accumulated in his mouth, spraying it directly on Ludicolo. Ludicolo who was resting began to emit flames and entered the burning state. Lucky, the burning state appeared. Chu Chen said. But after all, it was raining, and the duration of the burning state was limited. Keep attacking, Salamence, continue to use Flying. Chu Chen still chose a skill with favorable attributes. Salamence flew into the sky again and dived towards Ludicolo who was still in the rest state. But just when Salamence was about to tackle Ludicolo, Ludicolo suddenly made a deafening snore sound. The skill Snore. It is a skill that can be used in Rest. Salamence was caught off guard, and the flying skill did not attack Ludicolo, but quickly dodged. This skill combination is really amazing, with both recovery and consumption. Even in the debuff state, there are special skills to learn. It is worthy of being the guardian of the orb. Chu Chen covered his ears and looked at the old man who also covered his ears and shouted. He, after all, I am old, and I have a lot to teach. Let you see it again. The old man gave an order. Ludicolo, use Sleep Talk. The old man gave an order. The skill Sleep Talk allows the Pokémon in the sleeping state to randomly use a skill they have learned. Ludicolo, who was in rest, was like sleepwalking, absorbing the surrounding life energy and launching a green light ball towards Salamence, which was the skill Energy Ball. Salamence, use Flamethrower to resist Energy Ball and then continue to use Flying. Chu Chen ordered. Salamence, who was already flying in the sky, condensed a hot flame in his mouth and sprayed it towards the emerald green energy ball. The flame collided with the energy ball, and smoke burst out, blocking the view. Salamence flew through the fog, and its wings emitted a strong light as it flew towards Ludicolo. Salamence, after the flying skill, use Dragon Tail. Chu Chen ordered quickly. After the wings of the fast-flying Salamins hit Ludicolo's body, the body quickly rotated, and fiercely hit Ludicolo's back with its tail wrapped in lavender energy. Ludicolo, who was hit continuously, finally woke up from rest. 0. Ludicolo, use Zen Headbutt. The old man gave Ludicolo an order. We will also give him the final blow. Salamins uses Zen Headbutt. Chu Chen gave the order. Salamins, flying in the sky, had a pink light on his head and rushed towards the same pink light on the ground. After Salamins and Ludicolo collided, the pink energy hit the ground out of control and stirred up dust, making it impossible to see the situation on the scene clearly. Chu Chen had a plan in mind. After Ludicolo rest, the damage caused by flamethrower, plus the damage gradually caused by burn, offset the characteristic recovery. Ludicolo was hit by the flying skill with opposing attributes, and Dragon Tail with inertia to increase power. Ludicolo's health was running low. For a Pokémon like this with a lot of recovery ability and strong resistance, we can only take a quick attack to win. Chu Chen thought. Sure enough, in the smoke, Salamanki's figure began to break through the mist and fly up, roaring towards the sky. This was the first victory after evolution. The smoke dissipated, and the CIRC lead Ludicolo had already fallen to the ground, losing his ability to fight. Young people are young people, and their Pokémon are very good, and their bonds are also very deep. Then we can also trust you with Red Orb. The old man walked into the ancestral hall. He took out Red Orb and handed it to Chu Chen. Red Orb was obtained. Fan. Chapter 206. Ding. Uragran level +1. Reached LV 53. Ding. Your Flygon level +1. Reached LV 54. Ding. Your Melodic level +1. Reached LV 50. Ding. Your Hyatron level +1. Reached LV 50. Ding. You got Platinum Treasure Box ×1. After getting the Red Orb, Chu Chen still couldn't hide his excitement. System use Eye of Exploration. Chu Chen ordered. Vermilion Orb. The orb emitting vermilion light is said to contain powerful superancient power and has a deep connection with the legend of Hone region. It is almost exactly the same as the description of the indigo orb that Chu Chen discovered at the beginning. Both are ambiguous and mysterious. If it weren't for Chu Chen 820, most people would just be confused. Young man, I'll leave it to you. The old man said to Chu Chen. After all, we have been guarding the orb since ancient times. I believe there is still a wonderful power in it. Please protect it well. The old man asked. Don't worry, old man. This Salamins is just one of my Pokémon, and he is not the strongest one. My ability is enough to protect the orb. The host said. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. The old man said as he walked. Come in and restore the strength of the Pokémon before you go. The host walked into the ancestral hall with the old man. The Pokémon's strength was restored. I'm ready to set off and continue my journey, challenge the gym, challenge the elite and champion. Continue to improve myself and become a Pokémon master. Chu Chen said to the old man. Young people have ideals. After all, I am old. I was full of ambitions like you at the beginning. I came back to guard the orb when I was old, but now the orb is handed over to you for protection, so my old wife and I can do our own things. The old man said to Chu Chen with emotion. Come on, work hard, I hope that one day I can see your active figure on TV, and hear young people talking about your deeds during the trip, and become a legend. The old man patted Chu Chen on the shoulder and said. No problem, I will. As the guardian of the orb, I will definitely leave a strong mark in the Hone region and even the world. Chu Chen said to the old man. Then I will set off, old man, I will protect the orb, you just enjoy your life. Chu Chen summoned Swampert and said to the old man as he walked. When he arrived at the port, Chu Chen boarded Swampert and turned around to say goodbye to the old man. Chu Chen sat on Swampert and moved steadily on the water, holding 2 orbs in his hands and thinking. Both orbs are in my hands, so Team Aqua and Team Magma can't be controlled like they were before, so it is very likely that the legendary meteorite will appear. The legendary meteorite has a strange energy and should have abilities similar to Mega Evolutionary Stone/Ite. When this meteorite fell to the earth, Groudon, Kyogre, and even Rayquaza all showed the phenomenon of original regression, and they were all competing for the power of the meteorite. We must hurry up and train. Chu Chen thought as he looked at the orbs in his hand. The 2 orbs gradually emitted light and tried to control Chu Chen's mind. It's useless. No matter how much you want to arouse my desire, it's useless. Do you 2 want to help me beat up the god of creation if I want to catch Arceus? Chu Chen teased. The 2 orbs seemed to know that they were being laughed at. The light slowly dissipated and returned to calm. That's right. Everything will be fine if you behave well. Chu Chen held the orbs in both hands and rubbed the 2 orbs like an old man in his previous life rubbing walnuts. The 2 orbs flickered as if they were insulted. Hee, it's interesting. Chu Chen put the orbs back into the system space. Where should we go next? There's no need for Lily Cove City. It's the venue for the Pokemon Gorgeous competition. I won't go there. Go to the next gym. Collect all the badges first, and you can improve your strength better. Chu Chen thought. Let's go over the sea and experience a completely different feeling from the cruise ship. Chu Chen said while looking at the map on the Pokédex of Pokemon. The map shows that there are many small islands nearby, where Swampert can rest when he is tired. Chu Chen, who was traveling on the sea on Swampert, found a group of Whalmer in the sea in front of him. It seems that Chu Chen just passed by the habitat of Whalmer. The long and round Whalmer group was noisy on the sea. Seeing Chu Chen and Swampert, the Whalmer group also went their own way, spraying water and playing, as if they did not see the appearance of Chu Chen himself, Swampert. Name, Whalmer. Attribute, Water Attribute. Feature, Slow. Level, 25, Intermediate. Potential, Advanced. Carry, None. This attribute is not good, the level is a bit low. Chu Chen said, looking at the Whalmer closest to him. Personality slow? No wonder there is no reaction to me and Swampert. Chu Chen thought. There are quite a few Whalmers here anyway, let's take a look. Chu Chen thought. Come out, Salamence. Chu Chen took out the Ultra Ball and summoned Salamence. A red light flashed, and Salamence flew in the air. It's more convenient to use flying Pokemon to find Whalmers with high attributes. Chu Chen climbed onto Salamenki's back and said. By the way, let's replace the characteristics. Chu Chen took out the multiple scales characteristic replacement agent from the system backpack and slapped it on Salamenki's body. Multiple scales characteristic replacement agent turned into a stream of light and entered Salamenki's body, replacing the intimidation characteristic. The scales all over Salamenki's body flashed, emitting a strange light. If you look closely, you can see that another layer of scales is covering Salamenki's scales to protect his body. By the way, open 2 more treasure chests to see what skills can appear and match them well. Chu Chen called out the system. System, open 2 platinum treasure chests. Chu Chen ordered. Ding. You got Dragon Rush X1. Ding. You got Fire Blast X1. Ding. You got Alliance Coins X20,0000. It feels good. These 2 big moves are very good for Salamence. The big skills are available. Chu Chen handed the skill machine to Salamence, and the learning machine turned into light and entered Salamenki's body. Chapter 207. After Chu Chen perfected Salamenki's skill combination and replaced the characteristics, Chu Chen took out his Pokemon Ball and released Shiny Gengar. A red light flashed, and Shiny Gengar floated beside Salamence. After all, Shiny Gengar has the skill Thunderbolt, which is very effective for water-type Pokemon like Wailmer. So many Wailmers gathered together. Although we are not afraid of being attacked, it is better to be safe on the sea surface. Let's go one by one. I hope to find one with better attributes and save the silver crown. Chu Chen thought as he looked at the Wailmers playing around on the sea surface. Chu Chen sat down, and Salamence rose to a certain height. Start with the Wailmers who are slightly away from the group. Swampert, use Mud Slap on the Wailmer who is away from the group. Chu Chen gave an order. Swampert, floating on the sea, sprayed the mud formed by energy on the face of the Wailmer who was playing alone away from the group. 19. The Wailmer who was playing alone was suddenly covered in the face by Swampert's mud slap. When it turned around and saw the Swampert stone, it understood what happened. The Wailmer rushed towards Swampert angrily. Very good, the plan is going well. Let's see the level of this one first. Chu Chen said. Name, Wailmer. Attribute, water. Feature, slow. Level, 20, intermediate. Potential, intermediate. Carry, none. This is too weak. Chu Chen looked at the Wailmer rushing towards Swampert with disdain and thought to himself. Salamence use scary face. Chu Chen gave an order to Salamence. In the air, Salamence concentrated his aura. His already ferocious face became even more ferocious after concentrating his aura. A layer of light black energy flashed by. Wailmer rushed over angrily. When he saw Salamence in the Skinky's scary face after using the skill scary face, he recovered from his angry state in an instant, turned around and fled back towards the tribe. Chu Chen has now reached this stage. There is no need to defeat weak Pokemon to improve yourself as before. The current self, unless it is a very large base. Otherwise it will be a drop in the bucket. More importantly, Chu Chen is worried that if he attacks Pokemon wantonly to improve his experience, such abnormal behavior will be regarded as a Pokemon hunter by Miss Jenny. In the Pokemon world, if a Pokemon hunter is caught, he will be deprived of the right to use the Pokemon he has caught. The unit where Miss Jenny is located will process Pokemon from Pokemon hunters. Whether it is released or stored in a Pokemon Research Institute, Pokemon hunters will never see their Pokemon again. After all, Pokemon hunters cause very serious damage to wild Pokemon. What's more, they even plundered all the Pokemon from new trainers. The most important thing is that they destroy the ecological environment. They often capture a large number of certain types of Pokemon due to black market demand, causing chaos in the local ecological chain. The environment has become harsh, and the missing of any link in the ecological chain will cause very serious consequences. Therefore, the punishment for Pokemon hunters is very serious. In the Pokemon world, it is an existence that is despised by everyone. Of course Pokemon don't care about this, they only hunt for profit. In the Pokemon world, it is notorious. Just as Chu Chen was comforting Salamence beneath him, a commotion suddenly broke out in the Wailmer group in the distance. What's going on? Chu Chen stood up and looked at the Wailmer group. I saw that the Wailmer that Salamence used the skill scary face astonished to go back seemed to be confiding something to the companions around him, and the voices of the Wailmer around him were getting louder and louder, as if they were filled with righteous indignation. Then a large group of Hohajing turned towards Chu Chen and swam towards Chu Chen. Do you want to complain to the tribe? It seems that the Wailmer I attracted is just a baby, and it is very favored in the tribe. Chu Chen said, looking at a group of Wailmer rushing towards him from a distance. Well, it seems there is no other way. We can only knock down the Wailmer group first, let them calm down and then heal them. Chu Chen, standing on Salamence, shrugged helplessly. Come out, Shiny Gardevoir. Chu Chen threw his Pokemon ball. Shiny Gardevoir gracefully landed on the back of Swampert who was resting on the sea. Shiny Gardevoir, be ready to use Heal Pulse in a moment to heal those monkey spirits who have lost their ability to fight, Chu Chen said to Shiny Gardevoir. The skill Heal Pulse can heal Pokemon other than the user. Whenever Chu Chen encounters such a large-scale attack by wild Pokémon, Chu Chen will use this skill after they lose the ability to fight. Shiny Gardevoir gathered his hands in front of him, and pink light began to condense in his hands, always ready to heal. The Whalmer group rushed to Salamence. The Whalmer that was struck by Astonish called a few times to its surrounding companions, and the surrounding Whalmer all turned their attention to Salamence in the sky. The Whalmer group begins to condense the blue water element in the mouth. The water element is also accompanied by the power of vibration, which is water pulse. Seeing that the Whalmer group was preparing to attack Salamence, of course Chu Chen was also within the attack range, so Chu Chen issued instructions to Salamence. Salamence, use Protect. Chu Chen himself also used the power of aura to create a barrier in front of him. Salamence gathers strength. A light blue barrier wraps around the body. Several water pulse hits hit the barrier, but did not break the barrier. Salamenki Protect. Shiny Jengar, use Thunderbolt. Chu Chen said to the floating Shiny Jengar. GG. After Shiny Jengar smiled strangely, his two short, thick hands condensed a strong spark. Attacked a group of Whalmer on the sea. Whalmer was hit by Thunderbolt. Because water is extremely conductive, all surrounding Whalmer have lost their ability to fight. Since Swampert is ground-based, it is protected from the impact. Just when Chu Chen was about to let Gardevoir use Heal Pulse, a huge figure emerged from the bottom of the sea. What is it? It's so huge. It shouldn't encounter Kyogre. Chu Chen was surprised and delighted. A huge figure completely emerged from the water. It was a huge Wailord. Chapter 208. Salamence in the sky flapped its wings and rushed to the side. After avoiding the Wailord's heavy attack, a tooth formed by violent sparks formed in its mouth, and it bit the Wailord on the water after the heavy attack missed. Because the Wailord was so big, it could not effectively counter the Salamence biting from behind. It could only take this Thunder Fang and then dive into the water. Dive again, Salamence. After flying higher, use Dragon Rush when you see the Wailord appear. Chu Chen said to Salamence. Salamence flapped its blood wings and flew high into the sky. Its body was gradually wrapped in light purple energy. In the sky, Salamence saw the huge figure rising gradually under the sea, so he rushed towards Wailord with the huge dragon-shaped purple shadow. Wailord also emerged from the water to meet the attack, and then collided fiercely with the dragon-shaped shadow formed by Salamence. Wailord wailed and fell heavily on the water. After all, the physical strength of Pokémon like Rocket King is still very sufficient. If the level difference is not too big, it can withstand an attack. Wailord dived into the water again. Salamence use Fly. Chu Chen ordered. But Wailord did not rush out of the water again after diving into the water. Instead, a faint pink light emanated from the water. It's the skill Rest. Not bad, so rich in consciousness. Chu Chen thought. After all, most wild Pokémon are reckless, and there are not many smart ones like this. It should be because he has fought with many trainers, so he can cultivate such combat experience and combat awareness. Chu Chen thought as he looked at Wailord emitting a faint pink light underwater. The pink light underwater gradually dissipated, and Wailord floated to the surface again. Chu Chen noticed that Wailord's eyes suddenly became empty, and a faint pink light flashed across his body. This is the skill Amnesia. Chu Chen frowned and thought. The skill Amnesia allows Pokémon to empty their minds, so as to concentrate their strength on their bodies to improve their special defense capabilities. It seems that they have indeed fought many times. The special defense ability improved by the skill Amnesia can indeed improve their ability to resist attacks. Chu Chen thought. The Wailord floating on the sea surface condensed a pale yellow light. The light condensed in front of Wailord and gradually formed stones formed by energy. It is the skill Rollout. These stones are constantly launched towards Salamence in the sky. The skill Rollout is a rock attribute skill, which is very effective for Salamence, who is a flying and dragon type. Salamence, Get out of the way! Chu Chen commanded Salamanca. Salamanca's blood wings fluttered violently, and his body shuttled through countless rocks. But there were still some fish that slipped through the net. A stone hit Salamanca's body, but was blocked by Salamanca's characteristic multiple scales. After using rollout, Wailard quickly dived into the water again. The scales on Salamanca's body that blocked the rocks began to fall off. After all, the characteristic multiple scales hits a certain part of the body, but the damage is borne by the scales. After absorbing the damage, the scales in that area will fall off. Of course, after a period of time, the scales in that area will grow again. Wailard has the advantage of being at home and can dive underwater to recover at any time. If it weren't for its tribe still here, it might have already escaped. Chu Chen thought. After all, Chu Chen's Salamanca only has the skill of restraining water type, Thunder Fang, and Thunder Fang is a close-range attack, so it can only be used in this situation. Well, in this case, I have to force you out. Chu Chen thought. Salamanca fly above the water, use Thunder Fang and rise quickly. Chu Chen gave orders to Salamanca. The violent spark condensed on the head of Salamanca to form a fierce spark giant tooth, which quickly flew to the sea surface and released the lightning giant tooth on the sea surface where Wailard's figure was. The sea is very vast, and this little electricity will not have any effect on the surroundings. However, the Wailard within the range of this skill was damaged by spark. Wailard's huge body gradually emerged from the sea, with a slight electric current flashing across his body. This is the paralysis state attached to the Thunder Fang skill. Salamanca, continue to use Thunder Fang. Chu Chen took the opportunity to issue an order to Salamanca. The fierce spark formed again, and Salamanca, flying high in the sky, swooped down again, and the giant teeth formed by thunder and lightning bit hard on Wailard's body. The giant teeth of thunder and lightning turned into fierce spark, flowing through Wailard's body. The effect is very significant. Even in Wailard's current state, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on. But Wailard still stubbornly turned his body around and pointed his blowhole at Salamanca, as if he still would not stop attacking. Even though Wailard was covered in wounds, he still continued to attack. Why do you persist to this point? Chu Chen said, looking at Wailard, who was covered in injuries but still persisting. 0. Wailard's eyes looked at the surrounding Wailmer group that had lost the ability to fight, as if he was determined. So that's it, you think of me as a Pokemon hunter? Chu Chen understood what Wailard meant. Shiny Gardevoir, use Heal Pulse. Chu Chen gave the order. Shiny Gardevoir's original accumulation of Heal Pulse was interrupted by the appearance of Wailard just now, and he recondensed Heal Pulse on Swampert's back. The pink light went towards the group of Wailmer who lost the ability to fight in front of them and the Wailard who was covered in wounds. At this moment, among the group of healed Wailmers, the body of one Wailmer suddenly began to glow mysteriously. This is evolution. Chu Chen said. The Wailard who succeeded in evolution appeared on the sea, and he and the Wailard who fought earlier and the Wailmer group were intimately stuck together, as if they were discussing things. After all, Chu Chen's actions just now proved that he was not a Pokemon hunter. Then the Wailard that fought earlier slowly swam over. It seems that you are willing to embark on the journey with me. After all, your tribe has a new guardian. Chu Chen said as he threw the dive ball towards Wailard. The light flashed, and the dive ball returned to Chu Chen's hand. After shaking it, the stars representing success flashed. The Wailard has conquered. Fan. Chapter 209. Chu Chen lay comfortably on Wailard's body. The huge Wailard was much more comfortable than Swampert, with more space and less wind. Of course, the speed is also relatively slow. After all, Wailard does not have stable support on his back like Swampert. Of course, the Wailard is very fast if it moves at full speed, but it is difficult to grab on the body. It is more suitable to move slowly and slowly, enjoying the sunshine and breeze on the sea. Relicanth swam beside Wailard and caught Relicanth in the sea. Now that he has returned to the familiar sea, he is also very happy and lively. Night also came with the passage of time. Before the sky completely darkened, the Wailord under Chu Chen led Chu Chen to find an isolated island on the sea. Wailord was even able to take Chu Chen directly to the island. After all, according to the research of Pokemon Research Institute 820, a comparison of Wailord's height and weight revealed that Wailord's body density is even similar to the density of air. So when Wailord intentionally controls his body to expel water from his body, Wailord can even float. Who else can't fly? Daily persecution of Groudon. There are no other trainers nearby. Chu Chen used the power of aura and squinted his eyes slightly to feel it. It seems that this is an island only known to wild Pokemon, and no one has been here yet. Chu Chen felt the surrounding natural environment, and there was no trace of humans at all. Chu Chen looked at the surrounding environment. There were vast beaches, dense coconut trees, and lush jungles. The tide would rise at night on the beach, so Chu Chen chose to camp on higher ground. Chu Chen released all his Pokemon. There was no other trainer on the island who could let Chu Chen's Pokemon play and rest to their heart's content. Chu Chen took out the tent from the system space and prepared to camp. After Chu Chen had eaten and the Pokemon had eaten their Pokemon rations, they watched the sun gradually set and the moon gradually rise at the beach. After enjoying the scenery, Chu Chen returned to the tent to rest. After one night, Chu Chen stretched out from the tent and called Yan out. Just in time for the sunrise. Looking at Joe surrounding the sleeping Pokemon, Chu Chen saw a wide and flat area on the island. So Chu Chen woke up his Pokemon and went to the flat area on the island for battle training. In the real Pokemon world, fighting with the trainer's Pokemon like this can also improve the Pokemon's ability to deal with various situations and gradually enrich the Pokemon's combat experience. In the battle, the Pokemon can receive the trainer's instructions more quickly and understand the trainer's intentions more quickly. That is to cultivate the bonds with the trainer. Next is the Green Ridge Gym. Chu Chen said. The Green Ridge Gym is the only gym in the game for doubles competitions. In addition, the leader is a pair of twins, and they also have a certain degree of psychic, which can communicate with each other. In the Pokemon world, humans also have different abilities. There are also psychics. Opponents with such telepathic communication are still very troublesome to a certain extent. After all, telepathy does not need words to express, and can know what the other party is thinking. Then the orders issued to your own Pokemon will also be very fast. If the two Pokemon cooperate very well, the attacks will come one after another. So Chu Chen started the Pokemon special training. After the special training, Chu Chen took the Wailord and set off towards Moss Deep City. Finally, he arrived at Moss Deep City at dusk. The weather in Moss Deep City was sunny and windy, and there was a space center for launching rockets. Chu Chen went to the Pokemon Center first and asked Miss Joy to restore his Pokemon. After all, the real Pokemon world is not like the game with only 6 fixed ones. As long as you have enough space and can put enough Pokemon balls, it is also possible. However, people's energy is limited, and ordinary trainers only train 6 to cultivate. Not everyone has EXP. Share. After the Pokemon recovered, Chu Chen stayed in the Pokemon Center to rest and recuperate. After all, he came to the area of human civilization. It is enough to experience the benefits of civilization. After taking a shower, I went to the commercial street of Moss Deep City. Although the system can provide various Pokemon props, the system does not provide food, accommodation, or clothes. After buying a new outfit, Chu Chen returned to the Pokemon Center and began to rest in the human civilization world. Early the next morning, Chu Chen came to the door of Green Ridge Gym to challenge the gym. Chu Chen's luck has always been very good, even if the leaders have their own hobbies. And Chu Chen happened to meet them at the Taoist temple. The trainer in the gym led Chu Chen to the vicinity of the opposite platform. Chu Chen watched 2 gym leaders fighting Pokemon. This is the same scene that Chu Chen saw in his previous life. Before Ash and others arrived, the two leaders used Baltoy's skill Confusion to simulate a battle in a vacuum environment. If the feet are not fixed, they will float up immediately. The two gym leaders stopped fighting when they saw the gym trainer leading Chu Chen in. Baltoy, stop using Confusion. The two gym trainers said to their respective Baltoys. The pink light all over Baltoy gradually dissipated. The two leaders untied the fixtures on their feet and walked towards the ground of the battlefield. The gym leaders are a pair of twins, Feng and Nan. Feng is the younger brother and Nan is the older sister. The two of them talk with telepathy. When one finishes speaking, the other naturally continues the conversation. Sometimes it is difficult to tell who is who. Both the siblings are wearing blue clothes similar to the style of the Tang dynasty, and both have big buns on their heads. If they don't talk, they really can't be told apart. Hello, my name is Nan, and I'm the older sister. The little boy with slightly softer facial lines said. Hello, I'm Feng, and I'm the younger brother. Xiao Feng, with slightly harder facial lines, said. We are both leaders of this gym. If you want to challenge us, you must be prepared. Nan, who is a girl but has an outgoing personality, said. This gym is a Pokemon doubles battle that you have never had in other gyms before, so please be prepared. Let's go and restore the Pokemon's physical strength first. After we restore our Pokemon, let's start the challenge. Feng and Nan said in unison. Chapter 210. After Feng and Nan restored their Pokemon, they returned to the venue. This time Chu Chen stood alone. Feng and Nan stood together. Before the challenge began, the referee began to explain the rules. In the Green Ridge Gym, you can use not only the ground, but also the planets floating in the air. The Pokemon used by the gym trainers are Solrock and Lunatone, as well as Claydol and Zaytu. The match is a doubles match with modified rules. In contrast, the challenger also has to use 4 Pokemon to fight. During the match, neither side can change Pokemon. When the 4 Pokemon of one of the two sides lose their combat ability, the match ends. Do both sides have any opinions? The referee raised his hand and looked at the gym leader Feng and Nan and the challenger Chu Chen. After the referee saw that the Taoist leader and the challenger had no opinions, the referee's raised arm slashed down. Then the gym challenge officially begins now. Feng and Nan threw out their Pokemon one after another. Solrock and Lunatone floated on the field as soon as they appeared. Name, Lunatone. Attribute, Psychic plus Rock. Feature, Float. Level, 42, Superior. Lunatone looks like a crescent moon. With red eyes on both sides of its body, Lunatone uses telekinesis to float in midair. Lunatone is said to be originally from outer space. They originally came to the Pokemon world by staying in a meteorite and have adapted well to the new environment since then. Since Lunatone has been found in meteor falls, it can be inferred that they like the environment of caves. They have also been found in other places with signs of aliens, such as Giant Chasm in the Unova region. Name, Solrock. Attribute, Psychic plus Rock. Feature, Float. Level, 42, Superior. Solrock is a roughly orange round Pokemon. It has 8 yellow rock spines extending from the sides of its body, and a vertical pattern of many small yellow stones on the front and back of its body. There are 2 stone hills on Solrock's back next to the stone ring pattern. Solrock's eyes are large and unique, with thick semicircular eyelids and a black gap between the eyelids, in which the red pupil can be seen. There is a circular pattern and 3 black protrusions above and below each of Solrock's eyes. Solar Eye and Lunatone. Chu Chen thought as he looked at the 2 Pokemon floating in the air. Psychic's Pokemon are not like in the game. In the real world, Psychic is basically a powerful existence among ordinary Pokemon. After all, it can remotely control, create, and resist damage with invisible energy. It can be said that both offense and defense are very comprehensive. Of course, if the attack is too strong, then, even if there is Psychic, it can't resist, and it will consume their energy. After all, the power of Psychic is still limited. When the opponent is stronger and the level is higher, plus if the opponent is a Pokemon that uses more remote skills, then even Psychic will not be able to hold on. If Dark's skills can't touch Psychic's Pokemon, it will not pose any threat. But if a long-range skill like Dark Pulse hits a Psychic Pokemon, Psychic's energy can't resist Dark energy at all, and is naturally restrained. And generally Psychic are afraid of bugs, so Bug-type skills are also very effective for Psychic. Solrock and Lunatone both have the skill Explosion, and the effect of this skill is quite terrifying. Chu Chen thought. Then I will send them out. Chu Chen took out his Pokemon from behind. Come out, Swampert, Agron. Chu Chen said. Feng and Nan were slightly surprised. Swampert and Agron, this challenger is not simple. Nan said. These two Pokemon need a lot of training to reach this final form, so the opponent should pay attention this time. Feng said. Especially since these two Pokemon are both Rock-type, they are very effective against Rock-type. You can use Explosion when necessary, Feng and Nan communicated with each other. Take the initiative, Solrock use Sunny Day, and then use Solar Beam on Swampert. Feng ordered. Solrock exuded a faint red light, which condensed into an energy light ball and shot it over the stadium. The weather in the entire stadium became very clear. Under clear weather, the grass-type skill Sunlight technique condensed very quickly. A green wave condensed in front of Solrock. Use Psychic on Agron. Nan ordered Lunatone. Lunatone's pale pink light rose, condensed into a violent pink energy light wave, and shot it towards Agron. Swampert used Hydro Pump, block Solar Beam. Agron used Rock Tomb to block Psychic. Chu Chen ordered. Swampert condensed a strong water element in his mouth, and fiercely collided with the Solar Beam that attacked Swampert in the sky. Hydro Pump collided with Solar Beam, emitting a thick mist that enveloped the surroundings, and the originally sunny weather became slightly humid. Agron exuded a yellowish-brown light, and the countless rocks formed by the light sealed the path of Psychic attacking Agron. The pink light hit the rocks formed by the energy, and the rocks were broken one by one, but it did not hit Agron in the end. Perfectly defended the first wave of attacks from Solrock and Lunatone. Solrock uses Stone Edge. Feng ordered. Lunatone, use Future Sight. Nan ordered. Solrock was glowing with a pale yellow light, and Solrock shot the condensed pale yellow light into the ground, and a sharp rock on the ground stabbed up. Lunatone's red eyes glowed, as if he could see through the future, and a ball of pink energy flashed by. Agron used Iron Tail on Stone Edge. Swampert used Surf. Chu Chen gave the order. Surf has a large attack range and can attack the two opponents' Pokemon on the scene. As Solrock's Stone Edge approached, Agron smashed the rock spikes with Iron Tail. And Swampert, after Agron hit Rock Smash and hid behind, used Surf to attack Solrock and Lunatone. Chapter 211. Swampert rushed towards Solrock and Lunatone with a huge wave. After Feng and Nan saw it, they immediately ordered their Pokemon. Lunatone, use Rock Slide. Nan said as he looked at the huge wave attacking Lunatone. Solrock, use Rock Slide. Feng and Nan were in sync and used the same skills at the same time. Solrock and Lunatone's bodies simultaneously emitted an ochre light, condensing the ochre energy to create a huge rock in midair to block the incoming waves. The huge waves hit the rocks, reducing their momentum and power. The splashing water only made Solrock and Lunatone's bodies wet. Lunatone, use Cosmic Power. Nan ordered. Solrock, use Cosmic Power. Feng also issued a command at the same time. Cosmic Power can absorb the mysterious energy of the universe to enhance its special defense and defense. Solrock and Lunatone radiated light at the same time, absorbing the invisible energy around them. After absorbing the energy, a flash of light flashed on the surface of their bodies, and Solrock and Lunatone, who were originally rock types, looked even more solid. We are connected in mind and can use common skills. The double skill Rock Slide can block the water type's Surf. This is the characteristic of the greater power of cooperation in Pokémon doubles. The biggest weakness of the rock type is the skills of the water type and steel type, so use cosmic power to improve your defense and special defense capabilities. Sure enough, Pokémon doubles are different. Chu Chen thought. Because compared to ordinary trainers, the twins have the special ability of telepathy, just like cheating, and it is naturally easy to fight with ordinary trainers. Of course, Chu Chen is not an ordinary trainer. Swampert, use Mud Slap. Agron uses Rock Tomb on Swampert. Chu Chen closed his eyes and used the power of aura to feel the surroundings and issue commands. Swampert immediately raised dust around him, and a hidden energy appeared in the dust. And the raised mud and sand also floated in the direction of Solrock. And this energy was attacking Swampert, which was Lunatone's previous attack Pre-Future Sight. Just when Pre-Future Sight rushed towards Swampert and was about to explode, Agron, who was covered with a faint yellow light, formed the pale yellow energy into several giant rocks blocked Swampert around, protecting Swampert tightly. The energy was caught off guard and directly hit the rock formed by the energy. The collision between the two emitted thick smoke on the scene. When the smoke gradually dissipated, Swampert appeared on the field unscathed, but his body was covered with dust, looking grey and dirty. However, Swampert itself has the attribute of ground system, so it is harmless. This is the real Pokémon world. Unlike in the game, if you use skills on your teammates' Pokémon, it will cause damage. In reality, different skills can be used on teammates to play a defensive role. It will not be so rigid. After all, in the real Pokémon world, Pokémon also has its own thinking and judgment. So when you quickly understand the trainer's intention, you can release appropriate skills to your teammates, instead of directly hitting your teammates with skills. This is the result of Chu Chen's special training on the isolated island before. This challenger is very powerful, Nan said. The awareness is very strong, the cooperation is also very good, and it can quickly understand the trainer's intention. Feng said. I have never seen anyone block the attack of Pre-Future Sight in this way. Nan said. After all, the attack of Pre-Future Sight is often used as a backhand, and it is a surprise attack. And Chu Chen quickly commanded Swampert to use Mud Slap to find the energy ball hidden by Psychic. Again, Agron was used to block the attacking energy ball, and the cooperation was seamless. Solrock, continue to use Solar Beam. Feng ordered. Lunatone, use Moon Blast. Nan issued an order. After all, the grass-type moves are very effective for Swampert, who is a water and ground type. Feng plans to use Solar Beam a few more times while Sunny Day is still in the state, without the need to charge. Solrock bathed in the sun, with a green energy ball condensed in front of his body, and launched it towards Swampert. Please give me flowers. Lunatone radiated pink light all over his body, using the power of the moon to attack, and the pink light attacked Agron. The green beam accumulated by Solrock attacked Swampert. Swampert, avoid it and use Muddy Waves. Agron, use Iron Defense. Chu Chen ordered. The water vapor around Swampert that had just used surf condensed in his mouth, mixed with the mud formed by his own energy, forming a turbid water column that sprayed towards Solrock. Agron radiated light all over his body, and the silver-white components of his body quickly hardened and became shiny. In the real world, Iron Defense is more like a change in the physical state of Pokémon, thereby improving the defensive ability of Pokémon. Different Pokémon's Iron Defense performance is also different. Solrock, get out of the way. Feng ordered quickly. After Swampert dodged Solar Beam, the turbid water column also rubbed Solrock's body. Lunatone's Moonblast hit Agron, whose body surface was metallized, because Agron itself is made of metal and rock. After metallization, the silver part of the body surface is even brighter than new. The energy beam of Lunatone's Moonblast hit Agron's body after Iron Defense and was even bounced off. This is the mirror reflection at the physical level. It's okay to reflect energy beams like this, but if it's something like fire, thunder shock, it will still be hurt. Strange, Solrik can't hit with solar beam. Feng said. Because the speed of solar beam condensing in the state of sunny day was very fast, it was offset by the skill the first time and avoided the second time, which was strange. Feng observed his Solrik and found that his Solrik's eyes were covered with sand and mud, and his vision was very poor. This is the influence of the previous skill, Mud Slap, and the water vapor on Solrik. Feng suddenly realized Mud Slap has the additional attribute of reducing the hit rate. And Solrik was wet and covered with mud and sand, which made it difficult to see the target and caused him to make mistakes. Chapter 212. Nan also discovered the abnormality of Feng's Solrik. The sight is blocked and the hit rate of skills is reduced. This is not easy to deal with. Although Solrik has the attribute of rock, the combination of Mud Slap and the water vapor on his body still reduces the hit rate. Nan said. After all, neither Lunatone nor Solrik has the skills to improve the hit rate. But I also have a solution. Feng said confidently. Solrik, use Flare Blitz. Feng ordered Solrik. Solrik's body was emitting fierce flames and rushed towards the position where Swampert was before. Lunatone, use Light Screen. Nan gave instructions to Lunatone. Lunatone's eyes glowed pink, and then a layer of light pink psychic attribute Light Shield covered the surface of Lunatone and Solrik's body. The effect of Light Screen is to have the power of special attribute skills, but when there are multiple Pokémon on the field, the effect is reduced to 1/3. Swampert, avoid it. Agrin, use Rock Tomb to drop all the rocks on Solrik's path. Chu Chen gave the order while looking at the situation on the field. Actually, there is no need to avoid it. Because Solrik is only looking for the vague general direction, it is unknown whether it can hit in the end. But if Agrin lets Solrik hit with Rock Tomb, the counteraction of Flare Blitz will still take effect. If Flare Blitz does not hit, there will be no recoil damage. This can be regarded as killing two birds with one stone. Rock Tomb can also cause damage, and it can also make the counter damage of Flare Blitz effective. Agrin threw the boulder formed by energy into Solrik's path. With fierce flames all over his body, Solrik, who was rushing at a high speed, also hit the rock hard. Smoke rose. After all, under the effect of sunny day, fire-type skills will also be enhanced. After the smoke dissipated, Solrik's figure emerged, and the mud on his eyes disappeared. It turns out that using Flare Blitz to evaporate the moisture in the mud on the eyes will restore the vision. Chu Chen thought. After all, the use of skills and the effects of skills are different from those in the game. After all, in the game, water-type Pokémon can be burned in the ocean. Solrik, use Rock Polish and then use Zen Headbutt on Agrin, Feng said. Lunatone, use Sice Hawk on Swampert. Nan ordered. Feng and Nan communicated with each other through telepathy and decided to exchange opponents to attack. Solrik's body began to become more streamlined, and his speed increased. Then pink light filled his body, and he rushed towards Agrin fiercely. Lunatone condensed pink psychic light waves all over his body, and rushed towards Swampert fiercely. Agrin, use Iron Tail. Swampert, use Muddy Water. Chu Chen ordered. Agrin's tail emitted a strong metallic light, and after a slight rune-up, he turned around and fiercely used Iron Tail on Solrik who was rushing towards him. Swampert condensed the previous water vapor, and the mud formed by the energy formed a turbid water column, and tackled the oncoming Sice Hawk. Solrik, who was emitting pink light all over his body, fiercely tackled the oncoming Iron Tail, and even stalemated for a moment. However, due to the difference in level and power, the pink light was constantly consumed, and the power of Agrin's tail, which emitted a silver-white light, was also constantly weakening. But in the end, the pink light on Solrik dissipated first, and then he was severely whipped by Agrin's Iron Tail, and was whipped very far. After all, his body size was there. And the attacks of Lunatone and Swampert also cancelled each other out in the attack. It's just that the water vapor in the air began to increase gradually. After all, the power of Psychic will not leave any elements after the attack dissipates. And the water type's attack will still leave water vapor covering the field. And the effect of Sunny Day began to gradually weaken. Solrik still held up the attack. After all, the previous use of cosmic power is also protected by light screen. It effectively reduces the damage of Irontail to himself. Solrik, use rock slide, Feng ordered. Solrik's body emits pale yellow energy, and the energy gathers in the air, forming a huge rock, attacking Agrin in front. Lunatone, use rock slide, Nan issued an order. Lunatone's body also emits pale yellow light, and throws the huge rock formed by energy towards Swampert. Swampert, use hydro pump. After Agrin autotomize, use Irontail, Chu Chen ordered. The water type skills used by Swampert in the previous few times have already made the venue wet. So this time hydro pump condenses particularly quickly and powerfully. The thick water column hits the two oncoming boulders fiercely. Agrin shed some metal parts from his body, and then a strong silver-white light shone from his tail, waiting for the opportunity. When hydro pump collided with rock slide, mist and rock fragments filled the sky, and the scene was a little chaotic for a while. At this moment, a huge figure passed through the mist and rock fragments formed by the collision of skills. The silver-white Irontail hit Solrik hard. Solrik, who had not reacted after releasing the skill, was hit by Irontail without any defense. He fell hard on the field. Feng's face changed. But Solrik still floated up. There's no other way. While I can still move now, I can only use that move. Feng thought to himself. Through the communication between the hearts, Nan already knew what Feng wanted to do. Solrik, use explosion. Feng ordered. Lunatone, use protect. Nan issued an order. Chu Chen had already predicted what they would do next. After all, in a doubles match, if one team uses explosion and the teammate uses protect, they can successfully replace the opponent's two Pokémon. This is not a loss. Swampert, Agrin both use protect. Chu Chen said as he looked at Solrik on the field, whose body began to emit light. Lunatone, Swampert and Agrin were all wrapped in a layer of barrier. And the color of the barrier with different attributes will be different. Lunatone's protect is light pink. Swampert's protect is blue, and Agrin's protect is silver. Oh no! It's already predicted. Feng's face changed. Chapter 213. Solrik, who was emitting dazzling light, burst out with the energy accumulated in his body, affecting the area where the three Pokémon were. The air waves generated by the explosion spread all around. The referee outside the field, as well as Feng and Nan, could not open their eyes, and their clothes rustled. Under the protection of the power of aura, Chu Chen was not panicked at all. His body did not move at all, and even his clothes were tightly closed and had never moved. Under the helping hand of the power of aura, Chu Chen could see the situation on the field. After all, protect also has the possibility of failure. The air waves generated by the explosion and the dust raised by the air waves gradually dissipated. You can see that the three lights on the field gradually dimmed. When the dust settled, you can see Solrik, whose eyes have become circles, lying on the ground. And there is a deep pit in the shape of an explosion under Solrik. Solrik has completely lost his ability to fight. After all, skills like explosion or self-destruct will make Pokémon lose their combat ability after using them. Even if they have the item focus sash or the characteristic solidity, they cannot prevent the debuff brought by skills like explosion or self-destruct. On the field, whether it is Nan's Lunatone, or Chu Chen's Swampert and Agrin, they are all on the field unscathed. The skill Protect is very effective when the level and power gap is not very large. It can withstand most range attacks and extremely powerful attacks. It turned out that I had known for a long time. Was it detected? Feng asked Chu Chen, who was standing on the opposite platform. The most important thing in doubles is to consider various things. The combination of Pokémon skills can achieve the best effect. I have considered all these. Chu Chen answered Feng and Nan, who were opposite. Is that so? It seems that we who have psychic will sometimes be detected by others. Feng and Nan looked at each other and said with a smile. Come out, Claydol. Feng threw his poke ball. A red light flashed and Claydol appeared and floated above the field. A Pokemon with black body color, similar to Unknown's pattern on its body, like a spinning top with a circle of red eyes on its head, and it looked like it was made of clay appeared. Name, Claydol. Attribute, Ground plus Psychic. Feature, Float. Level, 48, Superior. Claydol? Chu Chen thought. Except for Zaytu, the Pokemon of these two siblings all have skills like self-destruct or explosion. Chu Chen thought as he looked at Claydol and Lunatone floating in the sky. We must knock them down in one hit, and we can't let Lunatone have the reaction time to self-destruct. Chu Chen made up his mind. Claydol uses Sandstorm. Feng looked at Chu Chen's two Pokemon on the field, and finally issued an order. If the skill Sandstorm is not a Pokemon of Steel, Rock, or Ground attributes, it will continue to be damaged by the continuous Sandstorm. But only Rock attribute Pokemon can improve their special defense in Sandstorm. So the use of the skill Sandstorm is more beneficial to the gym leader side, which can improve Lunatone's special defense ability. In this way, Lunatone's survivability will be stronger, and it will be more likely to use Explosion at the last moment. Lunatone continues to use Cosmic Power, Nan ordered. Lunatone's body absorbs the mysterious energy of the surrounding universe, and the whole body begins to emit a faint light, and the defense and special defense are improved again. And the skill Sandstorm has begun to gradually show the improvement of Rock attribute special defense. The flying sand in the field gradually covers Lunatone's body, which improves Lunatone's special defense ability again. Agrin uses Metal Sound. Chu Chen ordered while looking at Lunatone on the field. Agrin began to rub the silver-white part of his body. The harsh sound of metal friction went to Lunatone in front. The harsh metal sound had already caused great damage to Lunatone's hearing, and the sand of Sandstorm that had originally condensed on his body also gradually fell off. Metal sound destroyed Lunatone's mental concentration, and the cosmic power from absorb gradually lost some of it. The special defense ability dropped significantly. Swampert, use Mud Bomb on Claydol. Chu Chen pointed to Claydol floating in the sky and said. Swampert condensed a sludge ball formed by energy in his mouth, combined with the sandstorm in the air, and sprayed it towards Claydol floating in the sky. Claydol, use Ancient Power. Feng gave orders to Claydol. A stone with an ancient aura condensed in front of Claydol, and it crashed into the attacking mud bomb. The two collided, causing an explosion, and the sand on the field became more and more. And Claydol's body also emitted 3 consecutive rays of light. So lucky! Chu Chen looked at Claydol and said. The skill Ancient Power. In addition to causing damage, there is a chance to improve the various attributes of the Pokemon using Ancient Power. Swampert, use Surf. Agrin, use Metal Sound on Claydol. Chu Chen ordered. Swampert condensed itself and the surrounding water vapor to form a huge wave and rushed towards Claydol and Lunatone. Claydol use Earth Power. Feng ordered. Lunatone use Rock Slide. Nan gave the order. Claydol was emitting a pale yellow light, which was driven into the ground by Claydol, and a huge crack appeared on the battlefield in front of him. Lunato, the huge rock block created by Ne, hit the back of the crack, blocking the remaining power of the wave. Most of the waves brought by Surf flowed into the crack formed by Earth Power. And the remaining power hit Rock Slide. Swampert saw that the situation was not good and instantly stepped on the boulder formed by Rock Slide and bounced himself back to Chu Chen's direction. It's just that the surrounding environment became more and more humid. And this is Claydol floating in the air, his expression became very painful. I saw Agrin in the direction of Chu Chen was rubbing the metal components of his body. The strong sound of metal friction made Claydol unable to concentrate. Special defense ability dropped significantly. Chapter 214. Solruk, who was emitting dazzling light, burst out with the energy accumulated in his body, affecting the area where the three Pokémon were. The air wave generated by the explosion rushed to the surrounding waves and spread. The referee outside the field, as well as Feng and Nan, couldn't open their eyes, and their clothes whizzed. Chu Chen was not panicked at all under the protection of the power of aura. His body did not move at all, and even his clothes were tightly closed and did not move. Under the helping hand of the power of aura, Chu Chen could see the situation on the field. After all, Protect also has the possibility of failure. The air waves generated by explosion and the dust raised by the air waves gradually dissipated. The three rays of light on the field slowly dimmed. When the dust settled, Solruk, whose eyes had turned into circles, could be seen lying on the ground. There was a deep pit in the shape of an explosion under Solruk. Solruk had completely lost his ability to fight. After all, skills like explosion or self-destruct would cause Pokémon to lose their ability to fight after being used. No matter if they had the item Focus Sash or the characteristic Strong, they could not prevent the debuff brought by skills like explosion or self-destruct. On the field, whether it was Nan's Lunatone or Chu Chen's Swampert Integrin, they were all unscathed on the field. The skill Protect is very effective when the level and power gap is not very large. It can withstand most range attacks and extremely powerful attacks. So it was detected a long time ago. Feng asked Chu Chen, who was standing on the opposite platform. The most important thing in a doubles match is to consider various things. The combination of Pokémon skills can achieve the best effect. I have considered all these. Chu Chen looked at Feng and Nan on the opposite side and replied. Is that so? It seems that we with psychic are sometimes detected by others. Feng and Nan looked at each other and said with a smile. Come out, Claydol. Feng threw his poke ball. A red light flashed and Claydol appeared and floated on the field. A Pokémon with a black body, a pattern similar to Unknown, a spinning top, a circle of red eyes on its head, and a clay-like Pokémon appeared. Name, Claydol. Attribute, Ground plus Psychic. Feature, Float. Level, 48, Superior. Claydol. Chu Chen thought. Except for Zaitu, the Pokémon of these two siblings all have skills like self-destruct or explosion. Chu Chen thought as he looked at Claydol and Lunatone floating in the sky. We must knock them down in one hit. We can't let Lunatone have the reaction time to self-destruct. Chu Chen made up his mind. Claydol, use Sandstorm. Feng looked at Chu Chen's two Pokémon on the field and finally issued an order. Sandstorm is a skill that will continuously damage Pokémon if it is not a steel, rock, or ground Pokémon. However, only rock Pokémon can improve their special defense in Sandstorm. Therefore, using the skill Sandstorm is more beneficial to the gym leader side, and it can improve Lunatone's special defense ability. In this way, Lunatone's survivability will be stronger, and it will be more likely to use explosion at the last moment. Lunatone continues to use cosmic power, Nan ordered. Lunatone's body absorbs the mysterious energy of the surrounding universe, and the whole body begins to emit a faint light, and the defense and special defense are improved again. And the skill Sandstorm has a great effect on the special defense of rock attributes. The improvement has gradually begun to show. The flying sand in the field gradually covered Lunatone's body, which improved Lunatone's special defense ability. Agrin, use metal sound. Chu Chen ordered Lunatone on the field. Agrin began to rub the silver-white part of his body. The harsh sound of metal friction went to Lunatone in front. The harsh metal sound had already caused great damage to Lunatone's hearing, and the sand of Sandstorm that had originally condensed on his body. It also gradually fell off. Metal sound destroyed Lunatone's mental concentration, and the cosmic power from absorb gradually lost some. The special defense ability dropped significantly. Please give me flowers. Swampert, use mud bomb on Claydol. Chu Chen pointed to Claydol floating in the sky and said. Swampert condensed a ball of mud formed by energy in his mouth, combined with the sandstorm in the air, and sprayed it towards Claydol floating in the sky. Claydol, use ancient power. Feng gave an order to Claydol. In front of Claydol, a stone with an ancient aura condensed and crashed into the attacking mud bomb. The two collided and exploded, and the sand on the field became more and more. And Claydol's body also emitted 3 consecutive lights. Such good luck! Chu Chen looked at Claydol and said. The skill ancient power. In addition to causing damage, there is also a chance to improve the various attributes of the Pokémon using ancient power. Swampert, use Surf. Agrin, use Metal Sound on Claydol. Chu Chen ordered. Swampert condensed himself and the surrounding water vapor to form a huge wave and rushed towards Claydol and Lunatone. Claydol use Earth Power. Feng ordered. Lunatone use Rock Slide. Nan issued an order. Claydol was emitting a pale yellow light, which was hit into the ground by Claydol, and a huge crack appeared on the battlefield in front of him. The huge rock block created by Lunatone smashed behind the crack, blocking the remaining power of the wave. Most of the waves brought by Surf flowed into the crack formed by Earth Power. And the remaining power hit the rock slide. Swampert saw that the situation was not good and instantly stepped on the boulder formed by rock slide and bounced himself back to Chu Chen's direction. It's just that the surrounding environment is becoming more and more humid. This is Claydol floating in the air, his expression has become very painful. I saw Agrin in Chu Chen's direction rubbing the metal components of his body. The strong sound of metal friction made Claydol unable to concentrate. Special defense ability has dropped significantly. Fan. Chapter 215. Lunatone and Claydol's defense is constantly being reduced by Agrin's metal sound. Metal sound completely prevents them from concentrating their energy on their bodies to protect themselves, so special defense has been declining. Claydol use Earthquake. Feng ordered. Lunatone use Calm Mind. Nan issued an order. Claydol's dark body glowed with a faint cocky light. Claydol quickly transmitted the faint cocky light energy into the ground, and then at the point where the light landed, as soon as a strong shock was felt, it began to move towards Swampert and Agrin. Swampert also uses Earthquake to counteract Earthquake. Agrin uses Iron Defense. Chu Chen ordered. Swampert's body also emitted a pale yellow light, and then slammed heavily on the ground. At the same time, a wave of waves came from Swampert's foothold towards the waves coming towards Swampert and Agrin. Agrin's body began to harden rapidly, and the silver-white metal components looked even harder, so as to reduce the damage of the shock to Agrin. The two waves collided, but the vibration gradually decreased, and the attacks counteracted each other. It disappeared. But it still left countless cracks on the scene. A faint vibration also reached Agrin, but Agrin used the skill Iron Defense to minimize the damage. Lunatone and Claydol have the characteristic floating, so the ground-based skill Earthquake cannot cause any damage to them. Quick Attack, defeat Lunatone immediately. Chu Chen thought as he looked at the scene on the field. Swampert uses Water Gun. Agrin uses Metal Claw. Chu Chen ordered. Swampert quickly condensed a water gun in his mouth and rushed towards Lunatone floating in the air. Agrin, with his huge claws emitting a silver-white light, ran after the water gun. Although the power of water gun is small, its speed is faster than the condensation speed of hydro pump, and its hitting speed is also faster than the speed of hydro pump, so water gun quickly hit the unprepared Lunatone. After autotomize, Agrin's speed also increased a lot, and immediately after water gun, it fiercely swung its silver-white giant claws at Lunatone. Lunatone was caught off guard and hit by 2 consecutive attacks, and had no chance to react. These 2 attacks are undoubtedly excellent for a psychic and rock Pokémon like Lunatone. However, with the Calm Mind, Sandstorm and Cosmic Power used by Lunatone before, both special defense and defense have been improved. So it still held up under such a strong attack. Do I still have to choose this step? Nan sighed. Lunatone, use Explosion. Nan gave Lunatone the order despite being helpless. Claydol, use Protect. Feng ordered. Lunatone began to emit light gradually. But what Nan and Feng did not expect was that Lunatone only flashed shiny and did not make a strong explosion. Instead, the light gradually dissipated, and his eyes turned into circles and he lay on the ground. Why is this? Nan was so anxious that he didn't even have time to use psychic-like telepathy, and asked Feng beside him directly. I'm afraid it's caused by Swampert's characteristics. Look around the field. Feng pointed to the surrounding field and said. Swampert's characteristic damp can make the skills explosion and self-destruct used by the Pokémon on the field invalid. And the Pokémon with the ignite characteristic cannot activate the characteristic. Nan looked around along Feng's finger, and saw that there was a faint mist around, and the air was slightly humid. Nan also took a deep breath, and felt that his breath was full of moisture. It turns out that I have been laying the groundwork for half a day. Nan said in surprise. After all, Swampert's characteristic damp cannot be used as quickly as in the game. Otherwise, Solrik at the beginning could not use the skill explosion at all. After all, in the real Pokémon World battle, the characteristic damp also needs time to be gradually completed. Amazing, you can use the time difference to stop the second wave of self-destruct. Nan exclaimed. After all, if Agrin and Swampert quickly beat Lunatone to a residual blood state, the damp characteristic was not arranged in the venue, and the skill Protect was used in Solrik's skill explosion before. Using Protect again is very likely to fail, so when attacking Lunatone, it is gradual and slow. Gym Leader Nan did not notice it at all and brought the damp characteristic to its full potential. Great, but we won't stop there. Nan said as he threw his poke ball. Come out, Zaytu. The poke ball drew an arc in the air and returned to Nan's hand with a click. Another Pokémon appeared on the field. It looked like a green vulture, with a pair of long white wings and red and black stripes on the top of the wings, like the traditional costume of Indians. Zaytu's neck was black, and the pattern on his chest looked like a pair of red eyes. Zaytu had 2 long red feathers behind his head and 2 circles of yellow stripes on his waist. The red claws and white toes looked like shoes. Name, Zaytu. Attribute, Flying plus Psychic features, Magic Mirror. Level, 48, Superior. Zaytu did not fly when it appeared on the field, but instead protected its wings in front of itself and stood still on the field. I heard that Pokémon like Zaytu have the power of future sight. A Pokémon with flying and psychic. Then use rock-type skills to attack. Chu Chen thought. Agrin, use Rock Slide on Zaytu. Swampert, use Hydro Pump on Claydol. Chu Chen gave the order. Agrin condensed a huge energy in front of him and threw it along the stone towards the motionless Zaytu in front. Swampert condensed the surrounding water vapor into a huge hydro pump and rushed towards Claydol floating in the air. Claydol, use Hyper Beam. Feng ordered. Zaytu, use Teleport. Nan gave the order. Claydol's whole body was emitting white light, and the white light gathered in front of him, forming a huge beam of light, rushing towards the oncoming hydro pump. When the rock rushed towards him, Zaytu's body also emitted pink light, and disappeared in a flash. Chapter 216. The dazzling hyper beam collided with the thick water column, and the entire venue was instantly filled with white water vapor, covering the situation on the field. The huge rock block formed by Agrin's rock slide hit the original position of Zaytu. Of course, nothing was hit. After all, the teleport in the Pokémon world is now a real teleport. In the game, if you use teleport to fight against wild Pokémon, you will escape the battle. But if you fight with Pokémon trainers, it means you will really teleport to another place on the field. However, in the real Pokémon world, the use of teleport is still limited. After all, if such a powerful skill is not limited, you can consume the opponent by dodging. After using teleport, Zaytu appeared in the other direction of the field. Still standing on the ground motionless as when he first appeared, with his wings folded in front of him. Zaytu, use Tailwind. Nan gave an order. Claydol, use Cosmic Power. Feng gave an order. Zeta finally opened his wings and began to flap them continuously. The wings created a group of whirlwinds, which constricted on the bodies of Zeta and Claydol, increasing the speed of Zeta and Claydol. The skill Tailwind in the game increases the speed of the Pokémon on your side. After all, this is in the Pokémon world, not in the game. It is impossible to have wind blowing from behind like in the game. After all, this is not the butterfly effect. A gust of wind from the wings here can cause a twist in another place. It is impossible to create such a strong wind by just flapping the wings in the field with this skill. So in the real Pokémon world, the auxiliary of this skill looks more obvious. Claydol exudes a faint light all over his body, absorbing the mysterious power of the invisible universe around him, and the light of his body flashes. But it can be seen with the naked eye that the clay on the surface of Claydol's body is more solid. It's faster than me. It's still troublesome to deal with a Pokémon that is similar to an auxiliary. Chu Chen frowned and thought as he looked at Zeta and Claydol on the field. Get rid of Zeta as soon as possible, otherwise it will be really troublesome. Chu Chen made a decision. Agron, Swampert, use Rock Slide on Zeta together. Chu Chen said to Zeta, who was flying in the sky with his wings spread. Agron and Swampert's own energy combined with the rock fragments on the field to form a huge rock and threw it fiercely at Zeta, who was flying in the sky. Zeta, get out of the way. Nan gave Zeta an order without thinking. Zeta began to fly in the other direction of the rock. You've been fooled. Chu Chen looked at the order from Nangxia and smiled slightly. I saw that Agron and Swampert's rock slide were not thrown out at the same time, but one after the other. When Zeta flew to another direction to avoid the first oncoming rock, another rock hit the first rock. The rock and the second rock shattered at the same time, and hit Zeta flying in front like a shotgun. Zeta thought he had avoided the rock slide, but he never thought that the rock slide could be used in this way. He was hit by the broken rock. Zeta fell down after being hit. But before he fell to the ground, he twisted his body and flew up. After all, the rock fragments produced by the collision of two rock slides are much smaller than the rock slide itself, so the damage to Zeta is limited, but the effect is still very good. The two gym leaders were also shocked. After all, the Pokémon that Feng and Nan often use also have rock attributes, but Feng and Nan use Psychic skills more. After all, Psychic skills are still very powerful and fast. So they ignored the coordination of rock attribute skills, so Chu Chen's combination punch made Feng and Xionan a little confused. Awesome, the combination of the same skills has a 1+12 effect. Nan praised. After all, this is the essence of the doubles battle of Pokémon. In the doubles match, the combination of Pokémon's skills can produce new reactions, different uses, and different powers. Feng also praised Nan's words. Chu Chen listened to Feng and Xiao Nan's words and smiled slightly. My Pokémon and I have been specially trained. We often fight, so we are very familiar with Pokémon doubles. Chu Chen secretly thought in his heart, after all, I have always used multiple Pokémon to fight against Team Aqua and Team Magma. Zeta use Air/Nan issued an order. Claydol continue to use Cosmic Power. Feng issued an order. Zeta's wings emitted a faint light, and then vibrated the wings fiercely. An invisible fighter plane and the whirlwind under Zeta went towards Swampert. Claydol was emitting light all over his body, absorbing the power of the universe and improving his defense and special defense. Swampert uses Mud Bomb. Agron, use Metal Sound on Claydol. Chu Chen gave the order. Swampert condensed the unstable mud condensed by his own energy and went towards the oncoming air slash. But just as Agron was about to rub the silver-white metal part of his body, Nan gave an order to Claydol. Claydol uses Power Trick. Claydol's body began to flash with a light pink light, and then it can be seen that the solid clay on the surface of Claydol's body began to return to its original state after using Cosmic Power. But Claydol's momentum became stronger. Power Trick is a skill that can exchange the defense and attack levels of Pokémon. So when Claydol uses Cosmic Power, it is actually improving Clay Doll's attack ability. One step too late. Chu Chen frowned and thought. With the influence of the skill Tailwind, the speed increased, and there was no time to use Metal Sound to reduce its defense. Chu Chen had already anticipated what Nan wanted to do. But the increase in Clay Doll's speed did not allow Chu Chen's idea to be realized. Chapter 217. But relatively speaking, using Power Trick to exchange Clay Doll's defense and attack levels means that Clay Doll's defense ability has become weaker. Then Agrin's Metal Sound also hindered Clay Doll's concentration of power, causing Clay Doll's defense ability to decline again. Then as long as there is a chance to hit Clay Doll, the previous preparations made by Clay Doll will be meaningless. Swampert, use Hydro Pump on Clay Doll. Agrin, use Iron Defense. Chu Chen ordered. Swampert instantly condensed the water vapor in the surrounding area in his mouth, forming a strong and powerful hydro pump and spraying it towards Clay Doll floating in the sky. And Agrin's body began to emit a faint light, the surface of his body became bright, and it looked even harder. Don't even think about it, Clay Doll uses Rock Tomb on Swampert. Feng gave an order. Zaitu also uses Air Slash on Swampert. Nan also gave an order immediately. Clay Doll exuded a strong 19 cocky light all over his body, and several huge rocks condensed in front of his body, smashing towards the oncoming huge hydro pump. Zaitu, who was still flying in the sky, had a vibration. It flapped its wings and launched an invisible air slash towards Swampert. Agrin, go and block Zaitu's attack. Chu Chen ordered. After using Iron Defense, Agrin's body was still emitting a shining light, and rushed towards the air slash that was rushing towards Swampert. The air slash hit Agrin's body and was blocked by Agrin's solid body. And the strong hydro pump also collided with several boulders in the air. The boulders were pushed away, and the hydro pump was also lacking in stamina and began to gradually lose its impact. After using Power Trick, Clay Doll's attack power increased a lot, and he could even block the power of hydro pump. With the increase in strength and Zaita's cover, we have to attack unexpectedly. Chu Chen thought. Swampert, use Mud Slap on Clay Doll. Agrin, use Mud Slap on Zaitu. Chu Chen immediately issued the order. Swampert and Agrin condensed mud balls with the surrounding water vapor and launched them towards Clay Doll floating in the sky and Zaitu flying. Because Mud Slap does not require too much condensation time, the launch speed is very fast. In an instant, 2 mud balls hit the eyes of Clay Doll and Zaitu respectively. Clay Doll use Earth Power. Feng ordered. Zaitu use Psychic Dot. Nan issued the order. Because Clay Doll does not only have one eye, but also has a circle of eyes around it. So even if he is hit by Mud Slap, it will not hinder his vision. Mud Slap does not cause continuous damage, and there is no abnormal state. So Zaita's characteristic magic mirror is not activated. Clay Doll emitted a yellowish-brown light all over his body and shot towards the ground. After the light penetrated the ground, it drilled towards Agrin and Swampert. Zaitu emitted a strong pink light all over his body, and then the pink light condensed into a strong beam of light and rushed towards Swampert and Agrin. Agrin, use Iron Tail on the ground. Swampert, use Muddy Water on Clay Doll. Chu Chen quickly issued an order. The tail behind Agrin lit up with a silver-white light, and turned around and swung it hard towards the ground. Swampert condensed the water vapor in the surrounding area and mixed it with the soil and its own energy, and a turbid water column rushed towards the mud doll in the sky. Agrin's skill Iron Tail hit the ground hard. When Clay Doll's earth power reached Agrin's feet, it hit the target. The already broken ground became even more shattered, and bursts of dust began to float out of the venue. A pink beam of light brushed Agrin's body and hit the ground, causing a violent explosion. The scene became increasingly unclear. A turbid water column rushed out of the mist and hit Clay Doll floating in the sky, and the effect was still very significant. All of Clay Doll's eyes were covered with mud. The body floating in the air also began to feel uneasy. It missed. Nan said embarrassedly to Feng beside him. It's normal, just bad luck. Feng said to Nan with a smile. You want my clay doll to lose all his sight? It's a smart idea, but I also have a solution. Feng said to Chu Chen opposite with a solemn oath. Clay doll use rapid spin. Xiao Feng ordered. Zeta use prey. Nan issued an order. Clay doll, floating restlessly in the sky, began to spin at high speed after hearing the order from gym leader Xiao Feng. He threw away all the mud protecting his eyes. Zeta, flying in the sky, also landed on the field. He closed his eyes, radiated light all over his body, and began to pray. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Chu Chen said happily in his heart. Swampert, take advantage of the inertia after Claydoll's rapid spin and quickly use hydro pump. Agrin, use rock slide on Zeta. Chu Chen quickly issued an order. Swampert quickly gathered his own power and the surrounding water vapor, and quickly launched towards Claydoll, who had not stopped spinning in the sky. Agrin directly lifted a huge rock from the ground and smashed it towards Zeta with his own power. Zeta, use teleport. Nan ordered. Oh no, Claydoll, get out of the way. Feng anxiously gave instructions to Claydoll. Because the condensation of hydro pump originally still takes a little time, the press wing time is slightly longer. But after these few battles, the damp on the field is particularly heavy and the water vapor is sufficient. This means that the condensation speed of hydro pump will become faster, and there is not enough time for Claydoll to avoid it. The thick water column directly hits Claydoll, who has not stopped rotating in the sky. Claydoll was hit by the strong water column and moved a distance toward the sky. Then it fell heavily from a high place and hit the broken field. There was a burst of smoke, but it could be clearly seen that Claydoll, who hit the field, had completely lost his ability to fight. All eyes began to have circles. Claydoll lost his ability to fight. Chapter 218. Zeta flashed to another place and avoided Agrin's rock jump. Hey, Nanmei, I thought you could react so quickly and know that I was going to use a close-range attack. Chu Chen looked at him and said. Now one of you Claydoll has fallen down. I am a little embarrassed to continue fighting with you, lest you say I am bullying the weak with the strong. Chu Chen looked at Feng and Nan and said mockingly. Chu Chen knew very well that he had a 100% chance of winning. Although Zeta had the ability of teleport, for him, the position of each move was within the range of the dojo, which was easy to predict. After each move of Zeta, it had to wait for a few seconds in place before it could regain consciousness. This is the difference between reality and games. Reality is not so perfect. Boskderlaw uses Rock Tomb, which allows Chu Chen to project rocks at the predicted position to attack and block the opponent's actions. Then use Rock Slide to hit the opponent with a big rock, which makes the opponent easily flinch and greatly reduces its attack speed. Then use Iron Tail to slam the opponent with its hard tail, which can easily defeat Zeta. How is it? Do you want to continue? Otherwise, just surrender directly, which will save us a lot of time. You also know that you will definitely not be able to beat me in the next match. Chu Chen looked at the two of them and said. Xiao Feng walked in front of Claydoll. Confusion soil, I can't move, completely lost the ability to fight. Xiao Feng stroked its face, showing a very unwilling expression on his face. Claydoll, you are already very good, come back and rest. Xiao Feng said to Claydoll kindly, then took out the pokeball from his pocket and took Claydoll back. Don't be discouraged, brother. Although we failed this time, it also gave us a very rich experience. When the next challenger comes, we will never let him pass so easily. Zionin came over and comforted her brother. Okay, we understand very well that we can't continue to fight next. We have already lost. I promise you that I will give you the heart badge. Zionin looked at Chu Chen and said. Then Zionin took out the Pokemon ball and took Zeta back. For Chu Chen, the two sisters are actually very strong. Ding! Your Agrin's level increases by 1, reaching LV 54. Ding! Your desert gold dragonfly's level increases by 1, reaching LV 55. Ding! Your infernape's level increases by 1, reaching LV 65. Ding! Your swampert's level increases by 1, reaching LV 57. Ding! Your agron gains a new skill, autotomize. Ding! You get saffron treasure box times 1. The system kept saying the prizes Chu Chen won this time. Help me open the saffron treasure box. Chu Chen said to the system in his mind. Okay, the saffron treasure box has been opened for you, and you get a master poke ball. Ding! Alliance coin times 20,000. The system displayed the data. Chu Chen still took a look and felt that he had most of them, so he didn't care too much. Then he followed Xiaonan and Xiao Feng into the gym and took the heart badge. They walked into the Green Ridge gym. In the middle of the gym was a heart badge, which was in the shape of a heart with two ends close together, possibly referring to the twin relationship between Xiao Feng and Xiao Nan. Getting the heart badge meant that Chu Chen had one last badge in the Hone region, called the Raindrop badge. As long as he collected the Raindrop badge, he basically had all the badges in the entire Hone region in his hands. Here, this is the heart badge you got. Xiao Nan picked up the heart badge and handed it to Chu Chen. At this time, Chu Chen was very excited. This badge was particularly beautiful, and it emitted a warm glow from the middle, which would instantly fill people's hearts with joy. Wow, I've never seen such a beautiful badge, it's so great, I'm really embarrassed to let it go. Chu Chen said to them shyly. Chu Chen could see Xiao Feng's unhappy face in his peripheral vision, because this was the badge passed down from their ancestors, and for them, it was something they had been guarding for so long, but today they gave it to the enemy, which was really unwilling. Then I hope you can collect all the badges, so that you can pass this level, but the later levels will be more and more difficult. Xiao Nan looked at Chu Chen and said. In the world of Pokemon, it was still the same as what Chu Chen encountered in reality before. Everyone had their own goals. Xiao Nan's generosity made Chu Chen feel a little excited. You thought they would say bad things to you, but you didn't expect them to say these caring words. Okay, I know, I will definitely improve myself. When I have the opportunity to collect all the badges, I will find you back to fight and see if you have made any progress. Chu Chen said to them with a smile. Of course, we two sisters are well-known figures in the Hone region. If you come back next time, I will definitely defeat you. I'll wait for you to come back. At this time, Xiao Feng stood up and said loudly. Ha ha ha, Xiao Feng, you are really high-spirited. I admire you very much. Then we have an agreement. When I come back, we will have another battle. I am also looking forward to you, Xiao Feng. Chu Chen said to Xiao Feng happily. Xiao Feng, don't say such things. We should keep a low profile, you know? Starting tomorrow, I will strengthen your training. Otherwise, it will not only be the two of us who will be embarrassed, but the entire gym. Xiao Nan looked at Xiao Feng sternly and said. Xiao Feng immediately lowered his head and stood aside silently, not daring to speak. Compared with the two siblings, the elder sister is more stable. The elder sister has a calm and steady atmosphere, while the younger brother has a childish and brave temperament. I'm sorry to make you feel awkward. My brother is sometimes impulsive and speaks without thinking, but he definitely doesn't mean it. He is a combative person. I hope you can understand. Xiaonan looked at Chu Chen and explained kindly. Okay, then I won't bother you anymore. I'm going to continue my journey. Chu Chen said to them. They stretched out their right hands to each other, shook hands, and then left politely. Chu Chen held the mind badge in his hand, looked at it carefully for a while, and then put it into the system. Congratulations on getting the mind badge and a new skill, mind exploration. Chapter 219. The system sent out a voice, mind exploration. Chu Chen heard something that made him very excited. What's the use of my mind exploration? Chu Chen asked the system. This mind exploration can provide you with the other party's thoughts. Because you have obtained the mind batch, it will combine with the mind to provide you with new skills. After hearing these words, Chu Chen's eyes widened, which made him feel very incredible. Being able to hear the other party's inner voice, wouldn't it be knowing yourself and the enemy and winning every battle? Such a powerful function would be awesome if it could happen to him. Then how should I use it? Chu Chen asked the system again. For such a powerful function, Chu Chen must understand the test so that he can use it smoothly in the future. You only need to silently recite the 4 words mind exploration in your heart, look at the object you want to explore, and the system will automatically explore the object you need to explore for you. The system replied. Chu Chen showed a happy expression on his face, which made him very happy to obtain this skill. There is one more thing I forgot to tell you. I am Jinan. Mind exploration is only applicable to humans. It is ineffective for pets. Chu Chen thought carefully after listening to it. In fact, it doesn't matter. He just wants to capture pets. But how to capture pets does not require exploring what they think. As long as the attack attribute level and other conditions are considered, the attack ability depends on the target. As long as it can be defeated, everything is okay, but humans are different. Humans' ideas are changeable. Humans have countermeasures. Okay, I understand this. Chu Chen replied to the system. An idea suddenly emerged in Chu Chen's mind. He might as well use this skill to find an object to experiment with. Oh, the system is the same. If you didn't say it earlier, I would have used Xiao Feng and Xiao Nan to experiment. Now I have left and I am embarrassed to go back. Now I can't see anyone here. What should I do? I must find someone to experiment. I am very curious about this function. Chu Chen thought, with a distressed expression on his face, walking around, looking for humans. See if there are any trainers nearby. Chu Chen used the power of aura to sense the life around him. At this time, he really felt that a trainer was in the jungle next to him, and Chu Chen showed a happy expression on his face. Chu Chen quickened his pace and ran towards the trainer. Not long after, he found that a person seemed to be missing in the jungle and was looking for him everywhere. Is there anyone nearby? My friends and I are missing. Can you help me? The man looked around, shouting. Hey, boy, who are you looking for? I can help you. Chu Chen leaned against a tree and said to the man in a handsome pose. The man kept staring at him and carefully looked at him, wanting to know what this stranger was thinking. Ha! This kid is actually looking at me. I can use mind exploration to let me see what he is thinking. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes and thought to the man. Use mind exploration. Chu Chen said to the system, and then looked at the man. Why is this person dressed differently from us, and what is the situation of suddenly appearing? I'd better stay away from him. Chu Chen learned the question in the man's mind from mind exploration. The man stepped back while looking at Chu Chen, ready to leave. Sorry to bother you, I'd better go find it myself. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. The man said tactfully. Don't look at me because I'm dressed differently from you. I don't have any intentions. I have everything I need. Chu Chen said with a proud smile. At this time, Chu Chen was secretly happy that he could know what others were thinking. He was so happy that this function made him particularly powerful. When the man heard Chu Chen say this, he immediately widened his eyes and felt incredible. How is it possible? How does this guy know what I'm thinking? It's as if he knows my heart. Doesn't that mean he knows about my being in the entrainment? No, I'm in danger. I have to leave quickly. It must be a spy planted by someone else next to me. The man lowered his head and thought deeply. This information has been transmitted to Chu Chen's mind, and Chu Chen slowly walked over. Wait, you don't have to leave. I'm not a bad person. I'm here just to help you. I know you are in the entrainment, and I can help you. Chu Chen said to him friendly. How did you know I was in entrainment? Have you been following me? The man asked Chu Chen seriously. No, I just happened to pass by here. Think about it, shouting everywhere in the wilderness. Either you are lost or you have lost your way. So I believe you have lost your way. Chu Chen knew that if he told his skills to the enemy, it would be stupid. Smart Chu Chen thought of a good way and explained the reason for his appearance. Oh, that's it. We were originally out for a picnic, but then we lost our way. I am a road idiot. Can you help me find my partner? I really thank you. The man suddenly let down his guard and said to Chu Chen with covetous eyes. I didn't expect this guy to change so quickly. He kept a distance from me in the last second, and he was so friendly to me in the next second. Chu Chen silently used aura power and suddenly sensed that there were 4 or 5 people in the south. These people should be in the same group with this man. Ah, I know, because I saw 4 or 5 people when I passed by just now. The lover should be with you. You can see it if you walk along this road. Chu Chen said to the man politely. Okay, thank you very much. I'm leaving first. The man stretched out his hand and shook Chu Chen's hand, then turned and left, walking very hurriedly. Oh, this young man runs really fast, as if he is really afraid that I will eat him. Chu Chen thought silently in his heart, then turned and left. Chu Chen walked for a long time and came to a port, which is very prosperous and surrounded by the sea. Chu Chen found a restaurant and ordered some dishes. He ate dinner and prepared to find a hotel to rest. Chapter 220. Then they all stood on the opposite side. The atmosphere was very serious and no one was watching them. The waves on the sea kept hitting the hull, and the hull swayed slightly from side to side. Then how should I call you? I don't know your name yet. Drake asked Chu Chen. Just call me Chu Chen. The two looked at each other for a while. There were 2 seagulls circling in the sky, as if watching their game. Chu Chen, my first Pokemon, use this guy to get Shelgon. Drake shouted loudly, threw the Pokemon out of his hand, and a flash of light released Shelgon. The beetle was surrounded by white armor, only the eyes and limbs were exposed. Shelgon had no gender difference. The cells inside the hard shell were changing and forming a new body. Because it was very heavy, it moved slowly. System, use the Eye of Exploration. Chu Chen said to his system. Name, Shelgon. Attribute, Dragon Attribute. Feature, Dragon Claw. Level, 50. Potential, Leader. Carry, Dragon Fang. An electronic voice came from my mind. Is the opponent a beetle? In that case, Shiny Gardevoir is left to you. Chu Chen then threw out the Pokemon ball from his hand and released Shiny Sandnado. Relatively speaking, Shiny Gardevoir's ability is slightly stronger than Shelgon, but Mr. Drake has much more experience than Pukang. Shelgon's movements are very slow. If we use Shiny Gardevoir's fast attack to deal with it, we should win soon. Chu Chen thought to himself. By the way, Chu Chen, just come at me. Drake said to Chu Chen. Mr. Drake was very calm in his heart. Chu Chen wanted to explore with his mind, but he couldn't sense Mr. Drake's thoughts, which made him feel very strange. Why can he stay so calm during the game, without any distractions in his mind? What is he thinking? This made Chu Chen feel a little puzzled. Shiny Gardevoir can feel the moods of humans and other Pokemon, and sometimes can see the future clearly. Shiny Gardevoir has the ability of telekinesis, and can even distort space or create a dark void to protect the trainer. Obviously, they are not affected by gravity because they use psychic to support their bodies, and they have the ability of teleport. Shiny Gardevoir, use Psybeam. Chu Chen said to Gardevoir. Shiny Gardevoir received the order, jumped into the air and shouted, releasing Psybeam. The light hit Shelgon, who stood still and seemed unaffected, which made Chu Chen feel a little strange, which was completely different from what he expected. Why did Mr. Drake stand still? He didn't even give the order to dodge. Shiny Gardevoir, encore use hyper voice. Chu Chen said to Shiny Gardevoir again. Hyper voice can attack the opponent with a huge vibration. Shelgon's body can be seen trembling slightly, but Drake still stood there without making a sound. Shiny Gardevoir shouted to the sky, and hyper voice echoed in Shelgon's ears. The ship swayed left and right very excitedly. Shelgon, use double edge. Drake finally told Shelgon the skill move. Shelgon's double edge is a desperate takedown, attacking the opponent, and he will also suffer a lot of damage. This kind of attack is a huge damage to the enemy. Shelgon received the order and used his hind legs to move to produce a huge ember. His movements were relatively slow and his whole body was very heavy. On the ship, the vibration caused by Shelgon's running could be felt, and he rushed straight towards Shiny Gardevoir. Although the beetle can withstand Shiny Gardevoir's hyper voice, at that speed it can be intercepted by Shiny Gardevoir's attack again. Chu Chen has been using telepathy, but still can't hear what Mr. Drake is thinking. Even if I can't hear Mr. Drake's voice, I can guess that at his speed, Shiny Gardevoir uses teleport to avoid Shelgon's attack. Chu Chen said to Shiny Gardevoir. Shiny Gardevoir's teleport can make the opponent in a state of restraint, and then move its own position to avoid the opponent's attack. It is not literally flashing to another place, but the restraint time is only 1 or 2 seconds, which is very fast. Ask for flowers. In group battles and intrusion battles, if there are other companions alive in the wild Pokémon, using this move will fail. Shiny Gardevoir emitted a white light, and then Shelgon stood still and could not move. Shiny Gardevoir immediately ran behind Shelgon. After the restraint ended, Shelgon directly hit the deck of the ship, causing a huge explosion. A huge hole was knocked out on the deck. It is conceivable that if this damage hits the Pokémon, it will definitely suffer huge damage, and one move can basically be fatal. 0. But what puzzled Chu Chen was that Mr. Drake stood there without making a sound and did not continue to command. Even the 4 elites might not be very strong. Sometimes it is wrong to think so. In fact, Mr. Drake may be observing him in secret. Shelgon ran back to Drake. Old man. Shelgon could actually withstand Shiny Gardevoir's hyper voice, so it seems that we have to use higher skills to hurt him. Shiny Gardevoir uses Psychic. The host loudly said the skill to Shiny Gardevoir. Shiny Gardevoir's Psychic will cause huge damage to the opponent, and there is a 10% chance that the target's defense and special defense will be reduced by 1 level. Shiny Gardevoir jumped into the sky and flew fiercely in front of Shelgon, emitting a yellow light on its body. If this light touches Shelgon's body, Shelgon will suffer huge mental damage, and the special defense function may also be reduced by 1 level. Chu Chen looked at Mr. Drake and wondered in his heart why he didn't give the order yet. Is he going to watch his Pokémon get hurt? Shiny Gardevoir is getting closer and closer to Shelgon, and Chu Chen's palms are full of sweat. Seeing that Shiny Gardevoir was about to approach Shelgon, Chu Chen was already looking at old Mr. Drake with confidence. At this time, the voice of old Mr. Drake's heart came from Chu Chen's mind. Fan. Chapter 221. Ji Ying. Yan Jing and I both stared. Ji Ying was killed. I thought he was afraid of death and other chances of escape. Now it seems that this guy is just calculating the red fire grass. The timing is right. It's too early to be killed by the coffin of hell. Now, the Ghost King has summoned 99 people for sacrifice. He is brewing to improve his dissatisfaction. There is no time to kill again. Later, the old black wind monster and the old green ghost may win, or reach an agreement to take the red fire grass away. Ji Ying knew from the beginning that there would be red fire grass here. Since killing Xiao Yang to Blackwind Castle, he has calculated the red fire grass. Asshole, who dares to take my fire grass? The green devil and the old devil roared in the air. Looking at the black lake, they punched and kicked. There was a big splash on the lake. 83-0. The old black wind monster's face was also ugly. He didn't believe that Ji Ying would give him the red fire grass. Ji Ying held the fiery red grass. He was fooled by Ji Ying. This made him more angry than the old green devil. The three fierce ghosts waved and rushed into the lake. But they were soon eaten by the black beetles inside. The black beetles can not only devour blood, but also devour souls. Otherwise, it would not be so terrible. Ji Ying held the red fire grass in his hand. This is the reddest grass. The sun and the black beetles can't get close. Ji Ying jumped into the lake with a large number of black beetles, which was definitely designed in advance. He knew the characteristics of red fire grass and black beetles. He was more certain that Ji Ying's target was red grass. You too. Go down and help me catch people. The old black wind demon was surrounded by fierce ghosts. He pointed to the black lake and said to us. The green ghost and the old devil grinned. Yes, there are two little cannon fodders here. Come to me now. Otherwise, I will kill you. Yan Jing and I looked at each other. Although I had a Comer wood sword in my hand, I still didn't have a pair of strange black bugs. Never die. What's more, the two old monsters will not let Lu Qianying go with them. It seems to be a crooked heart for Lu Qianying. We can't leave Lu Qianying anymore. We didn't speak. The two old monsters snorted coldly at the same time. They waved their hands, and a ferocious ghost and a meter-long snake flew over. If they don't show mercy, they will kill us. At this time, the coffin suddenly heard a ghost cry. The coffin lid flew up with a bang. The ferocity was released. The whole cave was crushed. All the light seemed to condense in the center of the earth. When did the coffin disappear? The rolling yen qi was like a sword. The fierce ghosts and the venomous snakes flying towards us have been torn to pieces. We escaped a disaster. But it may be worse now. Yan Jing suddenly whispered, no. The red and fiery grass is the eye of the curse formation to suppress the hell coffin. It can transform the yin qi into the power of the ghost king in the instant of yang qi and suppress the coffin. When Ji Ying took it away, the ghost king inside got rid of the trouble. Then what should we do? I was worried. The things in the ghost king cave are beyond our control. When the ghost king comes out, we have no chance to fight. Yan Jing smiled bitterly and said, do you have a way back? I started to worry again. Now the walkway is gone. I can't go back. It seems that the ghost king doesn't let anyone leave at all. We are all sacrifices calculated by him. On the bloody ground, a woman in a white skirt sat by the lake. The poor devil's cry came out of her mouth. The ghost didn't know when it appeared. In a blink of an eye. It was more like there. The woman had long hair. All the light focused on her. I suddenly realized that the woman was not wearing a white skirt at all. It was a filial dress. She also wore a filial hat on her head. There was a long green silk on her temple. At this moment, she was washing the 2 strands of green silk with lake water. The green silk went into the water. In the lake, you can clearly see a black moth. This is the origin of the black moth. Is this the Ghost King? Ghost King? Give up your devil's heart. I can leave some leftovers for you to practice. Otherwise, just wait for your body and soul to be destroyed. Old Black Wind whistled. There were hundreds of fierce ghosts around. He also took a small box. It looked like a coffin. When he opened it, a few hundreds of zombies jumped out. They were all red-haired zombies. The old Black Wind monster is really powerful. He has endured here for 300 years. The zombies are so powerful. Especially that little box must be a treasure. It is suitable for people of all ages. There are thousands of poisonous snakes around. Some can spit fire, and some can spit poison. The strangest thing is that there are no fangs on the arms of the green ghost and the old devil. When Yan Jing saw it, he immediately shouted, "Ghost-eating soul-eating snake! This strange snake still exists. Isn't it extinct? Fairy, snake. It can devour ghosts. The stronger the fairy, the faster the evolution. It is a fairy. It disappeared thousands of years ago. But now it is back. The two old monsters took out their cards at the same time. But the Ghost King in filial piety was still washing his hair quietly. Yan Jing and I did not move. It's time for the crane and the clam to fight. Our technology is too poor, so we have to wait for the prophet. Ghost King, you don't want us to be too rude. The old devil shouted. Like the roar of a python. He said to the old devil Hefeng, let's take out the Ghost King's heart first. Then we can do our own things. Very good. For the first time, the two old monsters decided to cooperate. Hundreds of red-haired zombies and hundreds of venomous snakes rushed up at the same time. The ghost of Quiet Shampoo finally raised his head. Zombies are not as fast as venomous snakes. The venomous snakes are jumping. The ghost doesn't think so. She is a ghost. She is likely to be caught by the snake. But it turned out to be a surprise. The snake actually twisted her to death. I was surprised to see it. Yan Jing exclaimed, the old demon and the green ghost are too powerful. He even carved a ghost logo on the snake skin. Such a snake can deal with ghosts. The red-haired zombies are coming. I found these zombies wearing metal gloves on their hands. There are complex secret spells on the metal gloves. I'm going to see the old Black Wind. It's really talented. I gave the zombies such equipment. He is a real ghost fighter. Boom. The female ghost was hit by the random fists of the red-haired zombies. Yin Qi and spite are everywhere. How can the Ghost King be so bad? At this moment, I saw Lu Qianying suddenly run. Tears welled up in my eyes. Mom. Chapter 222. Shelgon, use scary face. Old Mr. Drake said the skill to Shelgon. Scary face uses a scary face to stare at the opponent to scare him, thereby greatly reducing the opponent's speed. Shiny Gardevoir, Psybeam. Chu Chen used Psybeam to launch magical rays at the opponent, sometimes confusing the opponent. In this way, Shelgon used Ghost Face, Fantasy Beam to make Shiny Gardevoir present the same ghost face as him, and use himself to scare himself. Shelgon shook, and his whole body radiated yellow light. A double shadow appeared from his face, and his appearance began to present a terrifying picture, and he ran straight towards Shiny Gardevoir. If it were some ordinary Pokémon, it would tremble all over when it encountered such a terrifying scene, and it would be in a very frightening situation. However, Shiny Gardevoir is a Pokémon with psychic and fairy attributes, and it is used to facing supernatural things. Shiny Gardevoir jumped into the sky and calmly sent out 19 Psybeam. Fantasy Beam emitted a white light, surrounding the entire sky. Shelgon saw his own terrifying scene in it and stopped running immediately. He no longer knew that he was in Shiny Gardevoir's skills. His whole body began to tremble and he was in a very frightened state. Ouch! Shelgon ran around like a ghost face chasing him. Shelgon, what's wrong with you? Wake up quickly! Drake shouted loudly at the out-of-control Shelgon. Shelgon is now in my fantasy light. He is now dominated by his own fear. He will not be able to release the skill until he is exhausted. Chu Chen looked at Mr. Drake and said, "Damn it, you have won the first level for now. Next, I will show you a more powerful Pokémon for you to see." Mr. Drake said unconvinced. Shelgon bumped around and smashed the wooden boards on the bed. After 5 minutes, Shelgon was exhausted and lay on the ground unable to move. Shiny Gardevoir looks beautiful. Come back and rest. Chu Chen then took out the Pokeball and took Shiny Gardevoir back when it was bright. Shelgon, come back. Drake also took out the Pokeball and took the beetle back. Okay, let's change to the next battle. Mr. Drake said to Chu Chen. Next, I will use Altaria to fight Array. I don't believe that you little guy can release any Pokemon, my Altaria is definitely the most powerful. Chu Chen heard what Mr. Drake was thinking. So this old guy wants to use Altaria to deal with me, then I will use my Flygon to fight him, a Pokemon with the same dragon attribute. Chu Chen thought in his heart. Drake's face looked very unwilling. This was the first time he encountered a good start but lost since he became one of the 4 elites. I didn't expect that this little guy could predict my moves, it seems that he knows me very well. Drake thought in his heart. Ha ha ha, I can guess what you are thinking, I am the strongest here. Chu Chen smiled and looked at Drake. Chapter 221 Altaria vs Desert Mantis. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you, next I will use this to deal with you. Come out, Altaria. Mr. Drake threw the Pokemon ball from his hand, and a bright light released Altaria. Altaria's appearance is very much like a bird. Altaria has a sky blue body and fluffy wings that look like cotton. After Mega Evolution, Altaria's tail has become longer. At the same time, the original white and fluffy feathers are distributed on the back, but no longer on the chest. The main skin color is much lighter than the original. Bluebirds have no gender differences, fly with cotton-like feathers, and can sing high and beautiful songs. This moving song can intoxicate people. Swish! Altaria flew to the sky and called out a beautiful voice. System uses the eye of exploration. Chu Chen said to his system. Name, Altaria. Attribute, Dragon and Flying Pokemon. Feature, Natural Recovery. Level, 54. Potential, Leader. Carry, None. An electronic voice came from my mind. Altaria is at the same level as my Desert Mantis, so I can let the Desert Mantis come out for training. In terms of attributes, the Desert Mantis is not as good as Altaria. It's your turn, Desert Mantis. Chu Chen took out the Pokemon ball from his pocket and released the Desert Mantis. There are many boat poles on this ship. If you use them as trees in the desert forest, the mobility of the Desert Mantis is far greater than that of Altaria. Chu Chen adopted this method. Mr. Drake was still very calm and did not make any sound. He seemed to know that the young man Chu Chen had guessed what he was thinking, so he wanted to make a decision in a faster way so that Chu Chen could not react at all. Then I will strike first. Desert Mantis uses Dragon Claw. Chu Chen said to Mr. Drake. The Desert Mantis received the order and used Dragon Claw to use the sharp Dragon Claw slash to attack the opponent. Hey! The Desert Mantis quickly jumped splash, ran around on the boat pole, and soon jumped in front of Altaria, using its sharp claws to draw a white light in the air and grabbed Altaria fiercely. Altaria dodge! Mr. Drake shouted at Altaria. Altaria flapped her wings quickly, dodged the attack by turning sideways, ran behind the boat pole and disappeared. The Desert Mantis poked its head out, walked forward to look, and found that Altaria was not behind the boat pole. Mr. Drake still did not mention the skills first, which always made people puzzled. Confusing the opponent's judgment like this is also one of the tactics. Chu Chen also looked around, but did not find any trace of Altaria. Why is it strange that Altaria just disappeared? Altaria, use takedown! At this time, Mr. Drake shouted loudly, and even Chu Chen had no time to react. Suddenly, Altaria appeared from the sky. Oh no, there is no time to react now. Chu Chen saw Altaria suddenly appear in the sky, thinking silently in his heart. Hey! Altaria screamed, and the speed was very fast, and immediately hit the belly of the Desert Mantis, which emitted light and tackled hard to the board. Chapter 223. Why didn't you say it earlier? I think Lu Qianying is a little depressed. She came out of the grave. She knows best. Lu Qianying doesn't know why the depressed Taoist priest brought her here. But it's not the case. When she came in, there was no hint. Especially what she said just now, the fallen Taoist priests realized the danger, so they would go to the front first. Now it seems that Lu Qianying intends to support the Taoist priests and Xiao Qiang. Is it harmless to do such a thing in such a place? I looked at Lu Qianying with a reproachful look. I was a little embarrassed to see Lu Qianying. I remember it too. How can I go to the front? Lu Qianying is very sick. Even if she has rune protection, I don't want to be angry with her. I just hope to find them as soon as possible. It's hard to protect myself with my ability. Moreover, Lu can't go out. Lu Qianying went up. She didn't turn around, but walked straight forward. There was a strange oil lamp. She gently moved it down, and a stone door appeared on the wall. I followed and found that the corridor at the turn was only a few meters long. At the end of the corridor, there was a white mask. The mask was made of ceramic. There was a hole in the forehead. Yan Hong was black on both sides, like coagulated blood. Is this a white face? The more I looked at the mask, the more familiar it was. In the old man's house, the white shadow I saw was a mask. Isn't that a white face? If so, how did Lu Qianying escape when there were white-faced ghosts guarding the corridor? Wait, you wait. A man came in breathlessly. I met the old man in Wajia village. He had a bag in his hand, but I came. When I took the things, it was full of food and tools. My bag was lost, but I never found it. This is your bag. I'm afraid there are some important things in it, so I sent it to you. Fortunately you didn't go far. The old man handed me the bag and said curiously, what about the Taoist priest? He has to kill the ghost first. Let's follow him. The old man came suddenly. There was a white ghost in the room. I had to lie to him. The old man said excitedly, great. If the Taoist priest kills the white-faced ghost, our village will be peaceful. By the way, now there are only you and this girl. I think it's inconvenient for you to take care of this girl. I will help you deal with it, so that you can free your hands and feet to deal with ghosts. It's also my favor to repay the Taoist priest. I frowned. Although the old man's words make sense, how can I appear to have a purpose? I remember that my bag has been with me all the time. When was it lost? It may have been taken away by the white-faced ghost in the old man's house. Now the old man wants to go with me. This may be a white-faced conspiracy. Well, I'm afraid it will be a burden to the cemetery. If you take good care of me, kindling will show its power. Just when I wanted to refuse, Lu Qianying agreed directly. She made me a little overwhelmed, but she finally agreed. This is also impossible. Without the down-to-earth Taoist priest and Xiao Qiang, I really can't help them. The old man's name is Wei Renqi. He is 76 years old, but still very strong. Helping hand Lu Qianying is not difficult. I walked in front of him with a Campbell sword. The corridor is a little wet. There are turquoise and red moss on the stone wall. I suddenly feel that the moss here is very similar to Grandma Huang's. Grandma Huang hasn't come recently, that ugly face. Since I last saw the ghost child, he seems to have disappeared. Haven't they always wanted to catch me? Why don't you do it? And the ghost of the cold wind. I saw her clearly in front of the ice cream factory. I saw her too. Last night, she must have killed me. Why hasn't she started yet? Is she waiting for tonight? I suddenly found that my enemies seemed to have grown up, and they were not easy to provoke, but I only had a down-to-earth Taoist priest and Xiao Qiang to help me, but because of Lu Qianying's negligence, now I don't know where. Just walked a short distance, I heard a panting sound from a short distance. The dim lights were flickering. I could only see a shadow squatting there, shaking up and down, as if eating something. Who? My voice was loud in the corridor. The eardrum was trembling. The black shadow in the distance suddenly stood up and walked with big strides like me. When I passed those oil lamps, I finally saw the man. His face was as white as paper, his face was full of wounds, and there was green mucus flowing from his mouth. His clothes were tattered. Every wound was a wound. The blood donation dyed his clothes red. Ah, there was a faint sound from his mouth. It was terrifying in the corridor. The old man pulled Lu Qianying back and shouted, "Ghost!" The shadow enveloped me. I saw a light of excitement in his eyes. But just as I looked at him, he suddenly trembled, turned around and ran. Lu Qianying took a few steps. "Chu Gang, is it you?" The shadow suddenly stopped and turned around. When he saw Lu Qianying, his whole body trembled even more. His eyes were full of hatred and hatred. The right hand extended the index finger and pointed at Lu Qianying fiercely. He said vaguely, "Murderer, I'm going to kill you." The shadow ran towards Lu Qianying frantically, but he only took 2 steps and his feet clicked. He stepped on the mechanical device in the corridor. With a bang, a boulder fell down. Chu Gang smashed it directly into a pulp, and the blood was splashed for several meters, which splattered my life. I wiped the blood off my face and found that the itching on my face was relieved, but my forehead began to hurt. I thought maybe I stayed in a real ice cream factory for too long. Yesterday I caught a cold because of the wind. Lu Qianying collapsed to the ground with tears in her eyes. I went up to help her up. I watched the boulder rise slightly. When I got back to the top, I didn't think it was an active, deadly mechanism. The 4 people who went on the expedition with Lu Qianying are missing. Now one of them must be dead. I feel uncomfortable. At the same time, I am secretly grateful. If Chu didn't step on the mechanism, I might die. At the same time, I also have some doubts. Why does Chu Gang hate Lu Qianying so much? What happened? Chapter 224. Desert Mantis, are you okay? Chu Chen asked worriedly. Desert Mantis slowly got up from the ground. One of its eyes could no longer be opened, and it looked very painful. If it continued like this, it would be impossible to defeat Altaria. Chu Chen's mind kept flashing some of the scenes that would appear next. Mr. Drake made a decision even faster than before, so Chu Chen has no time to react. In terms of attributes, Desert Mantis cannot beat Altaria. Chu Chen must think of a way to minimize his damage. Desert Mantis's bug buzz can use the sound waves emitted by vibration to attack, which sometimes reduces the opponent's special defense. If bug buzz is used to reduce Altaria's defense ability, then use Stomp to stomp the ground and attack all Pokémon around you, reduce the opponent's speed, cause huge damage to Altaria, and then use Dragon Claw, so that you may be able to tie the game. Yes, that's it. I must win this game. No matter what, this game must be tied. Chu Chen thought to himself. Altaria uses Dragon Breath. Old Mr. Drake saw that Chu Chen was thinking, and at this time he suddenly told Altaria about his skills. Altaria received the order and used Dragon Breath to blow strong gas to the Desert Mantis to attack, paralyzing it. Oops! Desert Mantis, hurry up and use Mud Slap. The Desert Mantis used its last bit of strength to throw a mud block from its hand in front of Altaria, causing an explosion. Altaria's attack power will be reduced during this period, and its eyes will be covered by mud, making its vision blurry. Altaria flew around in the sky, and seemed to have lost its balance. Altaria is a very clean Pokémon, and it will be very nervous when mud appears on its body. Altaria use Sing. Drake said to Altaria. Altaria's Sing can make pets listen to comfortable and beautiful songs and fall into a state of sleep, but it has a very good soothing effect on itself. Oh my! Altaria made a beautiful and moving sound. The restlessness on the body slowly calmed down, dancing in the sky, which provided a good time for the Desert Mantis to recover its strength. After a while, Altaria also calmed down, and the Desert Mantis's strength was almost restored, ready to enter the final decisive moment. Chu Chen looked at Mr. Drake seriously. He must listen to Mr. Drake's inner voice. This time he was very focused and he had to react immediately. It seems that now is the final decisive moment. You must use all your strength. If you are not careful, you may be beaten to pieces by my Altaria. Mr. Drake said with a smile. In Drake's eyes, Chu Chen is just a teenager. It was just luck that he foresighted him just now. I will beat you in this round, you just wait, don't be happy too early. Chu Chen said without any inferiority. Chu Chen knew that Old Man Drake was very cunning, worthy of being one of the 4 elites. Chapter 225. Desert Mantis, use Bug Buzz. Chu Chen said loudly to Desert Mantis. Chu Chen followed the method he had just thought of. As long as he could tie this round, the chance of winning the next game would be higher. Haha, you are really a young kid. You know that my Altaria has the function of self-healing, but you still use such a trick. You are really too young. Drake thought with a smile in his heart. You have to pay attention. Don't be distracted and think about other things. Chu Chen said to Old Man Drake, because he knew what Drake was thinking at this time. Then don't be arrogant. Altaria uses Sing. Ah! Desert Mantis used Bug Buzz, and the air vibrated slightly. It can be seen that a sound wave rushed towards Altaria. Hey! Altaria blocked the Bug Buzz of the Desert Mantis with her moving singing. A wave was formed in the air, and the surrounding air was vibrating violently. The 2 sound waves combined to produce an unpleasant noise. Chu Chen covered his ears, while Drake stood calmly. Ah, this is really an unpleasant sound. Chu Chen hated this kind of sound. Desert Mantis, use Stomp now. Chu Chen covered his ears and shouted loudly. Oops! This kid should be able to think of this. Drake showed a surprised expression on his face. Because Altaria was using his sing skill, and he was completely immersed in his singing, his defense was the lowest at this time. If he was discovered by the enemy and used any attack, Altaria would have no power to resist. I didn't expect to be discovered by this kid. Altaria, use Cotton Defense quickly. Drake Mr. said loudly to Altaria. Desert Mantis immediately charged white light from its feet and stomped fiercely to the ground, and a purple vortex attacked Altaria. Altaria's reaction speed was also very fast. After her singing ended, she immediately used Cotton Defense. Cotton Defense is to wrap her body with soft fluff to protect it and greatly improve her defense. Altaria flashed white light from her body, and her fluff became larger, wrapping her whole body in it. The purple vortex hit her body and burst into huge lightning. Please give me flowers. Bang! A huge explosion bounced Altaria onto the deck. Altaria's feathers showed a slightly burnt color and fell to the ground. Altaria, are you okay? Mr. Drake looked at Altaria and said. Altaria slowly got up and nodded at Old Man Drake. Great job, Desert Mantis. Next, use Dragon Claw and defeat Altaria now. Chu Chen said to Desert Mantis. Chu Chen knew that Altaria was a Pokemon that fought in the air. If he returned to the ground, this would be his best chance. He might be able to defeat Altaria. Desert Mantis kicked his legs, leaving deep footprints on the board. The speed was very fast. His palms showed yellow light and cut a crack in the air. Okay, then it's time for me to try out my ultimate move. At this time, Drake's eyes revealed determination. Chapter 226. Ultimate move? Is he going to use any tricks? Chu Chen showed confusion on his face. Altaria uses Dragon Pulse. Drake said loudly to Altaria. Damn, his so-called Dragon Pulse, could it be the one that has evolved to the highest level? Chu Chen's back was covered with cold sweat, and he was very nervous at this time. Altaria received the order to use Dragon Pulse 837, and launched a shock wave from her big mouth to attack the opponent. Ah! Altaria opened her mouth wide, and a yellow light wave came out of her mouth, gradually expanding, and suddenly with a whoosh, the light wave sprayed out. Desert Mantis, use Dragon Claw! Chu Chen shouted. The Desert Mantis used its claws to split the light wave in half, then ran in front of Altaria, raised its claws, and grabbed it fiercely. Altaria charged a force and sprayed a huge light wave from her mouth again, and the two pets hit her at the same time. Explode! A huge explosion sounded. The surroundings were filled with smoke, and it was unclear everywhere. Cough cough. Chu Chen covered his mouth. What is the situation now? Did Altaria win or Desert Mantis? Desert Mantis, are you okay? Chu Chen shouted to Desert Mantis. However, he did not get any response. No need to shout, we are tied in this round, both of them have fallen to the ground. At this time, the voice of Mr. Drake came. After a while, the smoke slowly dissipated, and Chu Chen saw Desert Mantis lying on the ground unable to move. On the other side, Altaria was also lying on the ground. The result this time was exactly the same as Chu Chen expected. He used the last dragon claw to attack at close range and increase the chance of winning. Chu Chen could guess that the reason why Altaria used the big move was that Mr. Drake also wanted to fight desperately. He could see that Desert Mantis's reaction speed was also very fast. If it lasted for a long time, Altaria would become very passive. In terms of endurance, Desert Mantis is several times better than Altaria. Come back, Desert Mantis! Altaria, you have tried your best, come back too. Chu Chen and Drake both took out their Pokemon balls and took them back. I didn't expect that I could tie with you in this round. We still have one round to decide the final victory. My trump card is about to be taken out. Mr. Drake's eyes revealed murderous intent. If he loses this round again, he will lose face. The Pokemon that Chu Chen knows in reality, Drake has a Salamence. This guy is very powerful and has defeated many Pokemon trainers. It is said that once his Salamence is taken out, the whole world will be shaken. No more than 5 people have seen Drake's Salamence. All the Pokemon that have fought with him were seriously injured in the end, and some have even left this world. I didn't expect that I could actually see Drake's Salamence. I am so happy. If I can subdue it, I can really dominate the world. Chu Chen thought in his heart, with an evil expression on his face. But I have a Salamence myself, oh, forget it. Chu Chen touched his head. Chapter 227. Just come at me, no matter what moves you use, I can resist it. Chu Chen said modestly. It's your turn, Salamence. Drake took out the Pokeball without saying a word and released Salamence in the sky. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed, and Baofilong appeared in front of him. Drake's dragon attribute is the Pokemon he is best at using. System uses the Eye of Exploration. Chu Chen said to his system. Name 19, Salamence. Attribute, Dragon attribute and Flying attribute Pokemon. Feature, Powerful. Level, 55. Potential, Leader. Carry, Dragon Scale. An electronic voice came from his mind. Salamence is a 4-legged Pokemon with 2 gorgeous blue dread wings and a long tail. His whole body is dark blue, and the inside of his head, neck, limbs, and tail are all blue dread. The lower jaw and abdomen are covered with a 3-hole shell, which is similar in shape and color to Shelgon's shell. There are 2 blue dread protrusions above his eyes, and 3 small triangular wings on each side of his head, which may play the same role as the front wings of an airplane. Salamence has excellent flying ability and is good at tearing opponents with sharp claws. His sharp teeth also enable him to master a variety of biting moves. During the flight, Salamence can also spit out powerful flames. Salamence has a rough personality. When he gets angry, he will forget himself and wreak havoc until he is exhausted. Because he finally got the wings he had been thinking about, Salamence took off in the sky to express his joy, excitedly spitting out flames, turning the earth into a burning field, and almost never landed until he was exhausted and wanted to rest. Data kept appearing in Chu Chen's mind. This Salamence had great potential and high damage. To win 100% against this Salamence, he had to bring out a higher level Pokemon. At this time, Infernape was in his mind. Infernape was a fire and fighting attribute Pokemon, and it was on par with Salamence in terms of combat. In terms of level, Chu Chen's Infernape had reached level 65, far surpassing Drake's Salamence. Infernape was agile and quick, and was good at playing with his opponents with speed. He also mastered a unique fighting technique that used both hands and feet, which could be used to deal with a variety of opponents. Chu Chen was thinking carefully about the data analysis of the next battle. That's right, I want you. Infernape, come out. Chu Chen took out the Pokemon ball and threw it out. In front of him was a bright light, and Infernape appeared in front of him, looking angrily at Salamence flying in the sky. Infernape used fighting boxing to show the enemy how strong he was. Con, I didn't expect you to send such a little guy out. I felt that he was quite reckless. Old Mr. Drake touched his head and said sarcastically. But you are pretty good. You are honored to be able to fight with me to the last level. You can see my baby Salamence. I will show mercy later. It was the last level. Drake had to save his face no matter what. As one of the 4 elites, if this news spread, his position would definitely be greatly shaken. Chapter 228. No, Drake, you don't need to show mercy to me. Just come on. Don't look at me, the little flame monkey, but his ability is not worse than your Salamence. Chu Chen responded politely. Roar the flame monkey seemed to hear others mocking him, and shouted, and the flames on his head burned more vigorously. Long Pu Boom. Salamence was not to be outdone, and shouted loudly. Lightning flashed in the sky, and the sky suddenly became pitch black, and many dark clouds gathered from nowhere. Then I will not show mercy, and resolve this battle as soon as possible. You must have heard that my Salamence will kill you. Drake said politely to Chu Chen, but in fact he knew that he could not save his strength. Of course I have heard of it. According to legend, no more than 5 people have seen this Salamence. I may be the 5th one. Chu Chen responded in surprise. After all, he is Mr. Drake, and his self-esteem is still very strong. Chu Chen is willing to take a step back and give the old man a face. Ha ha ha, you happen to be the 5th one, and the first 4 centipeds that came out were all extremely huge. I didn't expect you to take such a small one. I'm afraid it probably won't last for a few minutes. Drake was a little happy to hear this kid was so humble, and he was even more happy when he was given a little sunshine. That's not the case. It depends on the ability. It's like elephants are afraid of mice. Well, let's see you on the battlefield. Chu Chen's words suddenly came back, leaving Drake speechless. This kid is so arrogant. It seems that I have to let him see the strength of Salamence next. Wait a minute, let his flame monkey show his strength in the first round to find out the details. Drake thought, touching his hat. These thoughts have reached Chu Chen's mind. Chu Chen looked at Salamence flying in the sky and felt that his aura was very strong. If he wanted to defeat him, he had to plan carefully. He just heard from the system that Salamence had a very bad temper and was easily angry. If he could find a breakthrough point to confuse Salamenki's consciousness, he could use the acrobatics of the flame monkey to kill him. Next, I will make the first move. Chu Chen said, touching his nose. Ha ha ha, that's exactly what I want. Use your moves quickly, right? Old Mr. Drake laughed loudly. Drake was very confident about this game because he believed that everyone could fight against his Salamence. Flame Monkey uses Stone Edge. Chu Chen said the skill moves to Infernape. Infernape jumped up, charged a sharp flame with his palm, and rushed towards Salamence. Salamence, use Dragon Breath. Drake said the skill move to Salamence. Salamence flapped his wings and sprayed green gas from his mouth. The amount of gas this time was larger than before, and the speed of diffusion was very fast. If the gas was hit directly, Infernape might be in a state of paralysis. Chu Chen's mind quickly flashed Infernape's skills. Chu Chen had a very thorough understanding of Infernape's skills, and Infernape was also one of the Pokémon he used most frequently. By the way, Infernape uses Mach Punch. Chapter 229. The Mach Punch of Flame Monkey is actually a lightning-fast force, and a blue film appears all over the body to protect Flame Monkey. This blue film will increase Flame Monkey's attack speed and pass through Salamanque's dragon breath at a very fast speed. Ouch! Flame Monkey waved his fist, quickly passed through dragon breath, and came in front of Salamence. Damn, you actually got through like this, you are amazing, you can use the baby's own skills to avoid damage. Old Mr. Drake said in surprise. Puff Flame Monkey punched Salamence directly in the abdomen. Salamence was hit by the heavy punch and took a few steps back. This heavy punch has already used 80% of Flame Monkey's power, but for Salamence, it is not enough to hurt him. Relatively speaking, Salamence is too big. Salamence, use your strength, crunch. After receiving Drake's order, Salamence grew sharp nails from his claws and grabbed the Flame Monkey fiercely. At such a close distance, the Flame Monkey had no time to avoid it. Salamence bit the Flame Monkey's arm with its sharp teeth. Oh no, if this goes on, the Flame Monkey will definitely be greatly hurt, and it may not be able to fight next. Chu Chen watched the Flame Monkey nervously unable to move. Flame Monkey, use Flame Vortex. Keep your distance. Chu Chen shouted loudly. The Flame Monkey punched Salamence in the stomach with a heavy punch, and then Salamence slowly opened his mouth. Groove! The Flame Monkey shouted, and countless small fireballs flew out of his body, wrapping around Salamence in a spiral state. The Flame Monkey's Flame Vortex will put Salamence in a state of restraint, and the attack damage will continue to decrease. Salamence, use Fly to avoid the attack. Drake said loudly. Salamence received the command and flapped his wings vigorously, blowing away the small fireballs around him and flying to a higher place. Now, Salamence, use Zen Headbutt. Drake knew that Salamence was standing high up, and using his own gravity to dive down would be extremely fast. In addition, using Zen Headbutt to concentrate the power of thoughts to attack from the front and back would cause great damage to the opponent. Salamence immediately flew down, and a gorgeous figure could be seen from the air. Salamence was very large, and under his a white stripe will be left behind. Yahoo! Salamence roared loudly, and thunder and lightning sounded in the sky. Flame Monkey, get out of the way! Chu Chen saw such a ferocious Salamence, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Yahoo! Salamence saw that the Flame Monkey wanted to avoid him and quickly accelerated, flapping his wings faster, and suddenly grabbed the Flame Monkey's tail with his claws. Oops, I was caught by Salamence! Chu Chen said in surprise. The Flame Monkey was caught by Salamence, and there was fear in his eyes, because Salamanque's Zen Headbutt would make the opponent shrink. Salamence used his tough forehead to tackle the Flame Monkey's head. Salamanque's tackle caused a burst of lightning on the Flame Monkey's head. Suddenly, the Flame Monkey was bounced away, and Salamence flew in the same place intact. Chapter 230. Bang! Flame Monkey was knocked onto the deck by such a strong attack, causing a huge explosion. Flame Monkey, are you okay? There were thick smoke in front of him, and he couldn't see the condition of Flame Monkey at all. Chu Chen was very nervous. I don't think you will be like this. Drake said sarcastically. Chu Chen ignored Drake and was waiting for Flame Monkey to appear. Chu Chen kept watching the thick smoke drifting around, thinking that Flame Monkey couldn't fall down so easily. Don't look at it. The little guy must have been lying on the ground and couldn't move, or he must have been hit through the deck by Salamence and sunk into the sea. Why don't you jump into the sea to look for him? Drake kept saying with a sneer. This was very exciting for Drake, because he lost face in the first 2 quarters, and finally won the last round. For him, he wanted to get all his face back. Chu Chen couldn't accept this fact. He knelt on the ground, staring at the smoke with empty eyes, and punched the board hard with his fists, showing that he was very unwilling. Impossible! My Flame Monkey can't be so weak, he will definitely appear again, you come out quickly. Chu Chen's heart suddenly burst out like a volcano, and the sound of shouting rippled in the sky. At this time, a beam of light shone from the sky and shone on Chu Chen. Originally, the sky was covered by the dark clouds of Solomons, and a beam of light emanated from it. Drake looked at the scene in front of him and opened his mouth wide. Is it possible? There is actually such a thing happening to me, it's really a ghost. Drake said in surprise. Chu Chen shouted to the sky, and Twister was lifted up on his body. Twister blew away the thick smoke, and it was clear that the flame monkey was lying on the ground, unable to move, with wounds all over his body and blood flowing from his mouth. Another beam of light shone down from the sky and shone on the flame monkey. The beam seemed to transmit energy and continuously injected into the flame monkey. After a while, the flame monkey slowly stood up, and all the injuries on his body disappeared in that instant. The flame monkey's eyes were full of anger. Chu Chen stood behind and kept looking at Solomons flying in the sky. His eyes were very rage, as if he was integrated with the flame monkey. Please give flowers. A strong wind blew towards Drake. What a strong power! Drake said in surprise, covering his face. What's wrong with you? What skill is this? Why is there such a strong power? Drake looked at the young man in front of him, felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, and asked nervously. 0. Some problems are not what you need to worry about now, let's continue fighting. Chu Chen replied seriously. Then I will use all my strength to defeat you. Drake shouted loudly. Swoosh, swoosh. At this time, the speed of the fire monkey was very fast, and it jumped into the sky after a few jumps. The fire monkey stretched out his fist, charged a huge ball of fire, and prepared to attack Solomons. Wow, what an amazing speed, Solomons dodge! Drake shouted in surprise. Solomons flapped his wings and flew up immediately, avoiding the attack. At this time, the flame monkey was extremely fast and grabbed Salamanki's tail. Chapter 231. The power of the flame monkey was 5 or 6 times greater than before, pulling Salamanki's tail. Huhu Bao Filong was spinning in the sky in a circle drawn by the flame monkey. What's going on? How can this guy's power suddenly become so strong? It's really impossible. Drake thought in his heart, and the cold sweat on his forehead kept coming out. Swoosh bang! The flame monkey suddenly let go, and the violent flying 840 dragon was thrown back to the deck, causing a huge explosion. Solomons, are you okay? Drake shouted loudly. Solomons stood up slowly. This kind of attack was still something he could withstand. Solomons, we can't go on like this. It's time to fight back. Roar! Solomons shouted to the sky, flapping his wings. A strong wind blew around him. The waves on the sea became bigger and bigger, hitting the hull constantly, and the ship shook violently. Boom! Thunder and lightning also sounded in the sky, and the sound was very loud. Solomons uses flamethrower. Drake loudly said the skill to Solomons. Solomons sprayed strong flames from his mouth to attack. This attack would put the opponent into a burning state. But Chu Chen had already thought of a way to deal with this move. Flame Monkey is also a pet of fire attribute, and has a strong adaptability to flame attacks. Flame Monkey uses Flame Wheel. Chu Chen shouted loudly. Flame Monkey jumped into the sky, and flames burst out from his body, covering his entire body. Flame Monkey held his hands and feet together at the same time, forming the shape of a wind and fire wheel. Puff! Salamanki's flamethrower hit Flame Monkey, and a huge column of fire wrapped around Flame Monkey. Haha, this kid must be finished now. The chance of surviving the attack of my Salamanki's flamethrower is extremely low. Old Mr. Drake put his hands on his waist and laughed loudly. Flame Monkey, use close combat! Chu Chen shouted. What? Old Mr. Drake looked at him in confusion. Chu Chen used the Flame Monkey's flame wheel skill to wrap himself in flames, so that the damage caused by Salamanqui's flame spray was extremely low. He quickly approached Salamanca in Salamanqui's fire column, and kept Drake in the dark. Swoosh! Salamanca jumped out of the fire column and walked in front of Salamanca. He used close combat, gave up defense, and rushed to Salamanqui's face. At such a short distance, Salamanca had no time to react, and close combat had extremely strong attack violence. If it hit the target, it would cause 90% of the opponent's attack damage. Oh no, at such a close distance, Salamanca will definitely not be able to withstand it. Salamanca, use Zen Headbutt quickly. The reason why Drake used Zen Headbutt was because Zen Headbutt could concentrate all the strength of the body on the head. In this way, when suffering from attack damage, the head would have a certain defense ability to reduce its own damage. Wow, I didn't expect this old guy to be able to come up with such a skill to reduce damage in such a short time. He is worthy of being one of the 4 elites. Chu Chen thought to himself. Even if Salamanca used Zen Headbutt, it would not be intact. Chapter 232. The current attack damage of the Flame Monkey is proportional to the rage value. The higher the rage value, the higher the attack damage. Moreover, when the rage value reaches a certain value, it may have autonomous consciousness to cause damage. In the world of Pokemon, the damage value of the Flame Monkey has always been an unknown number, because it depends entirely on the anger in his heart. Salamanca received the order, and his head formed a white light. The power of his whole body was transmitted to his head. The horns of his head became very hard, and the azure color of the whole head turned into dark black. The Flame Monkey produced a huge flame from his heavy fist, and small lightning flashed around his fist. Rage was revealed in his eyes, and he hit Salamanqui's face at a very fast speed. Puff! Flame punched Salamanca in the face. Boom! The heavy punch hit Salamanca in the face, generating a huge light wave, and the thunder and lightning in the sky rumbled. Once flame loses control, its power is very strong. Many trainers don't have flame because of his irritable personality, which makes everyone very headache, and those who can tame him also enjoy it very much. Ah! Flame screamed, and a huge flame spurted out of his fist, pushing Salamanca to the ground fiercely. Bang! Salamanca was bounced onto the deck, causing a huge explosion. Flame floated in the sky, and the anger on his face was still there. At this time, Flame used Mach Punch. He kept waving his fists, kicked his legs and rushed towards Salamanca, punching with lightning speed, which would definitely be able to attack first. Salamanca lay on the ground and slowly crawled. Drake seemed to realize that something bad was going to happen, and he shouted at Salamanca. Salamanca, get out of the way! Salamanqui's reaction speed was too slow. After suffering such a huge injury, it was already quite amazing that he could stand up. The speed of the Flame Monkey was very fast. The Flame Monkey immediately appeared in front of Salamanca and punched him hard. Bang, bang, bang! Countless heavy punches were seen hitting Salamanca. The heavy punches that Salamanca suffered penetrated the bedboard and went directly into the cabin. The Flame Monkey still did not give up and continued to use heavy punches to attack Salamanca until Salamanca became unconscious, lying on the ground unable to move, and foaming at the mouth. Ding! Your Infernape level increases by 2, reaching LV 68. Ding! Your Agron level increases by 1, reaching LV 55. Ding! Your Desert Dragonfly level increases by 1, reaching LV 56. Ding! Your Infernape level increases by 1, reaching LV 66. Ding! Your Swampert level increases by 1, reaching LV 58. Ding! Your Flame Monkey gains a new skill, Flame Wheel. Ding! You gain Diamond Treasure Box X1. Ding! Ho-Oh Gene X1. Ding! Gain Master Level Pokeball X1. The system kept saying the prizes Chu Chen won this time. Help me open the Diamond Treasure Box. Chu Chen said to the system in his mind. Okay, the Diamond Treasure Box has been opened for you, and you get a Master Pokeball. EXP. Share times 1. Ding. Alliance coin times 100,000. The system displays the data. Chapter 233. Wow, I actually got EXP. Share. Now I can use slaking to practice a new skill. I have collected 5 pieces of Ho-Oh gene. I only need 5 pieces to synthesize a Ho-Oh. Chu Chen looked at the rewards displayed in the system and felt happier. He didn't expect to get so many rewards after defeating one of the 4 elites. Look at all the good stuff that was opened. I am so happy. Well done. Chu Chen was excited and raised his hand and screamed loudly. Mr. Drake looked at the scene in front of him and no longer had any words to express. He had lost miserably this time. Chu Chen, I didn't expect that a young man like you would have such great potential. I really admire you. Old Mr. Drake said in a low voice with a guilty look on his face. No, I still want to thank you for letting me see such a powerful Salamence. Chu Chen responded politely. In fact, Chu Chen knew very well in his heart that if he didn't have the aura of the protagonist of this world, he would not have won such a powerful old man. In Chu Chen's heart, seeing this Salamence can already be identified as one of the strongest pets in the Pokemon world. A pet that can control the weather is really awesome. Salamence, come back, you have tried your best. Old Mr. Drake took out the Pokeball and took Salamence back. Flame Monkey, you should come back too, and have a good rest. Chu Chen took out the Pokeball, a bright light flashed, and took the Flame Monkey back. Let's have a good drink next. I haven't fought such a powerful opponent for a long time. I am really very happy. Old Mr. Drake said kindly. Okay, no problem. Chu Chen agreed readily. Chu Chen didn't want to make enemies with the 4 elites. He wanted to compete with them just to improve his combat ability and gain a certain reputation in the Pokemon world. Then I'll take you to the tavern in the town to relax. That tavern is my favorite tavern. The wine inside is very classic. You can drink as much as you want. It's all my treat. Mr. Drake took out a cigar from his pocket, lit it and said. Chu Chen didn't care who treated him, because he had a lot of alliance coins in his pocket, and he didn't care about these alliance coins at all. They had reached hundreds of millions. Every time the alliance coins popped up in the system, Chu Chen just took a look and skipped them directly. His focus was whether there were more powerful equipment or more novel skills and moves. The alliance coins on Chu Chen were enough to buy a town and build a Pokemon Center in the town. And he could hire Miss Joy, who had a great figure, to be a nurse at the pet center. By the way, I have some questions to ask you. Let's sit down and talk later. Old Mr. Drake looked at Chu Chen and said. System turns off mind exploration. Luoye said to the system. Chu Chen didn't want to hear other people's thoughts at other times. This would make his life very painful. It was like a male protagonist in a movie who could hear the sounds around him and was always troubled by these troubles. The male protagonist always had to play loud music at home to block out the sounds around him. Sound. Chapter 234. Mr. Drake led Chu Chen off the boat and headed for the tavern in the town. Mr. Drake walked in front along the way, and the two did not say a word. Chu Chen stood behind him and looked at the old man's back, still so chic, and did not seem very depressed because of the failure of the battle. The white smoke exhaled from his mouth floated in the sky, as if all the troubles were thrown away, flew into the sky, and disappeared in the world. Not long after, the two came to the tavern called Elegance. From the outside, it looked like a tavern style often frequented by foreign cowboys, and the entrance was not big. Mr. Drake pushed open the small wooden board at the door and walked in. The light inside was pink. Hey, Drake, you took so long to come, and the brothers have almost drunk enough. As soon as he entered the door, he heard someone shouting at Drake. Everyone inside was wearing sailor suits and drinking heavily. It was very lively. A DJ was playing in the karaoke bar nearby. Everyone was dancing enthusiastically. Looking around, it was basically all the same except for the girls. I'm not free today. You guys should drink first because I have something to do. I'll find you later. Drake shouted at an old man with a stubble on his face. Cut it out. You're bringing your son here to drink again. Look at you, you stingy old man. We're alone. You should have a good chat with your son. The old man replied disdainfully. What bullshit are you talking about? He's not my son. Get out of here. Drake shouted angrily. At this time, Chu Chen, who was standing aside, looked very embarrassed. He didn't expect to be mistaken for Mr. Drake's son when he came here. This was very embarrassing for him. Drake's shouting was very loud, which attracted everyone's attention at once. Everyone looked at this strange old man. What are you looking at? Go drink your wine, Drake then yelled at them again. Okay, stop arguing, let's drink, old man, don't be so angry, okay? My shop still needs to run, if you keep messing around like this, no one will dare to come. A woman's voice came. This woman seemed to be the owner of this shop. Her hair was dyed wine red and had big waves. Her hair was particularly long and had reached her waist. She walked in a particularly fluffy manner. At first glance, she looked about 40 or 50 years old. Her clothes were rather strange, mainly red, and her style was a little more wavy. This woman is called Wang Li, and she is the owner of this shop. Old Mr. Drake looked at Chu Chen and introduced. Woman? I'm still a young girl. Don't make me sound so old, old man. Wang Li walked over and said loudly. Is it a woman? Chu Chen, you should be able to tell it yourself. Okay, let's drink by ourselves. Give us 2 glasses of whiskey. Drake said tirelessly. Drake took Chu Chen to the bar counter and sat at a small table next to him. The environment here is pretty good. You are familiar with the people here. I think everyone knows you well. Chu Chen looked at Drake and asked. This is okay. I have lived here for more than 20 years. Drake touched his beard and replied. By the way, why did the attack power of your flame monkey burst out so strongly at that moment? Mr. Drake took out a cigar from his pocket and lit it, looking at Chu Chen and asked. Obviously, Mr. Drake was very concerned about the reason behind his defeat this time. In the world of achievements and treasures where he lived, it was the first time he saw someone like Chu Chen who could burst out his powerful power at that moment. How should I put it? At that moment, I felt a ball of anger in my heart burst out, and I felt that I was integrated with the flame monkey. Chu Chen replied. Chu Chen couldn't say that he came from another time and space, because that would make him feel like he was cheating. So that's how it is. Then the bonds between you and Infernape are very deep. Bao Filong and I haven't reached such a level. I really admire you. Mr. Drake took a puff of cigarette and exhaled. He seemed to think that this world belonged to the young and he was old. Your ability is also very strong. You are the strongest opponent I have met in such a long time. Chu Chen praised Drake in order to appease him. The 4 elites of Hone region are the 4 strongest Pokémon trainers in the Pokémon League of each region. Theoretically, their strength is second only to the League champion. In the Pokémon world, if you want to challenge the 4 Elite Training Plus, you must collect all 8 local badges or complete the big test of all 4 islands. Now Chu Chen has met Drake, one of the 4 elites. This was a shortcut for him. The other 3 elites were Sydney, Phoebe, and Bonnie. They were also very powerful. Maybe you can really meet him on the road of exploration. Here you are. Your whiskey. Wang Li walked over with a twist of her waist. Ding! A full bottle of whiskey was placed in front of them. I'll put it in my account today, and I'll send the money to you another day. Yuan said to Wang Li. Here Drake already owed Wang Li a lot of money for wine. He always said he would pay on credit, but after a while he still came empty-handed. Wang Li didn't want to argue with him too much. Remember to bring the money for wine next time. You owe me too much. I still have to run the business. Otherwise, I'll put you on the blacklist next time. Wang Li looked at Drake with disdain. I know. Go and get busy quickly. There's nothing to do here. Yuan was very face-conscious. He didn't want to show his poor side in front of others. Let me pay for Drake's drinks. This is my Alliance coin ATM. Take it and swipe it. Chu Chen took out the Alliance coin ATM from his pocket and put it on the table. Oh, I said this guy. He is so handsome. He is definitely a generous person. Wang Li happily picked up the Alliance ATM. How can I be so embarrassed? I will pay you back when the time comes. I, Drake, will not owe anyone a favor. Drake took the whiskey and drank it in big gulps. It doesn't matter. I am not interested in such money anyway. It's useless to keep it. Chu Chen looked at Drake and answered. Why are you here? Drake looked at Chu Chen and asked. I am a traveler. I just passed by this town and came to take a look. I didn't expect to meet you. You are the one I have always wanted to learn from. Chu Chen answered in a low-key manner. Chapter 235. Also, I really don't understand why you could guess what moves I would use in the first round. Few people can do this to me. Drake showed a puzzled expression on his face, and Covet got the answer. Because I know you very well. In the previous fights, you basically kept calm, first observing the opponent's methods, and then a fatal move to quickly end the battle. In the first round, when you used Shellgon, I knew that the beetle needed close-range attacks to increase its own damage, because its movement speed was very slow. Chu Chen picked up the whiskey and drank it, and continued. At that moment, I wanted to test your thoughts. I didn't expect that when I used the flower on Shiny to quickly approach you, you really used a skill. At this time, I could guess that you were also shortening the distance between us, so I was always ready to switch skills to avoid your attack and counter-attack you in an unexpected way. The ancients said payback. After listening to Chu Chen's explanation, Mr. Drake was particularly impressed. It was so rare for someone to realize this. He was simply a genius among Pokemon. Chu Chen couldn't tell Mr. Drake that he had specific skills. The smart Chu Chen could give a lot of reasonable reasons. I really admire you. Since you can think so closely, it seems that you know a lot about me. Mr. Drake said happily to Chu Chen. Drake understood that it was a great honor for him to meet such an opponent. As the saying goes, the disciple is better than the master. It was a very happy thing for such a young man to beat him. Your Salamence is really powerful. I also want to have a Salamence like yours, but I already have one myself. Chu Chen looked at Mr. Drake and said. Oh, really? So you have one too? The reason why my Salamence is so powerful is that this Salamence saved me before. I have spent my entire life cultivating him. I taught him how to control the weather. He is already a very old Pokemon. Mr. Drake took a sip of whiskey and continued. He has fought with me no less than 1,000 times, and he has basically won every battle. Now you have broken this record, but I can tell you one thing. This is something I have always wanted to do, but I haven't completed it yet. I believe you should be able to complete it earlier than me. Mr. Drake took a puff of cigarette and said seriously, as if he wanted to tell Chu Chen some secrets in his heart, because he believed that the young man in front of him had great potential. What do you want to tell me? Chu Chen looked at Mr. Drake curiously. Since you also have a Salamence, I hope you have the same goal as me, to make Salamence complete Mega Evolution. It is impossible for me to give this Salamence to you, it will accompany me for the rest of my life. Mr. Drake touched his beard, and a blush slowly appeared on his face. Alcohol had begun to spread all over his body. So Salamence can also have Mega Evolution. Chu Chen looked at Drake in surprise. Drake said. Of course, not many people know this secret, but not many people can complete it. I have been exploring it, but I still haven't completed it. I hope I can see this phenomenon in my lifetime. Drake looked at Chu Chen, his eyes revealing hope, as if he was going to hand over this important task to Chu Chen. Mega Salamanki, he is a perfect evolution of Salamence, his two wings twisted together to form a huge crescent-shaped wing. His head, neck, and torso have become slender, his limbs have become shorter, and his tail has become slender. Mr. Drake took out a painted Mega Salamanki pattern from his pocket, which looked blurry. Mr. Drake pointed at the pattern and continued. Thus it has a streamlined body. The top pair of triangular wings on both sides of its head have grown significantly, the middle pair extends forward to the nose, and the bottom pair remains unchanged. Mr. Drake patiently wrote to Chu Chen. The grey shell of its lower jaw falls off, revealing a smooth red skin, and the abdominal shell becomes a vest-like armor. Mega Salamanki will fold its front legs into the gap of the shell and turn into a flying posture. Said Mr. Drake. Please give me flowers. Wow, you can say so many things through a picture. Chu Chen said in surprise. It can be seen that Mr. Drake is very obsessed with Salamence. Don't think that this picture is just handed down by the ancients, but its expression is very moving, and I believe it really exists. But in order to make it mega evolution, you need to collect a lot of information and some mega stones. Mr. Drake picked up the wine glass again and drank it, talking about his heartache. What is so powerful about this Mega Salamanki? Chu Chen looked at Mr. Drake and asked. Chu Chen was also very curious about Salamence, because he was particularly interested in powerful Pokemon, not to mention that in order to defeat the 4 elites and challenge the champion, he must have a very strong pet. Chu Chen took a puff of cigarette, and seemed to sense Chu Chen's interest in Mega Salamanki, and he also enthusiastically talked about the knowledge he had learned. Mega Salamanki's flying ability is better than Salamence. It can fly at high speed even in complex terrain. It will use its sharp wings like blades to cut everything in block in half while flying continuously. Chu Chen was very excited after hearing this, and felt his adrenaline soaring. He quickly drank a sip of whiskey to ease his emotions. So has anyone ever owned Mega Blaster? Drake asked, looking at Mr. Drake. As far as I know, there is no one, and his personality is even more surprising. I see that since you can subdue a Pokemon with a bad personality like Infernape, I believe Salamence is no problem. Mr. Drake looked at Chu Chen and said. Wang Li, hurry up and serve us some wine. We've already finished drinking. Are you going to treat us? Drake shouted at Wang Li with a wine glass. Stop shouting. Can't you see I'm busy? I'll be there in a minute. Wang Li responded with disdain. Fan. Chapter 236. It was obvious that Mr. Drake believed in Chu Chen's ability very much, and Chu Chen felt a little more honored. Is Salamanki's temperament very bad? Chu Chen asked, looking at Mr. Drake. Yes, Mega Salamanki has a rough personality. When he gets angry, he forgets himself and destroys things. He is similar to ordinary Salamence. But Mega Salamanki has 2 wings that he is proud of. They are twisted and stuck together because of the powerful energy. This makes him feel more pressured and more violent than before Mega Evolution. He will rush around everywhere and even attack the trainer who trained him. Therefore, he has the alias Bloodstained Crescent. Okay, old man, your whiskey is here. At this time, Wang Li came over with whiskey in her hand. Bang! Wang Li put the wine on the table fiercely, and the whiskey 847 hit the table, producing a lot of bubbles overflowing. Why are you so strong, you bitch? I will eat, drink, defecate and urinate here in the future, which will bring you a lot of economy. Why don't you treat me well? Drake picked up the wine and drank it. Wang Li knew very well that Drake was one of the 4 elites and could not be provoked at all. Many pet trainers here admired him very much. Okay, I'll be gentler next time. By the way, this is your Union Coin ATM. Thank you. Welcome to come next time. Wang Li turned to Chu Chen and said kindly. You're welcome. Chu Chen responded politely. Okay, then you guys continue chatting, I won't bother you anymore. Wang Li picked up the tray and turned away. Wow, the Mega Salamanki you mentioned is so terrifying. If I encounter a Mega Salamanki on the road in the future, I will bring it back for you to see. Chu Chen looked at Drake and said, then drank the whiskey. That's great. I've been waiting for this day. Drake raised his glass and motioned Chu Chen to clink it, representing that this was an agreement between the two of them. Dang! The glasses collided with each other, splashing water and sprinkled in the sky, showing a very beautiful scene. To be honest, I often lost in the past battles. At this time, Mr. Drake's face was already drunk. Really? Chu Chen asked in surprise. Yes, I believed in my own strength too much. When fighting, I would only attack blindly, and I would lose round after round. Drake took a sip of the wine glass and continued. Until one day I found out why I was like this. I finally noticed that I was trapped in the frame of overconfidence, which made me unable to concentrate during the game. Mr. Drake looked at Chu Chen and wanted to share his experience with him. After all, he was a new generation of young people, and he would experience many twists and turns on the road in the future. I'm not saying that you should have the mentality that failure doesn't matter. In fact, failure can also make people gain a lot. You still have a lot of room for development, so don't be afraid of failure. Just find a strong opponent to compete. At that time, the world of Pokemon will expand more in the hands of the new generation like you. Mr. Drake said. Okay, I understand. I will work hard to improve my strength on the road ahead, and I will not be arrogant or impatient. Chu Chen nodded and said to Mr. Drake. Chu Chen and Drake stayed in the bar and chatted until late at night. Chu Chen knew that making friends with Drake, one of the 4 elites, would be a good helping hand for his Pokemon journey. On the second day, Chu Chen walked out of the bar. Mr. Drake had left the bar in the early morning because he was a captain and had to take the fishermen out to sea to fish. The sun outside shone on his face, like the sun goddess caressing his face, very warm. The town was quiet, and several children could be seen chasing each other in the distance. Chu Chen thought about it and decided to continue his journey. He didn't know what he would encounter next. Chu Chen came to the beach and released Swampert. Swampert, take me to explore the nearby islands. Chu Chen said to Swampert, and then jumped on Swampert's back. Swampert drove slowly along the seaside, and half an hour later, he saw an island in front. Swampert, take me to the group of islands in front. Chu Chen relied on his intuition and felt that there was something he wanted on that island. The island looked very large, and it looked like a moon when viewed from above. According to the Eye of Exploration, Chu Chen found that the island was called Will's Island. Welt's Island still has a rare island with natural ecology from ancient times, and is a very suitable place for special training. It's really great. I just wanted to find a place to train the Pokemon well and get the last batch. Chu Chen said happily. Chu Chen was thinking about working hard for his last batch, hoping to participate in the Hone Alliance conference, so he decided to practice diligently on the island of Wilts, which preserves the ancient natural ecology. Soon Chu Chen came to the island and released Salamence. Chu Chen wanted to purify this Salamence into Mega Salamanki, but after hearing what Mr. Drake said, he needed to go through countless bumpy roads to achieve it. Salamence, look at the wood in front, use headbutt. Chu Chen said to Salamence. Salamence shouted, jumped from the ground and splash, stretched out his head, and rushed straight to the wood. Bang! Salamence tackled the wood to produce a huge explosion, smashing the wood to pieces. Well done! Chu Chen said happily. Come out, Swampert! Chu Chen took out the Pokemon ball and released Swampert. Chu Chen wanted to train Salamanki's reaction speed through Swampert's long-range attacks, because Salamence mainly flies in the sky and needs to react very quickly to attacks on the ground. Swampert uses Mud Slap, Salamence hits it down. Swampert received the order and spit out a large piece of mud from his mouth and fired it at Salamanque's face. Salamence used Fly to dodge Swampert's mud attack. Chu Chen hurriedly said to Salamence again. Salamence flapped its wings in the sky, and the fly skill made it more flexible in the air. Swoosh! Salamence dodged Swampert's attack. Swampert continuously fired Mud Slap. Chu Chen increased the difficulty of the training, and Swampert continuously spit out dozens of mud from his mouth and fired at Salamence. The mud spit out by Swampert appeared as dense black dots in the sky. Chapter 237. Faced with such dense attacks, Salamanque's body was very large. Without agile speed and strong reaction ability, it would be impossible to dodge. Salamence, find a way to dodge the attack quickly. Chu Chen shouted angrily. Chu Chen knew that he couldn't rely on him for everything. He needed to let the Pokémon have independent thinking ability to deal with some emergencies. Just like on the battlefield, if Pokémon have no self-awareness, sometimes the trainer alone will make some inappropriate judgments, which requires honing the bonds between Pokémon and trainer. The more capable the trainer, the more independent his Pokémon will be. Roar! Salamence shouted loudly, and the flight trajectory of the mud could be seen from his eyes. Salamence dodged a mud by turning sideways, and then relied on his own gravity to lean down and dodge another mud. He made agile movements in the air with his agile and huge body, which opened Chu Chen's eyes. Several times Chu Chen saw that the mud was about to hit Salamence, and Salamanque's reaction speed surprised Chu Chen, and he cleverly dodged the mud's attack. Salamence dodged all the mud attacks. Well done, Salamence! Chu Chen said excitedly. Roar! Salamence flapped his wings in the sky and responded to his master happily. Whoosh! A huge wave was raised at the seaside. Very good, this is a good opportunity to train Salamanque's attack damage. Chu Chen said happily. Salamence, use Ember. Salamence received the order and sprayed a small flame at the wave to attack. Puff! The flame hit the wave and made a huge hole. Salamanque's flame is not afraid of water-type things. Facing huge waves, he can also cause powerful damage. This is the strength of Salamence. Due to Salamanque's bad character, there are very few trainers who use it. Salamence did a good job, use Ember again. Chu Chen said to Salamence. Salamence received the order and immediately charged from his mouth again, and a small ball of flame was sprayed into the sea. Bang! The fireball hit the sea, bursting out a huge water column, and the small fish in the sea jumped up one after another, and some were blown to the shore, jumping and hopping. Okay, dinner tonight is settled, thank you, Salamence. Chu Chen said happily while looking at the small fish on the ground, and finally picked up the basket and put the small fish in it. Swoosh! Suddenly, there was some small movement in a bush, which attracted Chu Chen. What is it? Where is it? Come out quickly or I will attack! Chu Chen shouted loudly. Ouch! A Pokémon cried out, and the voice was particularly like a female voice. What the hell? Is there a girl? Chu Chen walked forward curiously, and suddenly a Pokémon like a flower appeared in front of him. Zizi! The Pokémon ran away in fear when it saw Chu Chen. Hey, don't run, I'm not a bad guy. Chu Chen said to him. What? It turned out to be a wild Pokémon. Why is it so timid? The system uses the eye of exploration. Chu Chen was very curious about this Pokémon. The system uses the eye of exploration. Chu Chen said to his system. Name, Cradily. Attributes, Rock and Grass Pokémon. Features, Suction Cup. Level, 30. Potential, Advanced. Carry, None. An electronic voice came from my mind. Cradily is a green Pokémon similar to plants. There are yellow marks of different styles on its head, neck and torso. There is a crescent-shaped opening on its head. There are also a pair of round yellow eye spots on the opening, but his real eyes are hidden in the dark. There are 8 pink tentacles around the base of his head, like petals, and his long and flexible neck has a yellow ring in the center. He can catch prey by stretching his neck. His body is very short, and he squats on the ground with his short limbs, and he has a growth on his chest. An oval yellow target. In order to prevent being washed away by the ocean tide, Cradley's upgrade is very heavy. In ancient times, it would build a nest in the warm shallow sea, but when the tide receded, it would come to the land to find prey. Cradley uses its tentacles to capture prey and digests them with the strong digestive acidic liquid secreted by the tentacles. Chu Chen felt a little confused. In his previous world, he saw that Pokémon said that Cradley was extinct. The tentacles of Cradley before evolution have become fossils and are often found, but... Chu Chen touched his head and fell into deep thought. What he just saw was indeed Cradley, and the system also showed that. Could it be that reality and the TV are different? Puff, what the hell? Sometimes a Breloom jumped out, and Breloom ran past Chu Chen, seemingly not nervous at all. What? It turned out to be Breloom. I was scared to death. Chu Chen said to Breloom. I don't believe that we can't find this Cradley. Use the Eye of Exploration to find Cradley's specific location. Chu Chen said to the system. Ding! The brain sensed Cradley's specific location. So you are here, Salamins, let's go. Chu Chen said to Salamins, and then ran to Cradley's location. Cradley, so you are here, you are not hurt, don't run around next time. A woman stroked Cradley's head and said kindly. Cradley leaned on her and showed a very kind attitude. Chu Chen could see the relationship between the two of them at a glance. Hey, it turns out that she already has an owner. Forget it, let's not disturb them. Chu Chen sighed. Cradley is a very rare species. Chu Chen fell in love with it at first sight, but seeing the beautiful lady in front of him, he also wanted to show his gentlemanly side. When he was about to leave, he was called. Hey, why are you here, sir? I saw you. The young girl shouted at Chu Chen. Wow, such a good eye. I felt I was very secretive, but she still found me. Alas, it's all because of my handsomeness that attracts the opposite sex. Chu Chen thought narcissistically. The last one turned around, lifted his hair, looked at her confidently, walked slowly in front of her, and showed a gentle smile. Chapter 238. Hello, miss. I came here for training. I didn't expect to be found by you. My name is Chu Chen. What should I call you? Chu Chen looked at the lady politely, showing his gentlemanly demeanor. Hello, my name is Anu. Anu responded to Chu Chen politely. Why are you here? Anu was very confused about the boy in front of her. Ah, nothing, I came here for training, and then suddenly found a Cradley, so I followed curiously. Chu Chen explained the whole incident to her. Is that so? Are you alone? Anu continued to ask. Oh, I just came here alone. I'm unfamiliar with the place and a little scared. Chu Chen acted a little pitiful. Chu Chen could see that Anu was a very kind person. If he saw him wandering around in the forest alone, he might be in danger. Maybe he could provide him with a place to stay. Anu should be living on Whales Island. If Chu Chen guessed correctly, there should be a research institute on the island. Anu might be a member of the institute. Is that so? Why don't you go to the institute with me? It's dangerous to be alone outside. There will be a tide recently. Come back with me to the institute. Maybe I can provide you with accommodation. After hearing these words, Chu Chen was so happy in his heart, but he still remained very reserved on the surface. In front of beauty, he had to behave very gentlemanly and have a fearless spirit. How can I be so embarrassed? I'm not afraid to be alone outside. Chu Chen deliberately said to Anu in a tone of refusal. He wanted to keep his composure as much as possible. Let's go. No need to say so much. Anu took Chu Chen's hand and went to the research institute. Anu took Chu Chen's hand without saying a word and led him away. Chu Chen was surprised by this move. He didn't expect Anu to be such a hot woman. A warm current surged into his heart. Chu Chen soon followed Anu to the front of the research institute. The exterior of the research institute was purplured, and it was surrounded by bamboo baskets. It looked like a cathedral from the outside. It was usually very luxurious inside, and basically all high-tech facilities were available. I'm back and found Cradley. He was indeed lost in the forest. Anu walked to the front and said to a young man. Thank you, Anu, Cradley, I know you are very curious about the outside world, but please don't run around. The man said to Cradley. Let me introduce you, this is my husband, Professor Zuxing. Anu said to Chu Chen. When Chu Chen heard this, he was like being struck by lightning. He didn't expect that such a beautiful lady like Anu already had a husband. This made him feel very disappointed. Hello, Professor Zuxing, my name is Chu Chen. No matter how disappointed Chu Chen was, he had to smile and extend a friendly hand to Professor Zuxing. Nice to meet you. Professor Zuxing also said happily to Chu Chen and shook hands with Chu Chen. Mr. Chu Chen was training nearby and then got lost, so I wanted him to stay at our institute. Anu looked at her husband and said. Of course, we haven't had guests here for a long time. Mr. Chu Chen is very welcome to stay here. Professor Zuxing looked at Chu Chen politely and said. Thank you so much. Chu Chen also looked at them politely and said. Then let's not stand here, come sit next to us and chat. Professor Zuxing took Chu Chen to a coffee shop nearby. Anu made a pot of hot coffee for them and then started chatting. My husband and I are here to study ancient Pokemon and revive Pokemon. Our dream is to build Cathay Pokemon Park on this island. Professor Zuxing told Chu Chen the purpose of his research institute. Chu Chen could see that Professor Zuxing was very hospitable and had such a great ambition, which made Chu Chen feel very admired. Chu Chen looked around and found many Pokemon similar to Cradley. What are those Pokemon? Why are they so similar to Cradley? Chu Chen looked at them and asked. Those are Liliup. Liliup is like a sea lily. Its bottom is purple, its tentacles are pink, and its top is black. Anu introduced to Chu Chen. It can use petal-like tentacles to catch prey. Liliup will become Cradley after evolution. Professor Zuxing continued his wife's words. But species like Cradley and Liliup are already extinct, aren't they? Why are they here? Chu Chen looked at them and asked in confusion. Chu Chen's understanding of Pokemon is very thorough, and he knows that some species have long been extinct. There is only one reason for appearing here, that is, this research institute can revive some extinct species through fossils and continue this species. Chu Chen looked at them and felt that this possibility was extremely high, and Professor Zuxing was also a very remarkable person, waiting for them to give a satisfactory answer. Anu glanced at her husband and said to Chu Chen with a smile. Because we used fossils to revive them. Haha, I guessed it right. Chu Chen was secretly happy. Yes, it is the first step to realize my dream, and now it has finally been taken. Professor Zuxing stood up happily and said to Chu Chen proudly. But how did you revive them in the form of fossils? Chu Chen looked at Professor Zuxing curiously and asked, because he was also very interested in high-tech things. Let me show you a video, which records my research results along the way. Professor Zuxing stood up, then took out a projector and played the video. In the ancient times, this Wiltz Island was located in a small corner in a remote place of the huge continent. Cradley, Liliup and Anorith lived here peacefully. Wait, what kind of Pokemon is Anorith, and what do they eat? Chu Chen asked curiously. Because few people know about ancient things, this is a good learning opportunity for Chu Chen. Anorith is a flat and long fossil Pokemon. Its appearance is based on marine arthrones. It is a very ancient Pokémon and can be regarded as the ancient ancestor of today's Pokémon. Professor Zuxing introduced. Chapter 239. System uses the Eye of Exploration. Chu Chen said to his system. Name, Anorith. Attribute, Rock Attribute and Pure Attribute Pokémon. Feature, Combat Armor. Level, 18. Potential, Primary. Carry, None. An electronic voice came from his mind. Anorith growth uses its 2 developed horns to catch prey in a warm environment. Anorith generally eats fruits from the ancient times. There were not many things at that time, and many ancient Pokémon eat the same food. Anu continued her husband's words. The fossils of those fruits were found very close to their fossils, so we made such a guess. Professor Zuxing continued. Chu Chen nodded, just like a primary school student who was taking the class seriously. Continue watching the film. Then the shape of the continent changed, and Wilt's Island was born. As time passed, in the isolated environment, the ancient Pokémon became extinct one after another. But, I used the technology that I developed with great difficulty, using the fossils of tree roots and claws as samples, and successfully reunited Cradily and Anorith. Professor Zuxing said excitedly while watching the film. Create an environment where they can coexist peacefully with us humans, that is, this island will become a paradise for ancient Pokémon. This is my dream. Wow, Professor Zuxing is really amazing. It is really amazing to revive fossils and turn them into Pokémon, and it can leave a colorful history for our Pokémon world. Chu Chen looked at Professor Zuxing and said, because he especially admired scientists with such perseverance. But the matter of Liliup and Cradily, Mr. Chuchen, please keep it confidential for the time being. Miss Anu looked at Mr. Chuchen and said. Chu Chen was a little confused. Why did they tell him about this? And they didn't let him tell anyone. Why? Why did you tell me? Chu Chen looked at them in confusion and asked. Because there are still many parts that we don't understand, so I hope to continue here without being disturbed by others and continue to do research. I think ancient Pokémon should also hope to encounter a life in nature without being disturbed by outsiders. Professor Zuxing looked at Chu Chen and explained. Then I understand, I will definitely not tell anyone, and I also hope that your research can continue and provide more beneficial meanings for our Pokémon world. Chu Chen said seriously. Thank you so much. Professor Zuxing and Miss Anu looked at Chu Chen happily and said. As an outsider, Chu Chen was able to gain the trust of Professor Zuxing and let him know so many unknown secrets, which made him feel very warm in his heart. If these ancient Pokémon are discovered by outsiders, let alone by some pet hunters with ulterior motives, they will take these ancient Pokémon out to sell for money. In the Pokémon world, the rarer the Pokémon, the higher the price it can be sold. Chichichi at this time, an alarm suddenly sounded in the system they were operating. Chapter 240. What's going on? Did something happen? Chu Chen looked at them and asked. Mr. Chu Chen, please sit here for a while. I'll go over and take a look. Professor Zuxing looked very nervous and ran into the console. His wife followed closely behind. The two people kept operating on the console, and suddenly Anu's voice came. Chu Chen was very curious and listened attentively to their communication. Husband, Anorith seems to be evolving. Anu said nervously to Professor Zuxing. Professor Marobashi was surprised to hear such a result. His research results were about to go one step further. Boom boom, a lift suddenly appeared in the nature they cultivated, and an Anorith came out of it. Professor Marobashi and his wife hurried to the viewing platform to look at him. The host came over with great curiosity. He didn't want to miss this kind of evolution scene. Excuse me, is Anorith going to evolve? Chu Chen asked curiously. Yes, I didn't expect this. I thought it would evolve in a few months, but now it's so early. This is also the first fossil Pokémon to evolve in history. Professor Marobashi said excitedly to Chu Chen. Chu Chen could understand Professor Marobashi's mood at this time. He was very excited to see that his research results would be further developed. It's finally starting. After Anarith evolves, it will become Armaldo. Professor Marobashi said excitedly while looking at Anarith in front of him. Na-na-na. Anarith made a sound of no-na-na, and his whole body flashed with light. Chu Chen was very excited as he watched him slowly evolve. A new form slowly appeared in front of everyone, and the shape became larger and larger, and suddenly a standing Pokémon appeared. Ah! Armaldo screamed loudly, and everyone's eyes showed happy smiles. System uses the eye of exploration. Chu Chen said to his system. Name, Armaldo. Attribute, Rock Attribute and Bug Attribute Pokémon. Feature, Combat Armor. Level, 20. Potential, Intermediate. Carry, None. Request Flowers. An electronic voice came from my mind. Armaldo, an armored Pokémon, has hard armor. It can withstand powerful claws on anything, even solid stone. Armaldo's body is azure blue, with two flat and long eyes that look very large, a long tail, and a standing body with sharp claws. 0. I'm so happy. Anarith has become Armaldo. That's great, dear. Professor Zuxing said excitedly while looking at Miss Anu. The two of them put their fingers together and were very happy. This success is a great encouragement for their research. It means that they can revive fossil Pokémon, and the resurrected Pokémon can also evolve. Congratulations, Professor Zuxing. Chu Chen also looked at Professor Zuxing happily and greeted him. Then it's all your luck. Let's have dinner together later and take a good rest these days. Professor Zuxing said kindly. He hurriedly greeted Chu Chen and walked to the restaurant. Anu walked into the kitchen and prepared a busy dinner. Chapter 241. After having dinner with Professor Zuxing and his wife, Chu Chen's eyes stayed. The next morning, Chu Chen came to the forest to strengthen the training of pets. Come out, Slaking. Chu Chen took out the Pokémon ball from his pocket and released Slaking. Chu Chen saw a huge stone in front of him and trained Slaking's attack damage. Afraid of troubling Pokémon, Slaking lives in the center of the grassland. He sleeps all day and can only eat by lying down. The wild grass that can be pulled is a surprise Pokémon, but once he moves, the hidden power and speed are amazing. The just-released Slaking is still sleeping, lying on the ground motionless. Hey! Slaking needs to get up. It's time for you to train. Chu Chen walked to Slaking and kicked him. 850 Slaking squirmed and turned to the other side to continue sleeping. Oh, you don't listen to me, right? Chu Chen said unhappily. But Slaking was very lazy and didn't care about what Chu Chen said. Chu Chen felt that it was useless to waste time with him, so he thought of a way to force him to cheer up. Come out, Blaze! Chu Chen released Blaze. Blaze uses Ember to attack Slaking. Chu Chen said the skill to Blaze. Blaze charged Ember from his palm and sprayed it onto Slaking, who immediately became burned. Ahoyo Slaking was surrounded by fire and jumped around. Ha ha ha, you still don't listen to me. I'm telling you this kindly, but you don't listen. You'll have to drink a penalty. Chu Chen watched Slaking from the side, wandering around, looking for water. His whole body was surrounded by fire, and he looked very painful. Plop! Slaking found a small ditch and jumped in without hesitation. Ouch! Slaking slowly relaxed, and the pain on his face slowly disappeared. Come up quickly, or I'll set you on fire again, and I'll let you sleep slowly, Chu Chen shouted loudly. Slaking heard Chu Chen's voice and quickly climbed out of the small ditch, becoming much more obedient. Slaking knew very well that he couldn't beat Chu Chen at all. He had resisted before, and was finally locked in a small dark room for 7 days. He was not given anything to eat. Those days were very painful memories for him. Slaking, use throw. Slaking heard Chu Chen's command and found a small stone from the side. Slaking's throw has the ability to quickly throw the props he carries to attack. The effect will change according to the power of the props. Next to Slaking, he found a small stone. Slaking held the small stone tightly. Although this small stone was dozens of times smaller than the big stone in front, Slaking had the power to move the power in his body and transfer it to the props he used. White light can be seen coming out of Slaking's hand, and the small stone turned into a white light wave. Roar! Slaking threw quickly, aiming at the big stone in front. The small stone flew through the air and streaked a ray of light. Bang! With a huge explosion, the big stone in front was shattered. Well done, Slaking's attack damage is still quite high. Chu Chen looked at Slaking and said. The current Slaking level has reached level 55, which is the strength of a leader. Chu Chen thought of the EXP share obtained by Salamins who defeated Drake before. Now it can be used in SL on Slaking's body. Chu Chen especially wanted to see Slaking's new skill Punishment. Punishment is based on the change of ability. The greater the power increased, the more powerful the move. This skill is very good for Chu Chen, because he will encounter stronger opponents on his way next. This move is proportional to the opponent. With such a big move in hand, the confidence is doubled. Open EXP share and let Slaking learn Punishment. Chu Chen said to the system. Then a flash of lightning flashed in the sky, and Slaking was floating in the air. A machine wrapped it inside and continuously injected energy into Slaking. After a while, the machine left, and Slaking slowly floated down. Slaking looked at himself and felt that his whole body was full of strength, and the muscles on his body became bigger. I have learned Punishment for your Pokemon. An electronic voice came from his mind. Chu Chen looked at Slaking in front of him and said he was very happy. Next, he would continue to train. Chu Chen looked around, there were only wood and stones. He wanted to find a Pokemon to train, so that he could see the improvement of his training. However, there were rare Pokemon everywhere on this island, he dared not hurt them at will, and there were not many trainers here, which made Chu Chen feel very distressed. Oh, forget it, it seems that I can only take out my own Pokemon to fight each other. Chu Chen said, looking at the Blaze in front of him. Just thinking that Blaze's attack damage is quite high, it may hurt Slaking if he is not careful. If he takes out the Wailord that he just captured recently, the level is too low, and it is not enough for Slaking to fight. There are also Agron, Flygon, Melodic, Hyatran, Swampert, Shiny Gardevoir, Shiny Jengar in the backpack. Seeing these pets let him choose slowly, he suddenly felt a headache. Chu Chen didn't want to control two pets to fight by himself, which made him very irritated. So why Chu Chen particularly dislikes coming to the uninhabited island for training, because no one trains with him, which makes him particularly boring. Oh, it's too annoying. It would be great if a pet trainer passed by. God, please help me! Chu Chen shouted at the sky. Wow, Chu Chen, you are here. At this time, a female voice came, which surprised Chu Chen. Chu Chen turned his head and saw Anu, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. He was extremely excited. He didn't expect that God really sent a trainer here. He must not miss this opportunity. I'm training here, but it's too boring to be alone. It would be great if someone could train with me. Chu Chen said tactfully, as if there was something behind his words, hinting that Anu should stay and train with him. Can I? Anyway, I don't have anything to do today, and I haven't trained with Cradley for a long time. Anu looked at Chu Chen and said. Chapter 242. When Chu Chen heard this, it meant that she had taken the bait. He immediately picked up the fishing line and caught the big fish. It was the first time for Chu Chen to train with the disappeared Pokemon, and the damage to them was still unknown. Of course, we are just doing a simple training, and we won't hurt Cradley. Chu Chen said happily. That's good, then let's train now. Anu took out the Pokemon ball from his pocket and released Cradily. I will use this slaking to fight your Cradily. Chu Chen looked at Anu and said. This Cradily is the same as the one encountered yesterday, and the level is 30, so Chu Chen wants to use a lower skill to fight him, and also use the skills he just learned to test the extent of the attack damage. Don't think that my Cradily is not as high as Slaking, but he is an ancient Pokemon and his attack ability is not bad, so don't take it lightly. Anu's words were cute, and Chu Chen didn't dare to look at her directly. Okay, no problem, let's get started. Chu Chen nodded and said. Cradily use ancient power, and then use Confuse Ray to attack the opponent. Anu said to Cradily. Cradily's ancient power will emit yellow light all over the body to increase its own energy, and the attack damage will also increase accordingly. Then use Confuse Ray to harass the opponent with strange light, causing the opponent to enter chaos. Cradily's whole body emits yellow light, and its body size increases a little bit. Then use Confuse Ray, and the white light shines on Slaking's body. Ouch! The king of asking for advice was hit in the eyes by the light and became dizzy. He rolled around and fell to the ground. He felt a mess in his mind and was particularly uncomfortable. I didn't expect this guy's attack damage to be so high. Fortunately, Slaking has the skill Slack Off to restore his own physical strength. Chu Chen thought to himself. Chu Chen wanted to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor and could not use too strong attacks, but he also had to save face and must not lose the game. Chu Chen thought about letting the king of asking for advice suffer a little damage first, and then make a Jedi counter-attack, which surprised Anu. What's wrong? Your Slaking seems to be in pain. Did I hit him too hard? Anu showed a distressed expression on his face and cared about Slaking lying on the ground. It's okay, this guy can bear it, I'm going to fight back now. Chu Chen looked at Anu and said. Why don't we wait a moment? I see Slaking is lying on the ground in great pain. Should we take him to the hospital for treatment first? Anu said to Chu Chen very nervously. It was obvious that Anu had never competed before. How could he take a pet to the hospital for treatment during the game? This made Chu Chen laugh and cry. He didn't expect to meet such a lovely person. Chu Chen didn't have the heart to launch an attack and hurt Cradily. He was afraid that Anu would cry. Such a soft-hearted person could only stay in the institute and do research well. Chu Chen's mind kept flashing. The skills and moves to be used next were constantly flashing. Slaking had already crawled on the ground and rolled for a while. Chu Chen looked at Slaking on the ground. The punishment for him was enough. It was time to train him well next. It's okay. Now that we are in the game, we must not retreat. Either surrender or stick to it. This is the spirit among our trainers. Chu Chen looked at Anu and said. Okay, I understand. Let's continue fighting. Anu nodded and said. Slaking uses Slack Off. Slaking's Slack Off will allow him to take a short break, quickly restore his energy, and adjust his mentality. Slaking heard the command and immediately lay on the ground, closed his eyes and quickly entered sleep mode. Ha hoo hoo hoo! Slaking snored on the ground, and the sound became louder and louder. Okay, you want to rest, that's impossible, keep on fighting, Cradily uses acid. Anu looked at Slaking lying on the ground and sleeping, and felt dissatisfied. Cradily's acid will splash strong acid on the opponent to attack, and sometimes it will reduce the opponent's special defense. Puff! Cradily spit out green liquid from his mouth, and the liquid splashed on Slaking's body. Yeah, well done! Anu jumped up excitedly. It's useless, that damage can't cause anything to my Slaking. Chu Chen said to Anu calmly. Why do you see that the liquid has already stuck to his body? Then his whole body will itch extremely, and the hair on his body will be dissolved and cause great damage. Anu said to Chu Chen confidently. Take a closer look at Slaking. Chu Chen revealed a little information. Anu looked at Slaking very curiously and found that Slaking was still sleeping on the ground, and seemed to have no reaction, which made her feel very strange. How could this happen? What is the reason? Anu looked at Slaking carefully again, and she found a very magical point. There was a layer of white film wrapped around Slaking's body. She had to be very careful to see the white film. Wow, what is that, Chu Chen? Why is it so magical? Anu asked Chu Chen in surprise. Since you have discovered it, let me tell you. When Slaking is in the slack-off state, his defense ability is very high. A white film will form in his body to protect him. This film will not allow any external attack to disrupt his sleep. Chu Chen looked at it and answered. That's why Slaking is famous for being lazy. Even if he is struck by thunder, he can't be woken up. Once he enters the sleeping state, it is difficult to wake him up. Chu Chen continued. So that's it. It's still very magical. You are so amazing to be able to find such a Pokemon. Anu's eyes revealed envy. She had very little contact with the outside world in this research institute. Now she came into contact with a Slaking, which opened her eyes. Are you going to let him sleep all the time? Aren't we going to continue training? We can start now. I will wake him up. Chu Chen said confidently to Anu. As Slaking's trainer, he would naturally find a way to make Slaking obey him. Chapter 243. Slaking, wake up. It's your turn now. Use grab. Chu Chen said loudly to Slaking. Ing's snoring stopped immediately, and he slowly moved his body. Ha! Slaking stood up and hit yawn, looking at Cradley in front of him with lifeless eyes. Ha ha ha, your Slaking doesn't seem to be awake yet, it's not good for us to disturb him like this. Swoosh! As soon as Anu finished speaking, Slaking immediately started running, with a super fast speed, beyond everyone's imagination. In the blink of an eye, he ran in front of Cradley, and Anu shouted nervously. Cradley, use Constrict to dodge. Cradley immediately used Constrict, and stretched out green vines from the tentacles to constrict Slaking's head. Slaking was tied up by the vines and kept struggling. Anu thought in her heart that Slaking's speed surprised her. Slaking looked very clumsy and lazy on the surface, just like a pretender, but in fact he was very strong inside. Bang! Slaking used all his muscles and broke the vines with a clever move. He jumped in front of Cradley and drew several rays of light in the sky with his tough and sharp claws, hitting Cradley. Cradley couldn't bear the attack and was bounced to the ground. Cradley, are you okay? Anu walked up to touch it nervously. Cradley shook his head, indicating that he could still fight. Okay, I will be more focused next time. Anu looked at Cradley and said confidently. How is it? Are you okay? How about I be gentler later? Chu Chen looked at Anu and said. No, just come on, I will beat you this time. Anu looked at Chu Chen with anger in her eyes. The shy female feeling just now has disappeared. She seems to have detected that Slaking is a Pokemon that is particularly good at disguise. Okay, then take it, Slaking, use one more. Chu Chen said to Slaking. Slaking's Encore, let the opponent accept, Encore, use the last used move 3 times in a row. Chu Chen knew that the skill of Encore can make the opponent use the last used skill move, Cradley's last used skill Constrict to attack Slaking, and after asking for leave, he can use Throw to counter-attack. Ha! Slaking received the order and used the skill Encore. Suddenly, Cradley couldn't move his whole body. Hearing Constrict in his mind, Cradley unconsciously ejected vines from his body. Wow, there is such a skill, so powerful, it can put my Cradley in such a passive state. Anu said in surprise. Anu didn't expect that the young man in front of him actually had so many powerful Pokemon. Cradley's vine rushed towards Slaking, and Chu Chen looked at Slaking calmly and said. Slaking uses punishment. Chu Chen wanted to see how the skill he had just learned was. For Slaking, this skill was his highest skill at the moment. Following the instructions received by the King of Inquiry, he grabbed 2 vines at random, acting very relaxed, and then swung the vines in the direction of Cradley. La Ju! Cradley was tied up by his own vines, fell to the ground, and kept struggling. Cradley, are you okay? Use acid. Anu wanted to use acid to dissolve the vines tied to him. Cradley quickly spit out the acid, and the acid slowly melted on the vines. Zzz. The vines made a sizzling sound and then broke. Cradley uses ancient power, using ultimate absorb. These 2 skills combined will greatly improve the ability and damage of Shaking Lily itself. Ancient power attacking with ancient power will improve all of your abilities. Ultimate absorb absorbs the opponent's nutrients to attack, can restore its own energy, and inflict half the damage to the opponent. Anu knew that he could not beat Slaking by force, so he could only continuously improve his own abilities and weaken Slaking's energy. Cradley used ancient power and ultimate absorb, his body became huge, and he ran to Slaking quickly, tied Slaking with his tentacles, and the 2 of them were entangled together. The tentacles stretched to Slaking's head and continuously absorbed Slaking's nutrients. You did a good job, you actually use this trick to absorb energy. Chu Chen looked at Anu and said, he could feel a very competitive aura in Anu. He knew that women are very petty when they get angry, and he must seize this opportunity to defeat Cradley, otherwise he would lose. It would be very embarrassing. Besides, if he couldn't even beat Anu, how could he go out and challenge those masters? Slaking, use yawn, then use feint attack. Chu Chen said to Slaking, those 2 skills can just counter Cradley's binding. Yawn can hit a big yawn at the opponent, causing sleepiness and making the opponent fall asleep, so that Cradley can't transmit Slaking's energy through the tentacles, making Cradley fall asleep. Unexpected strike can quietly approach the opponent and beat them up when they are not prepared. The attack will cause huge damage, not to mention that Cradley has fallen asleep because of yawn. Feint attack can cause huge damage to her. Slaking received the order, hugged Cradley tightly, opened his mouth and shot out a big yawn, and sprayed yellow gas from his mouth to wrap Cradley's head. Cradley slowly fell into a state of sleep, closed his eyes, and the tentacles fell from Slaking's head. Slaking waved his palm and hit Cradley's tentacles hard. Puff! Cradley was hit hard and woke up from his dream. His whole body began to tremble. He slowly fell off Slaking and lay on the ground. This kind of pain is felt later. The more it goes on, the stronger the pain becomes. At first, Cradley felt weak all over and collapsed to the ground, and slowly felt a tingling pain from his abdomen. Cradley lay on the ground and rolled around, with a painful expression on his face. Cradley kept covering his abdomen, and the wailing sound reached Anu's ears. Cradley, are you okay? If not, we won't fight anymore. Don't force yourself. Seeing you like this, I'm so heartbroken. Anu said to Cradley, tears were about to fall. Chapter 244. Ouch! Cradley stood up very unconvinced. She still felt a tingling sensation in her abdomen and her expression was a little painful. She looked at Slaking and seemed unwilling to admit defeat. Then let's encore. If we can't win this time, we won't continue. Come back with me for treatment immediately. Anu said to Cradley. Anu knew that Cradley was not suitable for fighting. Cradley had been with her for so long, and the number of battles she had fought did not exceed 10. It was not easy for her to withstand Slaking's powerful attack this time. Cradley used Ingrain. Anu used Cradley's Ingrain to absorb energy from the earth. Because of the previous experience, he could not absorb energy from Slaking again. Hey! Cradley stretched out his tentacles and pierced into the ground. Seeing Cradley's tentacles growing bigger and absorbing the energy in the ground, the wound on Cradley's face was almost healed soon. Cradley used ancient power. Cradle pulled out the tentacles from the ground, and all the power was concentrated on the tentacles to form a triangle and rushed towards the King of Inquiry. When Chu Chen saw this phenomenon, it was the moment he had been waiting for a long time. He had to wait until Cradley used his strongest attack, and then use the punishment that Slaking had just learned. Slaking use punishment. Chu Chen shouted loudly. Slaking received the order, stood still, and his whole body turned black, like a black Orberg standing in front. Wow, it turns out that Slaking's punishment is in this state. Chu Chen said in surprise as he looked at Slaking in front of him. Pa! Cradley rushed towards Slaking desperately, hitting Slaking with his sharp tentacles, generating a huge ember. Ah! Slaking stood still, and suddenly a force popped out from his tentacles. Cradley was rebounded, flew up, and fiercely tackled a tree beside him. Cradley tackled the tree, and the wood was broken in half. Cradley was about to be crushed by the wood. Ah, Cradley, get up quickly, be careful of the wood. Anu watched the wood fall nervously. Cradley lay on the ground, his body had reached the limit, and the speed was very slow, climbing up bit by bit. Slaking, hurry up to help Cradley. Chu Chen shouted loudly. How could Chu Chen miss such a good opportunity? It was the moment of heroism to save the beauty, and he showed his gentlemanly demeanor to the fullest. Slaking received the order, and quickly ran to Cradley's side with a kick, knocking the fallen wood away with his fist. Slaking picked up Cradley and brought her to Anu. Thank you Slaking for saving Cradley. Anu looked at Slaking with emotion and said. Hey, why don't you thank me? I asked Slaking to save Cradley. Chu Chen thought to himself, feeling a little unhappy. Chu Chen also thanks you. At this time, Anu turned his head and looked at Chu Chen and said. Haha, you're welcome. Chu Chen scratched his head and replied shyly. Cradley, you're already great, come back and rest, I'll take you back to the institute for treatment later. Anu touched Cradley's head, took out the pokeball from his pocket, and took Cradley back. Come back too, Slaking. Chu Chen also took Slaking back. At this time, the sun had already set and the sky had become dark. If we were to go back later, we would not be able to see the road clearly. Chu Chen, let's go back. It's already late. Anu looked at the sky and said to Chu Chen. Okay, let's go back. Chu Chen nodded and followed Anu. Not long after, they arrived at the entrance of the institute. At this time, Professor Zuxing was waiting for them at the entrance. Professor Zuxing looked very anxious and seemed to be worried about his wife. Anu, why did you go out so late? Professor Zuxing asked his wife. It's okay. Chu Chen is here. When I was collecting samples in the forest, I happened to see Mr. Chu Cheng training alone. He asked if I could train with him for a while, and I agreed. I didn't expect that after fighting with him, time passed so quickly. It was already evening. Anu walked to Professor Zuxing and said in a low voice. Is that so? I'm glad you're okay. Professor Zuxing touched Anu's hand and said kindly. Chu Chen was very embarrassed. He didn't expect to have to eat dog food when he came back. Chu Chen thought that he shouldn't stay in this place for long. I feel relieved with Mr. Chu Chen by my side. Forgive me for being so worried about my wife, because she has never come back so late when she is alone. Professor Zuxing said to Chu Chen. It's okay. I'm a little embarrassed too. Chu Chen replied. Husband, do you know? Mr. Chu Chen's Pokemon is very powerful. I really opened my eyes after sparring with him for a while today. Anu said to Professor Zuxing excitedly, and couldn't wait to tell her husband everything she encountered today. Especially the Slaking. Don't be fooled by his lazy appearance, but he is very fast. In the finals, he suddenly turned into a black wall. All attacks could not hurt him, and he could bounce back the enemy's attacks. He is so powerful. Anu said a lot. Professor Zuxing was a little impatient, and Chu Chen also hit yawn, saying that he was very tired. Okay, you don't need to say these, I know everything. Let's make dinner first. You see, Mr. Chu Chen is tired. Let's eat quickly and have a good rest. Professor Zuxing said to his wife. Yet. Chu Chen also nodded, and couldn't listen to Anyu's nagging. Oh, okay, I'll go cook now, and I'll tell you slowly in the evening. Anyu excitedly shook off her husband's hand and walked into the institute. Alas, don't blame my wife for this. She has seen too little and is very curious. Once she encounters something new, she can't wait to share it with me. Zhu Xing looked at Chu Chen and said. Professor Zhu Xing actually loves his wife very much. He will explain for his wife in front of outsiders and give her some face. I understand this, I won't mind. Chu Chen looked at the professor and replied. Chapter 245. Then let's go in now. It's cool outside. Let's prepare for dinner. Professor Zhu Xing took Chu Chen into the institute. Everyone quickly finished dinner and prepared to rest. Chu Chen went through a day of fatigue and fell asleep on the bed. The next morning, Professor Zhu Xing and Anu were still asleep. Chu Chen didn't want to disturb them, so he wrote a letter and put it on the table and left quietly. Thank you Professor Zhu Xing and Anu for taking care of me these days. My journey here is almost over. I still have to explore more unknown regions. I will come back to see you in the future and witness your new research. Chu Chen. Chu Chen wrote the letter, opened the door, and headed to the next destination. Chu Chen is an optimist. He does not have a definite goal. He goes wherever he goes. Swampert, come out. Chu Chen took out the Pokemon ball from his pocket and released Swampert. Chu Chen sat on Swampert's back and left Wilt's Island. Unconsciously, Chu Chen found a desert land, where the plants were very rare and there were deserts everywhere. He was about to cross Izabi Island, a huge island. This island has different environments. At the foot of the mountain, there is a desert atmosphere, while on the mountain, there is heavy snow. Its highest peak is a rectangular rock on a rock. Alas, I'm too tired. Let's go to the island for a walk. Chu Chen has been lying on Swampert's back for half a day, and his whole body is exposed to the sun. He missed the days of walking on land. Swampert, you've worked hard, come back and rest. Chu Chen took out the treasure ball and took Swampert back. In this desert, there are no people around. Chu Chen walked leisurely. Today's sun is particularly warm, and Chu Chen was tanned. Chu Chen saw a valley in front of him, surrounded by mountains on all sides, which is a very good place to shade. Great, finally there is a place to rest. Chu Chen ran in excitedly. Finally, he came inside. The scene in front of him shocked Chu Chen. There was thick smoke everywhere. There was a huge petrified pokeball on a mountain in front of him. Wow, what is that? It's a bit strange to have such a big pokeball on it. Chu Chen said, looking at the huge stone in front of him. Chu Chen wondered why it was placed on the top of the mountain and had become petrified. Could it be the same nature as the fossils he had known on Wilt's Island before? Do you want to know? Then I will take the time to tell you. An old man's voice came from behind Chu Chen. Chu Chen was startled by the voice behind him, because the surroundings were filled with smoke, and he didn't know whether it was a human or a ghost. Wow, you are going to scare people to death. Excuse me, who are you? Chu Chen looked at the old man in front of him and asked. Ding! The sage of this island, old man Chongsheng. The old man in front of him knocked on his cane and said solemnly, making Chu Chen feel that the old man in front of him was a guardian, guarding the island, and his status was very high. Chu Chen was thinking in his heart whether he had intruded into the private domain and offended the old man. I'm sorry, old man Chongsheng, I meant to intrude. I'm just very curious about the things here, so I came to take a look. Chu Chen scratched his head and said to apologize. The old man Chongsheng in front of him was wearing a green cloak and had a long beard. His beard and hair had turned white. He was an old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life. What you see looks like a rock, but it is not a rock. It is an authentic Pokemon ball. Its origin is recorded in detail in the legend of the Valley of Destruction that has been circulating on the island since ancient times. Old man Chongsheng was not angry, but patiently explained the huge stone on the top of the mountain. The legend of the Valley of Destruction. Chu Chen heard a story that made him very curious. How about it? Do you want to hear it? Old man Chongsheng looked at Chu Chen and said, his eyes full of captivate. Then buy as many Pokemon Ball Buns and Valley of Destruction Senbei as you like. Old man Zhongsheng waved his hand and took out a decoration from his stomach to hang on the street. His chest was full of Pokemon Ball Buns and Senbei. His serious eyes suddenly became cheerful. Damn, it turns out that this old man is a seller. Chu Chen looked at the old man Zhongsheng helplessly. Please give me flowers. So you are selling local specialties? I think I'd better forget it. I'll go around and see for myself. Chu Chen said politely. Facing such hawkers, Chu Chen was particularly clear. Just like in reality, some tourists go to tourist attractions and meet some hawkers selling local specialties. What they say is known to everyone. They just deceive some foreign tourists and earn their profits. Everything is a very deep routine. Don't go. Besides being idle, I am also a tour guide on the island. But what my wife said is absolutely true, and you won't hear it from other people. I have lived here for a long time and have seen more than others. Old man Zhongsheng pulled Chu Chen's hand and said with a struggle. Why? Because everything is written in this great ancient document handed down from ancient times. Old man Zhongsheng took out a thick book from his pocket. Chu Chen looked at the book, and there was a sense of age in it. He slowly believed what old man Zhongsheng said. Chu Chen was persuaded by old man Zhongsheng. They spread a straw mat on the ground, and both sat down. They went out and bought a lot of Pokemon Ball Buns and Valley of Destruction Senbei. Come on, everyone come out and have a good taste. Chu Chen took out the Pokeball from his pocket and released all the pets. Chu Chen didn't care about the money at all. He just wanted the old man in front of him. There were too many specialties of Mr. Chongsheng. He couldn't finish them all by himself, so he asked his pet to help. Thank you so much, then I will let me tell you the story of the giant Pokemon above. Old man Zhongsheng said excitedly. In the distant ancient times, there was a powerful force imprisoned in the Pokemon Ball. Old man Zhongsheng told Chu Chen a story. Powerful power. At this time, Chu Chen thought of the Mega Salamanki that Mr. Drake told him. If there is Mega Salamanki inside, then Chu Chen must have picked up a huge treasure. Chu Chen will definitely take it back to the Research Institute on Wilt's Island and let Professor Zuxing help him revive the Mega Baby in the fossil. Chapter 246. But now, there is nothing in it, because an evil person released that power before. Old man Zhongsheng held his hands and was silent for a while. What happened later? What happened in the end? The composition showed a disappointed expression. Just when he was fantasizing that if it was Mega Salamanki, the beautiful dream was shattered in an instant. The powerful power of imprison was released, and it did its best to destroy everywhere. It kept making trouble for 7 days and 7 nights. Just when people thought that the world might be destroyed, the white sage appeared from nowhere. Old man Chongsheng opened the ancient book, which contained the fighting scene at that time. The storage energy can see that there is a huge pet flamethrower everywhere, surrounded by fire everywhere. At this time, a sage appeared in the sky, his whole body was white. The reason for the white color may be that people at that time made it mysterious when they painted it. The sage raised the scepter in his hand high, and a blue light wave emerged and shot into the sky. A huge Pokemon fell from the sky and hit the monster in front of him. The sage summoned a new rock Pokemon from the incredible space and put the powerful power imprison in the lake near this valley. This is not an ordinary legend, but a fact. Old man Kongshen's eyes became serious, as if to warn Chu Chen that these things really happened. There are relics that prove this, do you want to see it? Old man Chongsheng looked at Chu Chen and said. Chu Chen was of course very curious about this kind of mythical thing. After all, it was a real thing, and he wanted to see the magical power of the huge monster that was imprisoned at that time. Of course, I want to see it. Chu Chen said excitedly. What surprised Chu Chen next was that merchants were merchants after all, and they did everything for profit. Then sign up for the Great Legend Witness Journey, and you will be charged 10,000 alliance coins. Old man Chongsheng stood up and said to Chu Chen. Alas, I knew you had no good intentions. Chu Chen looked at old man Chongsheng helplessly. I can't wait to take Chu Chen with me to set off, so as not to regret it. In his eyes, Chu Chen is a big treasury. Okay, then I will take you to choose the lake that imprisoned the powerful force. Old man Zhongsheng turned around and walked in front, and Chu Chen followed slowly behind. Soon, old man Zhongsheng brought him to a lake. At a glance, he could see a half-exposed fossil Pokémon in the center of the lake. That's the original Pokémon ball. Old man Zhongsheng said to Chu Chen. Does that Pokémon ball contain huge power? Can I open it and take a look? Chu Chen looked at old man Zhongsheng and said. Of course not. The previous Pokémon ball caused a huge disaster when it was opened. The pet inside has extremely strong destructive power. Old man Zhongsheng said seriously. The imprisoned time limit of this Pokémon ball has reached its limit. If it breaks, it will cause a huge disaster. Old man Zhongsheng said. Imprisoned time limit, is there such a thing? Chu Chen asked in confusion. Chu Chen seemed to have guessed that he had run into this Pokémon explosion that only happens once in a century, and it was time for him to open his eyes. Yes, the degree of imprisonment of this Pokeball is about 300 years, and today just reached its deadline, so you are also unlucky. The surrounding villagers have moved away from the island to avoid being hurt. Elder Chongsheng replied. Then why are you still here? Aren't you afraid? Chu Chen looked at the old man in front of him and was a little puzzled for a moment. I am here to protect this Pokeball. I am afraid that someone with bad intentions will destroy it. Before he appears, I can't leave here. I want to stop him from destroying the world. Old man Chong looked at the Pokeball in front of him and said, his eyes revealed firmness, and he felt that the old man in front of him was particularly great. Don't worry, I'm not here to steal the Pokeball. I just passed by here. If you don't mind, I can stay and fight this evil pet with you. Chu Chen looked at the old man Chongsheng and said. For this extremely powerful Pokémon, Chu Chen really wanted to challenge it. The more difficult it was, the more fun it was. Zizi. Just as the two of them were sitting aside and chatting happily, a cracking sound came from the center of the lake. It can be seen that cracks appeared on the surface of the Pokémon ball, and the Pokémon ball kept shaking. There were waves of water in the center, and the pet inside was about to burst out. Oh no, it seems that we have to come out now, find a place to hide quickly. Old man Zhongsheng took Chu Chen's hand, walked into the forest, and found a stone as a shelter. The two of them silently observed the changes of the Pokémon ball in the center of the lake. Bang! The Pokémon ball broke open, flashing a yellow light, a loud noise, and the explosion splashed the water on the lake 2 meters high. Two white lines formed in the middle of the lake, and the lake was divided into two halves. All the river water continued to flow into the hole, and a huge water column sprayed out at the Pokémon ball. Then a giant Pokémon appeared in front of him. Old man Zhongsheng couldn't bear it anymore, and hurriedly took Chu Chen's hand to the lakeside and looked at the Pokémon in front of him. It's so big! Chu Chen said in surprise. That's Claydol, the so-called powerful power of ancient times. Old man Zhongsheng said as he looked at the huge Confusion Warrior doll in front of him. Claydol's body is black, with a pattern similar to Unknown. It has many eyes, the same as ordinary Claydol, but its size is dozens of times larger than ordinary Claydol. You can't be wrong. This great ancient book does mention the huge Claydol. Its size is even bigger than 20 ordinary Claydols combined. Elder Chongsheng opened the book and explained. Clay doll, a clay puppet Pokemon, is a purified version of the Libra puppet. It is said to be a clay puppet of ancient civilization. After being exposed to strange light, life is attached to it. It will float in the air and move, and its hands will emit beams of light. Elder Chongsheng continued. I didn't expect there would be such a huge Pokemon. Chu Chen was also very surprised when he saw the scene in front of him. He would fight with such a Pokemon next, and he needed to attack with the Pokemon he looked at. Clay doll's eyes rotated and moved in one direction, not attacking Chu Chen and the others. Chapter 247. Old Man Chongsheng, you see he moved, what's going on? Chu Chen asked nervously. Oops, he's moving towards the village. No way. Is he going to attack the village? Said Old Man Chongsheng nervously. Although most people have left the island, some poor villagers still stay to protect their village. Here are all their savings. If they leave the village, they will be useless and have no one to rely on. Another reason why Old Man Chongsheng stayed is to protect his villagers. According to this great ancient document, the actions of the giant clay doll are unpredictable, and it is hard to say what it will do. Old Man Chongsheng looked at Chu Chen and said. Zzz. The giant clay doll stretched out two hands, absorbing the surrounding energy and forming a huge light wave. Puff! The two hands turned dark red, spraying huge flames, accompanied by a large amount of gas. The huge flames swept across the surrounding forests, and fires were set off everywhere, with great destructive power. Oops, the situation is not good, we should think of a way to stop him. Said Old Man Chongsheng nervously. No matter how big it is, a Pokemon is a Pokemon. Use a Pokeball to capture it. Chu Chen took out a high-level Pokeball from his pocket and threw it at the huge clay doll in front of him. The Pokeball hit clay doll and a red light wave surrounded it. Bang! The light wave was broken by the huge clay doll and the capture failed. No, ordinary Pokeballs can't capture it. Old Man Chongsheng said loudly. It's really not that simple. The huge monster in front of him can only be captured with the legendary Pokeball. No, you must use the huge rock Pokemon in the Valley of Destruction to capture him. Old Man Chongsheng said. Is it the one we just saw in the canyon? Chu Chen asked. Right. Chu Chen was thinking about how to use such a big Pokeball. He is not an ancient saint. This makes him particularly troubled. Seeing the huge clay doll destroying everywhere, he is powerless. We can lure clay doll to the Valley of Destruction, and then use the Pokeball there to imprison him. As long as we hit him with the mysterious Pokeball, he can be captured. Old Man Chongsheng looked at Chu Chen and said. I see, I understand. I'll take charge of the battle plan. Chu Chen replied. How could Chu Chen waste his wisdom on such a good opportunity? He was very confident in luring. When he didn't think of this method just now, Chu Chen felt that his IQ was insulted. It is still recorded in this great ancient document the huge clay doll is a clay doll made of clay by the witch, so the saint used the trick of water to stop him. Chu Chen said. Chu Chen just read this book and memorized all the contents in his mind. He has a photographic memory. Oh, young man, you are too amazing. You have memorized all the knowledge. Old Man Chongsheng said in surprise. Kongshen the old man looked at Chu Chen in front of him and felt that this boy was the helping hand sent by God to him. He exuded the wisdom and temperament of an ancient sage. We use water to attack him and attract his attention. Chu Chen looked at the old man Chongsheng and said. The huge clay doll kept walking into the forest. No one knew what he was looking for, and his movement patterns were also changeable. Chu Chen came to a mountain peak and looked at the huge clay doll below. Chu Chen wanted to find a place with a wider field of vision to launch an attack, and the chance of success would be greatly increased. From here, we should be able to aim and hit. Come out, Swampert, Whalmer! Chu Chen threw out the Pokeball and released Swampert and Whalmer. Whalmer and Swampert use water gun. Attack the huge clay doll in front of you. Chu Chen said loudly. Whalmer and clay doll received the order, and charged a huge water column from their mouths and sprayed it at the huge clay doll. The giant clay doll was moving forward slowly. 2 huge water columns hit the giant clay doll's face. The water columns hit the face, splashing water and forming celadon/rainbow in the air. Great, it hit. He finally stopped. It's just like what was written in the great ancient text. Water can stop his action. Elder Chongsheng said happily on the side. At this time, the giant clay doll rapid spin started, slapping the spraying water column with its eyes, and the water column was bounced back by him. Oops, the water column was bounced back, quickly dodge. Chu Chen said in surprise. Elder Chongsheng and Chu Chen jumped behind a rock to avoid the rebounding water column. Bang! The water column hit the rock above them, forming a cave. The water column formed a huge reverse direction under the reflection of rapid spin, and the attack damage would be doubled. A rock mountain with a strong shell can form such a huge cave. It is conceivable how great this damage is. The giant clay doll continued to destroy everywhere, emitting flames. Half of the forest below was already on fire. Chu Chen looked at the scene below and felt very nervous. Water gun doesn't seem to have much effect on him. The content in the document is not completely reliable. Chu Chen looked at the old man Zhongsheng and said. No, there is a sequel to the record on the great ancient document. If you look carefully, it says that the trick of using water to deal with powerful forces is still ineffective. Said the old man Zhongsheng. Chu Chen showed a helpless expression on his face. What should he do next? This is the first time Chu Chen has come into contact with this situation. According to his previous personality, he is likely to take out all the Pokémon to attack together and win with more. That's it. Why does a powerful force make trouble? The sage thought about the reason and got the theory that it was because he was hungry, so he chose to find the food that the powerful force liked the most as bait to change his route. Successfully saved the village. The old man Zhongsheng said as he opened the book. It turned out that the giant clay doll was hungry and was looking for food everywhere. This solution sounds easy, but it takes a lot of effort to find its food. Chapter 248. We will definitely not go wrong if we use this battle plan to deal with him this time. Said the old man Chongsheng confidently. What kind of food does he need? Chu Chen looked at the old man Chongsheng and asked. It is recorded here that his favorite food is eggplant. Replied the old man Chongsheng. Then let's go find eggplant now. Said Chu Chen. Then everyone turned and ran down the rock to find these eggplants, because the forest was almost destroyed by the giant clay doll, and fires were burning everywhere. They could only go farther to find eggplants. Chu Chen used Whalmer and Swampert to spray water jets to slowly put out the fire in the forest and search for eggplants all the way. Finally, some eggplants were found in a grassland. Chu Chen put them in a basket, found the old man Chongsheng, and used a bamboo pole to knock down the 870 below, attracting the giant clay doll. Hurry up and look, here is your favorite eggplant. Said the old man Zhongsheng to the huge clay doll in front of him. The huge clay doll was not attracted by the eggplant in front of him and continued to move forward. Hey, why is it like this? Isn't eggplant his favorite food? Chu Chen looked at the old man Zhongsheng helplessly and said. Chu Chen was a little suspicious of the accuracy of this book. The previous 2 operations had failed. Chu Chen, with his previous personality, would have launched a strong attack. It can't be wrong. Maybe the eggplant is too small and he didn't notice it. Old man Zhongsheng sat down again and opened his book, carefully looking for a battle plan. I know there is a way. The old man Zhongshen's face was full of with an evil expression. Chu Chen could sense a bad premonition. Then we will be eggplants, so that we are big and can attract him. Chu Chen looked at the old man Zhongsheng in surprise and felt incredible that he could think of such a method. Let's not talk nonsense anymore, let's go now. Old man Zhongsheng quickly pulled Chu Chen's hand and got into the eggplant, role-playing the huge eggplant. Chu Chen came to the huge clay doll without even a word. Why did you think of this method, old man? I can use my Pokemon to attack him and defeat him, and then use Salamins to throw the huge Pokemon ball on his head. Chu Chen said helplessly. He would not touch such a risky method. He didn't want to die in the Pokemon world at such a young age. It's useless. This will cause huge damage between us. We need to reduce the loss. Now this method is the best. We just need to lead it to the deepest part of the canyon and hit it on the head with a Pokemon ball. Old man Zhongsheng looked at Chu Sheng kindly and said, what he cares about is the safety of Pokemon and the village. Chu Chen didn't want to leave old man Zhongsheng alone to face the danger, which would make him seem too disloyal. He could swallow this resentment and act as bait together. If we have any problems, I would like to thank you here for being willing to accompany me to face the difficulties. I will still take you with me in the underground. Old man Zhongsheng was like saying his last words, making Chu Chen sweat coldly on his back. Chu Chen didn't like to hear such unlucky words. He looked at old man Zhongsheng with anger in his eyes. Shut up, don't say these words, we can't die. We must defeat this huge clay doll anyway. I won't leave this world at this age. Chu Chen said seriously. Chu Chen was never afraid of the god of death, and he didn't like to say such unlucky words before the challenge. Chu Chen had long been accustomed to this fear, and he didn't care at all, and his heart became stronger and stronger. Clay doll is here. We are delicious, look at us, big. At this time, Clay doll appeared in front of them, and Chu Chen and old man Zhongsheng kept twisting their bodies to attract Clay doll's attention. Come and see our round, full, purple and shiny eggplants, they are delicious, Chu Chen also shouted loudly. At that time, the huge clay doll stopped and turned to look at them, attracted by their actions. Haha, it turned to look at us, the eggplant plan was successful, old man Zhongsheng said happily. As long as we attract it, we will succeed, so let's go to the Valley of Destruction. Chu Chen also said excitedly. Then the two turned and ran towards the Pokemon ball of the Valley of Destruction, with the giant clay doll slowly following them. Run quickly, he's about to catch up with us, said the old man Zhongsheng loudly. There is still no concrete evidence as to whether the giant clay doll likes eggplants. Chu Chen turned his head from time to time and looked at the giant clay doll, so as to prevent him from attacking and to have a chance to react and avoid the attack. Zzz. At this time, the giant clay doll fired flames from his hands and continued to attack them. Ah! What's going on? Why would he attack us again? Doesn't he like eggplants? Chu Chen looked at the old man Zhongsheng with rage and asked. Let's find a place to hide first, and I'll look through the book carefully to see what is written in it. The old man Zhongsheng said in a low voice. This was not something he could confirm 100%, he only knew that the book said so. They came to hide behind a rock and opened the book. The scene in front of them surprised both of them. Well, I was wrong. I thought he liked eggplant, but he actually hates eggplant the most. Old man Zhongsheng showed an apology on his face, and he didn't dare to look directly at Chu Chen. No wonder, I was wondering why he looked so strange, as if he was very angry. It turned out that you were wrong. It's really hateful, Chu Chen said angrily. Let's take off this costume quickly, otherwise he will crush us. He likes to use his body to crush the food he hates. Old man Zhongsheng looked at Chu Chen nervously and said. Then let's take off this annoying costume quickly. Chu Chen and old man Zhongsheng took off their eggplants and started running. Next, follow my plan. I will summon the angry baby to attack him. Chu Chen said the next plan while running. The huge clay doll crushed their costumes into pieces, then turned and left the canyon, and continued to wander around. He came to the end of the canyon and the rocks in front blocked his way. The giant clay doll became more ferocious, with multiple eyes swinging up and down. Chapter 249. Zzz. The giant clay doll stretched out his hand sequence, and a huge flame broke through the rocks in front of him. He saw the village in front, and some villagers in it were running away. Ah! Help! The villagers screamed when they saw the giant clay doll. The giant clay doll continued to move forward. Seeing the panicked crowd below, he didn't care, but launched attacks everywhere, destroying the village. Wait a moment, I'll take a closer look, give me another chance. Old man Zhongsheng looked at Chu Chen pitifully and said, he was trying to prove something. Chu Chen knew that old man Zhongsheng wanted to prove that he had the ability to subdue the giant clay doll in front of him. He firmly believed that this book brought him hope. Old man Zhongsheng had lived on this island for a very long time. He might be the heir of the previous generation of sages. In order to subdue this giant clay doll, he had waited all his life. This time, it was not easy to appear. Old man Zhongsheng used his ability to subdue him anyway. Then hurry up, the village will be destroyed like this. We don't have much time. We have to find a way quickly. Chu Chen looked at old man Zhongsheng nervously and said. Old man Zhongsheng flipped through the books on the side, carefully looking for a way to defeat the giant clay doll. You think you are strange? He just walked towards the villagers and did not hurt them, but destroyed the surrounding environment. Look carefully at the book to see if there is anything special about it. Chu Chen asked. According to the great ancient documents, there is such a passage. In fact, the powerful force is looking for the witch who created the prototype of its clay doll. Said the book that the old man Zhongsheng read. The sage noticed this and disguised himself as a beautiful witch. He played the flute and danced with his partner to lead the powerful force away from the village. When the old man Zhongsheng said this, Chu Chen realized that something ominous was about to happen. Wouldn't they pretend to be beauties again this time? I'll trouble you with the next level. You see, I'm an old man. How can I not look like a beauty when I pretend? You look pretty and run very fast. The old man Zhongsheng looked at Chu Chen with an evil smile. Request flowers. Chu Chen immediately showed a helpless expression. He wanted to punch the old man in front of him. Why me again? Is your method feasible? Chu Chen said impatiently. This was the first time he had ever role-played a woman. It can't be wrong. The ancient documents recorded it like this. We have to believe him. Old man Zhongsheng looked at Chu Chen and said. 0. Then he took out a sexy female costume from his pocket. I didn't expect that you, an old pervert, would actually carry such clothes with you. It's really disgusting. Chu Chen shouted loudly. It completely refreshed his concept. A person actually carried women's clothes with him, as if he had prepared that someone would wear it today. Come on, put it on quickly. If you are slower, the villagers will be in danger. Let's try the last trick. If this trick doesn't work, I will listen to you. Old man Zhongsheng said seriously. I didn't expect that I would have such a day. Chu Chen took the clothes in his hand and looked at them, and reluctantly put them on. Chapter 250. After a while, Chu Chen put on his clothes and walked out awkwardly. Your clothes are too narrow, and they don't fit a big boy like me. Chu Chen said angrily. Ha ha ha, it actually looks pretty good when you wear it. This time it's up to you. The hope of our island rests on you. Old man Zhongsheng touched his beard and couldn't help laughing. Of course, it's not your role play. Chu Chen glanced at old man Zhongsheng. Chu Chen came to a hillside, where the visual effect was very good, and it was easy to attract the giant clay doll. Hey hey, Chu Chen picked up the flute and blew a beautiful sound, matched with his sexy clothes. Many men in modern times would bow down to him. The sound slowly reached the ears of the giant clay doll, and he turned his head to look at Chu Chen. Chu Chen's back was covered with cold sweat, and he was particularly panicked because he didn't know whether this trick would work or not. The previous experiments had made him feel scared. If the old man dares to lie to me, I will definitely not let him have a good end. Chu Chen muttered in his heart. The huge clay doll slowly came over and stood in front of Chu Chen, staring straight at him, his eyes moving up and down, constantly looking at Chu Chen's body. Puff! The eyes of the huge clay doll showed the shape of a heart, and he was deeply fascinated by Chu Chen's beauty. Yeah, it worked, this guy is really attracted by you, run quickly, and go to the Valley of Destruction. Old man Chongsheng watched from the side and shouted happily. Damn, you old guy is watching the show from the side, and let me bear all the hard work alone. Chu Chen looked at old man Chongsheng unhappily, and at this time he wanted to beat him up. Chu Chen didn't hesitate too much, and immediately turned around and ran, running continuously in the Valley of Destruction. That's it. Keep running and draw it to the Valley of Destruction, destroy it. My mission is complete. Chu Chen kept running, and did not forget to play the flute to attract the giant clay doll. Old man Zhongsheng came to the front of the giant Pokémon. They had to cooperate with each other. One person pushed the Pokémon ball down, and the other person led it to the destination, so that they could defeat the giant clay doll. Old man Zhongsheng used a wooden stick to push the edge of the Pokémon. As long as clay doll reached the destination, it would pry some of the 8 Pokémon down. I'm ready here. Old man Zhongsheng shouted to Chu Chen. Chu Chen kept running and was about to reach Tommy's mouth. Salamins, come out. Chu Chen released Salamins at Tommy's mouth. At the mountain pass, it was surrounded by mountains on all sides. If the Pokémon ball fell and he had no way to escape, it would be hit. Salamins, fly up and take me away from here. Chu Chen jumped onto Salamanki's back. Salamins flapped its wings quickly and took the host to the sky. Old man Zhongsheng, now is the time, throw the Pokémon ball down. Chu Chen shouted loudly. Hey! Old man Zhongsheng hit the wooden stick desperately on the other side, using up all his strength. Huff, huff, the Pokémon ball was lifted up, turned down the hillside, and rolled down quickly, running towards the giant clay doll. Chapter 251. We will definitely not go wrong if we use this battle plan to deal with him this time. Old man Zhongsheng said confidently. What kind of food does he need? Chu Chen looked at old man Zhongsheng and asked. It is recorded here that his favorite food is eggplant. Old man Zhongsheng replied. Then let's go find eggplant now. Chu Chen said. Then everyone turned around and ran down the rock to look for these eggplants, because the forest was almost destroyed by the giant clay doll, and fires were burning everywhere. They could only go further to find eggplants. Chu Chen used Whalmer and Swampert to spray water jets to slowly put out the fires in the forest, looking for eggplants all the way. Finally, some eggplants were found in a grassland. Chu Chen put them in a basket, found their born old man, and used a bamboo pole to knock them down, attracting the giant clay doll. Hurry up and look, there are eggplants you like here, said the old man Chongsheng to the giant clay doll in front of him. The giant clay doll was not attracted by the eggplants in front of him and continued to move forward. Hey, why is this the case? Isn't his favorite food eggplants? Chu Chen looked at the old man Chongsheng helplessly. Chu Chen was a little doubtful about the accuracy of the book. The previous 2 operations had failed. Chu Chen, with his previous personality, had already launched a strong attack. It can't be wrong. Maybe the eggplant was too small and he didn't notice it. Old man Chongsheng sat down again and flipped through his book, carefully looking for a battle plan. I know, there is a way. Old man Chongsheng showed an evil expression on his face, and Chu Chen could feel a bad premonition. That is, we will be the eggplant, so that we are big and can attract him. Chu Chen looked at old man Chongsheng in surprise and felt incredible that he would think of such a way. Let's not talk nonsense anymore, let's go now. Old man Zhongsheng quickly pulled Chu Chen's hand and got into the eggplant, role-playing the huge eggplant. Chu Chen came to the huge clay doll without even a word. Why did you come up with this idea, old man? I can use my Pokemon to attack him and defeat him, and then use Salamins to throw the huge Pokeball on his head. Chu Chen said helplessly. He would not touch such a risky method. He didn't want to die in the Pokemon world at a young age. It's useless. This will cause huge damage between us. We need to reduce the loss. Now this method is the best. We just need to lead it to the deepest part of the canyon and hit it on his head with a Pokemon ball. Old man Chongsheng looked at Chu Sheng kindly and said that he cared about the safety of Pokemon and the village. Chu Chen didn't want to leave old man Chongsheng alone to face danger, which would make him seem too disloyal. He could swallow this resentment and be a bait together. If we have any problems, I would like to thank you here for your willingness to accompany me to face difficulties. I will still take you with me in the underground. Old man Chongsheng was like saying his last words, making Chu Chen sweat coldly on his back. Chu Chen didn't like to hear such unlucky words. He looked at old man Chongsheng with anger in his eyes. Chapter 252. Shut up, don't say these words, we can't die, we must defeat this huge clay doll anyway, I won't leave this world at this age. Chu Chen said seriously. Chu Chen was never afraid of the god of death, and he didn't like to say such unlucky words before the challenge. Chu Chen had long been accustomed to this kind of fear, and didn't care at all, and his heart became stronger and stronger. Clay doll is here. We are delicious, look at us, we are so big. At this time, clay doll appeared in front of them, and Chu Chen and old man Zhongsheng kept twisting their bodies to attract clay doll's attention. Come and see our round, purple and shiny eggplants, they are delicious, Chu Chen also shouted loudly. At that time, the giant clay doll stopped and turned to look at them, attracted by their actions. Haha, turn to look at us, the eggplant plan succeeded, old man Zhongsheng said happily. As long as we attract it, we will succeed, then let's go to the Valley of Destruction. Chu Chen also said excitedly. Then the two turned around and ran towards the Pokemon ball in the Valley of Destruction, and the giant clay doll followed them slowly behind. Run quickly, he is about to catch up, old man Zhongsheng said loudly. There is still no specific basis for whether the giant clay doll likes eggplants. Chu Chen turned his head from time to time, looking at the giant clay doll, so as to prevent him from attacking, so that he would have a chance to react and avoid the attack. Zzz. At this time, the giant clay doll shot out flames from his hands and continuously attacked them. Ah! What's going on? Why would he attack us again? Doesn't he like eggplant? Chu Chen looked at the old man Zhongsheng with rage and asked. Let's find a place to hide first, and I will look through the book carefully to see what is written inside. The old man Zhongsheng said in a low voice. This is not something he can confirm 100%, he only knows that this is what the book says. They hid behind a rock and opened the book. The scene in front of them surprised both of them. Well, I made a mistake. I thought he liked eggplant, but in fact, he hates eggplant the most. The old man Zongshen's face was full of apology, and he didn't dare to look directly at Chu Chen. No wonder, I was wondering why he looked so strange, as if he was very angry. It turned out that you were wrong. It's so hateful, Chu Chen said angrily. Let's take off this costume quickly, otherwise he will crush us. He likes to use his body to crush the food he hates. Old man Zhongsheng looked at Chu Chen nervously and said. Then let's take off this annoying costume quickly. Chu Chen and old man Zhongsheng took off their eggplants and started running. Next, follow my plan. I will summon angry babies to attack him. Chu Chen said the next plan while running. The giant clay doll trampled their costumes into pieces, then turned and left the canyon, continuing to wander around. He came to the end of the canyon and the rocks in front blocked his way. The giant clay doll became more ferocious, with multiple eyes swinging up and down. Chapter 253. Zzz. The giant clay doll stretched out his hand sequence, and a huge flame broke through the rocks in front of him. He saw the village in front, and some villagers in it were fleeing everywhere. Ah! Help! The villagers saw the giant clay doll and screamed. The giant clay doll continued to move forward, and saw the panicked crowd below, but did not care, but attacked everywhere and destroyed the village. Wait a moment, I'll take a closer look, give me another chance. Old man Zhongsheng looked at Chu Chen pitifully and said, he was trying to prove something. Chu Chen knew that old man Zhongsheng wanted to prove that he had the ability to subdue the giant clay doll in front of him, and he firmly believed that this book brought him hope. Old man Zhongsheng had lived on this island for a very long time. He might be the heir passed down by the sage of the previous generation. In order to subdue this giant clay doll, he had waited all his life. This time, he finally appeared, and old man Zhongsheng used his ability to subdue him anyway. Then hurry up, the village will be destroyed if this goes on. We don't have much time, we have to find a way quickly. Chu Chen said nervously to the old man Zhongsheng. The old man Zhongsheng flipped through the books, carefully looking for ways to defeat the giant clay doll. You think you are strange, he just walked towards the villagers, did not hurt the villagers, but destroyed the surrounding environment. Look carefully at the book to see if there is anything special. Chu Chen asked. According to the great ancient documents, there is such a passage. In fact, the powerful force is looking for the witch who created the prototype of its clay doll. The book that the old man Zhongsheng read said. The sage noticed this and pretended to be a beautiful witch. With the tune of the flute and the dance partner, the powerful force was led away from the village. When the old man Zhongsheng said this, Chu Chen realized that something ominous was about to happen. Wouldn't they be asked to pretend to be beautiful women again this time? I'll trouble you with the next level. You see, I'm an old man, but I don't look like a beauty when I'm pretending to be one. You look pretty and run very fast. Old man Zhongsheng looked at Chu Chen with an evil smile. Chu Chen immediately showed a helpless expression. He wanted to punch the old man in front of him. Why me again? Is your method feasible? Chu Chen said impatiently. This was his first time to role-play a woman. It can't be wrong. The ancient documents record it like this. We have to believe it. Old man Zhongsheng looked at Chu Chen and said. Then he took out a sexy female costume from his pocket. I didn't expect that you, an old pervert, would actually carry such clothes with you. It's really disgusting. Chu Chen shouted loudly. It completely refreshed his concept. A person actually carried women's clothes with him, as if he had prepared that someone would wear it today. Come on, put it on quickly. If you are slower, the villagers will be in danger. Let's try the last trick. If this trick doesn't work, I will listen to you. Old man Zhongsheng said seriously. I didn't expect that I would have this day. Chu Chen picked up the clothes in his hand and looked at them, and reluctantly put them on. Chapter 254. After a while, Chu Chen put on his clothes and walked out awkwardly. Your clothes are too narrow, they don't fit a big boy like me. Chu Chen said angrily. Ha ha ha, it looks good when you wear it. It's up to you this time. The hope of our island rests on you. Old man Zhongsheng touched his beard and couldn't help laughing. Of course, it's not your role play. Chu Chen glanced at old man Zhongsheng. Chu Chen came to a hillside, where the visual is very good, it is easy to attract the giant clay doll. Hey, Chu Chen picked up the flute and played a beautiful sound, matched with his sexy clothes. Many men in modern times would fall under his pomegranate skirt. The sound slowly reached the ears of the giant clay doll, and he turned his head to look at Chu Chen. Chu Chen's back was sweating, and he was particularly panicked, because he didn't know whether this trick would work or not. The previous experiments made him feel scared. If the old man dares to lie to me, I will definitely not let him have a good end. Chu Chen muttered in his heart. The giant clay doll slowly walked over and stood in front of Chu Chen, staring straight at him, his eyes moving up and down, constantly looking at Chu Chen's body. Puff! The giant clay doll's eyes showed the shape of a heart, and he was deeply fascinated by Chu Chen's beauty. Yeah, it worked, this guy is really attracted by you, run quickly, and go to the Valley of Destruction. Old man Chongsheng watched from the side and shouted happily. Damn, you old guy is watching the show from the side, and I have to bear all the hard work alone. Chu Chen looked at old man Chongsheng very unhappy, and he wanted to beat him up at this time. Chu Chen did not hesitate too much, and immediately turned around and ran, running continuously in the Valley of Destruction. That's it, keep running to attract it to the Valley of Destruction, destroy it, and my mission is completed. Chu Chen kept running, and did not forget to play the flute to attract the giant clay doll. Old man Chongsheng came to the giant Pokemon. They had to cooperate with each other. One person pushed the Pokemon ball down, and the other person led it to the destination. Only in this way could they defeat the giant clay doll. Old man Zhongsheng used a wooden stick to push the side of the Pokemon. As long as clay doll reached the destination, it would pry some of the 8 Pokemon down. I'm ready here. Old man Chongsheng shouted to Chu Chen. Chu Chen kept running and was about to reach the entrance of Tommy. Salamins, come out. Chu Chen released Salamins at the entrance of Tommy. At the entrance of the mountain, it was surrounded by mountains on all sides. If the Pokemon ball fell down and he had no way to escape, he would be hit. Salamins, fly up and take me away from here. Chu Chen jumped on the back of the Dragonite. Salamins flapped its wings quickly and took the host to the sky. Old man Chongsheng, now is the time. Hurry up and throw the Pokemon ball down. Chu Chen shouted loudly. Ouch! Old man Zhongsheng desperately knocked the wooden stick on the other side, and he had used up all his strength to turn. Huff, huff, the poke ball was lifted up, turned down the hillside, and quickly rolled down, running towards the huge clay doll. Chapter 255. Rumble. At this time, there was a protruding rock under the mountain, blocking the poke ball's way and stuck halfway up the mountain. What should I do? The rock under Chu Chen blocked the poke ball. Alas, the poke ball stopped. Old man Chu Chen looked at Chu Chen and said. It was not easy to hold on to this step, and then something went wrong, which made old man Zhongsheng feel very disappointed, and his heart was cold. Don't worry, leave it to me next, Salamins use flamethrower. Chu Chen said to Salamins. Salamins opened his mouth wide and ejected a huge ball of flame from it. Puff! The flame ball hit the rock in front of it, making a loud noise. It disappeared. Boom boom, the huge Pokemon ball started rolling again. Great! The Pokemon ball should collect it quickly. Old man Zhongsheng shouted excitedly. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and finally he was about to fulfill the task passed down by his ancestors, and it was also realized in him. Clay doll did not react and saw the Pokemon ball rolling down the mountain hit him. Puff! The huge Pokemon hit Clay doll, and Clay doll emitted a white-blue light and disappeared in the air. Beep! At this time, the huge Pokemon floated in the air, flashing white light and making a beeping sound. Puff! After a while, the light stopped flashing, and the Pokemon ball fell to the ground, making a loud noise. Great, it was finally imprisoned. Old man Zhongsheng said excitedly. At this time, the voice of the system came in Chu Chen's mind. Ding! Obtained Master Level Pokemon Ball ×1. Obtained Defense Enhancer ×1. Obtained Alliance Coin ×20,000. Data was displayed in his mind. Defense Enhancer is also a nutritional drink that can be used in Pokemon confrontation to increase Pokemon's defense capabilities. I can actually get something in such a boring battle. Chu Chen took a look and then closed his backpack. He felt that this was just a small level and the process was very exciting. By the way, can I ask you for one more thing? You have a salamence that is so powerful, so you must be very strong. Can you help me move this huge Pokemon ball to the service center? Let it return to its original position. Old man Chongsheng looked at Chu Chen and asked. Having come to this point, Chu Chen had no reason to refuse him anymore. As the saying goes, help others to the end and send Buddha to the west. Salamence, lift up the Pokemon ball underneath. Chu Chen said to Salamence. Huff. Salamence came to the center of the lake holding the huge Pokemon ball. Okay, let it go in this direction. Chu Chen said to Salamence. Puff. Salamence then put down the Pokemon ball, and the Pokemon ball hit the center of the lake, splashing huge waves. Thank you so much, because of you, the world is saved. Old man Chongsheng said something that moved Chu Chen. Although this process made him unbearable to look back, he instantly forgot all the pain after hearing this sentence. At this time, the sunset had already set, and it was already evening without knowing it. Chapter 256. The villagers had already controlled the fire, and most of the region had not been destroyed. Everyone returned home to prepare well. It's getting late, you should go back to my house and rest first. Old man Chongsheng said to Chu Chen. Chu Chen thought that he couldn't continue traveling so late, and there was no place to go, so he followed old man Chongsheng home to stay for one night and continue the new journey tomorrow. The next morning. Are you leaving so soon? Can't you stay for a few more days? Asked the old man Chongsheng as he was packing his luggage. He seemed very interested in Chu Chen. This young man was beyond his imagination. His inner strength was extremely strong. He had a pure and brave heart that deeply attracted the old man Chongsheng. No, I still have a lot of things to do and a lot of journeys to complete. I will come back to see you later. Chu Chen looked at the old man Chongsheng and said. Well, I will wait for you to come back to see me. Be safe along the way. The old man Chongsheng looked at Chu Chen reluctantly and left his home. He kept waving his hands behind him and silently blessed him in his heart. Come out, Salamence. Chu Chen released Salamence and rode on his back. Salamence flew slowly in the sky. Chu Chen looked at the island below and was looking for the next destination for adventure. After crossing Izabi Island, he came to a village at the foot of a steep rocky mountain. The village below attracted Chu Chen. Salamence, let's go down. Salamence received the command, soared downwards, and soon came to the ground. Chu Chen jumped off Salamenki's back and looked at the surrounding environment. This village made him feel incredible. Use exploration eye. Chu Chen said to the system. Chu Chen wanted to know the basic information of this village. Liadu village. Data came out in his mind. Liadu village is located between Prigia city and Siros town on Izabi Island. On the way to Siros town, you must cross the steep mountains. Liadu village is a village located in the mountains. There is a bridge in front. This bridge makes him feel very familiar, because in the Pokemon he knew in reality before, this bridge was the place where Ash fell. Ask for flowers. The water in this river is so turbulent that you can tell at a glance that there is danger hidden. The smart Chu Chen chose to use Salamence.e across the bridge. Chu Chen rode on Salamenki's back and came to the other side of the river. Zzzz. At this time, an animal sound came from behind them. Chu Chen turned his head and found a white animal watching them. This was a ferocious Pokemon, with anger in his eyes, staring at Chu Chen motionlessly, and suddenly felt as if he had broken into his territory. I don't want to hurt you, I just want to go to the village to take a look, if nothing happens, I'll leave first. Master Chu Chen looked at him and said. This Pokemon still stared at Chu Chen, slowly following behind him, and did not attack, just like a tiger staring at its prey, waiting for the right time at any time. Chu Chen was very uncomfortable with this feeling. Why do you keep following me? I want to see what you are. If you are good, I will take you in. Chu Chen thought silently in his heart. Fan. Chapter 257. System uses the eye of exploration. Chu Chen said to his system. Name, Absol. Attribute, evil attribute Pokemon. Feature, sense of oppression. Level, level 44. Potential, superior. Carry, none. An electronic voice came from his mind. Absol lives in the steep mountainous area and rarely comes down from the foot of the mountain. In the past, when superstition prevailed, it was hated because it was believed to bring disaster and wash driven into the deep mountains. It is said that it will only appear in front of people when they are in danger. Chu Chen saw this message and broke out in a cold sweat. Although Absol is an evil attribute Pokemon, he has white hair, and the part without thick hair is grey-blue. There is a sickle-like horn on the right side of his head. Absol uses that horn to predict disasters. The horn on Absol's head can sensitively perceive changes in the sky and the earth, giving him the power to perceive natural disasters. Absol is gentle and will help protect the fields or convey disaster information to people. This means something bad is going to happen now. Chu Chen said, looking at Absol in front of him. Absol in front of him looks very cute. He didn't expect that he would appear with a disaster. Chu Chen felt a little emotional and wanted to subdue him as a cute Pokemon. Regardless of whether the disaster will befall him, he likes Absol in front of him very much. Come over there, everyone, come quickly, I found him. A group of people came from a distance, and the footsteps were very hurried. A group of people ran to Chu Chen, and everyone picked up wooden sticks in their hands, looking at Absol in front of them with a fierce look, and everyone seemed to hate Absol very much. You've come to our village again, what's your intention? You want to bring disaster to us again, right? Yes, get out of here, we don't welcome you here. Last time you came, all the farmland in our village was eaten up by the sudden moths. Get out of here, we don't welcome you here, get out of here. Go back to your ravine, that's where you belong. The villagers shouted angrily at Absol in front of them. Chu Chen couldn't stand it anymore. A group of people attacked a Pokemon, no gentlemanly manners at all. At this time, Absol jumped up and jumped in front of them, not afraid of them at all. Damn it, what do you want to do? If you want to get close to us again, we will be rude to you. You want to fight? We are not afraid of you. The villagers were very imposing, but they all moved back. The Pokemon in front of them were not ordinary Pokemon, and everyone knew the damage ability very well. Chu Chen looked at the scene in front of him and found it very interesting. A group of people who could only talk loudly were silently cheering for Absol in their hearts. Swoosh! Absol jumped towards them. The villagers screamed and avoided him. Absol jumped onto the rock wall behind them and left them. Chu Chen knew very well that Absol was not a bad person, but his attributes would bring him disaster, which was not what he wanted. Chapter 258. People nowadays are confused by the things in front of them, and they will not see the real content of the inner things through the surface. Absol appeared to prevent people from disasters in advance, but now he is misunderstood as bringing disasters. Luckily you left by yourself, otherwise we would have been rude to you. You're smart, you ran away pretty fast, don't show up in our village again. I don't know what disaster this time will bring us, it's really too scary. The villagers all looked at Absol who was leaving and talked about him behind his back. By the way, who are you? Why are you here, why are you here? What's your relationship with Absol? At this time, a villager noticed Chu Chen, a man riding on Salamanqui's back. Oh, I'm just passing by here. I want to go to Liadu village. Chu Chen looked at the villagers and answered. Chu Chen knew that the group of people in front of him were the villagers of Liadu village. If he said that he was traveling here, he would be received by them. So that's it. We are all villagers of this village. You can go into the village with us. A villager looked at him and said. Thank you so much. I'm not very familiar with this place. This Pokemon is my pet Salamence. Chu Chen got off Salamenki's back and said to them, then picked up the treasure ball and took Salamence back. He followed the villagers into the village. They came to the village, which was surrounded by mountains on all sides. They grew in the canyon. There were not many villagers and only a dozen or 20 houses around. The villagers invited Chu Chen to come in as a guest and patiently told the story of the village and Absol. Absol attacked this village before. He used to live in the depths of the Salt Mountain and never appeared in our village. But recently he often appears here and brings us a lot of disasters. The villagers bowed their heads and said painfully. They hated Absol very much. Have you seen him bring any damage to your village before? Chu Chen looked at them curiously and asked. Because he believed that Absol did not bring disaster, but predicted that something bad was about to happen here, not that he was going to destroy it, but that it might be some disaster caused by nature. Some phenomena come from nature, not caused by humans, and some feudal and superstitious people just believe in things like gods. Yes, someone saw that after he appeared in the spring in the suburbs, 3 bridges had been destroyed. A man looked at them and said. Yes, it's not a sign of a disaster, but he is creating a disaster himself. Another girl also came out and said loudly, venting her inner rage. Yes, yes. Then the atmosphere in the whole room boiled up, and everyone expressed their dissatisfaction with Absol. Chu Chen was buried by the noise of everyone, and kept babbling in his ears, which was particularly painful. Okay, everyone, stop arguing, I believe what you said, but it is more important to judge the good or bad of this matter based on specific evidence. Chu Chen evaluated this matter from an objective perspective. Chapter 259. White-Faced Ghost. We looked at each other. We didn't know what this white-faced ghost was. Although we were willing to help, Lu Qianying had no time to delay at all. The Taoist saluted again and again, Brother, we are not here to collect white-faced ghosts. We are going to an ancient tomb. The ghost in the ancient tomb has absorbed the girl's soul. If we can't kill the ghost within 3 days, she will die. The old man sighed in disappointment and looked at Lu Qianying's disappointment. The frustrated Taoist immediately said, Don't worry, man. I will come back in 3 days to help you collect white ghosts. What white face? Is it a white mask with blood on the forehead? Lu Qianying suddenly became nervous and walked up to the old man and said loudly. The old man looked at Lu Qianying in surprise. Have you seen a white face? As you said. Where is this? Lu Qianying did not answer the old man's question, but continued to ask. The old man was stunned. This is Wajia village. 19. This is Wajia village. The ancient tomb is 1 mile north of Wajia village. I've seen that white mask. It was thrown in the corridor of the tomb. I'll show you. Lu Qianying's pale face and the ghost-like mask made her a little scared. Don't think about it, the frustrated Taoist laughed. The so-called white-faced ghost should be the mask you saw. The ghost in the ancient tomb seems to come out to hurt people. It has been sealed for so many years and is in urgent need of blood and yang. Wajia village is so close to the ancient tomb, and the people here will definitely suffer the first disaster. What can I do? The old man's face was anxious. This place has been bought for a long time. Because the house is not finished yet, we haven't moved out to save money. Unexpectedly, 3 people have died. It doesn't matter. It's dawn now. The white-faced ghost should go back to the ancient tomb. If we kill him during the day, it will be safe here. The Taoist looked at the old man and said, Old man, you should be familiar with this place. Can you take us to the ancient tomb in the north and give us more time to eliminate the white ghost? Okay. The old man was very honest. After greeting his wife in the room, he took us away. I helped Lu Qianying walk behind. I looked at the window curiously and found that the lights in the room were not on, and I didn't hear anyone talking inside. It was unreasonable that the old man's wife didn't come out. Kinling, what are you looking at? Lu Qianying also looked back curiously. She had never seen anyone like me. I shook my head and forgot all the questions. But when I turned around, I suddenly saw a white shadow in the broken window. It was a white mask with blood on the forehead. Isn't it a white ghost? Didn't the white-faced ghost go back to the ancient tomb to kill the old man in the house? I didn't care too much. I rushed in. The room was dark. Lu Qianying caught up with me and grabbed my horn. I looked around nervously. I looked at everything in the room carefully, but nothing there was a trace of a white-faced ghost. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly run into the house? The old man followed me and shouted at me angrily. I want to come in and see the old lady, otherwise I will look rude. The old man looked at me unhappily, and then walked to the bed. My wife, someone came to see you. Some worn-out quilts covered a serene old man. The old man's face was full of wrinkles. At first glance, he was very old. However, when the old man spoke, she didn't respond at all. The old man pulled me out and whispered, "My wife has a cerebral thrombosis, so she has been a planter for a long time. Let you know. I understand." I didn't say anything in my mouth, but I looked at the room. The old lady was calm and always felt strange. It was foggy in the morning. The room was still dark. Why didn't I turn on the light? It was a white mask. Lu Qianying pushed me, and all the Taoists came to the front. I could only catch up quickly, but I always felt a little itchy on my face and felt the tide was hard. But I didn't think much about it. It should be because the fog was too heavy and the skin on my face was too wet. The old man was on the north side of Wajia village. Not far away. However, because the road was winding, it took more than half an hour to walk. I have to say that without the old man's guidance, 7 or 8 turns might not get out. This is a difficult road. Lu Qianying was a little weak. She couldn't bear to walk so long. The old man smiled and said, "This is a mountainous area. One after another, the road on the ground will be very complicated." The old man pointed out, the construction site in front has stopped working, and there are still several security guards at the door. Can you go in? Don't worry, old man. We can go in. Please go back, this time is too difficult for you. The poor Taoist saluted us and led us to the door. The construction site is surrounded by worn-out colored steel tiles. The gate is also very simple. Lu Qingshan has already greeted the security guards here. We walked quickly. The lost Taoist would not let anyone accompany him. He took us to the tomb. Because the space here is open, there is a lot of fog, but my face is getting itchy. I spent several times to relax. There is a stone arch in front of me. It doesn't show much, only half. It seems that after the excavation, the construction has not continued, and the construction site is waiting for the arrival of the relevant departments. Let's go in. Only 2 days. Don't delay. The lost Taoist lit a talisman and threw it in. He quickly waved to us and came in. Lu Qianying and I were in the middle. Xiao Qiang was responsible for resting. The entrance of the archway was a long and narrow corridor. The surrounding stone walls were dark blue, but very dry. After a day and a night of ventilation, the air here did not have too much musty smell. After walking about 10 meters, Lu Qianying suddenly pointed to the corner not far away. After this corner, it is where the mask stays. Tao Mu's sword was drawn out. 2 fingers holding the amulet rushed to the corner. After a few minutes, Xiao Qiang whispered, "I'll go and see if the Taoist priest should not be so quiet when he encounters a ghost." I nodded and watched Xiao Qiang walk in with a knife in his hand, but found that he did not have a down-to-earth Taoist voice. "Xiao Qiang, Taoist, pour it out." I called softly. The voice traveled far, but there was no response. I felt more and more uneasy. Lu Qianying's face was a little pale. It was the same when I came last time. After this corner, we separated. As a result, I was the only one who came out. Chapter 260. Nowadays, people are all confused by what they see, and they don't see the real content of the inner world through the surface. Absol appeared to warn people of disasters in advance, but now he is misunderstood as bringing disasters. Fortunately, you left by yourself, otherwise we would be rude to you. You are smart and run fast. Don't show up in our village again. I don't know what disaster you will bring to us this time. It's too terrible. The villagers looked at Absol who was leaving and talked about it behind them. By the way, who are you? Why are you here? What's your relationship with Absol? At this time, a villager noticed Chu Chen, a man riding on Salamanqui's back. Oh, I'm just passing by here. I want to go to Liadu village. Chu Chen looked at the villagers and answered. Chu Chen knew that the group of people in front of him were the villagers of Liadu village. If he said that he was traveling here, he would be received by them. So that's it. We are all villagers of this village. You can go into the village with us. A villager looked at him and said. Thank you very much. I am not very familiar with this place. This Pokemon is my pet Salamence. Chu Chen got off Salamanqui's back and said to them. Then he picked up the Pokeball and took Salamence back. He followed the villagers into the village for the rest of the journey. They came to the village. The village was surrounded by mountains on all sides. They grew in the canyon. There were not many villagers and only a dozen or 20 houses around. The villagers invited Chu Chen to come into the house as a guest and patiently told the grievances between the village and Absol. Absol attacked this village before. He used to live in the depths of the Salt Mountain and never appeared in our village. But recently he often appears here and brings us a lot of disasters. The villagers bowed their heads and said painfully. They hated Absol very much. Have you seen him bring any damage to your village before? Chu Chen looked at them curiously and asked. Because he believed that Absol did not bring disaster, but predicted that something bad would happen here, not that he was going to destroy it, it might be some disasters caused by nature. Some phenomena come from nature, not caused by humans. Some feudal and superstitious people just believe in things like gods. Yes, someone saw that after he appeared in the spring in the suburbs, 3 bridges had been destroyed. A man looked at them and said. Yes, it's not a sign of a disaster, but he is creating a disaster himself. Another girl also came out and said loudly, venting her inner rage, Qian Zhao. Yes, yes. Then the atmosphere in the whole room was boiling, and everyone expressed their dissatisfaction with Absol. Chu Chen was buried by the noise of everyone, and kept crying in his ears, which was particularly painful. Okay, everyone, stop arguing. I believe what you said, but it is more important to judge the pros and cons of this matter based on specific evidence. Chu Chen evaluated this matter from an objective perspective. Chapter 261. In short, we villagers are very raged now. We must defeat Absol and drive him out of this place. Yes, we can't let him do evil, otherwise we'll all be destroyed. The villagers said loudly, otherwise as an outsider, he couldn't stop them, but as a trainer, he had to find a way to protect Absol. Chu Chen knew in his heart that these people were wrong. It doesn't matter. I have hired a hunter who specializes in hunting Absol. A villager stood up and said to them. That's great, village chief, you did a great job, quickly capture it. A man said to the village chief. It turned out that the one who spoke the loudest just now was the village chief, who was relatively old among the group, spoke more sophisticatedly, and had a more irritable temper. Excuse me, village chief, where is the hunter you hired? Chu Chen found a village chief with a higher voice and asked. Chu Chen didn't expect that the village chief would actually send a hunter to capture Absol. He originally wanted to capture Absol by his own method, but I was interfered by this hunter, so things didn't need to develop further. However, if this hunter hasn't arrived yet, I can seize the opportunity and take this opportunity, then I can achieve the best of both worlds, both capturing Absol and gaining the trust of the villagers. The hunter should be here in the next few days, and he thought you were the hunter. The village chief smiled like an auntie and looked at Chu Chen. Chu Chen looked at the village chief's smile and got goosebumps all over his body. A feeling of ill intention burst out from his heart. Since it has come to this point, he has to try his best. He has to get close to them anyway, so Chu Chen must lose face for him. In this case, I am a Pokemon trainer. If you don't mind, I can help you subdue him tomorrow, and you don't have to wait so long. Chu Chen looked at them and said with a serious expression, showing them the temperament of an experienced trainer. Really? You can help us subdue Absol? The village chief looked at him excitedly and said. Wait, village chief, you have to think about this strange man carefully. We don't know his strength at all. What if we anger Absol? Please give flowers. Yes, village chief, you also know that Absol has a very bad temper. If we can't beat this guy, we will be blamed. You'd better choose a stronger hunter. I'm scared. Don't let him mess with us again. Yes, village chief, I think we should send a hunter who is very strong and whom we can trust. At this time, the villagers all came to the village heads, whispering to each other, and everyone talked about their own ideas. The village head was lost in thought by their questions, and stood aside silently listening to their discussion. Chu Chen had already anticipated such a situation. This group of pure cotton people were all chicken-hearted and scheming. Everyone ran faster in the face of difficulties, and only when they gained benefits, everyone would have a say. This is a very simple folk custom. He looked at them as if he was used to it, and then took out the pokeball from his pocket. Fan. Chapter 262. Come out, Infernape, Dragonite, Agron, Flygon, Melodic, Hyatron, Swampert, Shiny Gardevoir, Shiny Gengar. Chu Chen threw out the pokeball and released all his Pokemon. The whole room was full of Pokemon, and Chu Chen looked at their eyes revealed confidence. How about it? Let's see if I have the strength. Chu Chen said confidently. The villagers stared at the Pokemon in front of them in amazement. There were big and small Pokemon of all kinds. They had never seen so many Pokemon. Wow, there's a flame monkey. This guy is very difficult to capture. I didn't expect he actually had it. There are too many Pokemon. This guy seems to be very powerful. Village chief, I think he seems to be able to do it. Everyone was attracted by the Pokemon in front of them. Chu Chen looked at them like fence-sitters. If this side is strong, they will lean towards this side. If it's good, they will lean towards that side. Chu Chen felt unhappy and took out the gym badge he had obtained from his backpack. This is the badge I got from the gym I went to. I have basically collected all the badges. There is only one left. Chu Chen held the badge in front of them. Everyone's eyes were about to pop out, and they looked at the badge in front of them with shining eyes. Wow, so beautiful, this gym badge actually looks like this, it's really eye-opening. It's definitely not an ordinary person who can get the executive regulations. I think he should be able to do it. Yes, the village chief should choose him. Let's conquer Absol as soon as possible and give us peace. Don't hesitate, the village chief, we villagers all support him very much. The villagers' attitudes changed like a big turn, and everyone turned their heads to support the young man in front of them. This phenomenon made the host laugh and cry. Everything was under Chu Chen's control. He detected it from the beginning. Only by grasping the trust of the villagers, the village chief was easily persuaded. Okay, since everyone's opinions are relatively consistent, let's hand over the important task of conquering Absol to this young man in front of us. The village chief looked at everyone and said. Please give flowers. By the way, young man, we don't even know your name yet. At that time, the village chief left and came over to look at Chu Chen and said. My name is Chu Chen. Hello, Mr. Chu Chen, I am the village chief of Liadu village. If you can help us conquer Absol, we will give you a thank you fee. The village chief stretched out his hand and said to Chu Chen. 0. That's no problem. Chu Chen shook the village chief's hand and said happily. In Chu Chen's heart, he didn't care about the money. As long as he could conquer Absol, he would be very satisfied. Haha, then you should have a good rest tonight. I'll leave it to you tomorrow. The village chief said happily. Then he waved to the villagers and prepared a sumptuous dinner to entertain the nobleman in front of him. Everyone walked out of the room excitedly and went home to prepare their best food. The way Liadu village entertains guests is different from other places. They like to cook their best food at home and then take it to the village chief's house to entertain guests. This is their highest etiquette. Fan. Chapter 263. After Chu Chen had a sumptuous dinner, he went to rest in the room. The village chief arranged a 100 square meter room for him, which had everything. When he woke up the next day, the villagers were standing at the door, waiting for Chu Chen to appear. Today is a special day for them. After driving Absol away, their happy life will come. Wow, Master Chu Chen is finally here. The next task is up to you. The village chief came over and said kindly. Can we follow you? We also want to see how you capture Absol. Yes, we haven't seen how Pokemon trainers capture. I want to see it too. At this time a child came out and said loudly. Everyone was very curious about the capture process and made requests one after another. Chu Chen looked at them. It should be impossible to be alone, but it was not a bad thing for him, so that the world could see his ability. According to the master-level Pokemon Ball obtained before, this Absol should be captured. Okay, you must be careful when you follow me, don't get too close to me, firstly, it won't distract me and affect my capture operation, and secondly, it won't put you in danger. Chu Chen looked at them and said. Okay, no problem, we will definitely listen to your arrangements. The village chief stood up and looked at him and answered. Impossible, it's impossible for him to catch Absol with his kind of stuff. At this time, a little boy's voice came. Chu Chen was very upset when he heard such a tone, and there was actually a little brat who dared to doubt me. 8. How can you say such rude words in front of the master? The village chief looked at the little boy and scolded. Yes, and your eldest brother ran away from this village because he was afraid of driving Absol away. Another villager said to him. Chu Chen heard an important message, that is, his brother ran away from this village, although he not knowing how this happened, he felt that there must be a misunderstanding. Satoshi didn't run away. He must have a reason for doing that. Aide said to them angrily, and then turned and left. Aide, where are you going? The village chief looked at him and asked. I'm going to find Absol. Aide ran into the canyon. When Chu Chen saw the little boy, he could feel that he actually understood the good and bad of Absol. These guys were not even as good as a child. As expected, his brother couldn't stand the villagers leaving the village. There must be something else going on in this village, which suddenly aroused Chu Chen's curiosity. Then let's go too. Chu Chen said when he saw them. Chu Chen wanted to explain the situation to the child before he found Absol. Okay, let's all go. The village chief said to everyone, and then led the way in front. They were climbing the hillside and preparing to go to the valley where Absol often appeared. Hey, Aide, slow down. The village chief shouted to Aide in front. Salamins, take me up. Chu Chen released Salamins and flew to Aide. Chu Chen wanted to know something about his brother. Chapter 264. Aide, what's the matter with them saying your brother ran away? Chu Chen walked down from behind Salamins and looked at Aide. He didn't run away, they are all talking nonsense, brother Satoshi is the best. Aide said angrily. Chu Chen knew that his brother must have made the decision to protect Absol. I want Aid to believe in my goodness, and I must also speak out my inner thoughts. You have to believe me, I don't want to hurt Absol, I want him to be my Pokemon and accompany me all the way down, I just want to protect him and avoid being hurt by these villagers. Chu Chen looked at Aid with sincere eyes and said, Aid, can you tell me more about this matter? I want to know what the relationship between your brother and Absol is, and what happened in the middle. Chu Chen asked. Aid looked into Chu Chen's eyes and felt that what he said was very sincere. He also wanted to maintain a good image for Brother Satoshi and let everyone know that Absol is not a bad Pokemon. Everything Brother Satoshi did was to protect it. Brother Satoshi, he told me that he thought Absol's appearance in the village was not to bring disaster, so he wanted to convince him to prove it. Aid answered seriously. But at that time he suddenly ran out of the village, leaving only a sentence telling me not to worry. Aid said that his face showed a frustrated expression. How did he think Absol was not a Pokemon that brought disaster? Chu Chen looked at him and asked. Chu Chen thought in his heart that this man might have a wise heart like him and could see the inner essence of things. I don't know this, but I believe in my brother, so I think Absol is not a Pokemon that brings disaster. Aid looked at Chu Chen with a firm eye and could feel that he had a pure heart. This feeling made Chu Chen very determined. I agree. I believe Absol wants to tell people something, not a Pokemon that brings disaster. Chu Chen nodded and said, smiling at Aid. When Aid saw Chu Chen's smile, a warm current surged in his heart. He was moved by the man in front of him. His temperament revealed the shadow of Brother Satoshi, and the words that Brother Satoshi said to him in the past emerged in his mind. You must believe in your heart and believe that no Pokemon will bring disaster to people. Brother Satoshi said to him that year, and Aid has always kept it in his heart. Aid said with emotion. Hello, my name is Chu Chen, I heard them call you Aid, I am very happy to meet you, I am here to protect Absol, please believe me. Chu Chen smiled and said to Aid. Okay, let's, Qianyo, go find Absol together now. Chu Chen looked at the villagers behind him and saw that they were about to catch up with them. He had to take this opportunity to find Absol quickly. Master, please slow down. We are almost exhausted. Yes, Master, please don't walk so fast. We know the way and can take you there. Village Chief, we want to stop and rest for a while and drink some water. We are all tired. Chapter 265. Yes, Village Chief, our legs are so sore now. We want to sit down and rest for a while. The sun is so strong now. We are dying of sunburn. Look, the little brats behind us are far away from us. Why don't we wait for them? I told you not to bring the kids here. You are dragging us down now. The master is already in front. The villagers started to talk about it. At this time, Chu Chen felt more and more annoyed when he looked at them. Bringing such a group of people would only drag him down. Will you wait for us then? We are all tired. The village chief looked at the villagers around him and shouted to Chu Chen. Don't worry about these people. I know the way. I'll take you there. Adela held Chu Chen's hand. At this moment, being warmed by Adela's hand made Chu Chen feel particularly warm in his heart. It had been a long time since anyone held his hand. You guys can rest here. Adela will take me there. We can't delay any longer. The later it is, the deeper Absol will hide. Chu Chen shouted to the villagers behind him, and then followed Adela to move forward. Okay, then you must pay attention to safety. We will catch up with you as soon as we have rested. The village chief nodded and responded. Okay, everyone, take a rest here. It can't be too long. We have to appear before the master subdues Absol, otherwise we will miss a good show. The village chief said to their villagers. Okay, no problem. Everyone answered in unison at this time. Chu Chen and his friends came to a valley, where some small drops of water flowed down, and the road surface was in a muddy state. It was easy to slip and fall. If you fall from here, you will encounter a cliff. From here on, your feet will slip easily, so be careful and pay attention to your feet. Aide looked at Chu Chen and said, "Do you seem to know this place well?" Chu Chen looked at the little boy in front of him who was less than 10 years old. He was so familiar with the environment here, which was beyond his imagination. "Since my brother left, I have come here several times a day to find Absol, but I haven't found him successfully once." Aide looked at Chu Chen and said. Not long after, they came to the top of the mountain, where they could see a huge square stone pressing down on the top of the mountain. "Okay, we are here, the top of the rock mountain. Logically speaking, Absol lives nearby." Aide looked at Chu Chen happily and said that he hoped to see Absol this time. Chu Chen looked at the surrounding environment and there was a place that attracted him. Water actually seeped out from a crack in the rock and flowed out. Chu Chen looked at the surrounding environment and could guess that there must be a water vein flowing deep in the rock. Absol chose such a place to survive. The water source was particularly important to him. Qian Yo Zhao. And water can flow out from the cracks in the rocks, making the road surface slippery. It is not an easy thing for people who want to come up. It is a natural defense shield. I hope Absol can appear. When Aide said this, he was extremely covetous in his heart. He believed that the man in front of him would bring him good luck. It will definitely happen. Let's wait a little longer. Chu Chen nodded and said. Chapter 266. Suddenly a figure appeared on the square stone. "I see, Absol is there," Aide said in surprise. "Finally appeared, long time no see Absol," Chu Chen said, looking at Absol in front of him. "Absol, you didn't deliberately create a disaster, right?" Aide shouted loudly. He believed that the Absol in front of him, just like brother Satoshi said, 897 is a very good Pokemon. AGA. Absol took a step forward, then jumped up and passed Chu Chen. Absol slowly approached them, and everyone didn't know what Absol wanted to do. "Salamins, come out!" Chu Chen released Salamins. Roar! Salamins came out and roared loudly. "Aide, you stand behind me and be careful, we have to find out Absol's purpose," Chu Chen said. Aide ran behind Chu Chen, looking at Absol in a daze. "You must not hurt him, I believe he must be hiding something and not telling us," Aide said, holding Chu Chen's hand. Chu Chen looked at the child in front of him and felt that he was particularly naive. Even if he did not launch an attack, he could not let him get hurt. "Okay, no problem. You have to trust me. Leave it to me." Chu Chen touched Aide's head and said kindly. "Salamins uses ember to contain Absol." Chu Chen said the skill to Salamins. Salamins opened his mouth and spit out a small flame from it to attack, hitting Absol in front of him. There was an explosion and a small cave was created. Absol stopped. Chu Chen wanted to stop Absol from approaching through a small attack, because he didn't know what purpose he was approaching them with. Absol looked at Chu Chen fiercely, and didn't seem to want to attack them. "I think Absol's appearance seems to have other purposes," Aide said on the side. "I also think that from the beginning, it seems that he doesn't want to launch an attack." Chu Chen also nodded and said. "Satoshi once said that there is no Pokemon in this world that wants to do bad things, so I believe what Satoshi said," Aide firmly believed said. At this time, the water in the cracks of the rocks kept overflowing, which made Chu Chen feel very confused. The legendary disaster might be related to the river in the cracks of the rocks. "Chu Chen, look at the river water here. It's seeping more and more. When I was here before, there was never so much water. It feels a bit strange today." Aide looked at Chu Chen and said, as if he found something wrong. Chu Chen also found it. Bang! Suddenly, a huge water column sprayed out from behind them, and the rocks were blown apart. "Ah!" Aide screamed. "Salamins, Get out of here quickly. Chu Chen reacted very quickly, immediately hugged Ade's waist, and jumped on Salamanqui's back. Salamins quickly flapped its wings and took them away from the water column. It was too dangerous just now. It felt like a disaster was about to happen here. Chu Chen looked at Ade and said. Ade looked at Chu Chen stupidly, showing a state of shock. Don't worry, it's okay now. Chu Chen said comfortingly. Chapter 267. Salamins brought them to the shore, and Drew/Max lay on the ground motionless. Thank you so much, Salamins. Come back. Chu Chen took out the pokeball and took Salamins back. Drew/Max, are you okay? Wake up quickly. Chu Chen kept slapping Drew/Max's face, trying to wake him up. Zizi at this time, some movement came from the surroundings. Luja, is it you? Come out quickly, find a way to save Drew/Max. Chu Chen shouted to the bushes, always feeling that something was strange inside. Puff! Suddenly, many Pokemon jumped out of it and they were relatively small in size. Are you why not? Chu Chen looked at them in surprise. This group of why not seemed to have no hostility, as if they wanted to help Chu Chen. Why not lifted Drew/Max up in his hands and brought him to a cave. This cave was the cave where Rokusuk had been rescued. There were many lychee fruits in it, which was exactly the same as what Rokusuk had encountered. It wasn't long before Drew/Max was rescued by them. Why not held the lychee fruits in his hands and handed them to Drew/Max with a smile. Wow, it's lychee fruits. He wants to give us 19 to eat. Drew/Max looked at Why Not in front of him and said, feeling the warmth brought by Why Not. System uses the eye of exploration. Chu Chen said to his system. Name, Why Not. Attribute, Psychic Attribute Pokemon. Feature, Color Shadow. Level, 15. Potential, Primary. Carry. An electronic voice came from his mind. Why Not has a blue body and a black tail. There is something like an eye on the tail. There are two parts like arms hanging down on both sides of the head. There are two spherical feet under the body. Why Not likes to eat sweet fruits. Why Not can evolve into a fruit. Thank you. Chu Chen took the lychee fruit and tasted it carefully. Wow, it's great. This lychee fruit is so sweet. It's really delicious. Chu Chen said with a gratified expression. This is the most delicious fruit he has eaten since he came to Pokemon for so long. Yes, this is really delicious. The purpose of coming to Mew Island is to taste the lychee fruit in person. Now it has finally come true. Thank you so much, Why Not. Drew/Max ate the lychee fruit in big mouthfuls and said happily. Hi. Suddenly, Chu Chen showed a painful expression on his face, and a spicy taste burst out from his heart. This lychee fruit is really unexpected. As soon as I ate it, a sweet taste entered my throat, and soon a spicy taste came from my heart. Wow, why is there a mega spicy taste next? Chu Chen said painfully. It's okay. This kind of fruit is like this. Don't you feel full of power? Drew/Max patted Chu Chen's back and said happily. He was completely immersed in Why Not's love. Yet, the Why Nots also nodded and showed a happy expression. Seeing Why Not's smile, even I can't help but feel happy. Drew/Max said happily. So you are here. Lu Ji walked in from the door and said happily. He could guess Chu Chen, and they should have been saved by Why Not. Mr. Lu Ji. It's really great to see you. Drew/Max said excitedly. I was also rescued by Why Not and his friends and brought to this cave. They are very kind and enthusiastic. Whenever someone comes to this island and encounters danger, Why Not will be the first to rush out to help them. Lu Ji looked at them and said, Why Not walked to his side and kept rubbing against him, looking very kind. I thought about it, Why Not must have saved people more than 10 or 20 times. Lu Ji continued. Wow, they are so powerful, Luigi sir, you often come to this island, right? Drew/Max asked curiously. He had been on the island for a few days, and this was the first time he met Why Not. If it weren't for the appearance of Mr. Luja, Chu Chen and the others might not have met Why Not. Although Why Not is good at rescuing people, he is still timid. He usually hides in the cave to organize his own activities. When he is bored, he goes to collect lychee fruits. Unknowingly, the cave is full of lychee fruits. Yes, since I came to this island to collect lychee fruits last time, I was unfortunately overturned by the waves. After being rescued by Why Not and others, I have always been very grateful to them. I come to the island every week to take a look. Luja looked at Why Not with gratitude in his eyes. That's really great. Thank you very much today. Why Not saved me. Drew/Max also looked at the Why Nots and said gratefully. Speaking of this, Chu Chen felt a little unhappy. If he hadn't rescued Drew/Max in the rapids, he might have rushed to the Pacific Ocean. Why didn't he think of thanking him? Drew/Max, it's okay, then let's go back and rest, we still have to travel tomorrow. Chu Chen looked at Drew/Max and said, and couldn't wait to take him out of the cave. But I still want to stay here for a while, let's not rush, we can stay for a few days before leaving. Drew/Max was reluctant to look at the Why Nots and had no intention of leaving. No, tomorrow is the best time to leave Mu Island. In a few days, the life around may become huge, and the weather is also unpredictable. It can only be said that the best assist belongs to Lu Ji. When he said this, Chu Chen was very moved. Did you hear it? He said tomorrow is the best time to leave the island. We can't wait any longer. The gorgeous competition will be held in a month and a half. Chu Chen said seriously, preparing to pull Drew/Max away. If you don't mind, I can take you away from Mu Island tomorrow by speedboat. Lu Ji didn't know that each of them had special skills, and he greeted them out of kindness. Drew/Max glanced at Lu Ji and felt that he couldn't let down the old man's kindness. Since he was willing to take us out, let him do this. Chu Chen didn't object, but nodded silently. Since he had chosen to go to the gorgeous competition with Drew/Max, he had to respect his decision. Okay, let's set off tomorrow morning. We'll meet on the beach where we met today. Drew/Max said happily, and then followed Chu Chen out of the cave. Not long after, they returned to their room, and Drew/Max took 2 lychee fruits in his hand and put them in his bag. Drew/Max lay on the bed and laughed, while Chu Chen looked at the stars in the sky and imagined the difficulties he would encounter on the road ahead. Chapter 268. Lu Ji drove a speedboat to send Chu Chen and Drew/Max away from Mu Island. Since you have the fate to come to Mu Island, this is the gift from Why Not and I to you. Lu Ji took out a basket of lychee fruits from the bottom and put it in front of them. Wow, it's great, you gave us so many lychee fruits, now we can make a lot of poke blocks. Drew/Max said excitedly. Yes, this can help you make a lot of poke blocks. Rokusuk was originally called the Devil Rokusuk, but now he has become a kind and helpful old man. All this is due to the warmth of Why Not that touched him. Chu Chen still knows very little about poke blocks, and he can't help but want to ask them out of curiosity. I want to ask how this poke block is made? What are the benefits for the God 903 Pokemon? Chu Chen's face was flushed. He has always been very confident, but he actually asked questions at this time. Wow, you don't even know this, how did you become a Pokemon trainer? Drew/Max looked at Chu Chen proudly and asked. The boy in front of him had defeated him before, which made him feel very unconvinced. He must know me very well, so he knew my weaknesses, so he beat me in the game. How could such an excellent coordinator like me not be famous? Many enemies have been eyeing me, Drew/Max thought to himself. Poke blocks can be made by mixing 2 to 4 berries in a berry mixer. The berry mixer can be found in various gorgeous competition venues. After everyone puts their own berries in, the rotating disc in the middle of the mixer will start to rotate. When the pointer of the rotating disc turns to their own button, Old Man Luja looked at Chu Chen and explained. Pressing the button will change the hit situation. The faster the turntable is, the better the energy blocks are. After the match, everyone can get a poke block. After listening to what the old man said, Chu Chen could probably understand a little bit. Poke blocks are colorful square candies used to improve the various states of Pokemon. Different colors correspond to different functions. Drew/Max continued, and couldn't wait to show his versatile side. The flavor and color of poke blocks depend on the types of berries involved in the mixture and the speed of the berry mixer. The flavors of the berries will cancel each other out. Each berry has its own basic flavor, so the sum of the one-way basic flavors of the berries involved in the mixture is the basic value of this flavor. Chu Chen listened carefully to their understanding of poke blocks. He didn't expect that a small poke block could combine so much knowledge. Pokemon with different personalities have different actions when eating energy blocks of different flavors. The more suitable the poke blocks are, the happier they are. When Pokemon eats poke blocks, the increase in its status is equal to the taste value of the corresponding flavor of the block. Chu Chen interrupted Drew/Max and asked curiously. What if some Pokemon are particularly strange and just like some other flavors? Storage seemed to have asked the point, but Drew/Max smiled, as if everything was under his control. But babies with different personalities may prefer different flavors. If Pokemon eats poke blocks of their favorite flavors, the corresponding status will increase by twice the taste value, and if they eat poke blocks of their disliked flavors, the status will only increase by half the taste value. Okay, I understand. Chu Chen nodded, having understood the truth. Don't interrupt me, I haven't finished yet. Drew/Max said a little seriously, and then continued. If a poke block has the taste that a Pokemon likes and hates at the same time, then this Pokemon will not get a bonus to the value increase when eating this poke block. Drew/Max finally finished what he knew in one breath, then took out a water cup from his skull bag and drank the water. Oh, I'm really exhausted. It's not easy to be a mentor. What is the effect of poke blocks eaten by Pokemon? Chu Chen looked at them and asked his question. Drew/Max didn't want to answer any more. This was beyond his ability. He lowered his head and looked at Lu Ji. Each poke block has a different color. The energy value it provides is different. Some can increase the cuteness and strength of Pokemon. They play a very important role in the performance of Pokemon on the stage or in the confrontation. Old Lu Ji looked at Chu Chen and answered. He also took out a water cup from the speedboat and took a sip. So that's the truth. That's great. Chu Chen said happily. He hadn't used poke blocks on Pokemon yet. This would greatly improve his ability. Okay, Drew/Max, let's take half each. Chu Chen took a handful of lychee fruits and put them in his pocket. Oh, I shouldn't have told you if I had known. I've lost half of them again. Drew/Max looked at the half of lychee fruits left in the basket and said with great distress. You can come to me often in the future. There are a lot of lychee fruits in the mountains. I just don't want them to be discovered by the bad guys outside and disturb. Why not on the island? If you need them, you can ask me for them. I'm always happy to give them to you. Old Man Lu Ji said happily. His warm-blooded heart touched Chu Chen. I'm really sorry. I'll come to you again when I pass by. Drew/Max said as he put the remaining lychee fruits into his backpack. Lu Ji sent them to his island. Chu Chen and his group started their journey again, preparing to go to Pacific Log Town to participate in the gorgeous competition. Thank you, Mr. Lu Ji. Chu Chen walked onto the island, and the old man waved and prepared to leave. Take your time, come back to see me when you have a chance. Mr. Luja also waved to them and said happily. Looking at the busy streets, it seemed very lively. By the way, we are going to Pacific Log Town to participate in the gorgeous competition next. Chu Chen looked at Drew/Max and said, he was afraid that the boy in front of him would always delay time. The time for the competition was slowly approaching, and he didn't know what difficulties he would encounter on the road next. Yeah, I know, in fact, we can't be in a hurry now. There is still a certain distance from Pacific Log Town, and we can't fly there immediately. Drew/Max seemed a little impatient. Chapter 269. Who said I won't fly with you? Chu Chen was very unhappy. Salamins, come out. Chu Chen took out the Pokemon ball from his pocket, and with a flash of light, Salamins was released from it. Roar! Salamins yelled and stretched himself. He hadn't walked out for a long time. Wow, such a fierce Pokemon, it almost scared me to death. Drew/Max immediately hid behind Chu Chen, acting very timid. Why, you are afraid of Salamins, so timid. Let's go now, we can reach Pacific Log Town soon. Chu Chen said to Drew/Max with a mocking tone. Hehe, I didn't, I was just flashed by the light just now, and I hid behind you unconsciously. Drew/Max walked out slowly, with red pimples on his face. Can we walk over there? Drew/Max's voice trembled slightly. Chu Chen could feel that he was actually very scared. Drew/Max must have acrophobia. There were no particularly large Pokemon among his Pokemon, and he rarely flew in the sky. Chu Chen thought this was very interesting, and took the opportunity to destroy his prestige. Don't be afraid, come on, I'll take you over. Chu Chen grabbed Drew/Max's collar without saying a word, and pulled him onto Salamanqui's back. Don't! Drew/Max pulled hard, and he was very resistant to flying. No matter how much Drew/Max resisted, he couldn't resist Chu Chen's strength. Oh my god, I'm so scared. Drew/Max lay on Salamanqui's back and hugged Salamins tightly. Salamins, let's take off and head for Pacific Log Town. Chu Chen said to Salamins. Salamins flapped its wings and flew into the sky immediately. Drew/Max squinted his eyes and looked down. He instantly felt that he was in a very high sky. His body began to tremble, and the fear in his heart suddenly filled his heart. Salamins, don't fly too high. It's too scary. Mom, I want to go back. Drew/Max cried and said, tears kept flowing out of his eyes. Suddenly Salamins came the rotation of degrees. Salamins seemed to know Drew/Max's timidity and deliberately teased him. Oh my god, this is too dangerous, I'm about to fall down. Drew/Max hugged Salamanqui's neck tightly, his heart was about to jump out. Chu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had never seen such a timid person. Drew/Max was his happy fruit today. If he could find someone as interesting as Drew/Max from time to time, Chu Chen would not feel that his journey was boring. After flying in the sky for a few days, Drew/Max had gradually gotten used to life in the sky, and soon they approached Pacific Log Town. The morning sun illuminated the city of Pacific Log Town on the shore. In order to participate in the Pokemon Gorgeous Competition Inc. conference held here today, Chu Chen and Drew/Max came to the island of Pacific Log Town and started the final debugging training. Flame Monkey, come out! Chu Chen took out the Pokemon ball and released the Flame Monkey. Flame Monkey uses Flame Vortex. The Flame Monkey spit out a huge searing shot from its mouth and sprayed it at the wooden block in front. Puff! With a loud sound, the wooden block in front was burned to ashes. Wow, Chu Chen, your flame attack has such high damage. Drew/Max said in surprise. Chu Chen's Flame Monkey has reached level 68 and is already a very powerful Pokemon. Flame Monkey uses Flame Wheel. This skill is a new skill that Flame Monkey learned not long ago. It wraps itself in flames and rushes towards the opponent, causing the opponent to fall into a burning state. Flame Monkey shouted to the sky, and used his fist to charge a small ball of flame. The small ball of flame fully wrapped his whole body, like a fireman appeared in front of everyone. Wow, what a powerful skill! Drew/Max said in surprise. The flame monkey rushed forward quickly and rushed towards a huge rock in front of him. Bang! The flame monkey hit the rock with a loud noise, smashing the rock into pieces. Drew/Max watched Chu Chen training continuously, and he did not dare to neglect it. He quickly took out the Pokeball and released his Pokemon. Rosalia, come out! A Pokemon that looked like a small flower appeared in front of everyone. Wow, I didn't expect you to have such a cute Pokemon. Chu Chen said as he looked at Rosalia in front of him. Please give me flowers. Haha, of course some things can only be shown to you at the end. Chu Chen had long known that Drew/Max had ulterior motives and would always hide his most powerful Pokemon until the end. System, use the Eye of Exploration. Chu Chen said to his system. Name, Rosalia. Attribute, Grass attribute and Poison Pokemon. Feature, Natural Recovery. Level, Level 46. Potential, Leader. Carry, None. An electronic voice came from his mind. It is small, has 3 thorns on its head, and its body is light green. The green leaves cover its body like a dress, and there are yellow parts on the leaves on its chest. It usually closes its eyes and has long eyelashes. It has a blue rose on its left hand and a red rose on its right hand. 0. The male has shorter leaves on its body. Rosalia follows Drew/Max docilely most of the time, but sometimes, such as when May points out that Drew/Max is the only person he knows who is likely to send a challenge letter and roses, he will playfully express his approval. Rosalia uses toxic spikes. Drew/Max said the skill to Rosalia. Ah! Rosalia charged up, stretched out a vine from her body, and stabbed it into the ground fiercely. Rosalia's toxic spikes is to drill under the opponent through her vines and sprinkle toxic spikes, making the opponent enter a paralyzed state. Rosalia's vines stretched under a tree, and the color of the tree was slowly becoming lighter. At this time, the tree was bearing the venom released by Rosalia. Not long after, the tree fell to the ground. This kind of damage is extremely high and can affect the surrounding living objects. The grass around the tree has already withered and yellowed. Rosalia uses synthesis. Drew/Max said to Rosalia again. Rosalia jumped into the sky and sprayed a white liquid at the withered trees. The liquid stuck to the trees and melted into them immediately. Under the sunlight, the color of the trees slowly returned to its original state. Rosalia's synthesis has the function of restoring its own energy and has a certain helping hand for living objects. Chapter 270. Drew/Max, your Rosalia is not bad, with such powerful skills and moves. Chu Chen clapped his hands and encouraged him. Ha ha ha, these are just the tip of the iceberg. There are still many Pokemon you haven't recognized yet. Wait until the game to let you see what a professional coordination trainer is. Drew/Max proudly touched his hair, and the whole person swelled up instantly. Let's see how long you, a little brat, can be so arrogant. You are so young and yet you have such a strong sense of pride. Chu Chen thought to himself. Hey, Drew/Max, Chu Chen, you are here too. A familiar voice came from afar, running towards them. Chu Chen turned around and saw that it was Ash and his friends. As expected, he was right. He would meet Ash at the Pacific Log Town's gorgeous competition, and May should be by his side. Chu Chen looked around and did not see May, which made him feel strange. Did she separate from Ash and his friends on the way? This was impossible. According to the plot, May would always be with Ash. Wow, Ash, how could it be such a coincidence? May must have pulled you here. Drew/Max ran over excitedly and said hello to Ash, but also found that May was not by his side. Ash, are you here to participate in the gorgeous competition? Chu Chen looked at Ash and said. Chu Chen understood that people of the level of Ji Shen would not participate in the gorgeous competition. Everyone was heading for the home league competition. In their eyes, the gorgeous competition is just a show for girls. The training of the gorgeous competition is mainly to coordinate with Pokemon, so they are collectively called Pokemon Coordinator Trainers. Trainers who participate in gym competitions, obtain the 8 badges, and participate in the Home League Conference are called Pokemon Trainers. The level of a trainer is higher than that of a coordinator, but every trainer must go through the process of a coordinator. Chu Chen is a man with the aura of a protagonist, and he can directly skip the process of a coordinator. Haha, of course not. If May hadn't been here to participate in the gorgeous competition, I would definitely not come here, let alone meet you, Ash explained. May. Drew/Max turned his head to look behind Ash, but did not find May. Where is May? Why can't I see her? Drew/Max asked very curiously. Drew/Max would never be too aggressive with May again. He even admired May a little, so he was particularly concerned about May's existence now. It's because I saw you. May is hiding behind the tree. Ash said with a pout. Haha, you are afraid of me, May, come out quickly, I'm not that scary, I won't eat you. Drew/Max ran around, trying to dig May out. It turned out that May was very scared every time she saw Drew/Max. Drew/Max used to attack May, saying that May was too rubbish. But now, May is not mainly afraid of seeing Drew/Max, but afraid of seeing Chu Chen, because Chu Chen gave her a heart-beating feeling at the beginning. When May came to the island and saw Chu Chen, her face turned red, and she hid in the bushes shyly. Even Ash felt confused. Wow, why is Chu Chen so handsome? Or as handsome and attractive as I just met, what should I do? I seem to. May hid in the bushes, secretly watching Chu Chen. Haha, I caught you, so you are here. Swoosh. Drew/Max grabbed May's hand and pulled her out of the bushes. Ah, let me go, Drew/Max, you stinky guy, let me go quickly. May covered her face and said shyly, struggling non-stop. You messed up my appearance, and now my image in Chu Chen's mind is shattered. I must kill you. May looked at Drew/Max with rage, and her eyes revealed murderous intent. Chu Chen watched May walk out of the bushes, with weeds on her body, and slowly walked to her side. There are weeds on your clothes, I will help you get rid of them. Chu Chen was about to reach out to help her get the weeds off her clothes. Ah, no, I'll do it myself, you're too polite. May suddenly became excited and quickly ran behind Ash, covering her face. Oh my god, Chu Chen actually got so close to me, I'm so shy. May thought to herself. What's wrong with you? You're always making a fuss today. Ash said to May behind him. Haha, it's okay, I just came here and I'm a little uncomfortable with the climate, just let me be alone. May touched her head and said awkwardly. Will you participate in the Pacific Log Town Gorgeous Conference next? Drew/Max looked at May and asked. Drew/Max has long wanted to have a fierce battle with May to prove that he is better than her. Of course, I must get the last ribbon badge here. May said confidently. She knew that Drew/Max was also here to participate in the gorgeous competition, and she must not lose to him in terms of momentum. That's good. I will definitely beat you this time and let you know how good I am. I haven't seen you for so long, and I don't know how you've been training. Drew/Max said shamelessly. He was still merciless in front of girls. My growth will surprise you. I will be the champion of this competition. You'd better not be too proud, so as not to hurt your self-esteem. May said sarcastically. Drew/Max's anger burst out of his ears like steam after hearing this, and he turned around and left in dissatisfaction. Drew/Max, don't leave. Ash looked at their quarrel and showed a helpless expression on his face. Every time they wanted to meet, they would mock each other. It was really a narrow road for enemies. Okay, Drew/Max, don't be angry. May is the same as you. Turn your anger into energy for the competition. Let's see who is better. Chu Chen walked to Drew/Max and said comfortingly. Okay, Drew/Max, I won't attack you. Let's calm down and go back to the hotel to rest. Mei also came over and said comfortingly. They are both enemies and very good old friends. The reason why Chu Chen brought Drew/Max here is to see their friendship. Well, then I will let her see how good I am in the competition. I hope the competition will start soon. After listening, Drew/Max returned to Chu Chen and his group. Everyone walked into the hotel they had booked to rest and went to the Pacific Town Gorgeous competition tomorrow. Chapter 271. Only when the cavalry's heart is truly accepted can the cavalry touch your chest. Purely fictional. Good Master Lin Hu greeted Lin Ziyi loudly at the chest-touching ceremony. This time, there was no dissatisfaction and spite in Lin Hu's shout, only deep admiration, joy and yearning. How are you, young master? How are you, young master? With Lin Hu's greetings, many of the same greetings came from Lin Hu intermittently. Finally, the cavalry team members greeted Lin Ziyi. At this time, the voices gathered together, and Lin Ziyi said, "Hello, young master." Hearing the uniform after the greeting, Lin Ziyi knew that he had defeated the cavalry. So, Lin Ziyi's face was no longer what it used to be, but a sincere smile, responding to the cavalry, "Okay, okay, everyone." How did Lin Ziyi accept the cavalry? It seems that Lin Ziyi did nothing. In fact, what Lin Ziyi did when he spoke. When Lin Ziyi said well, he used sound wave technology to say well for everyone. With Lin Ziyi's level 6 skill, the sound wave skill is very powerful. It turned out that Lin Ziyi's practice would be a great success. However, Lin Ziyi had just taken down the house, and Lin Lixuan's physical fitness was really poor before. So now, Lin Ziyi only has level 6 power. Although Lin Ziyi's voice sounded light, like Lin Fu's, he could not feel anything. However, in the ears of the forest tiger ranger, there was a feeling that there were more than 10 microblogs on the tip of the ear, and they kept crying. In short, after listening to Lin Ziyi's words, Lin Hu's ears were straight. Helping Hand the Deaf stood up. The whole person was buzzing. They were at a loss. If Lin Hu did not have enough strength to resist the discomfort of the body and prevent himself from falling off the horse, he could only rely on the support of his comrades, just like the cavalry almost fell off the horse. Perhaps Lin Hu and others would be angry because Lin Ziyi asked them to go abroad. But when they woke up, Lin Hu and others immediately realized how powerful Lin Ziyi was in front of them. A total of 50 cavalrymen lost their combat effectiveness. Even the old man of Kyoto building could not do it. It cannot prove that Lin Ziyi is stronger than Lin Lao. The army has only one thing, that is, power. Power is the king. Lin Zigong just killed Lin Hu and his team, which shows that Lin Zigong's team is still much larger than Lin Hu, so Lin Hu and his team believe in Lin Ziyi. What's more, when the Marquis sent you to the border town, Lin Ziyi was strong and said nothing. This fully shows that your ambitions are high. You can't see them in the Marquis. Otherwise, when you match Howie building, your Lin Ziyi will show your strong strength. At that time, Lin Hu thought that Howie building would not treat Lin Ziyi like this. Even if Lin Ziyi is not as ambitious as you, as long as you can teach them 1.5 steps, they will not use it. Therefore, Lin Hu and Lin Ziyi are now in contact. After a strong man like Lin Ziyi, it is not a loss. Lin Hu. In. Take the brothers, line up in 2 teams, and go to Huangsha town by the lake to meet the people of every household. Don't let the people of Huangsha think that we have a lot of disrespect. Do you understand? Lin Ziyi politely ordered Lin Hu directly. Yes, young master, Lin Hu understands. Lin Hu's answer was straightforward. He did not object to Lin Zigong's rude orders, but he could hear some pleasant sounds. It is obvious that Lin Hu and his family were overwhelmed by Lin Ziyi. Lin Fu looked at Lin Ziyi. There were many things in his eyes, but they all turned into a happy smile. The whole person seemed to be more lively. Lin Ziyi's mouth smiled. Lin Ziyi was very satisfied with Lin Fu's speed. At the same time, Lin Fu's weight in Lin Ziyi's heart also increased a lot. Welcome, welcome, welcome Mr. Lin to work in Huangsha town. Mr. Lin, let me introduce myself. My name is Guo Feng, the flag of Huangsha town. Hello, Mr. Linear. Guo Feng came to Lin's and introduced himself with a smile. The smile on his face was so bright that it could almost be compared with the sun in the sky. Oh my god, Lin stopped immediately. He felt that it was wrong. He would not call the dog flag. It was an insult. Although Lin saw his own spite from the deep eyes of General Gujian, it was not good for him to call General Gujian. Fortunately, Lin's had a strong ability to adapt and soon changed his name to General Feng Qi. Thank you for coming to see us. The forest is not worth it. It doesn't sound good, but General Feng is better than General Go, isn't it? My lord, you are very humble. As our subordinate, we welcome you to come here. This is correct. Do you think so? Finally, Guo Feng said to the small flag behind him. Yes, sir. That's what you said. There was a complete voice behind you, comma. The right side of the screw should be cut and adjusted to tap the words sulfur zinc, even. However, it was this nature that made Lin's accent sneer. Of course, Guo Feng is going to show his power. Can this prove that you control most of the flags of hundreds of families? Before in Linsha City, Lin Ziyi knew through Zhu Sanyao and Zhang Hu that his position as 100 households was taken from them. At that time, Lin Ziyi was guessing that Zhu Sanyao must be the head of the 100 households in Huangsha town, and his status was not low. Now Lin Ziyi knows that Guo Feng is Zhu Sanyao of the 100 households in Huangsha town. He and Guo Feng didn't know each other before, let alone become enemies. Why does Guo Feng hate himself? Now he leads a group of people in front of him, not because he robbed 100 families. I don't want to make a deal with you. Now it seems that you are really looking for your own way. As for Guo Feng's demonstration, Lin Ziyi doesn't care at all. For such a person, Lin Ziyi has a way to deal with him. Maybe it's Lin Lixuan, a newborn son who has never seen the world. His behavior really scared Lin Lixuan. However, Lin Ziyi had never seen or experienced anything on earth. Just nonsense. No slag. Pay the housekeeper, I'll take someone with me, okay? No. In the distance, Lin Hu handed the body to Lin Fu and took Guo Feng away directly. Now even Lin Hu knows that Guo Feng is not good. No, I know it myself. Let's not be frugal. Lin Fu stopped Lin Hu. Just now, Lin Ziyi had accepted Lin Hu. Lin Fu still remembers these people. Now there is only a dog and Ho left. How can it be so difficult? Lin Ziyi fell down. Lin Fu has enough confidence in Lin Ziyi. Chapter 272. Hey, is it leaking? For a long time, not for money. Hearing Wang Xian's roar, Brother Zhang couldn't help but sneered. Then he stepped forward and said, "Who said this beaties your sisters? Let's end it." Brother Zhang grabbed the fire stick in my hand and threw it in front of Wang Xian. "This is your sisters." Lo! Brother Zhang's movements were really too fast. I was a little caught off guard. I could only see. In order to make shoes for me, Brother Zhang abandoned the legendary 9 turns lightning wood and left it directly in front of Wang Xian. If I lose, I will kill Brother Zhang's heart. But I can't show any worry now. I can only pretend to be calm, look at Wang Xian with the same sneer, and reveal an expression that I don't care about the game. Well, don't think I don't know. This stick is a treasure. While speaking, Wang Xian has already picked up the stick on the ground. He looked at me with a sneer. Very good. At this time, I couldn't help but speak, so I stepped forward and said with a smile, "In this case, let's not change. Let your brother-in-law take this stick back and give me a calm wind bead." After that, I couldn't help but extend a helping hand to Wang Xian. Ah! Wang Xian looked at me in surprise, and looked at me carefully with the fire stick. Of course, in his eyes, there was no clue. After a long silence, he whispered, "Are you sure?" He nodded anyway, so I was not afraid, so I sneered and said, "Of course I believe it. Do you think this stick is a golden stick? I just saw the miserable life of Lao Wu's family. The sheep at home were killed by centipedes. You want to pull him? Since you are ungrateful, why should I do more? What is the deal before you start?" Ah! Hearing this, Lao Wu suddenly looked stupid. Before Wang Xin had time to express his attitude, he rushed over to apologize to me. He shouted at Wang Xin, "What a good thing you did! Give me back my beads." This. For a while, even Wang Xin was a little uncertain. He gritted his teeth and said, "No. You said you wanted to change the beads for this stick. Since you changed the beads, of course it belongs to my brother-in-law. Now even if you regret it, it's useless. Do you still have a spirit of contract?" Ha! Where is the spirit of contract? Listen to the 4 words contract spirit. I almost heard a joke. I laughed on the spot. Well, since you talked about the spirit of contract, Lao Wu and I agreed to buy back the bead with 10,000 yuan last night. Isn't this a contract between us? Advertisement. With one word, Wang Xin was speechless, but he still refused to give up Dingfeng Pearl, and said, "This pearl is number 1, and it is obviously worth more than 10,000 yuan. Don't try to fool us." Grass. Hearing this, Zhang Jiadeng was furious and cursed on the spot. "Then why don't you say it? Lao Wu's broken stick is worthless." Okay. What else can I say to him? At the same time, Sha Biao also went straight to Wang Xin's face, with no doubt on his face. After 5 minutes, "Hand over the bead, otherwise, don't blame me for turning Sha Biao's face away. Don't mention that San Biao's fire is really terrible. In addition, Wang Xin's words are really bad." After hesitating for a while, he finally took out the Dingfengji from his pocket. "Is Wang Xin ready? Please go to this place so that you can take care of it, and then you have a chance to get sick." Why? When Wang Xin heard this, he felt as if he had found a straw. Subconsciously, he retracted his hand again and shouted happily, "Lao Zai, you are here. Village chief." I couldn't help frowning. The so-called village chief, also known as Li Lao or Xiang Lao, is not only, but also many ethnic groups. As the saying goes, trees protect the village, and ancients govern the village. So the article says, there is a yamen, and the people elect the village chief. Like the leader, the strong is also the leader of the base camp. Sometimes, his status is even higher. In ancient times, the leader was responsible for military affairs, and the village chief was responsible for sacrifices. The relationship between the village owner and the elders is the same as the relationship between the patriarch and the priest. On the surface, the patriarch is the head of a family and is responsible for all affairs of the family. But the priest often dictates everything he does to the patriarch in the name of religion and God, so he puts the patriarch on his head from time to time. Most of the old men in the village are natural leaders. Generally speaking, they are all very old. They have high prestige in the village. They often say the same thing. "Master? Why are you here?" Seeing the old man in the village, Sha Biao frowned, hurried forward to greet him, and shouted respectfully. "What? Master? Is this the old village chief of Sha Biao?" When I heard this, I couldn't help but have a surprise in my heart. Then I looked at the old man in the village carefully. He was really old, but he was young and scared. He had a clear view of the way of life. "Ah, I just came to see. Listen to Ajuan. Wu Da? Is Fang Ye in the right place, or in the right place, and then someone is in the right place, he is in the right place?" Please flowers. Hearing this, I noticed a woman standing behind him. I think it was Wang Xin's wife. It was a good idea for Wang Xin to wait for us here, but he asked his wife to invite him to the village. "Look, village chief, this is Suer." In general, Wang Xin hurriedly handed the bead to the village elders, and at the same time he glanced at me proudly. Soil reclamation technology. What a good thing! The old villager took the upper hand and looked at it carefully for a while. Then he said enviously. But it's not because my eyebrows suddenly frowned deeper. Major. The village chief is also a cultivator. Because, just when he looked at Ding Fengju carefully, I clearly felt the fluctuation of qi. No wonder. After all, Lian Sanbiao has also learned some methods of refining qi. The village elders are his master, and he is a cultivator, which is not surprising. However, his achievements do not seem to be high. 0. Big head, I heard that you want to sell this bead. The old man in the village couldn't help playing with Ding Fengju. He narrowed his eyes slightly, turned around, looked at Lao Wu expectantly and said, I'll give you 50,000 yuan. I'd better sell it to me. Before Lao Wu had time to express his opinion, Wang Xin grabbed Lao Wu and said, Did you hear it? As soon as the old man in the village opened his mouth, he quoted a high price of 50,000 yuan, which is no more than the 10,000 yuan you gave before. Master. At this time, Sha Biao was anxious and said to the old man, This bead was not given by Lao Wu, but by my younger brother behind me. Last night, he killed the centipede spirit. Oh! The old man frowned and nodded thoughtfully, as if he had just found me. He smiled and said, Young man, look at you, aren't you? Data collection and management? Yes. To be honest, my first impression of the old man in this village was not very good. But because he was the master of San Biao, I gave him a small bow and said, Xiao Wang Lin, I saw the king. I heard that you are going to use this wind-fixing bead to make a big firecracker? The village chief stared at me, as if he saw some clues in my eyes. Yes. I really nodded, but then I said, but this is an old calendar from last night. Since people don't want to exchange, I can't help it. After saying that, I also deliberately shrugged, looking helpless. At the same time, Wang Xin quickly handed the stick to the old man in the village and said, This is the stick. Oh! Hearing this, Zai Laoming stood up and quickly picked up the stick again. He looked back and forth. Fan. Chapter 273. As soon as Lin Weiwei entered the bathtub, 2 or 3 women bent down and smiled and splashed water on him. Lin Weiwei refused to show weakness and fought back. A water-splashing war began. Yan Fei, who was beside the bath, was completely shocked. Sister Wei, why are you so big? Have you had surgery? The girl named Ting Ting asked with a voice. The other women stopped to look at Lin Weiwei. Not only the women were curious, even Yan Fei wanted to know why Lin Weiwei was so big. Just when I thought of this idea, I heard Lin Weiwei's voice, Young master, if you want to know, you can ask me directly, I won't lie to you. Yan Fei said to Lin Weiwei, Young master, you answer Ting Ting's question first. I will have a chance to ask you later. Lin Weiwei's mouth was slightly raised. She said to the girls, Nature, it's impossible, who is Juyiki to make me beautiful? Then she shook her head. They teased her girls and splashed water on Lin Weiwei. This is public outrage. Who said she has such proud capital? Young master, how is my figure? In Yan Fei's heart, Lin Weiwei's biography sounded again. Tisk tisk, it's really good. Big places are big, small places are small. Vivian, what you just said to them is true. Is this natural? Yan Fei asked uneasily. I hate it, young master. Everything about me is natural, without any traces of human intervention. In addition, I have Lin Weiwei, who said she stopped in the middle. So what? Yan Fei asked. More importantly, they are perfect. Their boyfriends haven't said anything yet. Lin continued. I'm going. Isn't this a waste of resources? Yan Fei said angrily, Master, in order not to let the world lose such high-quality resources, I decided to do it again from now on. Your boyfriend is the so-called hero beauty. A beauty like you is not worthy of me at all. Lin Weiwei. Haha, I will give you a lifetime of happiness. Yan Fei said with a wry smile. As soon as Yan Fei passed this sentence to Lin Weiwei, she would stop splashing water on her hands, and the rest of the women would fetch water in the bathtub. While Yan Fei was suspicious, Lin Weiwei looked at a place that Yan Fei couldn't see. At the same time, a sentence rang in Yan Fei's heart, Master, you should treat Weiwei well in the future. Don't worry, girl. Yan Fei smiled and passed it to Lin Weiwei. Well. After the sermon, Lin Weiwei lost his voice. Yan Fei looked up and saw that Lin Weiwei's soft face was red. The blush seemed to make the whole person in the bath red, which made Yan Fei heartbroken and dumbfounded. Once upon a time, a girl put on a coquettish look in front of her. In the end, the girl and Yan Fei walked into the palace of marriage. Master, look, those 3 women are the wives of Lord Hao. When Yan Fei fell into memory, Lin Weiwei's biography sounded in Yan Fei's heart. According to Lin Weiwei's eyes, only 3 hotties went to the top of the bath, and then 3 people went to the top of the small bath. Yan Fei's heart was moved. Weiwei, are these baths classified? Lin asked. Well, the top small bath is the special bath for Wang Zihao's wife. Others can't just go in and take a bath. The bathroom on the 2nd floor. The one on the right is our leader. The one on the left is Wang Zihao's other couple. What about the bottom of the bathtub? Yan Fei continued. Of course asterisk. Thank you very much. Lower the volume. Damn it. This privilege is really one after another. It is connected. Yes, I will go back to Qinglong City tomorrow. I want to build such a big bath. But according to the degree of contribution, anyone who has made a significant contribution to Qinglong City can take a bath on the top of the bath, Yan Fei thought. Master, I will contact them when they take a bath. Then you can keep up with me. Lin Weiwei said. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Yan Fei said. It is said that women take a bath very slowly. In fact, it was not only Wang Zihao's 3 wives, but also Lin Weiwei's daughter who took a bath. They took a bath and played. They hadn't wiped for a long time. On the contrary, they had a lot of fun. Yan Fei was really bored. With a turn of his eyes, Yan Fei quietly touched the highest small bathing pool. How could we miss such a good opportunity? Yan Fei wanted to see what the legend of Jin Pingmei looked like. Yan Fei just touched the top of the pool, and before she had time to reach out and take a look, she saw a splash of water splashing on her face. Yan Fei's reaction was not slow. She dodged immediately, but was still splashed with water. Terrible! Yan Fei was so scared that he squatted by the bathing pool. Fortunately, the invisible amulet did not fail, but there was a surprised voice in the bathtub, Hi? I seemed to see a figure just now. Shadow? Where? Another female voice. Just behind you, I seem to have splashed water on someone else. The girl continued. Let me see. The third girl said, looking outside the bathtub, and then said, No one? Are you in a daze? Wow! Another splash of water splashed where Yan Fei had been before. Then the water flowed directly through the air and splashed on the ground. There was no figure around. Is it difficult? Does reality set a time frame for the goal? I think you are dizzy from exhaustion. The second girl joked. Yes, Zihao loves you the most. If you don't throw your sister a few times every night, you won't stop. Take care, big sister. The third girl also laughed at the first woman. Bah! You 2 coquettish foxes, dare to say that you are not that virtue? One after another. The first woman refused to show weakness and retorted. Then a water fight broke out in the bathroom. The 3 women kept laughing and splashing water into the bathtub from time to time, which made Yan Fei shrink by the bathtub, not daring to show his head, for fear of being splashed with water. After half a day, the women who were bathing stopped quarreling and began to whisper. At this time, curiosity prompted Yan Fei to slowly stick his head out and secretly observe the three women. Damn it! Really good! These three women are the materials for the third grade. They are not only beautiful, but also have first-class figures. They can catch up with Xia Tong and Han Jie. Yan Fei's eyes were full of blessings. A pair of eyes swept over the three girls. Well, which one is Jin, which one is Ping, and which one is Mei? Is it arranged according to the size of the two peaks? Yan Fei's dissolute and shameless thoughts. Chapter 274. With this performance, the first review should be passed. I think everyone looks good. Ash said encouragingly while looking at everyone. I also look forward to you making it to the second round of the review. Fighting against a weak person like you means that I will win. Drew/Max walked over and looked at Mei and said, haha, I am also looking forward to it, because my Skitty and I are in the best condition. We don't even care about a rubbish opponent like you. Mei picked up Skitty and said sarcastically. What did you say? What do you want? The waiting room was filled with the smell of gunpowder between the two of them. Okay, everyone stop arguing. It would be great if the three of us could be promoted to the second round of the review together. Chu Chen stood up and said to the two of them. They were still arguing at this stage. It was really unacceptable. This was the first time that Chu Chen acted as a peacemaker. If it wasn't for Mei's sake, Chu Chen would have hit someone long ago. At this time, the TV screen came down, and the host looked at everyone and said, now let's announce the results of the review. The four contestants who made it to the 2917th review are the following. Everyone excitedly ran to the big screen and listened carefully. The first one is Chu Chen. The screen showed Chu Chen's photo. Yeah, great, Chu Chen got the first place. Ash said happily while looking at Chu Chen. The next second is Jessie. The screen showed Jessie's photo. Great, James said happily. This is a natural result. My strength is above theirs. Jessie said, touching her face with pride. Then the third place is Drew/Max. The screen showed Drew/Max's photo. Great, Drew/Max, you also entered the second round of review. Ash said happily. This is what I expected, it depends on who will be the last one. Drew/Max glanced at Mei with the corner of his eye. No problem, I will definitely be fine, because I have been practicing so hard from the beginning to now. Mei closed her eyes and clasped her hands together, expecting that she would be the last one. The fourth place will be announced at the end. Please let Mei enter the last review. In order to participate in the big celebration, there is still one ribbon missing. Ash kept praying while looking at the big screen. Who is the last coordinator trainer who can be promoted to the second round of review of the Pokémon Grand Contest Duskwater Conference ME? The screen showed Mei's photo. Yes, success, Mei entered the second round of review. Ash jumped up happily. It's good to get in, then I will defeat you next. Drew/Max looked at them and said, then turned and left. Congratulations, Mei. You must perform well next time and show your full ability. Chu Chen came over and said to Mei kindly. Well, thank you. I will definitely work hard. You too, I am very optimistic about you. Mei lowered her head shyly, her face slightly flushed. What should I do? My heart is beating so fast. Chu Chen just came over to cheer me up. Mei covered her heart and shyly turned her back to Chu Chen. Now let's take a look at the second review of the gorgeous competition battle grouping. The four cards on the TV rotated each other and were randomly grouped. Ding! This is the result of the grouping. Chu Chen vs Jessie, Mei vs Drew/Max. It's really beyond my expectation that I'm going to play against Drew/Max at the beginning. Mei looked at the result in front of her and was very surprised. Although she wanted to compete with Drew/Max, she was still a little unprepared. Haha, now we can finally have a fair fight. I have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. May, don't be nervous. Drew/Max looked at May and said, with a treacherous expression on his face. That's impossible. I will definitely defeat you. I will definitely be the winner in the end. Mayridge said. The two stood together, and everyone around could feel their anger. Chu Chen was very calm on the side. Jessie was a piece of cake for him. Chu Chen was worried that he didn't know who he would fight against when he entered the finals. Just thinking about it, it seemed that he would feel a little guilty if he won anyone. He didn't want to get the ribbon badge. Many spectators returned to the competition site and prepared to watch the performance of the second review. Okay, I've kept you waiting for a long time. The second review is about to begin. The content of the second review is the gorgeous competition. How the two players use gorgeous moves and how to reduce the opponent's score will be the key to victory. The host excitedly explained the rules of the game to the audience. Finally, I've waited for this moment. First of all, the people who have to make the first battle on the first stage are Chu Chen and Jessie. Chu Chen and Jessie slowly walked to the center of the stage. No matter who it is, the Duskwater ribbon badge is definitely mine. Jessie said to Chu Chen with a fierce look. Then just come at me. Chu Chen looked at Jessie confidently. Chu Chen already knew that she was Jessie from Team Rockets, and her heart was full of rage. He had seen them on TV since he was a child, often coming out to make trouble. Revenge was a shadow of his childhood. What is that confident smile? Listen carefully, Meowth, we must win the champion of this competition. No problem, I know what to do next. Meowth looked at Jessie and nodded. Jessie got angry and hit him like a mad woman, but Meowth didn't want to anger Jessie in this important occasion. I have done what I should do, Jessie. Meowth, you have to work hard. James sat in the backstage and watched them talking, as if he was planning something. Although the enemy I want to fight the most is Meow Boss, but since we have come this far, I will fight to the end. Meow, but why has that flame monkey been staring at me from just now until now? Meowth looked at Chu Chen and the others firmly. The flame monkey followed Meowth with rage's eyes. In his eyes, Meowth was like a delicacy on his plate. Oh, is that flame monkey going to eat me? Meowth took a step back in fear. Meowth, what's wrong with you? Don't be afraid. Jessie said to Meow Meow. At this time, Meowth was particularly embarrassed, and it was not easy to mess with both sides. Chapter 275. Okay, the battle begins. The screen counted down for 5 minutes. Infernape uses close combat. Chu Chen said the skill to Infernape. Chu Chen wanted to use a quick attack to quickly end the battle. Meowth is a general attribute Pokemon that can talk. It is easy for Chu Chen's Pokemon to knock it down. Swoosh! Infernape Bounce ran in front of Meowth and attacked Meowth with its flaming fist. Meowth, dodge quickly. Then use Crazy Fury Swipes, Jessie shouted loudly. Meowth was quite agile and dodged Infernape's attack with a jump. Infernape hit the ground, creating a huge hole. Meowth then jumped into the sky and stretched out a 2-centimeter claw from his palm, ready to grab Infernape. 3 rays of light were drawn in the air, and Flame Monkey 920 did a backflip to avoid Meowth's attack, and then punched Meowth in the stomach. Meowth was bounced to the ground and rolled 2 meters away. Meowth, are you okay? Jessie said worriedly. Wow, what a powerful skill, one punch knocked the enemy to the ground. Chu Chen said in surprise. Flame Monkey, use Ember now. Chu Chen said again. Numerous small flame balls spewed out of Flame Monkey's big mouth. Meowth watched Flame Monkey spray flames at him, and immediately got up and ran around the arena. Oh my god, this attack is too strong, Meowth said crying. What's going on? Jessie's Meowth has already started to run around the arena. The host's eyes revealed disappointment. He didn't expect that the first round of the game would have such a result. Hey, what's going on? Why is this happening? If you can't win, just surrender quickly, you're wasting our time. Yeah, it's so annoying, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and fight well, what is this fight quickly? The audience started to rage, and voted for Chu Chen one after another, and the screen showed that Jessie's score was getting lower and lower. Since this is the case, we have no choice but to use that trick, Meowth, transform. Jessie said to Meowth. Jessie already knew that her ending was that she couldn't beat Chu Chen, so she had to try her best. How can I have such a trick? Meowth said while running and complaining. At this time, Meowth's mind flashed with what James said to him. Listen carefully, Meowth, I tell you, all the mechanisms that allow you to win the gorgeous battle are installed here, and the rest depends on how you use them. I know, that's it, I remembered it, meow. Meowth showed a confident expression on his face. What's going on? Are they hiding some mechanism? Chu Chen saw the expression on Meowth's face and seemed to find something wrong. Flame Monkey, keep a distance and observe Meowth. Team Rockets is good at using cunning means to win, and Chu Chen immediately became alert. Meowth turned around and put his hand in his pocket. A thick smoke gushed out of his body, and Meowth suddenly took on a huge shape, like a human-shaped sunflower. This is the host said in surprise. What's going on? That Meowth has transformed. How could it be possible that what happened? Is he going to become a sunflower monster? Did Meowth use the transformation trick? How did he train? How did he learn this trick? Meowth's unexpected trick surprised the audience and caused a commotion in the venue. This is the first time I see Meowth use this trick. Miss Joy also commented in surprise. Yeah, this should be the first time in the history of the gorgeous competition. Mr. Sukaizo commented. Chu Chen had already detected their routines. If some high-tech was used to deceive the public, this kind of move was no longer surprising to him. Good job Meowth, keep it up, come on Jessie. James cheered on the side. Then let's start, Razor Leaf. Jessie said to Meowth. Meowth took the leaf from his mechanism and threw it at the flame monkey. The leaf passed through the mechanism inside and was half the size, and quickly rushed towards the flame monkey. The flame monkey uses ember. The flame monkey received it and sprayed a ball of flames, igniting all the leaves that flew over. Jessie's razor leaf was easily shot down. The host said to the audience, and Jessie's score was reduced by half again. What's going on? It's useless. Meowth, try transforming again. Jessie was very upset. He directed the little Meowth again. Meowth was already very tired carrying the huge machine, but the transformation would exhaust all his strength. Hi! Meowth transformed into a new body again. Wow, Jessie's Meowth transformed into Kilolian again this time, which is really amazing. The host said in surprise. But it's really hard to maintain this posture, meow. Meowth's face was sweating. It's really abominable, playing with your own Pokemon. Chu Chen's face became more raging. Flame Monkey, take care of them all at once, use Flame Wheel. Ah! Flame Monkey shouted loudly, his voice echoed in the sky, and he jumped 360 degrees and spurted out flames from his body, forming a huge flame wheel, rushing towards Meowth. Puff! Flame Monkey was extremely fast and hit Meowth. Ah, it's so hot! Meowth screamed loudly. Bang! Meowth was knocked to the edge of the stage, his costumes scattered all over the ground, lying on the ground unable to move, his eyes rolling in circles. Everyone looked at Meowth lying on the ground, his equipment scattered around him, which made the public feel very unhappy. What's going on? It turns out that all the previous transformations were. The host looked at the judges and said. I see, all the previous ones were lies, which really makes people hate them. Miss Joy said angrily. Yes, this is considered a deceptive behavior. I said that the skills and moves from the beginning of the transformation are all weird. Mr. Sukaizo said angrily. Jessie is disqualified for cheating, so the player who advances to the last level is Chu Chen's Flame Monkey. The host looked at the audience and said, "Since this is the case, James." Jesse's face showed great dissatisfaction. They all took off their costumes and revealed their true faces. Chapter 276. Ah! It's Team Rockets! Drew/Max and May said in surprise. "It turns out it's you. I wanted to let you go, but since you're so bold, don't blame me for being rude." Chu Chen looked at them and said, "I told you, why are there so many familiar figures? It turns out it's Team Rockets." Drew/Max stood up and said with a rage, "Team Rockets, you bad guys, get out of here!" Ash shouted at them in the audience, with a special rage for Team Rockets. "If you know what's good for you, get out of this stage, or don't blame me for being rude." Chu Chen looked at them and said, "Haha, you defeated us once before I knew you. Now we'll put all the accounts together and just take your Flame Monkey away." Jessie looked at Chu Chen and said, having forgotten her previous scars, "Okay." James took out a huge rocket launcher from his pocket and fired a bullet from it. With a bang, the bullet burst into a large net. Flame Monkey uses fireball to attack. Chu Chen said to Flame Monkey. "Aha!" Flame Monkey fired a fireball from its mouth, which slightly burned the large net to ashes. "Wow, such a strong attack power, Jessie, let's run away first, I feel something is wrong." Meowth already had an ominous premonition and hurriedly looked at Jessie and said, "Okay, let's run away first." Jessie also felt it and nodded. "Ha, there's no way to escape at this time, Flame Monkey uses close combat. Chu Chen has given them a chance. If they want to stay now, Chu Chen will definitely not agree." Flame Monkey received the order, jumped quickly, and made a moon step in the air. He quickly ran in front of Team Rockets and punched them with his heavy fists. Puff! Team Rockets was thrown into the sky by a huge explosion. "Ah, I just wanted to get the ribbon badge as a souvenir. What a disgusting feeling. Not only that, we didn't even catch the Flame Monkey. We failed so badly." Team Rockets flew in the sky and quickly disappeared from the public's sight. Wow, Chu Chen is so great. The gorgeous competition was almost ruined by them. Come on, thank you Chu Chen for defeating them. The audience stood up excitedly and looked at Chu Chen and said excitedly, "Chu Chen is really strong. May and Drew/Max may not be able to beat him." Ash looked at Chu Chen below and thought to himself. At this time, the voice of the system came from Chu Chen's mind. Ding! Your Flame Monkey level increases by 1 and reaches level 69. Ding! You get Skill Learning Machine ×1. Ding! You get Tree Fruit Mixer ×1. Ding! You get Alliance Coin ×20,000. Chu Chen laughed excitedly, he finally got the Tree Fruit Mixer. Thank you Chu Chen for defeating Jessie for us, let's go to the second review match. The host said excitedly to everyone. May and Drew/Max came to the center of the stage, looking at each other, with determination in their eyes. You can't beat me, I've gone through devilish training, I'm far better than you. Drew/Max looked at May and said, he knew that May's heart was very fragile, maybe she couldn't bear his few verbal attacks, so she became timid in her heart. I will definitely get the badge, I only want to do this, just come on. May said to Drew/Max without fear. Rosalia uses Poison Sting. Drew/Max quickly said the skill. Rosalia received the command and ejected countless small needles from her body. The needles were venomous. If the opponent was stabbed by the needles, the body would be paralyzed and poisoned. Skitty, dodge and use tackle. May said to Skitty. Skitty was relatively small and had very light steps. She stepped left and right a few times and dodged Rosalia's poison sting attack, then rushed towards Rosalia with her own skills. Hi! Skitty bumped into Rosalia and sent out a sharp growl. May saw that Rosalia was at her weakest at this time, so she took the opportunity to use her skills and knocked Rosalia down with one move. Then used double slap. Skitty immediately twisted her tail to form a propeller, spinning rapidly to attack Rosalia. Oops, Rosalia dodged and used magical leaf. Rosalia did a backflip and dodged Skitty's double slap. Skitty was about to appear in front of her. Rosalia used her blue petals to spray out magical leaf, which is a magical leaf that can track the opponent. The magical leaf stuck to Skitty's body, and bang, the leaf suddenly exploded, and Skitty was bounced to the ground. The second game on the first stage turned into a tense and exciting battle. May and Drew/Max continued to stage an offensive and defensive battle. It is not an exaggeration to describe this battle as white-hot. The host excitedly explained the process of the game. It seems that May and Drew/Max have grown a lot. The attack damage of the two is similar. Chu Chen sat on the sofa in the waiting room and watched their fight. Skitty uses Blizzard. Rosalia uses Poison Sting. Drew/Max and May spoke the skills to their Pokémon at the same time. Skitty opened his mouth wide and sprayed out a huge storm wave. Rosalia shook her body and shot out countless small poison stings. Rosalia's poison sting was very small and could avoid Blizzard's attack and pass through their gaps to Skitty. Skitty was stabbed by some poison stings, and a painful expression appeared on his face, rolling on the ground. "Skitty, cheer up!" May said loudly to Skitty. She was very unwilling. If she fell here, she would have to wait a long time before she could face the next gorgeous competition. May recalled the scene of training with Ash in her mind, and tears slowly seeped out of her eyes. "Come on, May, don't give up, Skitty, stand up quickly!" Ash shouted in the audience. Ash was very clear about May's determination. He had seen May constantly training all the way. In order to get all the ribbon badges, May never gave up her dream. May wanted to use Blizzard's trick to decide the winner, but she didn't expect to be hit back by Poison Sting. The host said. Chapter 277. On the big screen, May's score was gradually decreasing. If this continued, May would lose this game. "Skitty is already your most powerful trick, you can't beat me." Drew/Max have figured out May's moves. It seems that Drew/Max has made great progress. "Come on, May. You still have time," Ash said encouragingly. "Ashies, I still have time. Time is running out, we can't give up, there are many chances to make a comeback." May glanced at Ash. May's inner fire was ignited again, she knew that she must not give up, and she could not admit defeat until the last moment. This is the spirit of the Pokémon coordinator. "Then I will beat you to your heart's content." Rosalia used toxic spikes. Drew/Max rage said. Rosalia stretched out a vine from her body and went under the 920 ground. "Skitty, use assist!" May shouted loudly. At this time, Ash was a little confused about why she used assist at this time. Assist is a move used in the most difficult time, which can ask for emergency help from our side and draw a special skill move from your own Pokémon. Rosalia's vine quickly rushed to the foot of Shanghui Miao, and with a bang, the vine grabbed Xianghui Mao's foot, and small thorns grew on the vine. "Ah!" Skitty screamed. He endured the pain in his leg, and charged a white light wave from his mouth, and the razor leaf was ejected from the light wave. Razor leaf cut off the vine on his leg, regained his freedom, and floated in the sky. Skitty hold on, then use tackle. Skitty used all his strength and rushed to Rosalia quickly. "Ah!" He hit Rosalia's head, and Rosalia was bounced to the ground and couldn't move. Rosalia was slightly smaller in size, and faced with such a tackle, she had already suffered huge damage. Wow, May's lightning attack is effective. This is a mixed attack of assist plus razor leaf, plus tackle, such a strong move. The host explained to the audience excitedly. Skitty uses double slap. May still didn't give up, and said the skill again. "Rosalia, stand up quickly to avoid the attack." Drew/Max said excitedly that if he was attacked again, he would lose the game. Skitty quickly flapped his wings and rushed towards Rosalia. Rosalia stood up with her last bit of strength, jumped, dodged the attack, and hit the ground with double slap. Wow, this game is so exciting! Rosalia used her last bit of strength to dodge Skitty's fast attack. It's really eye-opening, the host said excitedly. Come on, Drew/Max, we are all optimistic about you. This battle is so exciting. It feels like their strength is equal, but neither of them is willing to give up. Yeah, it's so touching. This is the Pokemon coordinator, such a strong willpower. May, you have to do your best too. We are optimistic about you too. The audience cheered for their favorite Pokemon coordinator. The game was already in full swing, and neither of them was willing to give up until their Pokemon was exhausted, and they saw who fell first. Rosalia uses toxic spikes. Rosalia stretched out her vines again, went underground and attacked Skitty. Skitty uses double slap again. What's going on? Still using double slap? It was ineffective just now. Ash said in surprise, and he was getting more and more confused about May's method of using the moves. May actually used double slap again, and it was dodged just now. The host was also confused about their fight. Bang! Rosalia's vines stretched out on the ground. Skitty used his double slap to block Rosalia's attack, and kept approaching Rosalia. Rosalia also kept stretching out vines to prevent Skitty from approaching. The scores of the two of them on the big screen were slowly decreasing, and the scores of both sides were basically the same. However, the time of the game was slowly decreasing and it was almost coming to an end. Since this is the case, May, you also want to use all your strength to see whose Pokemon energy is consumed the fastest, right? Then Rosalia, bet all your hopes on your vines. Drew/Max has understood May's routine and said excitedly. Proud, he already knows what kind of moves his opponent uses. Drew/Max will use the same method to counter-attack his opponent to prove his strength. This is exactly his shortcoming. Skitty, I believe you. Just use double slap to support to the end, keep approaching Rosalia to give him the last one hit. May shouted excitedly. So that's how it is. Even if May has no special moves, she still uses them. These two people no way, since then I have found that these two people are like-minded, because they regard each other as the best enemy. Chu Chen looked at the eyes of the two of them and felt the feelings between them. The focus of this battle is not who wins or loses, but their passion for competition. There are less than 30 seconds left. Who will win or lose in this heroic tug-of war between toxic spikes and double slap? The host shouted excitedly, adding more suspense to the audience for this game. May, come on, you must keep doing it and beat him. Ash's face was covered with cold sweat. It was really heartbreaking to see their fierce struggle. Rosalia, increase your strength. Rosalia's vines immediately became stronger, and the number of vines doubled, constantly rushing towards Skitty. Skitty, just show your greatest strength now. May shouted excitedly, all her hopes gathered in one body, and suddenly a white light appeared on her body, and May's bonds were transmitted to Skitty. Skitty spun quickly, like countless sweeping kicks, cutting off all of Rosalia's vines, and hitting Rosalia with a heavy blow. Ah! Rosalia was knocked to the ground again. Ding! Time is up, so who will win the second review match? The host said excitedly. Everyone looked at the screen in front of them and saw that May's score was higher than Xiaoshun's score. So the winners this time are May and her Skitty. The host said excitedly, causing the audience to cheer loudly. Yeah! Great! May jumped up excitedly. Chapter 278. May did a good job. You won the fair duel with Drew/Max. Now Drew/Max will never look down on you again. Ash said happily. The thing that Chu Chen feared the most happened at that time. He was about to face a little girl like May. Chu Chen had already obtained the fruit mixer. He had to think of a way to make himself lose the game without making it too obvious. According to the level of Flame Monkey, Skitty could not resist any of his moves. Flame Monkey has a rather violent personality. It is not easy to make him lose. Next, we will face Chu Chen, a strong opponent. It is really difficult for Mei to beat him. What should we do? Ash frowned and worried about Mei. Alas, I lost the fight, but I admit that your ability to respond is indeed much better than mine. I will continue to work hard. Don't be arrogant. I will catch up with you soon. Drew/Max looked at his face, feeling very unconvinced. Yeah, I'll wait for you. Mei said happily. She felt proud inside. This kind of victory was so comfortable, more comfortable than the feeling of getting the champion. Dear audience, the key moment of the Pokémon Contest Dusk Water Conference has arrived, and these two players will duel on the final stage. The host said to the audience. Chu Chen and Mei came to the middle of the stage, and the venue changed into a huge duel arena. Wow, Mei, you have to work hard, I'm rooting for you. Chu Chen is the best, let us see your wonderful performance. Come on. The audience cheered enthusiastically, cheering for them, and the enthusiasm was very high. Mei looked at Chu Chen in front of her, and her previous shyness had disappeared. Now in front of her was her enemy, and she had to do everything she could to defeat Chu Chen and win the ribbon badge of the Mushui Conference. I have something to say to you before the battle begins. Chu Chen said to Mei. Chu Chen knew that Mei especially wanted to win the champion of the competition. For Chu Chen, this was dispensable, and he had to find a way to induce Mei into his routine. Why do you have something to tell me? I won't show mercy. Mei said firmly. It's great to have this courage. When you use the moves next, use assist at the end, and don't use it unless you have to. Chu Chen looked at Mei and said. The reason why Chu Chen said this was that he wanted Mei to use all her strength to attack for a while, so that it would not be easy to be exposed in front of the audience, and Chu Chen would also use this opportunity to let the Flame Monkey bear some damage. Then use the strongest damage to attack the Flame Monkey, and the Flame Monkey will take the opportunity to retract its skills and accept the damage, which requires a tight performance. The most difficult thing is how to make the Flame Monkey obedient. Chu Chen glanced at the Flame Monkey, and his anger was still so strong. Why? You are not a trick. Mei looked at Chu Chen and said, with a confused look on her face. Mei didn't know what tricks Chu Chen was playing. If he used dirty tricks, Chu Chen would not be such a person at all. Look at your Skitty, there is not much strength left. If you use it so quickly, if he uses assist, he might use up all his energy. If you are so rude to your Pokémon, I will definitely not let you win this game. After listening to this, Mei turned to look at Skitty, and seemed to understand what Chu Chen meant. Okay, I understand this. I will definitely not let him get hurt. Mei nodded. That's right. Chu Chen looked at her and smiled. He had already walked into his own trap. The first step was completed. Next, it was necessary to see if Flame Monkey would cooperate with the performance. Then in the next game, let's all show our full strength to prove ourselves. Chu Chen walked in front of Mei and extended a friendly hand. Well, you have to cheer too. Mei said friendly and shook Chu Chen's hand. Chu Chen and Mei shook hands enthusiastically. The host explained to the audience. Wow, you are all very good. This is the spirit that a Pokémon coordinator should have. Yeah, I think it doesn't matter who wins or loses in this game. They have both been recognized by our audience. You all have to do your best. The audience cheered enthusiastically and agreed with their actions. I am so happy to see Chu Chen and Mei so friendly. Ash looked at Chu Chen. He was confused about this man, but when he saw this action, he thought that Chu Chen was a righteous man. No matter what, he could not be a dirty person. Then the game starts now. The host said excitedly, and the countdown on the big screen began. Skitty uses impact. Before Chu Chen could react, Skitty had already launched an attack and ran over quickly. Flame Monkey, if you don't listen to me, I won't let you out for the next month. Chu Chen said seriously to the flame monkey, who turned his head and seemed to be disobedient. Flame monkey, get out of the way! Chu Chen shouted. The flame monkey did a backflip, just like the Monkey King who made a big fuss in the sky, and his movements were very flexible. Bang! Skitty's tackle hit the ground, forming a cave. The flame monkey uses fury swipes to counterattack. The flame monkey stretched out his claws and rushed towards Skitty quickly. Swish! The flame monkey quickly swung his claws, forming countless white lights in the air. Skitty, get out of the way! May said nervously. The flame monkey was very fast and caught Skitty's tail. Ah! Skitty was hit in a sensitive part by the attack, and rolled over and fell to the ground. Damn, you didn't listen to me at all, right? Reduce the energy of your moves by half. Chu Chen said rage, and seeing Skitty lying on the ground, he felt that his strength was almost exhausted. Skitty, get up quickly. Use feint attack. May said the skill to Skitty. Xiang Wei Miao slowly got up from the ground. Feint attack allows him to quietly approach the opponent and beat him up when he is not prepared. Flame monkey, come here. Chu Chen glanced at the flame monkey and conveyed his thoughts in his mind. If you don't listen to me, you will have a hard time in the days ahead. Chu Chen showed a look of rage. Chapter 279. Flame monkey received the message from his master in his mind, and goosebumps appeared on his body. A sense of fear bursting from his heart wrapped around flame monkey. He felt the fear brought to him by Chu Chen. Flame monkey lowered his head and took a few steps back. Huh? What happened to Chu Chen's flame monkey? The host said in surprise. At this time, Skitty was using her skills and moves, and had slowly approached the Blaze, and hit him hard on the back. Blaze was knocked to the ground by the sudden tackle and the fear in her heart, and rolled several meters away. Yeah, Skitty did a great job. May shouted happily. Wow, Chu Chen's Blaze was distracted on the field. Blaze is a Pokemon that is extremely difficult to control, and it also makes it difficult for Chu Chen. The host said sadly. No one could see that Chu Chen was controlling the game throughout the game. Blaze, stand up, use Ember. Chu Chen said the skill moves to Blaze Monkey. Blaze Monkey opened his mouth and spit out a small ember ball from it, which was half of his normal ember. I was so scared that I didn't dare to disobey Chu Chen. Skitty uses double slap to knock the flame ball away and then use tackle. Skitty jumped up and spun quickly, knocking all of Blaze Monkey's flame balls away. Skitty rushed to Blaze Monkey with a charge and prepared to tackle him. At this time, Chu Chen couldn't be knocked down so quickly, otherwise it would be easy to expose Chu Chen's deliberate letting go, which would not benefit anyone. Flame Monkey, get out of the way quickly! Chu Chen shouted loudly. Flame Monkey jumped to avoid the attack. Chu Chen's Flame Monkey is very agile and can avoid May's Skitty attack every time. The host looked at the audience and said. In this match, I don't think Chu Chen will necessarily win May. From the overall attack, he mainly defends. I don't know what it feels like, but that Flame Monkey looks like he is very timid. Mr. Sakaizo analyzed. Flame Monkey, use close combat now. Chu Chen said to Flame Monkey. At this time, he must give Xiongwei Miao a counter-attack to restore the atmosphere of the match. Flame Monkey received the order, kicked his legs and quickly flashed in front of Skitty, and punched Skitty in the stomach. Ah! Skitty screamed and knelt on the ground. The damage of the Flame Monkey's attack has been reduced by half. If Skitty uses all his strength, he will be directly hit under the stage. Skitty, are you okay? Skitty looked at his master and nodded, and he kept enduring his pain. Chu Chen could feel the pain in Skitty's body. Since the last match with Drew/Max, he has used up most of his strength. This match is really too disadvantageous for him. Alas, I still have to find a way to lose to him. God, you are really too difficult for me. Chu Chen sighed for a while. Chu Chen's flame monkey's moves are very fast. This set is really gorgeous. Now May's score is gradually decreasing. It seems that the result will soon be decided. The host said while looking at the big screen behind. Damn, I didn't expect that this attack could reduce so many points. It seems that I should use it less. Chu Chen looked at the big screen in surprise. Come on Skitty, the battle has just begun. Skitty, use double slap. May was very excited, just like a chicken blood. She didn't feel that her Pokemon was almost exhausted. Skitty jumped in the air. At this time, his speed was not as agile as before. He barely swung his tail and rushed towards the Blaze. Blaze bears the damage. Don't run too fast. Chu Chen whispered to the Blaze. The Blaze was slow for 2 seconds, and then jumped up. It was too late to escape. Bang! Skitty hit the Blaze's leg. In theory, Skitty's attack now can't hurt the Blaze at all. It's just a slight beating on the Blaze's leg. Hurry up, lie on the ground and scream. Chu Chen said to the Blaze. At this time, he needed the Blaze to cooperate with his performance. After receiving the command, Flame immediately lay on the ground and cried, Aya! It seems that Flame is almost exhausted. It can't even dodge such a slow attack. The host said. The score on the screen was tied again, and time was passing by. I feel so sorry for these two Pokemon. No one is willing to give up for champion. This willpower is really great. Miss Joy said distressedly, taking out a tissue to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Yes, this game is not about how fierce their competition is, but to see who has stronger willpower. This is also a good way to train Pokemon. Mr. Sakaizo also said. Skitty watched Flame lying on the ground and rolling, and he also lay on the ground to rest for a while. He was really too tired. Come on, Flame, stand up quickly. Hurry up and stand up to fight, don't dilly-dally. The audience shouted excitedly, and the mood was a little impatient. Tick-tock, there are only 2 minutes left. Chu Chen thought to himself that it was time for May to use her final trick. May, point out your final trick, and let's fight it out. Chu Chen shouted to May. Okay, that's what I planned. May nodded. Skitty, use all your strength for the last time, use assist. Ah! Skitty jumped up with a shout, and spit out white light from her mouth, releasing the razor leaf. Flame Monkey, get out of the way. Chu Chen shouted, but in his heart he was thinking that Flame Monkey should get out of the way as slowly as possible. Flame Monkey had understood Chu Chen's meaning, and after a few seconds, there was a bang. There was a huge noise, and smoke filled the air. After a while, Flame Monkey lay on the ground, looking like he was fainting. At this time, the big screen showed that Flame Monkey's score had dropped to 0. Wow, this battle is so exciting. It seems that our winner has been chosen. She is contestant Xiao Yao. The host said excitedly, and then fireworks were set off in the sky to celebrate the birth of their champion. Yeah, I finally got the champion. May jumped excitedly, very happy, and quickly ran over to hug Skitty. Chapter 280. Flame Monkey, you've worked hard, come back. Chu Chen threw the Pokemon ball and took back the Flame Monkey lying on the ground. Congratulations, May won the champion, so much hard work, finally paid off. Ash stood up, cheered loudly, his face full of joy. Chu Chen did the spirit of giving roses to others, leaving the fragrance on his hands, and walked to May's side very happily. Congratulations, May won the champion. Thank you Chu Chen. May hugged Chu Chen excitedly. I know you let me win on purpose, although I still have a little bit of reluctance in my heart, but this champion is what I have been looking forward to for a long time, thank you very much. May whispered in Chu Chen's ear. It turned out that May had already seen that Chu Chen lost on purpose. She was very grateful in her heart, and her love for Chu Chen deepened. She hugged Chu Chen tightly. Chu Chen immediately became shy, his face flushed, and he looked embarrassed. Haha, no, in fact, your strength is really strong. Chu Chen said comfortingly. Chu Chen slowly let go of Mei and walked off the stage. This stage belonged to Mei, and Chu Chen didn't want to steal her glory. Wow, Mei, you are really great. You won the victory with your own will. We all admire you very much. This champion belongs to you. We really didn't make a mistake. Mei, please sign for us quickly. The audience cheered enthusiastically, and Mei's name rang throughout the stage. Thank you, I got the Dusk Water Ribbon badge. Mei raised the badge excitedly and said happily. Finally won the last broken ribbon badge, congratulations, the long-awaited grand celebration is coming. Ash walked down from the audience and hugged Mei. Yes. Mei replied happily. The Pacific Logtown Gorgeous competition celebration ended, and they walked out of the stage. The sun was setting outside. Drew/Max came over with a smile. He was very happy to see Mei. Although he still had to work hard for a while to win the last one to go home, he was also very happy to see Mei win the champion. Congratulations, you can win the grand celebration. Yes, I will do my best to cheer next time. Mei also looked at Drew/Max and said. I will cheer too. I look forward to meeting you at the grand celebration. Drew/Max said. Yes, you have to work hard too. When the time comes, we will win higher honors. We all have to work hard for the next large-scale celebration. Mei extended a friendly hand, and the two shook hands. Their previous fighting spirit disappeared. Chu Chen was very pleased to see this scene. This was what he wanted to see. Chu Chen wanted to improve the relationship between the two of them from the beginning when he met Drew/Max, leaving a pair of good Pokémon coordinators in the Pokémon world. Chu Chen made them both very recognized opponents. The struggle in Pokémon is not to compete for who wins and who loses, but to pass on the spirit of perseverance and love of challenges of Pokémon trainers. Chu Chen, you have to work hard too. The two of us will compete for the champion in the home league competition. I will definitely work harder. Ash walked to Chu Chen's side, looked at him and said, with a confident look in his eyes. Okay, see you at the home league conference then. Chu Chen nodded and smiled. Chu Chen, you won't go on the adventure with us this time. Mei walked over and looked at Chu Chen and asked. She seemed to be reluctant to leave Chu Chen. No, I have other places to go next. There are many tasks waiting for me. I prefer to be alone. Chu Chen scratched his head and politely rejected Mei. Well, we will meet then, right? Mei asked again. Of course, we are all good friends. Chu Chen answered happily. Then I have to go too. I have to go to training quickly for the next battle. Drew/Max said to them, and then turned and left. Okay, tailwind all the way. Everyone waved to Drew/Max and slowly waited for him to disappear in front of them. Salamence, come out. Chu Chen took out the Pokémon ball and released Salamence. Please give me flowers. Then I'll leave first. You two should take a good rest. We'll meet at the next place. Chu Chen jumped on Salamenki's back. Okay, you'll tailwind all the way too. Mei and Ash said happily. Salamence, let's go. Salamence pounced and the flapping wings flew into the sky, heading for the next destination. Then Ash took Mei into the hotel, and the two chatted happily. After the pleasant Pacific Logtown Gorgeous competition, Chu Chen started his next destination. After flying in the sky for 2 days, his stomach was almost hungry. At this time, he came to a huge island and saw a lot of bananas below, which immediately attracted Chu Chen. Salamence, fly down, let's have a good rest and eat a banana. Chu Chen said to Salamence. Salamence flew down at an angle, and soon they came to the island, which was full of banana trees and various kinds of bananas. Wow, this banana is so sweet, big, and the color is different from the bananas I usually eat. It's so delicious. Chu Chen picked a banana and said happily. System uses exploration I. Chu Chen said to the system, looking for the basic information of this island. This is Slaycoat Banana Paradise, which has a variety of banana desserts. Due to the development of the deep mountains, a Snorlax came to the park, snatched Slaycoata's bananas, and occupied Slaycoata's territory. Whether awake or asleep, it caused a lot of trouble to Slaycoat and staff in the park. Wow, so interesting. It seems that I have to stay in this place and have a good time with that Snorlax for a while. It will be even more perfect if I can capture it into my Pokémon. Chu Chen thought to himself that he had found a fun place. Slaycoat Banana Paradise has a management room, which is a huge orange semicircular building. Maki observes the entire park here. When Snorlax is in the park, you can feel the vibration caused by Snorlax turning over when he is asleep. Maki is the director of Slaycoat Banana Paradise. He has been troubled by this Snorlax for a long time. Fan. Chapter 281. Soon Chu Chen arrived at Slaycoat Banana Paradise. There were many banana trees around, surrounding the management office. There was a huge gate at the door, and the gate was closed tightly. There was no one around. What's going on? Is it not open yet? Where are the people? Is there anyone? Chu Chen shouted loudly. Chu Chen leaned against the gate and tried to push it open. The door was easily opened. It turned out that it was just closed, not locked. Chu Chen was deceived by his own IQ. Oh, I'm really stupid. Chu Chen walked slowly, went in and looked around, fearing that some kind of Pokémon would suddenly jump out. It was like a dead silence inside, without any movement, and a chill came from behind. Why is it so strange? There is not a single person on such a big island, and where is the legendary Slaycoat? Chu Chen thought in his heart. Looking at the banana trees around, the bananas on the trees seemed to have been cut off. The scene outside was completely different, and he became more and more curious about this place. System uses aura power. Chu Chen said to the system. A ray of light emanated from Chu Chen's body, and he rushed around, exploring the signs around him. Boom! Suddenly the earthquake started moving. Chu Chen found a strange sign in his mind. There was a Pokémon in the distance, and it was very active. Tear! This was a gap under Chu Chen's feet. He figured it out. It turned out that the abominable Snorlax was resting and flipping its body, causing the island to vibrate. Guest, it's too dangerous for you to stay here. Please come here quickly. At this time, a man's voice came from behind him. Chu Chen turned around and saw that he was Maki, the director of Slaycoat Banana Park. Chu Chen nodded, followed the director, and came to the management office. The vibration outside became stronger and stronger. They soon came to the management office, and the director closed the door. Guest, it wasn't earthquake that caused the vibration just now. That guy was the cause. Maki brought Chu Chen to a window and saw Snorlax lying on the ground resting. Snorlax is very huge, comparable to Chu Chen's Wailord, lying on the ground and sleeping like a big lazy pig. So it's Snorlax. Chu Chen said in surprise. Wow, so you know, guest, this Snorlax has been bothering me for a long time, and I can't do anything about it. Maki's face showed frustration. System uses the eye of exploration. Chu Chen said to his system. Name, Snorlax. Attribute, General Attribute Pokémon. Feature, Thick Fat. Level, 40. Potential, Superior. Carry, None. An electronic voice came from my mind. Snorlax is rest Pokémon, it has to eat 400 kilograms of food in a day, otherwise it will not feel satisfied, and it will fall asleep immediately after eating. Chu Chen looked at the Snorlax in front of him. He can compete with Slaking. He must get it. The more challenging the thing is, the more interested Chu Chen is. Snorlax's body color is a bit close to blue or navy blue, its abdomen is white, its eyes are always narrowed, and it has never been seen that it has opened. Mega Giant Snorlax grows with the food dropped when eating. Under the influence of the power of Mega Evolution, the fruit seeds and pebbles stuck to its belly will also grow explosively, and its huge body with lush vegetation is as majestic as a mountain. Snorlax's stomach is very strong. No matter what kind of poison it is, it can be digested with gastric acid, so it is no problem to eat rotten things. Snorlax sleeps when it is full and eats when it wakes up. This is repeated every day, so it gradually becomes fat and then becomes difficult to move its body. Mega Evolution Snorlax hardly moves. When fighting, he will only slightly raise his upper body and swing his hands and feet to attack. At first glance, he seems to have no energy, but the destructive power of his attack is very amazing. It is said that Snorlax's Machamp is one of the best among all Mega Evolution Pokémon. Snorlax rests all the time except for eating, so it is usually a docile Pokémon, so some children regard his fat belly as a playground. Snorlax likes to eat golden food. Snorlax in the wild likes to eat tree fruits. In order to eat tree fruits, they are willing to wait under the tree until they mature and fall naturally. Snorlax is indeed a real foodie. His attack damage should never be underestimated. The lazier the Pokémon is, the more terrible it is when it moves. Wow, this Snorlax should not have evolved yet. Chu Chen looked at the Snorlax below and pondered. Chu Chen wanted to subdue this Snorlax and evolve it into Mega Snorlax, so that in future battles, he could use its laziness to camouflage and attack the opponent. It is a wonderful Pokémon. Chu Chen finally encountered it. Chu Chen became even more excited and couldn't wait to meet this sleeping Snorlax. Alas, he is like this, Maki lamented. I think he is just a big eater. I want to go down and meet him. Chu Chen said confidently, preparing to go down. Wait for the guests, don't act rashly. Maki pulled Chu Chen's beast. He was afraid that he would wake up Snorlax and cause great damage to his banana garden. He didn't know Chu Chen's strength yet. This matter is not so simple. Since that guy came to us, only one of them has been eating our bananas unscrupulously. The Slaycoats have their favorite bananas taken away and have no ability to resist. Maki explained. That Snorlax is very powerful, and it's getting worse. It eats bananas after waking up, and then rests after eating. It's simply lawless. The poor Slaycoats can only hide in a remote corner far away to eat the remaining bananas, and never let people see them again. Chu Chen was also very angry after hearing what Director Maki said. Damn Snorlax, since you are so arrogant. By the way, guest, who are you? Maki looked at Chu Chen and asked. Oh, by the way, I am Chu Chen, a Pokémon trainer, and I just came here during the adventure. Chu Chen explained. Ah, so you are a Pokémon trainer, that's really great. I am Maki, the director of Slaycoat Banana Park. Maki introduced. In fact, Chu Chen already knew him. Boom boom, Maki had just finished the introduction, and the whole management room was shaken again. Ah! This big vibration is caused by the Snorlax turning over. I'm used to it. Maki said helplessly. Chapter 282. It doesn't matter whether that guy is awake or asleep. It's really annoying. If it goes on like this, I don't think it will be long before Slaycoat Banana Paradise collapses. Director Maki immediately started crying, venting his emotions. He has been helpless here for a long time. Now that the Slaycoats have left the Banana Paradise, many tourists no longer come to this island. There is silence everywhere. It's really tragic. The enthusiastic and prosperous scene in the past can no longer be seen now. It's all because of that hateful Snorlax. I remember that Snorlax usually lives in the mountains. How could he come to such a plain? There may be only one reason. The place where Snorlax originally lived was destroyed. He had no choice but to migrate out and then came here. Chu Chen lowered his head and analyzed. If you want to gain the trust of Director Maki, you must show him your strength. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember that not long ago, there was a large-scale forest development on the mountain. I think the reason may be that. Wow, Chu Chen, why are you so angry with Snur? Slaycoat is so familiar with me. Director Maki said in surprise, as if he saw hope, with surprise in his eyes. As a Pokemon trainer, you must have a very thorough understanding of the Pokemon in the Pokemon world, otherwise you will inevitably encounter many unexpected things when you go out for adventure. I also met a Snorlax before, and slowly understood his living habits, so basically I have some experience. Chu Chen explained slowly, watching Director Maki cast a hopeful look at him. Wow, I really met a noble person, then please think of a way to save Slaycoat Banana Paradise. Director Maki held Chu Chen's hand tightly, and said nervously as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Although I have other places to explore and I don't have much time, I am still very willing to stay and help you. After all, I really can't bear to see the Snorlax below so arrogant. Chu Chen cast his gaze and said to Snorlax rage. Snorlax was still sleeping soundly, not realizing that a powerful human was about to subdue it, and Snorlax's fate would be completely changed. Thank you so much, those Slaycoats can finally be saved. Director Maki wiped the tears from his eyes while speaking, he had been looking forward to this day finally coming. Director Maki brought Chu Chen to the monitoring room, where Chu Chen planned the next capture plan. What do you plan to do to scare him and let him escape? Director Maki asked curiously. Director Maki was still unclear about Chu Chen's strength and wanted to understand Chu Chen's basic fighting methods. For this kind of sleeping Pokemon, Chu Chen could easily get rid of it as long as he knew the basic damage of his attack and his movement speed. Chu Chen had already thought about it in his mind, using Slaking to fight him on to see who was stronger, and also let Slaking see a Pokemon as lazy as himself. It is very difficult to make something to scare Snorlax, Chu Chen analyzed. Boom boom. Suddenly the ground shook again, and everyone swayed left and right. In that case, I will use the simplest method. Chu Chen said with a smile. What is the simplest method you are talking about? Director Maki asked curiously. I can fight Snorlax and convince him. As long as I can't put it in my Pokeball, he will listen to me naturally. Chu Chen said these words very confidently, just to prove his confidence in front of Director Maki. Haha, since you are so confident, I will listen to you. I really trouble you next. Director Maki said happily. By the way, team leader, if you want to fight him, do you have to wait until he wakes up? Here, Director Maki asked a question that Chu Chen had not thought of. If Copyman is in a sleeping state, it is in a state of restoring its own physical strength. Its attack power is very strong. In this state, it is very difficult to mess with. Chu Chen pondered for a while. When he was thinking about this problem, suddenly a scene appeared on the screen that made him feel overjoyed. Chu Chen, look, Snorlax is awake. Director Maki said happily while looking at the screen. That's really great. God will not let down those who work hard. Chu Chen also looked at the screen. The Snorlax had been eating bananas like crazy since he woke up. His appetite was amazing. He ate about 10 kilograms of bananas in one bite. Director Maki looked at the Snorlax in front of him with horror on his face. He was very scared of that scene. The bananas here were almost eaten up by it. At this time, Snorlax stood up, swaying left and right, observing the bananas around him. The bananas in this area had been eaten by him, and he planned to move to other places to eat new bananas. Let's catch up quickly, he plans to go somewhere else to eat new bananas. Chu Chen said nervously, and then walked out of the monitoring room. Boom boom. Snorlax is very heavy and walks very slowly. Every time he steps on the ground, he will feel a huge vibration. There are many Slaycoats nearby, watching him silently, eating their bananas everywhere, with helpless expressions. They hate this Snorlax very much. After running for a while, Chu Chen came behind Snorlax and shouted loudly. Wait, Snorlax, if you stay in this place, it will cause great trouble to Mr. Maki and the Slaycoats. Snorlax, fight with me and become my Pokemon. Snorlax sat on the ground and ate his banana slowly, seemingly ignoring Chu Chen. Many Slaycoats left and came to watch. They all looked at Chu Chen, like Chu Chen's supporters. Chu Chen, hurry up! Mr. Maki looked at Snorlax was eating bananas everywhere. He had almost finished them. He felt very painful in his heart and cried with tears on his face. Chu Chen looked at Snorlax in front of him and thought of Slaking in the past, who was also in this carefree state. Your good days are over. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Chu Chen thought silently in his heart, preparing to take out Slaking to fight him. Haha, you dare to ignore me, then you will know how powerful I am. Chu Chen shouted loudly, and then took out the Pokemon ball from his pocket. Chapter 283. Come out, Slaking. A white light flashed, and Slaking appeared in front of everyone. Ouch! Slaking stretched and lay on the ground, looking very lazy. Wow, Chu Chen, what's wrong with your Pokemon? Is it out of spirit? Director Maki said worriedly, looking at the Pokemon in front of him, with a very confused expression, not knowing what tricks Chu Chen was playing. Don't worry, let me have a good fight with him. Chu Chen said to Director Maki. Slaking, use grab. Chu Chen said the skill to Slaking. Slaking stood up with a somersault and rushed towards Snorlax in front of him, drawing a yellow light in the air and creating a crack in the air. With a bang, it hit Snorlax's body, and smoke filled the air. Wow, Chu Chen, you are so awesome! Director Maki said happily, and the Slaycoats around him jumped up. Chu Chen looked at the smoke in front of him and was waiting for it to dissipate. He felt that Snorlax could not be so fragile that he could be defeated with one move, and his eyes were fixed on the front. After a while, the smoke dissipated, and Snorlax was still sitting on the ground eating bananas freely. The damage just now did not cause any damage to him. There was still a smile on his face, showing a very happy look. Wow, this guy is too strong. This kind of damage can't hurt him. Chu Chen, you have to work hard. Director Maki hid behind the tree in fear, and began to tremble when he saw Snorlax's strength. Ha-hoo! At this time, Snorlax opened his mouth wide, as if he was going to hit yawn. Snorlax's yawn is one of his skills. He can spit out small pink bubbles from his mouth. Anyone or Pokemon hit by his yawn will fall asleep. Director Maki, please dodge quickly. Ask for leave to play jump to avoid the attack. Chu Chen said to them. Director Maki quickly hid in the bushes. Chu Chen jumped onto Slaking's back. Slaking jumped up with a kick and flew into the air to avoid Snorlax's yawn. Snorlax still didn't give up. He aimed at Chu Chen in the sky and used yawn again. Ha! Many pink balloons were ejected from Snorlax's mouth and floated into the sky. Slaking uses slack off. Chu Chen used Slaking's slack off to put him into a sleeping state, which could form a yellow film on his body to protect himself. Slaking stretched his body and shrank his whole body together. A yellow film appeared on his body, which also wrapped Chu Chen in it and fell from the sky. He fell to the ground with a bang. The pink bubbles that hit him were no longer effective. Chu Chen slowly walked out of the film, intact. Oh, you are quite powerful, young man. Chu Chen said as he looked at Snorlax in front of him. I thought it was easy to solve the problem, but it was still a bit difficult. This increased Chu Chen's love for Snorlax. Chu Chen started to brainstorm. He thought of Slaking's yawn. Slaking can completely defend against Snorlax's yawn, but Chu Chen can't. Next, he had to solve the difficulties in front of him as quickly as possible. He couldn't let Snorlax release yawn. If Chu Chen got hit, Slaking would be equivalent to a robot without a brain. Slaking, wake up quickly, use chip away, and then use punishment. Chu Chen suddenly had an idea. He thought of Slaking's chip away, which can attack the opponent at the most stable speed, and the damage will be particularly high. If Snorlax resists, he can use punishment, Slaking's highest skill, to improve his own ability with the opponent's ability and increase the offensiveness of Chip Away. Slaking heard Chu Chen's shout, and the film on his body slowly disappeared. Then he could stand up, showing the shape of a horse stance, and jumped into the sky with his legs. He fell heavily with his own gravity, waving his hands with sharp claws. Snorlax also saw the danger rushing towards him, and opened his mouth wide to release yawn, spitting out a lot of bubbles. He didn't expect Slaking is already immune to this kind of bubble. Swoosh! Slaking's claws hit the ground, but Snorlax avoided the attack at the critical moment. Just now, Chu Chen didn't see how he avoided Slaking's attack. Damn, this guy actually has such a powerful ability hidden. Slaking, concentrate. Chu Chen looked around for Snorlax's traces. Although it was so huge, it had disappeared in front of him at this time. Chu Chen, where did Snorlax go? Principal Maki asked worriedly. At this time, a huge black shadow appeared in the sky. Chu Chen looked up and found that Snorlax was flying in the sky and falling down, ready to hit Slaking. Slaking, use punishment now! Chu Chen shouted loudly. Slaking immediately squatted, charged his huge fist, and hit the belly of Snorlax who was flying down. A white lightning burst out from their attack, creating a huge storm. Bang! Facing Slaking's powerful skills, Snorlax could no longer withstand his own counter-attack. He bounced and fell to the ground, his eyes rolling in circles. Chu Chen seized the opportunity and took out the Master Pokeball from his pocket. Snorlax, come back soon! The Master Pokeball hit Snorlax, and a red light wave wrapped it. With a whoosh, Snorlax was taken in. The Master Pokeball fell to the ground, shook for a while, and then quieted down. Chu Chen walked over and picked it up. Be obedient, I will treat you well next time. Chu Chen put it in his backpack. It's great, Chu Chen, you won and helped our Slaycoat Banana Park solve a big problem. Director Maki came out of the bushes, hugged Chu Chen happily, tears streaming down his eyes, very excited. Even the other Slaycoats came out happily and surrounded them. Woo woo, it turns out it's you guys, you're finally saved, I'm so happy. Director Maki cried as she looked at the Slaycoats around her and hugged them tightly. But it was getting late, and the sun slowly set halfway up the mountain. Gurgle. Chu Chen's stomach made a sound. Chapter 284. At this time, the voice of the system came into Chu Chen's mind. Ding! Your slaking level increases by 1, reaching level 57. Ding! You get Snorlax X1. Ding! You get Pokeblocks X1. Ding! You get Alliance Coins X60,000. The rewards Chu Chen received kept coming out of the system. Chu Chen looked at a small pink square displayed in the system and took it out curiously. What is this? Chu Chen said to the system. This is Snorlax Pokeblocks, Snorlax's favorite food. It is specially developed for big eaters like Snorlax. Eating one of these is equivalent to eating 300 kilograms of food. The system replied. That's great. I won't be afraid of Snorlax eating crazily next time. Chu Chen said excitedly. Chu Chen, are you hungry? Come back to the management office with me now. I have prepared a sumptuous dinner for you. Director Maki heard Chu Chen's stomach growling, and hurriedly took Chu Chen's hand and walked towards the management office. Soon they arrived at the management office, and Director Maki took out tea bananas that had been in his last resort for a long time from the warehouse, preparing to make a few sumptuous dinners for Chu Chen. Chu Chen sat on the sofa and watched Director Maki busy in the kitchen, peeling the banana skins one by one. There were also several enthusiastic Slaycoats coming over to help Director Maki, and the scene was very lively. Half an hour later, Director Maki and Slaycoat walked out of the kitchen with the delicious dinner and put it on the table outside. Wow, it smells so good, Director Maki, what delicious food did you make? Chu Chen stood up excitedly. Come here quickly, dinner is ready. Director Maki said happily. Chu Chen walked over and saw that the table was golden and delicious. Let me introduce them to you one by one. This is fried bananas, candied bananas, and oil-wrapped bananas. Director Maki introduced them one by one. The table was basically made of bananas. These are our specialties. Whenever there is an important day, we will take out the delicious food of bananas that have been in last resort for a long time. I thought there was no hope in the future. Director Maki said as tears flowed from the corners of his eyes again. At this time, he was very grateful to Chu Chen for helping him get rid of Snorlax. Don't be so excited. It's a happy day now. We are not so sad. The food you made is really delicious. Let me taste it. Chu Chen patted Director Maki's shoulder and said comfortingly. Okay. Sit down. Director Maki wiped his tears and said with a smile. This fried banana is to cut the banana into small pieces, then dip it in egg liquid and then coat it with flour, and put it in a frying pan to fry until saffron. The method of making it is very simple. You can try it first. Director Maki picked up a piece of fried banana and put it in Chu Chen's bowl. Crack! Chu Chen put it in his mouth and chewed it slowly, making a very crisp sound. This banana is fried until it is crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, and the taste is very good. It's delicious. Chu Chen said with a gratified expression. Director Maki kept picking up other dishes for him, and the slaycoats also sat aside and slowly tasted the banana. Wow, I haven't seen such a scene for a long time. How many days do you plan to stay here, Chu Chen? Director Maki asked Chu Chen. I will leave tomorrow, because there are still many things waiting for me to deal with. Chu Chen replied. You are leaving so soon. I hope you can stay for a few more days. Director Maki said regretfully, and picked up a lot of dishes for Chu Chen. Soon, they finished their dinner. Chu Chen lay on the sofa and rubbed his stomach. Wow, I haven't eaten such a good banana for a long time. It really opened my eyes. Chu Chen looked at Director Maki gratefully and said. If you like it, you will come back often. I welcome you very much. Director Maki was reluctant to let Chu Chen leave them. They felt that Chu Chen was very powerful and could protect them here. Roar! The surrounding slaycoat came over and pulled Chu Chen's clothes. They were reluctant to let Chu Chen leave them. Although I was here for only 2 or 3 days, I have formed an indissoluble bond with them. Be good, listen to Director Maki in the future. I will come back to see you in the future. Everyone must become very strong. Chu Chen said while touching Slaycota's head. Time passed very quickly. The Slaycoats were a little sleepy and walked back to the forest. Director Maki arranged a very large room for Chu Chen. The room was full of photos of Director Maki and Slaycoat. At that time, many tourists came to Slaycoat Banana Park to watch their prosperous scene, which deeply attracted Chu Chen. There was a picture that actually showed Drake. That photo was taken when he was still very young and came to Slaycoat Banana Park to take a photo with Slaycoat. Do you know this man, Director Maki? Chu Chen pointed at Drake on the wall and asked curiously. Oh, do you know Mr. Drake? He came here when he was young. At that time, he was already one of the 4 elites of Pokemon. I admire him very much. I can keep his photos until now. Unfortunately, I haven't seen him since then, and I don't know how he is doing. Director Maki saw Chu Chen and said. When he talked about Drake, he showed a proud expression on his face, and his mood became more and more depressed as he talked. It seems that I just met him some time ago. He is old now and it is not very convenient for him to move. Chu Chen briefly described Drake's basic situation. It's good that he is fine. I will visit him when I have time in the future. Okay, then you can rest here. I won't disturb you. Director Maki said to Chu Chen, then turned around and left, closing the door. Chu Chen lay on a 2-meter-long bed. The bed was covered with a large sleigh coat pattern, which was very comfortable to lie on. Chu Chen looked at the ceiling above and thought about how to train Snorlax after he captured him today. Training Slaking in the past was full of twists and turns. This time, a Snorlax was more challenging. He got his favorite poke blocks, which made it easier. Chirp bug buzz sounded outside, and the fragrance of nature blew in from the window. I will train him more in the coming days to hone his ambitions. Chu Chen felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier as he thought about it, and slowly fell asleep. Chapter 285. On the second morning, Chu Chen finished the breakfast made by Director Maki, walked out of the door, released Salamence, and prepared to go to the next destination. Director Maki, I'll trouble you next. I'll continue my adventure first. Chu Chen jumped on Salamenki's back and said to Director Maki. Okay, you should be safe along the way. Director Maki waved to Chu Chen. Who? Salamence flapped its wings and flew high into the sky. Not long after, Chu Chen arrived at a plane, and Chu Chen said to Salamence. Salamence, let's go down and stretch our muscles. Chu Chen had been sitting on Salamenki's back for a long time, and felt a little sore in his waist and back. Salamence dived down and soon arrived at the plane, and Chu Chen jumped off Salamenki's back. Oh, I'm so sore. Chu Chen stretched himself. Salamence, you've worked hard, come back. Chu Chen took out the Pokemon ball and took Salamence back. Where is this? Why don't I see anyone? As Chu Chen walked, he saw that the surrounding environment was desolate, but the trees were very lush. 19. After walking for a while, Chu Chen found himself circling in the plains and couldn't find a way out. He felt like he was lost. After a while, he came to a fork in the road with two roads in front of him. Forget it, I'm lost anyway, so I'll choose the right one. Chu Chen looked at the main road on the right, quickened his pace, and walked over. He walked to the end of this road and came to a luxurious house. Wow, I didn't expect there would be such a luxurious house. He pushed open the door and walked in. There were many fountains around, and the trees were quite lush, but the only thing that made Chu Chen feel strange was that he didn't find any signs of people. Is anyone there? I'm lost. Can you give me a place to stay? Chu Chen shouted towards the house. Hi. After waiting for a long time without getting a response, Chu Chen walked to the door curiously and pushed it open. The door of this house was not locked and could be opened easily. Chu Chen walked in slowly. As soon as he walked in, a cool breeze blew towards him and Chu Chen got goosebumps. Oh my god, why does this feel like a haunted house? It's so scary. Chu Chen rubbed his arms. Bang! Suddenly the door was closed and Chu Chen was startled. Damn, what's going on? Is someone trying to play a prank? Don't blame me for demolishing this house. Get out of here! Chu Chen shouted loudly. The reason for shouting was to give himself courage and to warn the person who was scaring him to stop. Chu Chen walked up to the door and pulled the door handle, only to find that the door had been locked tightly. When he came in, he didn't see anyone. How could the door be locked automatically? This made Chu Chen feel very strange. Come out quickly, or I'll make you die. Chu Chen shouted loudly towards the house. At this time, a black shadow appeared at the stairs, like a red eye staring at Chu Chen. It rained heavily outside without anyone noticing, which made Chu Chen more determined to stay in the house. Although I don't know who the owner of this house is, I'm here to tell you that I'm going to live here tonight. Whether you agree or not, I'll stay here first. Chu Chen slowly walked up the stairs and came to the attic to find a room. Chu Chen saw a very luxurious house with complete facilities and a big bed. Chu Chen decided to stay here. Oh, this bed is so comfortable. Chu Chen said happily while lying on the bed. Boom! Thunder and lightning sounded outside, and the sound was very loud. Chu Chen was not afraid of this phenomenon at all, because he did not believe that there were ghosts in the world, only people could scare people, and everything was caused by his own heart. Let's go see if there is anything to eat, I'm a little hungry. Chu Chen quickly got used to this empty house, and walked around freely as if it were his own home. He came to the first floor and opened the refrigerator, which contained many fruits and some bread. Chu Chen took a piece of bread and poured a glass of milk, tasting it slowly, walking around and observing the empty house. Such a nice house, which rich family left it here? As Chu Chen walked, the black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him again, and Chu Chen decided to explore what the black shadow was. System uses aura power. Chu Chen said to the system. Chu Chen emitted a ray of light, rushed to the surroundings, and was exploring the signs around. The basic form of the black shadow had been transmitted to Chu Chen's mind. System uses the eye of exploration. Chu Chen said to his system. Name, Shuppet. Attribute, Ghost Pokemon. Feature, Perception. Level, 45. Potential, Superior. Carry, None. An electronic voice came from his mind. I didn't expect that it was you, the Pokemon, who was playing tricks. If I hadn't been able to withstand the pressure, I would have been scared to death by you. Chu Chen used his sharp eyes to explore the surroundings, trying to catch this Shuppet. Shuppet is grey-black with a sharp horn on its head. Shuppet likes the feelings of spite very much and will hang in a row under the eaves of people who have spite in their hearts. Wow, it's so scary, how can ordinary people not be scared to death when they see Shuppet? Chu Chen thought in surprise. Chu Chen continued to walk, looking for Shuppet in the attic on the second floor. Shuppet likes to absorb people's spite. As long as there is spite, the shadow doll will appear. Chu Chen seized this point and deliberately made himself very angry. I am really angry. What kind of shabby place is this? There is nothing. What's the point of locking me in here? Come out quickly, you hateful people! Chu Chen yelled and cursed everywhere, trying to provoke the anger in his heart and attract Shuppet. Suddenly, he felt a chill behind him. Shuppet walked behind Chu Chen and absorbed the resentment from Chu Chen with his skills. A red light emanated from his body, and the resentment in his heart disappeared involuntarily, and his mood became much happier. He wanted to curse at first, but now he didn't want to. Hey, what's wrong with the system? Chu Chen asked the system. Just now, Shuppet absorbed your resentment, so you will feel much happier. The system replied. Chapter 286. Chu Chen looked around and didn't find Shuppet. Shuppet has the function of invisibility. After absorbing the resentment from people, it disappeared into the air and became one with the air. Forget it, I'll look at other places. The host continued to walk forward. There were many small rooms beside the corridor. These rooms seemed to be the rooms used by the owner of this house to entertain guests. Chu Chen looked at the window and wanted to see the scenery outside the window. A black shadow appeared on the glass of the window. Only by looking carefully can you see it clearly. Wow, you are Shuppet. Chu Chen saw Shuppet's true body through the reflection of the glass. When Shuppet's body is seen by people, it will immediately show its true body and look at Chu Chen with a smile. Chu Chen saw Shuppet's smile and felt that the Pokemon 927 was not evil, but also revealed a kind atmosphere. Hello Shuppet, my name is Chu Chen, how come you are here? Chu Chen asked curiously, and was about to walk up to take a closer look at him, when Shuppet disappeared again. Where did Shuppet go? I'm not a bad person. Chu Chen shouted to the people around him, and Shuppet appeared behind him again. Shuppet smiled, as if playing hide-and-seek with Chu Chen. Haha, do you want me to play games with you? Shuppet nodded and then floated to the side of the corridor. Chu Chen followed him to know what he was playing. Chu Chen was very curious about Shuppet in front of him, and the cute Shuppet deeply attracted Chu Chen. He couldn't wait to capture Shuppet as his own Pokemon, so that he could let him out to play with him when he was bored in the future. Chu Chen ran to the side of a staircase, and his center of gravity was not stable, and his whole body tilted down. The staircase was 8 meters long, and people would definitely get bloody heads if they rolled down from it. Chu Chen had already fallen down and was about to roll down the stairs. At that moment, Chu Chen felt that he would definitely have to lie in the hospital for half a year or so. What should he do now? A terrifying picture flashed through his mind. Shupet's head radiated red light. The moment Chu Chen closed his eyes, he felt himself floating in the air, slowly drifting down. Hey, how come I'm floating in the air? This is so magical! Chu Chen said in surprise, watching his body slowly drift to a safe place. It turned out to be Shupet, who used his own skill helping hand to get Chu Chen out of danger. Shupet is really a kind Pokemon. System, can you please help me see what skills Shupet used? Chu Chen didn't know much about Shupet in front of him, and wanted to know more about his skills. Just now Shupet used his illusion, he can use his own psychic to make objects float. The voice of the system came into Chu Chen's mind. That's really great, I really like this guy's skills. Chu Chen looked at Shupet and said with a smile. Thank you, you just saved me. Kaplub. Shupet made a very cute sound. Wow, you are so cute, I like you so much. Chu Chen touched Shupet's head and said happily. Kaplub. Shupet called again, turned around and left, walking towards a small room. Chu Chen felt that Shupet wanted to guide him to a certain place, and came to the small room. The light inside was very dim. It was very large, and there were bookcases everywhere, with many books on them. It was like a huge library. Shupet took Chu Chen to a bookcase. Do you want to take me here to read interesting books? Chu Chen asked curiously. Kaplub. Shupet called, and a blue light came out of his eyes, and a dawn wave appeared in the small gap between the bookcases, and a blue light flashed in the gap. The bookcase was slowly pushed open, and the scene inside surprised Chu Chen. He came to a new world. The light was bright, and there were very interesting books everywhere. Cute toys, this is the playground that girls imagine in Mew, the playground for children. Wow, I didn't expect you to hide so many toys here. This is simply an amusement park. Chu Chen looked at Shupet in surprise and said. Shupet rushed over with a smile on his face. He was playing on the carousel like an immature child. Chu Chen now understood that Shupet regarded him as a partner. He was probably bored in this big house. No one came to play with him, and finally waited for Chu Chen. Chu Chen watched Shupet playing happily. He had no interest in this kind of toys and watched him silently from the side. Kapyatong. The phantom doll felt that it was boring to play alone. Frustrated, it slowly floated over and looked at Chu Chen. Chu Chen understood what Shupet meant. He wanted Chu Chen to play with him. Kapyatong. Shupet called again. Facing the benefactor who wanted to refuse, he seemed to have no reason to say, so Chu Chen reluctantly agreed to him. Haha, okay, I'll play with you for a while. Chu Chen followed Shupet to the skateboard and slid down happily. Chu Chen hugged Shupet tightly, like his own child. A woman came to the door. The hostess of this house was about to come back. Chu Chen sensed through his aura power that someone was slowly approaching the house. Shupet, is your host back? Chu Chen looked at Shupet and asked. Shupet shook his head and hid immediately. Chu Chen was confused, he felt that there must be something strange about this matter. Chu Chen opened the door and prepared to go out to meet the owner of this house, wanting to check what happened inside. Gaga! The sound of a woman stepping on high heels came from the stairs. Chu Chen took a deep breath and walked confidently in the direction of the sound. Oh, I'm so scared. Who are you? Why are you in my house? The girl looked at Chu Chen in surprise. At a corner, he saw a woman with brown hair, elegant temperament, and exquisite clothes. She looked like a rich woman. Chapter 287. Oh, sorry, I'm a passerby who hid in this house just before the rainstorm. I didn't mean to break in. I saw no one agreed to me, so I walked in. I'm really sorry. Chu Chen apologized politely. Oh, that's it. People often break into my house and say they encounter strange things. Yes, I often go out and feel relieved. I thought you were a thief so bold. The girl looked at Chu Chen and said. Later, this house became famous because of Shuppet. By the way, my name is Chu Chen, and I'm a Pokemon trainer. When you come to someone else's house, of course you have to introduce yourself to show your gentlemanly demeanor, not to mention that the girl in front of you is still quite pretty. My name is Emily, and I'm the owner of this house. Emily introduced. Actually, when I came to this house, I also felt something strange. When I just came in, the door suddenly closed, and I was startled. I thought it was a prank by you. Chu Chen followed the clues and wanted to ask Emily something. Yes, I once asked someone to renovate this house. I remember that the door suddenly closed and things flew up. As a result, everyone who came here to renovate was scared, and no one was willing to take the project. Miss Emily said helplessly. Chu Chen admired Miss Emily in front of him. She was willing to live here despite such a terrifying thing. As a girl, her courage was really too great. What do you want to do with this renovation? Chu Chen asked curiously. I want to turn this place into a hotel, Emily replied. Wow, if it is changed into a hotel, then Shuppet's paradise will disappear. Will Shuppet come out to scare people? He wants to keep his paradise. If you come to run a hotel, aren't you afraid that the terrifying phenomena will scare the tourists passing by here? Chu Chen asked curiously, trying to keep this house for Shuppet. Haha, it's understandable that you think so, but Miss Emily choked for a while. We used to have a very beautiful mansion here. I moved here when I was a child. The house here looks like a castle, spacious and elegant, and the courtyard is full of many beautiful flowers. Miss Emily showed a relieved expression on her face. She was very relieved by the previous scene. For Miss Emily, this house has many good memories of you. Chu Chen said comfortingly. Yes, but now strange phenomena continue to occur, which is really too troublesome. Miss Emily said helplessly. Chu Chen already knew the strangeness of this house. Next, he had to find a way to help Miss Emily and Shuppet resolve the conflict. By the way, Miss Emily, did you encounter Pokemon when you were a child? Bay. Chu Chen looked at Miss Emily seriously, wanting to understand more clearly. If you don't tell me, I really forgot. When I was a child, I met a Pokemon called Shuppet. He is a Pokemon I particularly like, but he disappeared for a long time. I thought he left me. Miss Emily replied, with nostalgia in her eyes. To tell you the truth, I just met Shuppet in the next room. Chu Chen really answered, he no longer wanted to hide what he had encountered. Really? When I was a child, I played well with Shuppet. He often accompanied me to play with those toys in the park. Those days really made me miss them. I could also control objects to float in the air. Floating? Could it be Miss Emily suddenly realized the source of the matter? Could it be that all this was caused by that Shuppet? Emily said in surprise. Then everything makes sense, follow me, I'll take you to see that Shuppet. Chu Chen happily took Emily to the Paradise House, where all the props were floating. Look, this strange phenomenon has appeared again, everything is floating in the sky. Emily said in surprise. Shuppet, come out! Chu Chen shouted loudly. At this time, Shuppet appeared in front of them. Emily looked at Shuppet in front of her, tears flowed from her eyes, reminding her of the beautiful memories of her childhood. Shuppet, don't you remember? Didn't we often play here together before? It's me, I'm Emily. Emily walked up to Shuppet and said excitedly. Shuppet's mind flashed back to their past. Thinking of the past, he immediately rushed into Emily's arms and hugged each other. Haha, great, you still remember my things. I'm sorry, Shuppet, I have forgotten your things until now. Emily hugged Shuppet tightly and cried. In this case, your conflict has been resolved. Chu Chen said happily while looking at them. Chu Chen really wanted to subdue this shuppet, but he was Emily's childhood playmate. It seems that he can only meet a wild shuppet next time he travels. Thank you, Chu Chen, for helping me find shuppet. Now that you have come to my house, you can stay. Emily said excitedly. It's okay. Now that the problem has been solved, you should stay here. I have a suggestion, which is to turn this place into a good hotel. It's better than a restaurant. You still have to make a lot of improvements. If it's a hotel, you can make full use of all the rooms in this house. Chu Chen has observed the specifications of the whole house and can come up with a very good suggestion. Okay, your suggestion is not bad. I originally wanted to renovate this paradise into a big restaurant, but now I think it's unnecessary. This is the good memory that Shuppet and I once left. Emily looked at Shuppet and said kindly. Shuppet will definitely be very happy, so please arrange a room for me. Chu Chen just thought that he seemed to occupy a room. Oh, sorry, when I came just now, I saw no one, so I went to the big room upstairs and accidentally put all my luggage in it. Chu Chen showed an awkward expression on his face. Haha, I'm going to use that room. It doesn't matter. There's nothing in it. Just move your things to the next room and you can sleep next to me. Miss Emily smiled and resolved the awkward atmosphere. Chapter 288. Chu Chen was full of energy after a night's rest. Miss Ellie had prepared breakfast for Chu Chen. Good morning, come and have breakfast. Chu Chen followed the aroma to the dining table. In front of him were a variety of breakfasts, very Chinese-style morning tea. There were shrimp dumplings, soy milk, fried dough sticks, etc. on the table. Chu Chen hadn't eaten them for a long time and missed them very much. After finishing breakfast happily, Chu Chen was ready to leave. Thank you, Miss Emily. Chu Chen said happily. You're welcome. I didn't expect you to leave so soon. You can't stay for a few more days. Miss Emily is very hospitable. She must be a little scared to stay here alone and wants to find a man to accompany her. I will come back to see you if I have a chance. Your place will definitely become a good hotel. Chu Chen said happily while looking at them. Kaplub. Shuppet also nodded happily. Okay, I'm leaving. Chu Chen took out the Pokemon ball from his pocket. Be careful on the road. Miss Emily waved to Chu Chen. Come out, Salamins, let's go to a new adventure location. A bright light flashed, and Salamence came out again, and Chu Chen jumped onto Salamenki's back. Salamins flapped its wings and flew high into the sky. After leaving the island, Chu Chen came to the sea. The sea changed greatly. It was clear just now, but suddenly there was a call. Damn, what's wrong with the sky? It changes faster than a face. Salamins should pay attention and pass through the thunderstorm in front. In front of Chu Chen, there was a storm, the waves in the sea kept rolling, the momentum was high, and the sky sounded huge thunder from time to time. Boom! Salamins steadily controlled the speed of his flight and was trying to pass through the thunder cloud. Crackle! At this time, a lightning bolt hit Salamenki's wings. Roar! Salamins also screamed, his body had lost balance, the lightning caused great damage to his body, and he kept flying down, faster and faster. Salamins, wake up! If you keep going like this, we will all go to see Amitba. Chu Chen hugged Salamins tightly and shouted loudly. If he loosened his hand a little, his whole body would fly out. After passing through the clouds, he saw a small island below. Salamenki's eyes were already spinning in small circles, turning towards the island. Ah! Chu Chen saw that he was about to hit the island. Bang! With a loud noise, Salamenki's huge weight tackled to the beach of the island, forming a huge cave. Chu Chen was thrown onto the beach, Andy's body was slightly rubbed, but he was not seriously injured. Oh, I almost lost my life. Chu Chen ran to Salamenki's cave, and Salamins was lying on the ground unable to move. "Come back, have a good rest." Chu Chen took out the Pokemon ball and threw it at Salamins. When the red light flashed, Salamins was taken in. "Where is this? It seems that we have gone further and further on the road to Evergrande City, and we actually came to such an island." Chu Chen walked and looked at the surrounding environment. The island was surrounded by the sea, with many coconut trees and high green grass. Zizi, there was a movement in the grass beside. You can slowly approach curiously, and suddenly a Venonat-like thing appeared in front of you. There are some small spots on a brown hair head, and white skin is exposed in the middle. It feels very strange. I don't know if it is a human or a ghost. "Thank you, you are finally here." The Venonat in front of him suddenly spoke human language. "Hey, what on earth are you?" Chu Chen took 2 steps back in surprise, keeping a distance from him, trying to figure out the situation in front of him. "Don't panic, I am actually a human, my name is Robin, you are here to save me, right?" Robin stroked the long hair in front of her and said to Chu Chen. According to the development of the plot, Chu Chen probably knew that Robin in front of him should have wandered to this island, waiting for other humans to rescue him. "Haha, actually I also fell on this island, not to save you," Chu Chen said awkwardly. He knew that the man in front of him was asking for help, but he didn't know how he fell and what the name of this island was. "What? So you also fell here? Oh, forget it, let's wait for others." Robin lowered his head in disappointment. "Have you always lived here?" Chu Chen asked curiously. "Yes, it was a long time ago when I came here before." Robin took Chu Chen to one of his caves, which was located by the sea and could see the scenery in the distance. It was a good place to ask for help. There were many fruits and some beds in this cave. Robin had lived on this island for a long time and could master the habits of the island. "I was a salesman in a company, traveling around the world by ship. Who knew that one day the ship I was on was swept away by a huge storm, and the others seemed to have escaped by luck." Robin's eyes were filled with tears as he spoke. He was very unhappy with his experience. "I was the only one who didn't have time to escape and was abandoned on the sea. No one noticed my situation. Just when I almost thought I was gone, a whalemer appeared and saved my life, and then the whalemer took me to the Roaring Island," Robin said while wiping his tears. "Whalemer Island?" Chu Chen asked curiously. "It's this uninhabited island. I named it myself." It turned out that this island was named by Robin. No wonder Chu Chen didn't find any basic information about this island through his exploration eye. "It must be very hard for you to live alone in such a place." Chu Chen looked at Robin in front of him. His clothes were tattered and he had a long beard. He had not enjoyed a normal life for a long time. He looked like a person from ancient times. "Haha, it's okay, that's right, but there is a lot of food here, and there are a lot of Pokemon. It's quite pleasant to live here." Robin scratched his head and said that he adapted to the environment here very quickly. This made Chu Chen very impressed. Plop! At this time, a huge whalemer floated out of the sea in front of him. "Hey, there is a whalemer here." Chu Chen looked at the whalemer in front of him and said, "Whalemer was very friendly." "Yes, he is my savior," Robin said happily. Chapter 289. Chu Chen already has a whalemer, and their mentality is basically the same. "By the way, Mr. Robin, have you ever thought about leaving this island by yourself?" According to Chu Chen's understanding ability, many adventurers who come to the island will look for some tools that can help them escape, such as cutting down some trees and making a canoe. Relying on their own abilities to leave the island is always more hopeful than having others come to find them. Of course I have tried this, but this island is surrounded by very strange whirlpools. Once I left the island by boat, and not far away, I encountered some small whirlpools, which washed my boat apart. Fortunately, Whalemer rescued me, so it is not easy to leave this island," Mr. Robin said, picking up the apple in front of him and taking a bite. He was used to facing such situations. He tried thousands of ways to leave the island, but he still couldn't escape in the end. So that's it. It seems that if you want to escape here, you can only go out from the sky. Chu Chen said, thinking that Solomons is still seriously injured now, and it will probably take a few days to leave the island. No, there will be turbulence above the island at any time, and the weather changes a lot. Robin looked at Chu Chen and said. No wonder Chu Chen was driving Solomons, and the weather suddenly became so bad. It seems that it is really not an easy thing to leave this island. Then no nearby ships or planes will come across this area. Chu Chen analyzed, basically understanding the basic information of each island. By the way, if no one comes to rescue us, we will live on this island forever. Robin lowered his head and said disappointedly. As a powerful Pokemon trainer, Chu Chen would definitely not let this happen. There is only 1 week left before the Evergrande City Home League competition. If Chu Chen doesn't find a way to reach Evergrande City, he will miss the league competition. We will definitely find a way to get out of this island. Chu Chen clenched his fists, his eyes revealing a firm look. Chu Chen pondered for a while, thinking about how to make a plan to escape from the island next. Beeb. Swampert came to his mind. By the way, I can use Swampert to break through the whirlpools around. Swampert has extremely strong fluidity and can resist strong waves. Chu Chen stood up excitedly, full of fighting spirit. However, Swampert can only carry 1 person. If Robin is added, his balance ability will be greatly reduced. We must find a way to make a bracket on his back. A new problem appeared in front of Chu Chen again. He used the resources on the island to make a bracket for Swampert. Robin's fighting spirit was ignited in his heart when he heard what Chu Chen said. Leave the materials to me. There are many iron tools on this island that have rushed over from other places. We can use them to make materials. Robin looked at Chu Chen and said, and he also wanted to contribute his own strength. That's great. Then Chu Chen took out the Pokemon ball from his pocket and released his Pokemon. The strength of the 2 of them alone was not enough. Slaking, move the trees over there to me. Chu Chen said to the Pokemon. Everyone did their own things with clear division of labor. Robin moved all the iron tools in front of Chu Chen. Chu Chen used the flames of the Pokemon to fuse the iron tools into one and create the shape he wanted. A fence-like shape appeared in front of everyone, and its big block could be placed on Swampert's back. Slaking put the fence on Swampert's back, and then found a few wooden blocks to put on top, forming a roof shape. A simple bracket has been completed, weighing only about 50 kilograms. It was already evening before they knew it. Robin and Chu Chen returned to the cave, enjoying dinner and planning to leave the island tomorrow morning. Come on, you have worked hard too, here are the Pokemon berry I just picked for you to enjoy. Robin took out a lot of berries and put them in front of the Pokemon. Everyone jumped up happily and ate the berries in front of them. The next morning, the morning sun had already shone on Chu Chen's face. Chu Chen rubbed his eyes and found that Mr. Robin beside him had disappeared. Weird? Robin, where did you go, sir? He couldn't leave the island alone. Without Chu Chen's Swampert, he couldn't get out. Chu Chen came to the shore and found Mr. Robin talking to a whalmer. It's rare to see the sun show its face in the morning. Is the island of nowhere watching us leave from afar? Robin said, looking at the sun in the distance. Oh! Whalmer nodded in response. I'll say goodbye to you soon. You must take care of yourself. Robin said, looking at Whalmer, with nostalgia in his eyes. He has formed an indissoluble bond with this Whalmer. Mr. Robin got up so early. What are you doing here? Chu Chen thought Mr. Robin was going to leave alone. Because I want to make a farewell confession to this island and Whalmer, and leave memories that I miss here. Mr. Robin said as he looked at Whalmer in front of him. Whalmer jumped up happily, showing gorgeous lines in the air to express his inner joy. For me, Whalmer's existence has surpassed the meaning of a lifesaver. To be honest, before I came here, I only knew how to work, working like a machine day and night, but I am increasingly confused about what all the hard work is for. Robin said as he looked at the sun in the distance. However, living with Whalmer and others on this island has taught me how happy it is to live like this, so I like Whalmer so much. Chu Chen could understand Robin's mood at this time. For him, it was as if he had not returned to the real world for a long time, but he lived happily in Pokemon, which gave him always good memories. I see, if you like him so much, how about I help you bring Whalmer with you, isn't that good? Chu Chen wanted to ask Mr. Robin for his help, seeing that he was a man of deep affection. Forget it, it's best to let him live here. We can't take him to a crowded city, which would be a destruction to him. Robin said as he looked at Whalmer in front of him. Chapter 290. It was getting late, and now was the best time to leave the island. Come out Swampert. Chu Chen took out the Pokemon ball and released Swampert. Wow! Swampert swam in the sea, very happy. Then let's leave the island. Chu Chen placed the fixator made yesterday on Swampert's back, took Mr. Robin's hand, and jumped on Swampert's back. Wow! Swampert shouted and swam quickly. Swampert, be careful, there is a whirlpool ahead, go through the gap between the whirlpools. Chu Chen said to Swampert. Boom boom! Swampert swam between the whirlpools, his body shaking violently, and the fastener made a squeaking collision sound. Mr. Robin, you have to be careful. This whirlpool is too strong. Don't get thrown out. Chu Chen and Mr. Robin held the fastener tightly. Okay. Mr. Robin nodded and replied. Roar! In fact, Whalmer also appeared in front of him. He blocked some of the rushing ocean currents. Whalmer, thank you so much. Mr. Robin said excitedly. Swampert used all his strength to swim forward. His body needed great balance, otherwise he would fall into the whirlpool if he was not careful. Swampert's face showed a painful expression. According to the weight on his back and the impact of the whirlpool on him, the pressure he was under was very huge. Swampert, hold on, we are about to leave this island. Chu Chen kept cheering for Swampert, and all his hopes were placed on him. Puff! Just as they were about to get out of the whirlpool, a Tumatarai wave rolled out in front of them and rushed towards them. Wow, what should Chu Chen do? There is a huge wave in front of us, and we are finished. Mr. Robin said fearfully. Chu Chen's brain quickly calculated the next situation. This situation can be dealt with by Swampert. Use Swampert's water gun to break through the waves in front and pass through the middle. Swampert, use water gun to attack. Chu Chen shouted loudly. This is a moment of racing against time, and we can't be negligent at any time. Ah! Swampert screamed, opened his mouth wide and sprayed a column of water from inside. The water column hit the wave, forming a huge hole in the middle, and Swampert passed through the middle. It's so beautiful! Chu Chen said excitedly, touching Swampert's head. Yeah, we finally succeeded, we escaped the whirlpool, your Pokemon is really amazing. Mr. Robin jumped up excitedly. They were getting farther and farther away from the danger, and they came to a calm sea. Since the island is relatively remote from the surrounding world, Chu Chen drove Swampert. After driving for a while, we didn't see land. What's wrong with Chu Chen? We have been drifting on the sea for so long, but we haven't found any human beings yet. Mr. Robin felt that something was wrong, so he wanted Chu Chen to give him a reasonable explanation. It should be that this kind of small island is a little far away from the world of human civilization, and it is not easy to be discovered by people. Let's go for a while, and we should encounter some ships or something. Chu Chen looked at Mr. Robin and explained. After driving for a while, it was almost dark, and everyone thought it was impossible to find a ship today. Chu Chen was thinking about what to eat tonight. Looking at the fish on the seabed, Chu Chen had already thought about sending Wailmer to catch some fish. Woo woo! At this time, the sound of a ship came from a distance. Chu Chen, listen carefully, it seems that there is a ship nearby. Mr. Robin stood up excitedly and looked into the distance. Yes, I heard it too, it should be nearby. Chu Chen also stood up and said, looking around. Mr. Robin, look ahead. He's in front of us. Hurry over. Chu Chen said excitedly, and then instructed Swampert to swim quickly in the direction of the ship. Hey, look, there are people here. Hurry up and pick us up. Mr. Robin shouted loudly, waving his hands constantly, trying to attract the attention of the ship. Captain, look, there seems to be a human over there. A sailor said to the captain, and found where Mr. Robin and his men were. Sail over to pick them up immediately and rescue them all. The captain said to the sailor. It didn't take long for Chu Chen and Robin to arrive on the ship. Please give me flowers. Thank you for your rescue, Chu Chen and Robin said to the captain excitedly. No, I'm glad you're all safe. The captain said with a smile. But it's really amazing. I didn't expect someone to come over here on the back of a Pokemon. You guys are really amazing. The sailor praised from behind. Thank you, Swampert. Come back and have a good rest. Chu Chen threw the Pokemon ball and took Swampert back. Wailmer also swam out of the water and looked at Mr. Robin, who seemed reluctant to leave him. Thank you, Wailmer. Now I really have to say goodbye to you. Next, I will live a busy life again. I miss you so much. 0. Mr. Robin confessed to Wailmer affectionately, looking into his eyes. Wailmer also kept looking at Mr. Robin, slightly opening his mouth, as if telling Mr. Robin not to leave him. Like this. Mr. Robin seemed to understand what Wailmer meant, flipped over the board, and jumped onto Wailmer's back. Mr. Robin, Chu Chen said in surprise, probably understanding Mr. Robin's actions. Chu Chen, I decided to go back to see Wailmer Island. That's where I belong. Mr. Robin looked at Chu Chen and said that he had made up his mind. Since you have made up your mind, I won't force you. You must live well. No matter where you are, it belongs to you. Chu Chen said happily. He saw the bonds between Mr. Robin and Wailmer. Yes, I found the joy of living when I lived on that island, and those are things I can never find in urban life. In urban life, it seems that there is nothing missing, but in fact, there is nothing. Living on that island, it seems that there is nothing, but in fact, there is everything. So I decided that I would go back to that island and live with Wailmer and others. Mr. Robin spoke passionately about his life experience, which surprised Chu Chen very much. This is the meaning of people living in the world. Looking at Mr. Robin in front of him, Chu Chen also felt that he had grown up. Fan. Chapter 291 Mr. Robin, just live according to your lifestyle. Come on, take care of yourself. Chu Chen said happily. Okay, you should take care of yourself too. You can come to the island to play with me in the future. Mr. Robin turned and left after he finished speaking. Chu Chen looked at the sunset in the distance and the figure of Wailmer, showing a beautiful pattern. Captain, I want to ask where your ship is going. Chu Chen saw the captain asked. The ship was in the opposite direction to the storage destination. Chu Chen might have to leave at any time. If it was the same destination as the storage, it would be really great. Our ship is going to Evergrande City to transport materials for the Home League competition. The captain looked at Chu Chen and said. When Chu Chen heard the news, a bright smile appeared on his face. I'm really great. You are going to Evergrande City. How long will it take? Chu Chen asked happily. What's wrong? Are you going to participate in the Home League competition? The captain glanced at Chu Chen and felt that the young man in front of him gave him an extraordinary temperament. Those who can participate in the Evergrande City Home League competition are very powerful Pokemon trainers. This competition is also a grand event that attracts the attention of the world. Yes, I am planning to participate in the Evergrande City Home competition. Chu Chen nodded excitedly. That's really a coincidence. If you go here, you will arrive at the destination one day before the competition. The captain looked at what Chu Chen said, and he knew how important this kind of competition is for Pokemon trainers. That's really great, then please arrange a room for me, I will definitely thank you, just tell me how much it costs. Chu Chen knew that it was not good to go to someone else's tailwind ship for no reason. At least he should give others some benefits. After all, it was a blessing in disguise that such a good thing happened to him. Haha, that's not necessary. It is our honor to be able to help you excellent trainers. We will definitely arrange a satisfactory room for you. The captain said with a smile. By the way, I don't know how to call you yet. The captain looked at Chu Chen and asked. Yes, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Chu Chen. Chu Chen said, extending a friendly hand. Just call me Captain Li. Captain Li also politely shook Chu Chen's hand. Take Chu Chen down to the room. Captain Li said to the sailor behind him. Okay. Mr. Chu Cheng, please follow me here. The sailor walked in front and led Chu Chen politely. They came to a door from the deck, which led to the cabin. There were many small rooms inside the hull. These rooms were provided for the crew to live in. The captain's room was usually located near the cab and was the most luxurious and well-equipped room of all the rooms. As they walked along the way, they could see many crew members checking the internal structure of the hull. When sailing on the sea, they had to pay attention to every tiny detail aft hull. A small part could cause the ship to capsize and go against the sea. Under the guidance of the sailor, they came to room number 1, where the space was relatively wide and the sea level could be seen through the windows outside. Mr. Chu Chen, you can rest here. I will come to inform you when it's time to eat. The sailor said politely. Okay, thank you for your trouble. Go and get busy first. Chu Chen knew that these people all had their own jobs, and he didn't want to delay them for too long. Time was passing, and there was only one day left before the Home League competition in Evergrande City. Chu Chen took a ship and slowly approached Evergrande City. The island in front of Mr. Chu Chen is Evergrande City. Captain Li looked at Chu Chen and said. Finally, I'm here. I'm so excited. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Chu Chen looked straight ahead, and his fighting spirit was ignited. Next, he would face a huge challenge. Chu Chen finally came to Evergrande City, where the Home League Evergrande City Conference was about to be held. The Home League Evergrande City Conference is a grand event of the Pokemon League where masters who won the Gym Challenge in Hone and won 8 badges will show their Hone strength and tricks to fight fiercely. Okay, I'm going to work overtime tonight to train. In order to be in the best condition, I must win the day after tomorrow. Chu Chen said excitedly. The ship slowly sailed into the port. Chu Chen got off the ship and looked at Captain Li and said. Thank you Captain Li for your hospitality these days, I am very grateful. You're welcome, do your best in the next game. Captain Li also responded politely. Chu Chen came to the bustling streets, where there were all kinds of people. They were Pokemon trainers who came to participate in the Evergrande City Conference and tourists passing by. Welcome tourists to come and taste it, here is our Evergrande City's most famous ramen. Evergrande City Xian. A clerk stood at the door holding their sign and shouted loudly. Ours is the most delicious, and it can squeeze into the top 3 of Hone region delicacies. Don't look at its ordinary appearance. Our soup is very delicious when paired with noodles. The waiter shouted loudly. When Chu Chen heard the waiter's introduction, his stomach was already rumbling. Chu Chen was also a big foodie, unable to resist the temptation of delicious food, so he quickly walked into the store. The waiter warmly entertained him with a bowl of Evergrande City ramen. "Sir, please take your time. If you need anything, just let me know." The waiters were all smiling and very enthusiastic. Swoosh Chu Chen took a sip of the soup and sucked the noodles. The taste shocked him. Good, the smoothness of the noodles made it enter his throat in an instant, and with the thickness of the soup, the whole mouth was filled with the aroma of ramen. "Wow, this ramen is so delicious!" Chu Chen shouted happily. After a while, a bowl of ramen was finished by Chu Chen. "Boss, give me another bowl!" Chu Chen shouted excitedly. One bowl was not enough for him. "Okay." The waiter brought another bigger ramen and put it in front of Chu Chen. "Wow, this looks very refreshing, I'll start." Chu Chen added chopsticks and sucked the ramen in big mouthfuls. Burp. After a while, Chu Chen finished another bowl of ramen, touched his stomach, and now he felt a little full. "Wow, it's really great!" Chu Chen said excitedly, then paid the bill and walked out of the store. Chapter 292. This feels so comfortable. I've decided that after the game is over, I must eat all the food in Evergrande City. Chu Chen walked out the door happily and prepared to go to his residence. Evergrande City is in a very advantageous location and covers a large area. The competition venue is in the center of Evergrande City. Chu Chen took out the map from his backpack and looked for hotels around. Swoosh! Suddenly a huge black bird slid past him and snatched the map from his hand. "Damn, what's going on? Where did the big black bird come from?" Chu Chen looked up in surprise and found a group of big black birds in the sky, flying towards him. This kind of Pokemon moves in groups, and everyone cooperates to find food together, and specifically attacks those foreign tourists. Chu Chen turned around and prepared to escape. At this time, the group of blackbirds had surrounded him and kept pecking at his arms. "I'm in so much pain. What's going on? Why are these blackbirds attacking me? Did I break into their territory?" Chu Chen kept waving his arms to drive away the blackbirds. The computer's attacks became more and more fierce. Chu Chen knew that Pokemon 19 would never hurt humans for no reason. "Okay, since you are so rude, I will be rude to you. Flamethrower, come out." Chu Chen quickly released Flamethrower. Ha! Flamethrower raised his fist and hammered the blackbirds fiercely. After a while, all the blackbirds were driven away. Many blackbirds were half crippled by Flamethrower and kept escaping with their wings flapping. "Seeing how arrogant you are, you know how powerful I am. If you have the ability, don't leave," Chu Chen said ragefully. A black shadow appeared in the distance. It turned out that another wave of blackbirds rushed over again, attracting more blackbirds. "Flamethrower!" Chu Chen said loudly to Flamethrower. "Ouch!" Flame Monkey screamed, opened his mouth wide, and a huge ball of flame shot out from inside. The Flame Monkey hit the blackbirds, and all the blackbirds were broken into pieces and fled away. Another wave of blackbirds rushed towards Chu Chen. They were good at attacking the enemy in a round-robin manner. There were many blackbirds to consume the enemy's physical strength. This kind of blackbird attracted Chu Chen's attention. Chu Chen wanted to know what kind of Pokemon these blackbirds were. This would never end. "System, use the Eye of Exploration," Chu Chen said to his system. Name, Murkrow. Attribute, Evil Attribute and Flying Attribute Pokemon. Feature, Insomnia. Level, 25. Potential, Intermediate. Carry, None. An electronic voice came from his mind. Murkrow is similar to a crow, with a black body, yellow beak and claws, feathers on its head that look like a wizard's hat, and a tail that looks like a broom. "Okay, you bastards have pissed me off, get ready to die." Chu Chen was very ready to use the Flame Monkey's special move. Meow. At this time, a cat's growl came from the sky, and a small black shadow appeared in front of Chu Chen. Meowth. A cat used its claws to tear apart the surrounding Murkrow. The dark crow seemed to be very afraid of the cat in front of it, and everyone flew around and stopped attacking Chu Chen. "Hey, aren't you the Meowth from Team Rockets?" Chu Chen said, looking at the Meowth in front of him. After a closer look, he found that the Meowth in front of him seemed to be different from the one from Team Rockets, and this Meowth was wearing boots. Ah! After a while, the mercrow that had left flew back again, ready to attack the Meowth in front of him. "Meowth, use Crazy Fury swipes." A man came out and said to Meowth. The man in front of him must be Meowth's master. He has an afro and is relatively young. Chu Chen could guess that this man should also be here to participate since they are here for the home league competition. It is better to get to know them. It is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Chu Chen did not want to waste his energy and put his best energy on the competition. These small problems were left to some ordinary people. Chu Chen took 2 steps back and stood aside and watched them silently. Meowth received the order, jumped up, and waved his claws in the air continuously, showing a beautiful dance posture, killing all the flying dark crows, and the remaining dark crows escaped in a hurry. Looking at Meowth in front of him, he felt that his strength was still quite powerful, at least much more powerful than the one from Team Rockets. "It was really dangerous just now, are you okay?" The man came over and said politely. "It's okay, thank you for your helping hand." Chu Chen also responded to him politely. "Haha, no need to apologize, it's not a big deal." The man touched his head and said shyly. "Nice to meet you, my name is Chu Chen, I'm going to participate in the Evergrande City Hone competition." Chu Chen looked at the man in front of him and extended his hand of friendship. "Nice to meet you, my name is Zha Yet. I'm also going to participate in the Home League competition. It seems that we are competitors." Mr. Zha Ye shook Chu Chen's hand and said happily. "I just saw your Meowth, it feels very powerful." Chu Chen glanced at the Meowth next to him. He felt that the temperament of this Meowth could compete with his own Blaziken. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be a powerful Pokémon. Yes, whether it is speed, tricks, or power, it is impeccable. I have trained him well. He is one of my most proud Pokémon. Mr. Zha Ye said confidently. My kid is sometimes overconfident and often bullies other Pokémon. I feel helpless. It's hard for me to guess his mind. With his strength, he can obviously evolve to Persian, but he always refuses to evolve. Jai said carefully, walking slowly with Chu Chen in the bustling streets. Is that so? Then Mr. Jai, you are also a very powerful Pokémon trainer. You are lucky to have such a Pokémon. Chu Chen said while looking at Mr. Jai. He could feel the powerful aura of Mr. Jai, and he was full of confidence in the next game. Chu Chen was still looking forward to such an opponent. Haha, actually, I just saw your flame monkey, and I also think he is very imposing. He is definitely not an ordinary Pokémon. I envy you too. Mr. Jai said modestly, smiling, full of harmony. As the two chatted, it was already evening, and Mr. Jai looked at his watch. Oops, I have to go first. I'll talk to you later. Mr. Jai left nervously. Chapter 293. Chu Chen found it very interesting. Seeing the expression on Mr. Jai's face, he was also very curious about what he was going to deal with. He ran and followed behind Mr. Jai. Where are you going, Mr. Jai? Do you need my help? Chu Chen shouted behind him. I'm going to the Pokémon Center. The Holy Fire is coming soon. Mr. Jai said excitedly. Holy Fire? Chu Chen asked curiously. I heard that the Holy Fire of the Pokémon League uses the flame of the legendary Pokémon Moltres. Mr. Jai said excitedly. That is the sacred fire that only the Pokémon League deserves. To be honest, I am a Holy Fire runner and I have to take over the sacred Holy Fire. So now it's very nervous for me. I have to hurry to the Pokémon Center. Mr. Jai said while speeding up. On the other side, the Pokémon Center was already full of onlookers, and everyone was looking forward to the passing of the sacred flame. Miss Joy was also looking forward to it. It should be almost here. Miss Joy said as she looked at them. Listen, all security personnel, the sacred flame is coming soon, please return to your respective posts and prepare. The police also arranged the venue around to prevent this sacred event from causing a commotion. Everyone was looking forward to Gia's appearance, and their mood had reached a peak. The flame of the Pokémon Moltres is a sacred thing to them. Its flame has extremely strong attack power and can burn continuously without fuel. This is a sacred thing for everyone. Warm water boiled with the flame of flamingo can eliminate people's fatigue. The police transported the sacred flame to the Pokémon Center. There were more than 10 police cars escorting around, and the momentum was very grand. President, I'm here, sorry, I'm late. I'm Gia, the runaway of the sacred flame. Gia came out of the bushes on the side and said to the president. Ha ha ha! Chu Chen also emerged from the bushes, panting. He hadn't done such intense exercise for a long time. It's okay, Jia yet, the holy fire just arrived. The president said happily. Chu Chen felt very strange when he saw the old man in front of him. Judging from Jia's attitude towards him, he must be a very authoritative person. System, use power of aura. Chu Chen said to the system said. Chu Chen radiated a ray of light and rushed to the surroundings, scanning the president in front of him. Charles Goodshow is the Holy Flame manager of the Pokémon League, responsible for leading people to pass on the Holy Flame. Lingling is already over 70 years old, but he still has a young and fighting heart. President Damalankai, long time no see, I have heard of your name for a long time. Chu Chen walked to the front and said kindly. Chu Chen knew that he must not know him, so he took the opportunity to get close to him so that he could get good care in the next game. Who are you? President Damalankai looked at the young man in front of him with a puzzled look. Haha, I am Chu Chen, the challenger of this home league competition. Chu Chen introduced. Oh, so that's the case. Then you must work hard. It's nice to meet you, Chu Chen. Charles Goodshow said happily. So Chu Chen, you know the great Charles Goodshow? Mr. Jai said in surprise. Charles Goodshow, don't you have any impression of me? Because I was a torch runner before, and you were still very young at that time. Chu Chen looked at Charles Goodshow and said. Chu Chen knew the system's routine, and would definitely add new memories to Charles Goodshow to match the plot arranged by Chu Chen. Charles Goodshow thought for a while, and suddenly remembered something. At this moment, the system had added new memories to Charles Goodshow. Oh, so you were a very young child at that time. Everyone called you a child prodigy at that time. Now you have grown up so much, haha, no wonder I didn't recognize you. Charles Goodshow said in surprise, and Jia also showed an incredible expression on the side. I remember watching your battle at that time was very exciting. You have such great potential at such a young age. Charles Goodshow kept praising Chu Chen. Chu Chen knew that he was so lucky to appear in this world and to have a powerful system to help him. Thank you for your compliment. I will definitely work harder, Chu Chen said happily to Charles Goodshow. Not long after, the police car arrived at the Pokémon Center with sirens blaring. Mr. Jia walked over and picked up the torch. I'll leave it to you next. Miss Joy said to Mr. Jia. No problem, I will definitely escort you to the venue safely. Mr. Jia said confidently and started jogging. Come on, Mr. Jia. Chu Chen waved his hand behind him, constantly cheering for Mr. Jia. Come on, Jia, you are the best, our city star. We are all very optimistic about you, you must cheer up, this journey is hard for you. Everyone, look, Jia is the most powerful Pokémon trainer in our city. The people around cheered loudly, cheering for Jia. Jia followed closely behind the police car, which led the way and escorted him. Meowth behind him also quickened his pace, running non-stop, with anger in his eyes, like a very cold Meowth. Charles Goodshow, let's go to the president too. Chu Chen looked at Charles Goodshow and said. Okay, you probably haven't taken a good look at Evergrande City yet. There are many shops with delicious food on the way to the venue. Charles Goodshow said happily, he wanted to follow Chu Chen to the venue. Whoosh, at this time, a 3-meter-long Rolls-Royce luxury car drove by. Wow, is this luxury car yours, the president? Chu Chen said in surprise. It was the first time he saw such a luxury car in the Pokemon world. It can be imagined that Charles Goodshow in front of him is a person of high power. Charles Goodshow's car has arrived, please get in the car. Miss Joy said to Charles Goodshow kindly, and then opened the car door. If you don't mind, you can also get in the car with me and go to the venue to see the scenery along the way. Charles Goodshow hinted to Chu Chen. For such a luxury car, no man can resist it, and Chu Chen jumped up excitedly. That's really great, please. Chu Chen happily followed Charles Goodshow into the car. Chapter 294. Wow, the president's car is really comfortable, soft like clouds. Chu Chen said excitedly. Haha, this car was given to me by the president of Evergrande City back then, there are less than 10 cars in the world, and this car is my favorite one. Charles Goodshow said confidently. I really envy you. Chu Chen knew that Charles Goodshow had a strong power and was a very prestigious person in the world of Pokemon. Being able to get his favor would be a great helping hand for him in the future. Charles Goodshow especially liked others to praise him. He lived to an old age and hoped to leave his reputation all over the world, get praise from the world, and pass on his reputation for generations. It's okay. I'm also optimistic about you. You have a bright future. If you work hard, you will definitely surpass us old men. Charles Goodshow said in a low-key manner. Look quickly, that's the venue of the Evergrande City Conference of the Home League. Charles Goodshow pointed to the front and said. Wow, it turns out that's the venue of Evergrande City. It's really big. Chu Chen said in surprise as he looked at the conference venue in front of him. The venue here is much larger than the venue he encountered in the gym challenge before. That's the Pokemon Center, which is dedicated to the conference. Charles Goodshow pointed to the small house next to him and said. The schedule of the conference and the release of the grouping are all in that place. After you get there, you must immediately go to handle the entry procedures. There are many shopping malls and restaurants in the venue, and there are also plenty of entertainment facilities such as movies. Charles Goodshow patiently introduced it to Chu Chen. Wow, there are so many things in it. President, is there anything you like to eat that you can recommend to me? Chu Chen said curiously, and took this opportunity to get closer to the president. There is a very good cake shop. The strawberry millefeuille cake there, the crispy pie crust is matched with strawberry cream, and the two are combined together to create a perfect taste. As Charles Goodshow spoke, his mouth was drooling, which showed the deliciousness of this cake shop. It sounds delicious. I just listened to you and I was already gurgling. Chu Chen's stomach made a sound and he covered his face shyly. Haha, since we are hungry, let's go over and eat. Charles Goodshow said happily. Chu Chen and the president chatted happily in the car. Both of them were very happy. They met again after 20 years. This was the fate between them. Although Chu Chen did not have his childhood memories, he created many beautiful memories in this world. As a member of the Golden Finger, he was cherishing his privileges in the Pokemon world. He didn't even want to go back to that bad reality. Even if he was dreaming, he hoped to sleep forever. Not long after, the car arrived at the Pokemon Center. Chu Chen followed the president to the Pokemon Center, walked to the front desk, took out his 8 badges, and registered for the competition. Hello, Mr. Chu Chen, your registration manual is ready. Miss Joy said kindly. No matter where Chu Chen went, Miss Joy would definitely appear wherever he encountered a pet center. Thank you, Miss Joy. Chu Chen said politely. In front of him was the guidebook for the qualification of this competition, which contained the basic route of the Evergrande City venue and the rules of the competition. Hello everyone! The Olympic flame runner Jai has just passed through the gate and entered the venue. After successfully completing the long journey from Evergrande City to here, he was still calm and did not look out of breath at all. Jai showed everyone his superb long-distance running skills. The TV in front of the Pokémon Center Hall reported Jai's basic information. Jai is also a very powerful Pokémon trainer. Chu Chen, you have a competitor. Charles Goodshow looked at Chu Chen and said. In his eyes, it can be seen that the president also has full confidence in Jai. I will definitely work hard and let the president see how powerful I am. Chu Chen said confidently. Haha, young people should have this energy. I am optimistic about you. You must show me a very exciting Fenjiun Alliance conference. Charles Goodshow patted Chu Chen's shoulder and said happily. Please give me flowers. Mr. Jai is also a well-trained Pokémon trainer. Chu Chen knows that he still has many shortcomings. If he wants to win him, he must have a persistent heart. President, let's go eat something first. I also want to try the cake you recommended just now. Chu Chen looked at the president and said. Oh, yes, if you didn't say it, I would have forgotten it. Then I will take you there to eat now. Charles Goodshow patted his head and said. The memory of old people will gradually decline. Charles Goodshow slapped his head fiercely with a spirit of not admitting old age. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden sound shook the entire Pokémon Center. Ring. President, what's going on? Why is there such a loud ring? Chu Chen asked curiously. Could this be? Charles Goodshow's face showed a look of horror. There is an emergency, everyone hurry to help. Miss Joy ran out of the door. In this case, the holy fire may have been stolen. Charles Goodshow said in horror, then pulled Chu Chen's hand and ran towards the door. As the manager of the holy fire, if the holy fire is lost, all the responsibilities will be on him alone. At this moment, he is more nervous than anyone else, and his fate for many years is about to be ruined. They arrived at the door and saw all the staff running around in a hurry, looking for the holy fire. This competition was very grand for them. If the holy fire was lost, it would mean that the competition would not be able to go on, and it would also become a stain in history. The holy fire was stolen by an unknown person. Jenny said to the others. Everyone work harder, we must find the holy fire today, otherwise tomorrow's competition will not be able to go on. Charles Goodshow shouted at them. Understood, President, we will definitely find the holy fire as soon as possible. Jenny replied. Group B is responsible for searching the second area. There are not enough people at gate number 3, send people to support quickly. Fan. Chapter 295. Chu Chen also joined the team to find the holy fire. Mr. Zhayet, you are here too. Chu Chen came to a jungle and met Zhayet. I heard that the holy fire was stolen, so I came to help find it. Chu Chen looked at Zhayet and said. I also heard the news. At that time, I sent the holy flame to the storage room. Mr. Jai recalled what had just happened. At that time, I sent life to the military wives. At this time, there were 2 suspicious people standing next to them with their heads down. Suddenly, they said there was a molters on their heads. We looked up curiously and found nothing. Then the 2 of them stole the holy flame. Mr. Jai described the process at that time. When we came to our senses, we found that the holy flame on the table had disappeared. Chu Chen heard these things and felt that they were idiots who couldn't even distinguish such an obvious theft method. Only this group of idiots would be deceived. Through this method, it can be imagined that Team Rocket's modus operandi is basically the same. According to the development of the plot, it is very likely that Team Rockets stole the holy flame. When we ran out of the door, we found that they had disappeared. Although I was there at the time, I watched the holy flame being stolen. It was really useless. Mr. Jai said with a face full of shame. What's the use of thinking about these things now? You, a fool, were not smarter at the time. Chu Chen cursed inwardly, and was also speechless about Mr. Jai in front of him. Are those two people disguised as Miss Jenny and Miss Joy? Chu Chen looked at Jai and asked. Yes, how did you know? Mr. Jai said in surprise. Chu Chen dragged his chin and thought carefully. This method is basically the same as Team Rocket's method, which means that they are ready to escape Evergrande City with the Holy Flame. They must hurry to find them, otherwise the Holy Flame will definitely not be found. People who can disguise themselves like this and are not discovered by you are likely to be Team Rockets. This is what I often say. This may be the first time you see it. Chu Chen replied. Since you know this method, you must know Team Rockets. Can you please find them as soon as possible? If the Holy Flame is lost, the Home League competition will be cancelled, and all our efforts will be wasted. Mr. Jai said anxiously. We must find them. You can count on me for this. Chu Chen thought that he had aura power, which could detect the signs of the trainers around him. It would be easy to find Team Rockets through aura power. System, use aura power. Chu Chen said to the system. A ray of light emanated from Chu Chen's body, and he rushed to the surroundings, scanning the surrounding biological signs. Chu Chen closed his eyes, and a radar shape formed in his mind, exploring Team Rockets. Chu Chen, what's wrong with you? Mr. Jai looked at Chu Chen, who closed his eyes and did not move, with a confused state on his face. Yeah, we succeeded. We finally got the Holy Flame. The boss will definitely give us a promotion. We are so happy. Jessie said happily. I didn't expect those fools didn't notice it. We are so simple. James drove a motorcycle with Jessie, and the two ran out quickly. I found it. Chu Chen suddenly opened his eyes and shouted loudly. He had found the location of Team Rockets. Really? Where are they? Tell me quickly. Zhayet asked nervously, shaking Chu Chen's body constantly, eager to know the location of the Holy Flame. Wait, don't be nervous. If you shake me like this again, I will feel dizzy. Chu Chen pushed Zhayet away. Oh, sorry, I was too excited just now. Zhayet quickly lowered his head to apologize. Team Rockets is being chased by the police now. We don't need to be nervous. We should go to their destination first and wait for them. Chu Chen looked at Zhayet and said, slowly analyzing his tactics. Stop the motorcycle in front quickly. You dare to steal our Holy Flame? Miss Jenny shouted, chasing them non-stop. Come and catch up with me. It's too slow. James, speed up and get rid of them. Jessie said proudly. Okay, sit tight. James stepped on the accelerator and the motorcycle drove forward quickly. Whoosh, they were like performing a high-speed car. Everyone was showing off their driving skills. Especially when passing through several sharp turns, they were not afraid at all. They drove at the fastest speed by lowering the car body to bypass the sharp turns. You go around in front of them through the small road. Miss Jenny said to her teammates. Okay, no problem. You have to pay attention to safety. I will definitely stop him. The teammate nodded and drove towards the small road. James drove his motorcycle and suddenly turned to the seaside. There was their exclusive balloon on the seaside, and they always escaped in a hot air balloon. Chu Chen was already waiting for them next to the hot air balloon, and he had figured out their escape routes every time. Haha, you are finally here, a minute or two later than usual. Chu Chen said sarcastically. Hey, why is it you, kid? If you dare to ruin our good things, we will never let you go. Jessie said aggressively. Yo, I'm scared. You have been defeated by me so many times, what progress have you made this time? Chu Chen didn't want to waste his energy. For Team Rockets, such a small team, he was not worthy of his use at all. He could use this opportunity to see Mr. Jai's background clearly. "Hurry up and return the holy fire to us!" Mr. Jai shouted loudly. Miss Joy, Miss Jenny, and Charles Goodshow all came to the shore of the sea. "Nyo-ho-how! You bunch of hateful guys, you dare to make trouble in my place, why don't you return the holy flame quickly?" Charles Goodshow jumped up in anger, he could no longer tolerate this kind of thing. "You guys are so naive, since we have it, don't blame us for being too polite, let's go first." Jessie and James bounced, spun in the air and jumped into the hot air balloon, and the hot air balloon slowly floated up. "Since this item is lost from you, then Mr. Jai, it's up to you to take it back next." Chu Chen looked at Jai and said. "Since this is what I want, then I'll trouble Jai." Charles Goodshow also nodded and said. "No problem, since it happened to me, as a guardian of the holy flame, I will definitely take it back." Jai showed a look of anger and looked at Team Rockets in front of him. Chapter 296. "You damned fellows, I'm going to take out my water sword turtle, hurry up and give us back the holy fire." Jenny walked to the front and shouted loudly. Everyone came to the beach, looking at Team Rockets in front of them, they were very raging. They had been preparing for this game for a long time, and it was a great shame for them to have the most important holy fire stolen. No, it would be even worse if the holy fire was extinguished later. Miss Joy looked at Jenny and said. "Haha, you're right, you can't use water on the holy fire." Jessie said happily, waving the holy fire in her hand. This kind of thing is very important to them, and no one dared to move it rashly. "Meowth, so the holy fire must be taken care of, we're leaving first." Meowth happily drove the hot air balloon to fly into the sky. Jet, who was standing aside, couldn't stand it anymore, and he absolutely couldn't let the holy fire be taken away like this. "Come out Metagross!" Tetsuya shouted loudly, throwing out the poke ball. A bright light flashed, and a huge Pokémon appeared in front of everyone. "Wow, this is one of Mr. Tetsuya's Pokémon. It's pretty powerful. It can actually capture a huge Pokémon. Pokémon." Chu Chen looked at the huge monster in front of him. It was green all over, and its skin was very hard, as if it was made of a piece of green stone. "Jia, you have to be careful, don't hurt the holy flame," Charles Goodshow said on the side. He was very worried about the safety of the holy flame in Team Rocket's hands. "No problem, I'll take care of it," Jia said confidently. "The system uses the Eye of Exploration," Chu Chen said to his system. "Name, Metagross. Attribute, Pokémon with hard and psychic attributes. Feature, light metal. Level, level 50. Potential, leader. Carry, none." An electronic voice came from his mind. Metagross is a huge mechanical life form, which is a combination of two metangs. Its whole body is blue-green, its body is discus-shaped, and its thick legs are like beldum, extending from the four directions of its body. Its two eyes are red, and there is an X-shaped silver metal cross on its face. There is a big mouth with teeth in its abdomen. Metagross can also evolve into Mega Metagross. Mega Metagross is still a combination of Metagross, a metang, and two beldums. The original four legs have become four thick arms and stretched forward. There are also four smaller arms behind it, and the upper one is slightly larger than the lower one. The metal cross on his face has turned golden, and a spike has grown from his jaw. According to the development of the Pokémon world, Metagross is still composed of two metal blocks, but in fact it only needs one metal block to evolve, and Mega Metagross is the same. Metagross has four brains, forming a complex neural network, which gives him computing power beyond the mega computer. And will use it to analyze the opponent in battle. Metagross not only has strong mental power, but also has Machamp, which he is proud of all his life. Therefore, he can master many psychic attribute moves and boxing moves. Like before evolution, Metagross can also fly with the help of magnetism. He will fold up his four legs during flight. Megametagross's mind becomes better than Metagross, and his strength becomes more terrible. His claws are extremely hard and can easily crush huge rocks. It has not been confirmed whether Megametagross has 8 brains. Metagross has a cruel personality and a bad temper, but his fighting style is very calm. He will use judgment beyond the computer. It can analyze its opponent with great determination and calmly force it into a desperate situation. At the same time, Metagross has a strong sense of territory and will attack intruders without hesitation, so it is regarded as an extremely dangerous Pokémon. Because of Mega Evolution, Megametagross's brain was stimulated and became a cold character who would do anything to win. If it judges that it cannot win, it will grab the opponent with its claws and start the countdown of explosion. Different from before evolution, Metagross no longer acts in groups, but lives alone in mountains and caves. Metagross is a cruel predator. It will hold its prey firmly with its 4 claws and huge body, and then bite it with its teeth on its abdomen. Chu Chen got the basic information of Metagross through the system. Jia is really not simple. He has collected such powerful Pokémon, and the level is quite high. Next, I have to take a good look at this guy's moves. Chu Chen walked aside and observed them silently. This was a very good opportunity for him to understand his opponent. Metagross, use your confusion to block that balloon. Tetsuya said loudly to Metagross. Metagross's confusion will send out weak confusion to attack the opponent and control some objects according to his own ideas. Bang! Swampert jumped up and stabbed all 4 claws into the ground. Swampert shouted, and a light blue light emanated from his body. The X shape on his face emitted anti-gravity and controlled the hot air balloon in the sky. Good job Swampert, just pull him in slowly like this. Mr. Tetsuya said excitedly. Metagross kept controlling his confusion, and the hot air balloon was approaching them step by step. If this goes on, the situation doesn't seem good. We have to find a way to get rid of that guy's confusion. Jessie said to James. Leave it to me next. Meowth said confidently, and then pressed the button in his hand. The button in Meowth's hand controls the flame on the hot air balloon. Once pressed, the flame on the hot air balloon burns rapidly. The buoyancy of the balloon and Metagross's gravity, the two resisted each other, and the hot air balloon floated in the air motionless. It depends on who is stronger between the two. Zhe also watched nervously, and had to find a way to solve this dilemma quickly. Meowth, go over now and grab the holy flame. Zhe also thought of Meowth's very fast speed, and took the holy flame from Team Rockets by sneak attack while Team Rockets was not paying attention. Meow! Meowth responded, jumped up and passed through the back of Team Rockets at a very fast speed. Yet, Meow Meow used her claws to draw a bright light in the air, and Team Rockets was flashed by the light in front of them. Wow, what's going on? It's so bright that my eyes are almost blinded. James said in horror. Who turned on the light just now? It's so bright. Chapter 297. Jessie rubbed her eyes to show her anger. My eyes are almost blinded by the light. Whose child is this? Come out quickly. When Meowth said that Team Rockets was temporarily insomniac and in a state of confusion, he had already taken the holy flame and jumped back to the ground. Yeah, Meowth, you are really great. Zhe said happily and took the holy flame from Meowth. Hey, where did the holy flame in my hand go? At this time, James realized that the holy flame in his hand had been stolen by Meowth. What? You actually lost the holy flame? This is my life's money. Jessie pulled James' head angrily. Oh my god, don't do it. It hurts. I didn't mean to do it. Who knew that the holy flame would disappear in an instant? James begged bitterly. It was his bad luck to anger Jessie. Look at the holy flame in that guy's hand. Meowth said as he looked at the mysterious man wearing a cowboy hat. It was that guy who blinded us just now. He took the opportunity to take the holy flame back from us. James said angrily. Then why don't you take the holy flame back from me quickly? Jessie shouted loudly, and then let go of James' head. Meowth, go ahead. I'll leave it to you next. James picked up Meowth and threw it down. On 937 Meowth was thrown to the ground before he could react. He screamed and was very disappointed with them. He didn't expect that he would be treated like this. You guys, wait for me. I will take back the holy flame. I must report it to Boss Giovanni. Let me get promoted and promoted. You all have to be my accomplices. I must avenge this. Meowth cursed in his heart. Great, Meowth. Charles Goodshow said excitedly. Oh, forget it. It seems that there will be no wonderful performance. This group of people is still so rubbish. I thought I could see Metagross use mega strong skills and moves, but I didn't expect that he could defeat you Team Rocket's rubbish by simply using confusion. Chu Chen looked at them speechlessly. Meowth Tetsuya Meowth shouted confidently, posing a very handsome posture. Ah bang! Meowth hit the ground hard. Oh, it hurts so much. What? Who is this guy? He actually used such a shady move to steal our holy fire. Give it back to us quickly. Team Rocket's Meowth yelled at Tetsuya's Meowth. Meowth. Tetsuya's Meowth said. Tetsuya's Meowth does not speak human language. In this Pokemon world, only Team Rocket's Meowth is so special that it can speak human language. Team Rocket's Meowth could understand what Tetsuya's Meowth said. What? Do you think you're so good? Let's have a duel and see who's faster. Team Rocket's Meowth said rage. Meowth, yo! Tetsuya's Meowth made a disdainful expression. Stop talking nonsense to him, and take back the holy flame. Jessie shouted angrily from above. Ah, if you hadn't said it, I would have forgotten about it, meow. Before I beat you up, give me the holy flame. Team Rocket's Meowth said confidently. Meowth, meow. Tetsuya's Meowth raised his middle finger and showed his contempt for him. You said if you have a way, just try it well, I won't hold back. I'll show you my ultimate move, Crazy Fury Swipes Meow. Team Rocket's Meowth said confidently, stretched out his claws, and quickly rushed towards Tetsuya's Meowth. Swoosh! Tetsuya's Meowth gave a sharp look, and the two cats rushed to each other's backs. Yeah, I seem to have won yet. Team Rocket's Meowth said confidently, but the coolness lasted only 3 seconds. Suddenly, he felt pain in his body and fell to the ground. I won't be defeated so easily, meow. Meowth turned around and jumped up, grabbing Tetsuya's Meowth fiercely. Swoosh! Tetsuya's Meowth bounced very quickly and avoided the attack of Team Rocket's Meowth. Wow! Chu Chen was surprised to see the speed of Tetsuya's Meowth. He felt that this Meowth was very extraordinary and very powerful. What's so fast? Team Rocket's Meowth said in surprise. Meowth. Tetsuya's Meowth floated in the air, spun a degree, its tail turned fluorescent, and did a backflip to hit Team Rocket's Meowth. Bang meow! A huge explosion occurred on the ground, and Team Rocket's Meowth was bounced into the sky by the explosion, screaming. You actually used the iron tail trick, you are too arrogant, too arrogant. Team Rocket's Meowth was flying in the air and was very unconvinced, but he could no longer control his speed and soon disappeared in the air. Meowth James and Jessie looked at their seedlings being knocked away, and were very helpless. This guy is so rubbish, he was defeated so quickly. Jessie said angrily. That should we retreat first? I feel that we are short of manpower now, and the situation is not good. The holy flame has also been taken away by them. James said timidly. I think it's right. I won't play with you anymore. We will leave first. Take what you want yourself. Jessie looked at them and said, preparing to leave. It's not that easy to leave. Meowth uses 100,000 volts. Zhe said angrily. Team Rockets had already lost face for Zhe, and Zhe would definitely not agree to let them go easily. Meowth received the order and jumped up, releasing 100,000 volts of lightning from his body, and the lightning hit the hot air balloon of Team Rocket's. Bang! The balloon exploded violently, and Team Rocket's was blown into the sky. Ah, what a disgusting feeling, it turned out to be like this. Jessie said angrily. Yeah, I didn't expect to be blown away by Meow's 100,000 volts, so disgusting. Team Rockets disappeared in the air. The flame is finally taken back, and now our home league competition can proceed as usual. Thank you so much, Jet. Charles Goodshow looked at Jet and said. No way. The responsibility this time is mainly on me. It's good to get it back. Jai touched his head shyly. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Chu Chen walked over to see Jai and said. No way. Jai smiled shyly. Then the police sent the holy flame back to the Pokémon Center, and a thrilling farce ended. Chapter 298. Thank you all for your efforts. We finally got the holy flame back safely. This is the most important item for this competition. Without it, we can't hold the home league competition this time. Charles Goodshow looked at everyone and said, feeling very excited. The tension in his body could finally be relaxed. He was old and could no longer bear the high pressure of Astonish. I'm so happy. Now the competition can be held smoothly. Chu Chen said happily. Seeing that the competition was about to begin, Chu Chen still didn't know the true strength of these gentlemen. What opponents he would face in his competition were still unknown to him. Chu Chen, although I don't know how strong you are, I am very much looking forward to fighting with you in the conference next time, and I will show all my strength. Jia Ye walked over and looked at Chu Chen and said. Okay, let's show our skills in the competition. Chu Chen answered confidently. I hope the two of us can fight without regrets. Okay, no problem, let's cheer together. Chu Chen and Jia Ye shook hands in a friendly manner, and their burning fighting spirit could be seen from them. Before the conference started, Chu Chen met Jia Ye, a powerful rival. What kind of exciting battle will be presented next? Everyone is very much looking forward to it. In order to prepare for tomorrow's preliminaries, Chu Chen came to the training ground specially for Pokémon trainers. Preliminary 100 players will be selected from more than 600 preliminary contestants to participate in the official competition. Each trainer will compete in a one-on-one battle. The winner will be promoted to the preliminary tournament of the conference, and the loser will be eliminated. The players who advance from the preliminaries to the preliminary tournament will participate in 3 doubles matches. Only those who win all of them can advance to the finals. Those who lose one game will be eliminated. The 32 players who win the preliminary tournament will participate in a full battle with 6 Pokémon. The battlefield has 4 types: grass, rock, water, and ice. The field is determined by the roulette. When 3 Pokémon on one side lose their combat ability in the middle of the game will be suspended. The battlefield will be changed during the halftime break. To win the champion means winning 5 full battles. Chu Chen understood the basic rules of the game. The process was very difficult. He had to go through rounds of competition. Only by reaching the finals could he win the Evergrande City Conference. This is also a high-pressure battle mode for my Pokémon. I don't have strong physical and mental qualities, so I'm easily fatigued and prone to mistakes during the battle, which leads to the loss of the game. Chu Chen was making the final adjustments for his Pokémon, releasing all the Pokémon and stretching his muscles on the spot. Everyone should work hard, stretch their muscles, and relax. The next game will be very tough. Chu Chen twisted his waist and looked at everyone and said. Everyone, do a backflip like me. Chu Chen jumped and showed the Pokémon a gorgeous backflip. Wow! Flame Monkey shouted loudly and also showed a backflip. Many Pokémon followed Chu Chen's movements and worked hard. After warming up for half an hour, Chu Chen felt that it was almost done and it was time for them to use their skills. Okay, the warm-up is almost done. Get ready for the battle. Yeah. The Pokémon were so busy that they screamed, and they couldn't wait to fight. Everyone was full of energy. Infernape uses Fireball, Swampert uses Mud Slap. Infernape and Swampert jumped into the sky, spraying flames and throwing mud. The two attack states produced a huge explosion at a very fast speed. Infernape bounced back to the sky with the power of the explosion, turned gorgeously and rushed to the ground, punching the ground hard with his fist. Bang! A huge hole was smashed into the ground by him. The combination of the two Pokémon formed a huge attack. Melodic uses Water Pulse. Chu Chen performed a skill move on Melodic. Ouch! Melodic swam on the ground with his soft body, opened his mouth wide and launched a water vibration wave to tackle a rock. Don't run, Dante, run! At this time, a man appeared in the training ground, chasing a small rice ball. The man just passed by the rock that Melodic attacked. Oops, be careful! Chu Chen shouted loudly to make the man notice the attack. Ah! The man didn't react, the attack had already hit him, and he was bounced several meters away. Chu Chen hurried over to see if he was injured. If he hurt others here, it would have a bad impact on him. How is it, are you okay? Chu Chen looked at the man lying on the ground, with stars on his head, as if he had fainted, and shook his body. Puff! The man was shaken awake by Chu Chen. What happened? I almost got hit by you. The man slowly stood up, patted the dust on his body, and said helplessly. Haha, sorry, I didn't notice you just now. Chu Chen looked at the man and apologized. Chu Chen looked at the man in front of him, chubby, slightly cute with orange hair, and the whole person looked silly. Why did you suddenly appear here? Chu Chen asked curiously. Oh, yeah, where's my rice ball? Oh, my rice ball is lost again. The man looked around and found that his Pokémon had hidden again, and said angrily. My name is Chu Chen, and I'm a contestant of this Evergrande City Conference. Chu Chen said to the man in front of him. I'm Masamune, no Hao Zhao, and I'm also a contestant of this Evergrande City Conference. Masamune said confidently. Chu Chen looked at the man in front of him and found that he was Masamune, a very strong opponent of Zishan. The two of them have a very good relationship, and the strength of both of them is also very strong. Masamune is a powerful figure in Pokémon. Don't look at him as silly on the surface. His strength can rank in the top 8 in this conference. I met him here. It seems that I still have a lot of strong enemies. Meeting him here must be arranged by the system, and I can also take this opportunity to learn more about my enemies. We are opponents, I want to show mercy, I will pay you back in the game. Masamune said angrily while looking at Chu Chen. Chu Chen didn't want to anger this group of people. He had to make friends like Zishan in the world of Pokémon to improve his popularity. Chapter 299. Don't be angry. I didn't mean it. Let me show you my Pokémon. Chu Chen showed all his Pokémon by his side. Oh, you're not bad. You actually collected so many Pokémon, including Flame Monkey and Slaking. Masamune said in surprise. Masamune's personality is the same as Ash's. They are both the type who win with courage. When facing strong opponents, they will also show their strength to prove themselves. My Pokémon won't lose to you either. Let me show you mine. Everyone come out, my companions. Masamune casually threw out 5 or 6 Pokémon balls. Colorful lights were drawn in the sky, and all kinds of Pokémon stood in front of Chu Chen. Wow, you are also very powerful. These are your Pokémon, Beldum, Girafarig, Swampert, Steelix, Growlithe, and Gligar. Chu Chen said in surprise. The names of the Pokémon in front of him had already appeared in his mind. Haha, I am also very powerful, you know all of them, you have a wide range of knowledge. Masamune said proudly, his face was very happy, and he kept laughing. Masamune's Pokémon are all above level 40, and they all look energetic and very energetic. My Pokémon are very powerful, and I often exercise, and I am full of energy. Chu Chen listened to Zheng Zong speaking Mandarin with a northeastern accent. I know you are powerful, and I will not lose to you easily. Let's have a good fight on the battlefield. Chu Chen said confidently. Haha, since you are so confident, I can't wait to let you fight with me here. Zheng Zong was very unconvinced and stared at Chu Chen aggressively. Okay, you said you are also full of strength, let's have a race, whoever reaches Tommy first wins. Chu Chen thought of his Pokemon, there will be a game tomorrow, and the rules of the game are so cruel, they must not be allowed to use their skills and moves easily, and retain their physical strength. Chu Chen is still very confident in physical strength, and he can use this opportunity to convince Zheng Zong. Great, yet! Go! Zheng Zong shouted excitedly and ran hard with Chu Chen. Aha! Although Masamune is fat, his movements are still very fast, basically running at the same starting line as Chu Chen. Seeing that the top of the mountain is about to be reached, Chu Chen has to think of a way to leave Masamune behind. Chu Chen then remembered that he had tree fruits, and Pokemon can increase their energy value by eating tree fruits. Chu Chen thought about what effect it would have if it was used on humans. No one had tried this before, so Chu Chen decided to give it a try. System, give me a tree fruit. A lychee fruit came into his mind, and he decisively put it into his mouth and chewed it slowly. Huh? What a refreshing feeling, it turns out that this fruit is so delicious. At this time, Chu Chen felt frillish on his body. He just felt that his legs were sore and his body was out of breath. No matter how he ran, he couldn't exert any strength. After eating the lychee fruit, his whole body became light and the fatigue disappeared. Ah! Chu Chen screamed loudly, using all his strength. Chu Chen ran very fast, leaving Zheng Zong behind. Damn, what's wrong with this kid? He suddenly ran so fast. Zheng Zong was panting behind, and was very surprised to see Chu Chen running so fast. It didn't take long for Chu Chen to reach the top of the mountain, silently waiting for Zheng Zong's arrival. Oh, you are finally here, I have been waiting for you for too long. Chu Chen saw Zheng Zong coming and said sarcastically, just in time to destroy his prestige. Oh, what medicine did you take? You suddenly ran so fast. Zheng Zong sat on the ground panting, looking at Chu Chen with a confused face. I just wanted to see your strength just now, and I saw that you ran too slowly, so I wanted to get to Tommy's top quickly. Chu Chen said proudly, very happy in his heart, he discovered a new secret. You are awesome. I will definitely not lose to you in Pokemon. Wait for me. Zheng Zong said unconvinced. Okay, I'm going to continue training. I've wasted a lot of my time just now when I registered. I won't play with you anymore. Chu Chen shook his hand and prepared to go down the mountain. Oh, if you didn't say it, I would have forgotten. I'm going to register. Zheng Zong thought that his work was not yet completed, so he stood up and ran to the Pokemon Center. The Pokemon Center will open the registration office before 5 p.m. every day. Only Pokemon trainers who have collected 8 badges are eligible to register. If they do not register before 5 o'clock, they will lose the qualification to participate in the home league competition. Chu Chen watched Zheng Zong hurriedly run away, and looked at the time. It was 4:55 at this time, and there were still 5 minutes before the end of registration. Minutes, if he ran fast, he would still be in time. After running such a long distance, he had to run to the registration office again. Chu Chen was very happy. Chu Chen concentrated on training his Pokemon, and time passed faster and faster. In the evening, Chu Chen sat by the river with his Pokemons and watched the setting sun. Look, the scenery here is quite good. Chu Chen said while looking at the Pokemons. Wow! Everyone responded. Chu Chen was grateful that he had so many friends with him to accompany him all the way. It was a very touching thing for him. He had come all the way. If it weren't for them, he would not have been so successful. With the warmth of the sunset, he was full of emotion in his heart. Okay, you all come back, have a good rest, and work hard tomorrow. I am very optimistic about you. Chu Chen threw out the Pokemon ball and put the corresponding Pokemon back into his Pokemon ball. Then he put it in his backpack and checked into his hotel. Oh, I'm so tired today. Chu Chen sighed while lying on the bed. Lying on the bed, he fell asleep unconsciously. Tomorrow will be the most important moment for him. Whether the goal he has been on will be completed at this time, and whether he can enter a higher level will also depend on this time. Mr. Jai was also looking at his Meowth in the next room and talking to him patiently. His Meowth had experienced a lot of things and always liked to squat in the corner and was very silent. His Meowth was very cold and ruthless, but very precious to Jai. Chapter 300. The Evergrande City Conference finally began, and many Pokémon trainers came to the competition site of the Evergrande City Conference. The cheers on the scene continued to gather tens of thousands of spectators. This is a huge stage. The audience sat in the audience seats on the steps, and in the middle was their competition venue. It is surrounded by the ocean and is located in the middle of Evergrande City. Early in the morning, more than 600 players were fighting. The competition was particularly cruel. Chu Chen found a quiet place to slowly stabilize his emotions and wanted to make his brain highly relaxed. The players are fighting fiercely. Various players release various Pokémon, and the battle is particularly fierce. Wow, come on, it's really exciting. Ah! Hit him quickly, don't let him stand up. Use the strongest 940 move, don't stand there, knock it down as quickly as possible. Wow, that move just now was really great, keep it up. The audience cheered enthusiastically as they watched the game. Next, please welcome Masamune, Chu Chen heard the host say. Chu Chen wanted to understand Masamune's strength, and watching his game would give him a further understanding. Chu Chen quietly walked to the audience. Beldum uses takedown. Masamune used a skill move against Beldum. Beldum uses takedown, rushes towards the opponent with amazing momentum to attack, and will also suffer a little damage to himself. Haha, it's too boring to fight like this, please let me feel more nervous. His opponent kept mocking. Beldum's legs sprayed flames and rushed towards the opponent at an amazing speed. Here it comes Electabuzz, use Protect. Electabuzz received the order and stretched out his hands to form a wall, trying to resist Beldum's attack. Chu Chen watched the two of them use their own Pokémon, and he was very curious and hurriedly said to the system. System, use the Eye of Exploration. Chu Chen said to his system. Name, Beldum. Attribute, Orberg attribute and Psychic attribute Pokémon. Feature, Clear Body. Level, Level 45. Potential, Superior. Carry, None. An electronic voice came from his mind. Beldum is a mechanical life form that looks like a dumbbell. It has a long trunk and a huge claw on its hip. Its head is almost round and is embedded in the ball and socket joint at the front of its trunk. In the middle is a huge red eye. There is a crown on its head to protect its head. Beldum's cells are all magnets. Strong magnetic force replaces blood and circulates continuously in its body. It uses magnetism to communicate with its partners. It can also make the magnetism it emits and the Earth's magnetism repel each other, so that it floats in the air. During the battle, it will release magnetism to suck the opponent to its side, and then use the claw on its hip to slash the opponent. Beldum is very aggressive. If it is angered, it will not only thrash, but also release strong magnetism to destroy mechanical things. Beldum has a very strong sense of group. They will gather together and move in an orderly manner like a Pokémon. Beldum is very popular in the wild. They often live in steep mountains and caves. When they rest, they will use the claws on their tails to fix themselves on rocks. Chu Chen can see Beldum's skill list. There is only one move on the list. This makes him particularly surprised that Masamune can release Beldum with only one skill. Then he looked at the opponent's Electabuzz. This is because Electabuzz is relatively large in size, which can be seen as its advantage compared to Beldum. System uses the eye of exploration. Chu Chen said to his system again. Name, Electabuzz. Attribute, Electric Attribute Pokemon. Feature, Static Electricity. Level, Level 48. Potential, Superior. Carry, None. An electronic voice came from his mind. Electabuzz has a black electric symbol on its abdomen, and its entire body also has some black skin, just like a tiger. There are two things on its head that look like conductors that can help it store electricity. Because it likes strong electricity very much, it often appears in large power plants and other places. Electabuzz often breaks into power plants and feeds on electricity. After reading their basic information, Chu Chen is still very much looking forward to this game. Masamune's Beldum has a clear disadvantage. If he wants to beat Electabuzz, what kind of method will he think of? Hey! Beldum tackles to Electabuzz's arm. It sizes. The tackle of the two Pokemons generates a lightning-like magnetic field in the air. Electabuzz is relatively powerful, and it bounces Beldum back to the ground with a shout. Puff! Beldum falls hard to the ground. I didn't expect that the protect move was dodged again. If this continues, the situation will not be good. Masamune thought to himself, and cold sweat broke out on his face. This was his first match and he couldn't lose it. It was a huge blow to him. Electabuzz, you should be ahead of him. Point out Thunder Palm. Electabuzz jumped up and rushed to Beldum lying on the ground. He clenched his fist tightly, and lightning flashed in his arms, all gathered on his fist. Wow! Electabuzz shouted and leaned towards Beldum. The attack hit Beldum's body and a strong lightning burst out. This guy is very powerful. The damage of this lightning does not belong to the Pikachu of the God of Wisdom. Chu Chen was watching in the audience. They thought that Masamune was almost doomed. Beldum, Masamune said nervously, seeing Beldum lying on the ground. He had already sunk deep into the soil and could not move. Beldum only had one skill move. If he did not break through Electabuzz's defend, he could only use a fixed trick to do this, which was very disadvantageous for him. Chu Chen analyzed the game below. Come on, Masamune. We are all optimistic about you. Show your courage. Yes, come on. Don't give up easily. His friends and family cheered for Masamune in the audience. Thank you. I know. Beldum, show your courage. Masamune shouted loudly, and Beldum immediately stood up and used his last strength to use takedown. That's right. This is right. If the game is too easy to decide, it will not be fun. Electabuzz use protect. The opponent mocked proudly. Electabuzz received the order and crossed his arms to block in front.